The remaining 4 agents finished crossing the crack and stood on the metallic bridge, muscles tense and ready for combat. Their forms cast long shadows across the ancient structure as they assessed the worrying situation. The 2 attack-oriented companions, the vanguard of the group chosen for their advantage in territory and speed, had rushed ahead and managed to enter before the door sealed. Now they were trapped inside with their protection target and the suspected spies. "Did you see?" one of them asked the 3rd agent who had crossed the crack. "The young lady, is she?" Couldn't get a clear view, the agent shook her head in frustration, fists clenching at her sides. Mako and Shizu charged in and blocked the line of sight. "Damn it!" Another slammed her fist against the metal floor, the sound reverberating through the spherical structure like a gong. "We're the recovery specialists. What good are we if we couldn't retrieve the young lady?" They approached the ancient door, studying the engraved symbols that pulsed with a faint, ethereal light. The leader ran her fingers across the marks, her expression growing more grave with each passing second. "This is a seed of the 3 main veins," she murmured in awe. "Not as big as the royal artery beneath the castle, but not an insignificant structure either. There's an important artifact and 10 miracle potions inside." "Are you certain?" Another agent leaned in to examine the markings, her breath fogging the cold metal surface. "Absolutely. Only the 3 main families and the royal line have the key to access this." Her fingers traced the ancient patterns. "Master Julius told me the 3 schools were originally created to guard these seeds until the crystal opened. Maybe the traitors gave the key to the spies, but it isn't something they'd entrust to common spies." The agents exchanged worried looks. The implications were deeply disturbing. This seed wasn't supposed to be ready for another 10 years, the agent observed the crack they'd entered through. The opening shouldn't exist, but even though it does, an adult still can't fit through that small gap. "How did they know it would be ready early?" the one who had struck the floor asked, her voice tight with tension. "How did that mushroom boy hide the key? And more importantly, how did they manage to infiltrate him into Yano when they already were looking at the Goldcrest shenanigans closely?" The silence that followed was heavy with unspoken fears. The questions none dared voice hung in the air. Had more than one of the 3 main families betrayed the kingdom? Was another family acting while they were trying to get evidence on the Goldcrests? "We can't enter," the leader finally spoke, breaking the oppressive silence. "Only someone of the standing of Master Julius or someone of high rank in the main families could bring the key to activate this door." "So what do we do?" another asked, shifting nervously. "Wait for them to come out." Moments earlier, Harold's antennae detected the entrance. With a final adjustment to their course, the crystal wall appeared before them, its surface shimmering with power. His mole claws worked methodically, removing earth around a discovered fissure barely large enough for a child to squeeze through. The crystalline barrier hummed with contained energy as they exposed more of the crack. The other spy, still holding their unconscious captives, finished creating another special coverage. The material would shroud Harold and his companion, further masking their mana signatures from detection. Harold crossed first, antennae extended to detect any threats in the alien environment. He helped his companion maneuver the 2 unconscious bodies through, noting that the Bat Boy still drew breath. "Why didn't you kill him?" Harold asked, his voice sharp with disapproval. It's not necessary," the other spy hesitated, voice wavering. "He didn't see our faces, doesn't know which family." "Don't be foolish," Harold cut off the excuse, his tone cold. "His bat used sonar. It could distinguish plenty in the darkness." He approached the motionless body. "If you lack the stomach to take lives, I'll do it myself." The other spy trembled slightly, clutching the wrapped bodies tighter. Harold advanced toward him but stopped abruptly, his antennae vibrating with urgent warning signals. More presences. Harold and the other spy stood on the upper section of the seed, and 3 new mana signatures had entered through one side of the spherical structure. "That way," Harold pointed in the opposite direction. "Take the hostages to the other end and hide." His companions seemed relieved to avoid bloodshed and quickly obeyed, disappearing into the shadows with their captives. Harold peered cautiously around the curve of the structure, the other spies' coverage still masking his presence. His eyes widened in surprise, the damned mushroom boy was here too. What the hell? His antennae extended, rapidly assessing the situation. He could eliminate them all, adding more bodies to the list hardly mattered now. But then he detected another mana signature. Someone had stopped outside the crack where the mushroom group had entered. The figure performed a spatial jump, and Harold nearly lost his coverage in shock. Impossible, another jump beast, but then he saw the girl's hair color and everything clicked into place. Idiot, he berated himself. She was hidden in the same group all this time. The mushroom boy had caught the young woman. If he acted quickly, he could secure both Luna and the king's daughter. His body began to transform. Then his antennae captured 6 new power signatures. Bronze rank 1 and 2. Shit. The semi-conspicuous guards. Their presence changed the entire scenario. Harold cancelled the transformation and watched the situation with Ren's group unfold. He stood dumbfounded as the mushroom boy began pressing specific points on the ancient door. You moron. It was impossible, only special keys, like the one he carried, should be able to activate these mechanisms. Yet. How? His antennae extended involuntarily, trying to comprehend what he was witnessing. Had the other noble family supporting Yino sent another agent? But even they needed the keys. Seeing the door open without a key was beyond incredible. Nobody should possess that knowledge. Was there a third power at play? Some faction they'd overlooked? His thoughts were interrupted as he watched the group enter. Only 2 guardians had managed to slip inside before the door sealed. He pushed his questions aside, focusing on the immediate mission. He should attack now, enter from the other side and eliminate the 2 guards who'd gone in with the mushroom group. It would make their escape easier by eliminating the group of 6 separately, and he could take not 1 but 2 valuable hostages for Yino. The 10 medicines and the evolution key are inside, he thought as he crawled back to his companion. If I dispose of them now. He rose and began running toward the opposite side of the structure. Glory for completing such a mission with results far beyond expectations was within reach. Intense pain exploded in his leg. A wolf had emerged from his own shadow, its fangs sinking deep into his flesh and tearing before vanishing back into darkness. What the? The beast had appeared through the shadows themselves, invisible to his enhanced perception until that instant. Harold transformed his injured leg, flesh morphing into centipede segments. A power signature emerged from the shadows, and his blood ran cold. Luna. Luna was here, standing before him. But then. His eyes widened in shock. Who did we capture? Moments earlier. Luna raced toward the caves, her shadow wolf merging and reappearing as they advanced. If the energy disturbance came from below, it was the most logical place to search. Everyone seemed to be heading in that direction. But suddenly, her wolf's ears drooped, and it whimpered softly. Luna stopped, noticing how her beast seemed uncomfortable. What is it? Did you hear something? She whispered, kneeling beside her companion. The wolf's dark fur rippled as shadows played across its form. The wolf perked its ears, nose twitching as it caught something in the air. Without warning, it turned and began guiding Luna in the opposite direction, toward the Iron Rank students' food storage. When they entered, the place appeared empty. Shadows stretched between old containers and boxes, but Luna could see clearly, though there were no signs of movement. The wolf, however, insisted. Its nose worked frantically until it caught a particular scent. But suddenly, the beast recoiled, whimpering in pain. Its eyes began to water. Luna caught the scent then too, a nauseating smell that seemed to contaminate the very air. Her eyes traced the trail to an opened box. The bean preserves, she muttered while quickly closing the box, wrinkling her nose at the pungent aroma. After a few moments, when the air cleared somewhat, the wolf resumed sniffing. This time it led them to the corner where the old barrels rested, its nose moving with renewed determination. Luna carefully observed the area. Something wasn't right. Her fingers brushed the wall and found a strange texture, a flexible covering that shouldn't be there. When she pulled it away, a wave of mana energy hit her with such intensity she nearly stepped back. They didn't enter through the mines, she realized with horror. Hurried footsteps resonated above their heads, someone on the upper floor had sensed the disturbance too when she unblocked it. Moments later, 2 perception auxiliaries rushed down the stairs. Lady Luna, one of them approached quickly. The energy. Here, Luna pointed to the hidden tunnel. Someone has been digging. One of the auxiliaries immediately left to inform the director and reinforcements. The other, an Earth specialist, began examining the tunnel. I'll go in, wait here. I have to enter with you, Luna insisted. My cousins could be down there. Lady Luna, I cannot allow. I'm not asking permission, her eyes glowed dangerously. I'm going in. You can come with me or stay here. The auxiliary hesitated before nodding resignedly. At least let me check the path first. I'll take the front. They descended the tunnel carefully, the auxiliary using his beast to ensure it wouldn't collapse on them. When they reached the crack in the crystal barrier, however, they found another obstacle. I can't pass, the auxiliary admitted after several attempts. The opening was too narrow for an adult. Luna looked at the crack, then at the auxiliary. Her wolf was already merging with the shadows, ready to follow her. I can, she declared while sliding through the opening. Let the others know where I am. Before the auxiliary could protest, Luna had vanished beyond the crack. It was clear they wouldn't listen. Taro took up his guard position, his living tunnel manifesting as well. Ren adopted a defensive stance and quickly evaluated the situation. The two agents, Mako with her Earth Wolverine and Shizu with her Night Ambusher, were at a higher level than the girl he had subdued earlier. The mana flow control he'd used on her wouldn't work against opponents of his same standing, bronze rank or higher. We'll have to do this the hard way, he thought, analyzing his opponent's battle pattern. Taro, he called without taking his eyes off the agents. Maximum concentration on your defense. Use all your plates and convert earth to living mineral whenever you can. Taro was the perfect counter. The living tunnel's living crystal would be immune to the Wolverine's elemental control and couldn't be used by the Night Ambusher. The only problem was that Taro hadn't fully mastered his new abilities yet, his movements still clumsy from inexperience. I'll have to keep them busy, Ren prepared as his Hydra's scales gleamed under the dim light. But his beast's true ability wasn't its crystalline armor, that was just its manifestation. The Hydra's elemental nature was light. Yet the powerful light beam from that day, its signature ability, would be available at that level in gold rank, where its power would be devastating. But for now, it wasn't worth using like that. Energy concentrated in his hands. Where Mako had mineral earth claws, Ren manifested claws of pure light, blazing with blinding intensity. The combined buff of his beasts, 40% from the Hydra plus 20% from the mushroom, gave him a total 60% strength increase. Time to put it to the test. Mako attacked first, her Wolverine summoning more earth for her companion. Shizu moved like a shadow while seeking a weak point, her Night Ambusher's speed making her almost blur. Ren blocked the first blow with his light claws, the impact sending sparks through the air. The force of the clash surprised Mako, clearly she hadn't expected him to match her strength. Let alone exceed it. His physique, molded by Lin's training, made better use of the enhancement. Shizu attacked from the flank, or tried to, but Taro had created a living crystal barrier. Her earth spikes bounced uselessly off the crystalline surface. Taro touched Shizu's claws while Ren contained her. The earth can't destroy his defense. Mako shouted in frustration, her Wolverine growling inside her. Tell me about it, my claws are breaking. Shizu responded, her night ambushers' attacks becoming increasingly desperate. Because they're not Earth anymore. Ren grinned as his light claws cut through Shizu's claws in his next attack. It's living crystal. The night ambusher changed tactics, its speed increasing as Shizu searched for an opening. But Ren's light claws and crystalline armor denied her damage, and each blow backed by that 60% strength increase reverberated through her muscles, leaving them increasingly fatigued. Mako tried to create more earth for her companion, but Taro was transforming every chunk into living crystal before she could control it. Their perfect coordination was crumbling before a strategy that completely negated their synergy. We're not Yino spies. Ren blocked another attack while backing toward Min and the king's daughter. If you'd let us explain. Silence. Mako roared in frustration, her wolverine's fur bristling. Only the royal family knows the secrets of double beasts. Ren sighed. It seemed they would have to resolve this the hard way. The wolf's fangs sank deep into Harold's leg, but his instant transformation into centipede limbs nullified the effective damage for the moment. The modified appendage allowed him to move as if the wound didn't exist, ready to react and strike. Harold launched himself at Luna without hesitation. His antennae had detected the Shadow Wolf's characteristic mana signature, and Harold twisted to dodge the next attack, gaining distance. The metallic floor beneath him hummed as he moved. Luna had also seen something in the mana surrounding Harold since first spotting him. The abyssal mark was unmistakable to someone who had fought Yino agents before. She vividly remembered her encounter during the journey with Zhao. It hadn't happened to her that day, and it wouldn't happen today either. She wouldn't make the mistake of letting herself be attacked directly. The air distorted as she executed a jump, swapping positions with her wolf. It was a tactic she had perfected and used many times before, the shadows bending to her will. But Harold was no common agent. His extended antennae captured every mana fluctuation with supernatural precision. He could see the jump pattern forming like a three-dimensional map in his mind. Moreover, unlike the other two girls with jump beasts, Luna was limited to shadowed areas or her wolf's location. By the time Luna emerged at her new point, Harold was already there. His fist, covered in chitinous armor and powered by his beast far above Luna's rank, descended with brutal force. The impact of a silver-rank creature resonated like thunder in the chamber. But instead of flesh, it met crystal. A transparent barrier had materialized between Luna and the blow. The force of the impact shattered it, brilliant fragments flying in all directions, but it had served its purpose. Luna was unharmed. Harold narrowed his eyes. Someone else had interfered. The crystal fragments exploded in a blinding flash. Luna was also momentarily blinded, but she didn't need to see her jump location, so she attempted another leap. Something strange happened though. Instead of appearing where she'd planned, she found herself materializing beside her four guards. The first guard's bubble coral had created the sacrificial barrier. Her beast was a marine creature, formed by tiny spherical crystals, like a constellation of miniature mirrors, each fragment ready to create new defensive barriers or labyrinths of reflections. The second guard controlled her ambush firefly, which had used the coral's crystals to amplify and reflect its light attack, creating the flash that temporarily blinded Harold. The third, with her antenna Venus, had been responsible for redirecting the jump. Her plant beast, specialized in trapping and devouring crystal fairies that ventured too close, could manipulate and redirect spatial jumps in its area of influence. They had asked her just a few minutes ago to stay in a safe place, but this wasn't the time for reproaches. Lady Luna, the guard with the antenna Venus, spoke quickly, her voice urgent. We must get you to safety. Kira has her giant goat ready for your transport to the surface. It's not the fastest, admitted the bubble coral's Tamer. Mako's Wolverine would be a better option, but she's inside the seed with Shizu, the Firefly guard completed. Please, my lady, we must withdraw you while we can create a distraction. That beast is strong. Luna observed the situation as her vision returned. The guard's coordination was impeccable, the coral creating reflective surfaces, the firefly using them to blind, and the Venus manipulating space to ensure her extraction. They were specialized in recovering the mischievous daughters of the most powerful families, an extraction and distraction team. They weren't designed to fight against agents. But no, she declared firmly. I won't leave. Luna could smell her cousins, Leora and Larissa, somewhere nearby. There was no way she would abandon them. Harold didn't give them time to argue. His eyes still burned from the flash, but his antennae vibrated with increased intensity, mapping every mana fluctuation in the environment. He transformed even further, his body twisting as the abyssal beast emerged. What remained barely looked human, an anthropomorphic abomination covered in chitinous segments and antennae. He launched himself at them with a speed that contradicted his grotesque form. The bubble coral guard reacted first. Her spherical crystals multiplied in the air, creating a labyrinth of mirrors and reflections designed to confuse and disorient. But Harold kept his eyes firmly closed. To his antennae, mana fluctuations were clearer than any visual image. Reflections couldn't deceive one who navigated by pure energy waves. The ambush firefly intensified its glow, firing concentrated light rays. The luminous explosions bounced between the coral's crystals, creating a network of attacks from multiple angles. The rays barely marked Harold's chitinous carapace. His abyssal armor resisted the assault as if they were mere caresses. The antenna Venus extended its roots forward while trying to trap the monster's extremities. But the roots were too slow, unable to find purchase on his transformed body. In seconds, Harold was upon them, his antennae extended like a deadly crown. The giant goat charged from one side while Luna's wolf attacked from the other, a coordinated attempt to halt his advance. The two beasts crashed against Harold's transformed body like waves against a cliff. Taro's living tunnel remained the key to their advantage, transforming each earth attack into crystal, rendering them useless to their opponents. The Wolverine agent, Mako, frustrated by her inability to gain ground, finally summoned her beast outside her body, an imposing and furious bronze rank 2 creature. This is all ridiculous. Ren complained while dodging an attack. I can't even explore in peace without Luna and her friends chasing me all the time. Do they have a crush on me or something? His light claws blocked another blow while he continued, I only covered her eyes because I didn't want her to escape with a jump, I wanted to negotiate. She keeps my secret about going into the depths outside my rank, and I keep hers. I thought her rich family was hiding her beast to prevent kidnapping attempts like with Luna. Don't play dumb, she's not from a rich family, one of the guards shouted, her voice charged with indignation. Larissa is the king's daughter. Ren almost lost control of his light claws. Cold sweat began running down his back as the pieces clicked into place in his mind, the connection with Julius, the resemblance he had noticed but ignored. Oh no, the thought hit him like a hammer. Did I just rough up a real princess? Ren swallowed hard, remembering how roughly he had manipulated her mana flow. Was that your objective from the start? The guard pressed, her Wolverine growling menacingly. The artifact? Or perhaps you saw an opportunity to capture one of the girls? Or all three? The Wolverine began circling them while her companion continued, the king's daughter and the heiresses of two of the kingdom's 3 most important families aren't just any target, we have many ways to recover them. Did you think you could simply take them and run? No. It's not what you think. Ren shook his head frantically, his voice echoing off the metallic walls. It's a misunderstanding. The distraction cost him dearly. The Wolverine seized his moment of panic to charge with all its might, sending him flying against one of the metal walls with a resounding crash. Min and Taro exchanged a brief look before simultaneously throwing themselves to the ground, their foreheads hitting the metal with a hollow thud. We're so sorry, they shouted in unison, faces pressed against the cold floor. We had no idea. I thought they were just normal noble girls. Min whimpered, his snake coiling nervously around his arm. I believed royalty never left the castle. Taro added, his voice trembling. Larissa seized the moment to break away from Min, running toward where her guards waited. Once they had her behind them, the agent's demeanor changed completely. "Enough games," the Wolverine guard growled, her beast tensing for attack. "Time to end these filthy spies." With Taro and Min prostrate on the ground, practically defenseless, the guards saw their opportunity. The Wolverine launched itself at Taro, his armor would only protect him from fatal damage for so long. The other guard moved like a shadow toward Min, her mineral claws gleaming with lethal intent. Min didn't even have time to look up. Ren, barely recovering from the previous impact, saw the claws descending toward his friend. Something ignited inside him. His mushrooms pulsed with unprecedented intensity, feeding pure light into his crystalline defense. He leaped with all his strength to the limit. The light claws in his hand stretched, reaching greater length while barely managing to interpose between Min and the attack at the last moment. The clash was brutal. The guard's mineral claws shattered on contact with Ren's concentrated light, brilliant fragments raining onto the metallic floor. The guard retreated, her eyes wide with surprise as she stared at her destroyed weapons. Ren's gaze hardened. He had now understood it truly, part of him already knew, but now it was much clearer. For these girls, this wasn't a game or mischief. They were deadly serious and would kill without hesitation. Without a word, his hand shot out to the disarmed guard's wrist. With his enhanced strength, the grip was implacable as he spun her and slammed her against the metal floor with an impact that resonated throughout the structure. The other guard reacted instantly, her Wolverine charging forward. But Ren already knew every detail of that beast and was prepared. His mushrooms flashed with blinding light, directly into the beast's sensitive eyes. The Wolverine, 3 meters of muscle and fury, still charged blindly. Ren dropped to the ground, his light claws intensifying as the beast passed over him. With a fluid motion, he cut along the Wolverine's unprotected belly, its weak point. The beast disintegrated from the massive damage. Without losing a moment, Ren dissipated his claws and turned toward the downed guard before she could fully summon her beast again. His fist, charged with disruptive mana, connected with her stomach. He couldn't manipulate her flow delicately as he had done with Larissa, but he could cause moderate damage to deny her the capability. The beastless guard and manaless Larissa tried to attack him from behind, but their punches and kicks bounced uselessly off the Hydra's crystalline scales. "Taro!" Ren shouted while maintaining his position over the other guard. "Cover them in living mineral." Taro, finally shaking off his stupor and seeing Ren truly angry for the first time, nodded. His living tunnel responded immediately, living crystal flowing to immobilize the 3 girls before they could attempt another attack. With the 3 girls firmly wrapped in living mineral, Ren finally had the chance to explain himself. "You know what?" he began, running a hand across his face in frustration. "I just wanted to explore what I felt down here. You're the ones who came to ruin my day and—" "Don't lie, Yino spy," the guards started shouting, but Ren stepped closer and raised his voice above theirs. "Enough," his shout resonated through the metallic structure. "I'm sick of you not letting me speak. And in case you haven't noticed, you're not exactly in a position to talk. So you're going to listen." He approached Larissa, leaning until his eyes, burning with indignation, were inches from hers. The princess tensed, unaccustomed to anyone invading her personal space so boldly. "You have a mineral fairy, don't you?" Ren asked, his voice more controlled but still intense. "Then like Luna, you have the perception ability, you can sense when someone lies through mana flow too." Larissa's eyes widened in surprise. It was true, her beast could detect the fluctuations in mana that occurred when someone lied. It was an ability she shared with her cousin Luna. But how did he know? Larissa nodded tentatively. "Then use it," Ren challenged her. "See if I'm lying when I say I have nothing to do with Yino." Larissa closed her eyes for a moment, her mineral fairy partially manifesting. The mana fluctuations around Ren were clear, crystalline, he was telling the truth. "And I'm not interested in kidnapping princesses either," Ren continued. Not you, nor Luna when I see her with her blue hair spying on me sometimes. Oh, Larissa interrupted, a small smile forming on her lips. Actually, Leora is the one who always spies on you. Luna only watches you during classes. My lady, the guards protested. You shouldn't reveal. He's telling the truth, Larissa cut them off. About everything. She turned to Ren, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Why are you here then? Like I said, I wanted to explore. I felt strange energy coming from down here and... Ren shrugged, his mushrooms pulsing softly. Guess I'm curious. And you attacked the princess because, one of the guards pressed, though her tone had lost some of its hostility. I didn't attack her. Ren defended himself, throwing his hands up. I just wanted to negotiate before she jumped away after maybe confirming it was us, probably to accuse us or something. Since she was spying on us, and I thought if she kept the secret about me coming down here, I'd keep hers about her beast. I didn't know she was a princess or that she thought I was a spy. That's true too, Larissa confirmed, then frowned. But how did you know I had a mineral fairy if I was hiding my beast? Are you kidding? Ren raised an eyebrow. A jump beast, white glow in your hair and eyes, anyone who saw you jump would know. Though now that I think about it, being constantly guarded and with that beast. It was obvious you were important. Like Luna when they tried to kidnap her. Maybe I should have known earlier because you do look like July. His Highness Julius. The guards exchanged glances. Seen that way, his actions made more sense, though they remained reckless. So, Larissa smiled slightly, this was all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding we could have avoided if someone, Ren cast a significant look at the guards, had let me explain before attacking. Larissa burst into laughter, the musical sound resonating through the metallic structure. Ren took a step back, blushing at the princess's joyful expression. Her laughter was contagious, and her face lit up in a way that... A penetrating stare made him quickly avert his eyes. One of the guards was watching him as if she wanted to skewer him with her gaze. Ren cleared his throat, grateful that the situation seemed to be calming down. I like him, Larissa declared cheerfully, still laughing. My lady, the guard with the bruised stomach protested, her voice tight with pain. Don't trust so easily. It could be a trick. She winced slightly. No normal child has such strength. That hit still, everything about him is suspicious. He's telling the truth, Larissa insisted firmly. You can deceive the body, but not mana. Her eyes gleamed with determination. The essence that rules over magic always paints liars black. If it weren't for those foolish ancient rules about respect for nobles, I would do a purge with my mana sight myself, so don't underestimate my ability. But truth in his words doesn't change that he's a brute, the guard complained, tears welling in her eyes. He even hugged Yuan. Larissa visibly blushed, some memory crossing her mind. It was just self-defense, she mumbled. I saw myself how he retracted his claws at the last moment before hitting you, so he meant no harm. But I probably have internal bleeding, the guard whined dramatically. Ren scratched the back of his neck, uncomfortable. Min, he called to his friend. Could you heal her with your snake? While Min approached the injured guard, Ren turned back to Larissa. What's this about respect for nobles? Why can't you use your detection ability for this purge? Larissa let out an exasperated sigh. It's ridiculous. The mana beast lie detection method was proven just a few years ago. But since it's new, and there aren't enough trustworthy users, she skillfully made air quotes with her eyebrows since her arms were still trapped, it's not considered valid evidence in court yet. So you have to get other proof? Ren asked, genuinely interested. Exactly. And meanwhile, the government is full of traitors who know exactly how to hide physical evidence, the corrupt lot. Larissa frowned. We all know who they are, but without traditional proof, we can't do anything. Min, meanwhile, had begun treating the injured guard. The damage isn't that bad, he diagnosed. Ren was quite precise with the hit. Precise? The guard looked at him incredulously. I feel like I was charged by a rhinoceros. So who are the traitors? Ren asked, avoiding the guard's accusatory glare and genuinely curious. Larissa considered him for a moment, her eyes studying his face. Finally, she seemed to reach a decision. The Goldcrests, she answered. Not all of them, but the highest ranks of the family are involved. I see. Ren touched his chin thoughtfully. The guard tried to protest but Larissa continued, we know they're conspiring with Yino, but we must wait for my father's return to act. Or find evidence that not even they can dismiss. Okay, I understand, so. Ren tried to cut her off but Larissa didn't stop. The girl sighed heavily. The problem is that the Star Weavers are too weakened since the last horde. For some reason, the attack in their defense sector was unusually intense a year ago. Luna is practically alone now because her father has been ignoring her with the excuse of work and recovering losses. Wait, shouldn't you stop telling me these things? Ren insisted but Larissa wouldn't quiet down. The Ashenways, Leora's family, insist on maintaining their neutrality. They have their own internal problems. She grimaced. And we, the Dravenholms, aren't any better. My father's absence has caused uncertainty. Some of my siblings have started fighting among themselves and... My lady, the guard scolded. You shouldn't reveal such sensitive information. For once I agree with your guard, Ren nodded vigorously. I don't want to know so much. We don't either. Min and Taro exclaimed in unison, waving their hands in denial. Larissa giggled. It's too late for that, but I have a feeling it will be good if you know. Besides, you're in the ancestral ruins. Whether by luck, good or bad, she gave them a meaningful look, you're now owners of the artifacts. And by law, that means you'll be made nobles, so it'll be your problem too. What? Ren and Taro shouted simultaneously. Min, however, just scratched his head with a confused expression. But... I'm already noble. You'll be a new noble, Larissa explained patiently. Of your own house, not as a secondary branch of. Min processed the information for a moment before his eyes widened like saucers. Wait, what? I don't want to be noble. Taro flailed his hands frantically. I can barely remember which fork to use for each dish at my aunt's house. They can't do this to us. Ren joined the protest, his face a mask of panic. We just wanted to explore. Will I have to wear those ridiculous hats? Min looked ready to faint. Will we have to learn to dance? Taro turned pale as a ghost. The guards watched the spectacle with expressions that oscillated between exasperation and reluctant amusement. Larissa simply laughed, finding their reactions absolutely adorable. It's the law, she explained between giggles. Besides, it's not something bad. Now, the fact that the door opened for you. It was Ren, the other two protested in unison, pointing at their friend. Then Ren is the leader of this expedition, Larissa smiled. Welcome to nobility, gentlemen. When the three boys finally calmed down and accepted what they thought was their sad fate. Could you free us now? Larissa asked, though her tone was more amused than demanding. Ren remained thoughtful for a moment, studying the three girls trapped in crystal. You won't attack us again? Because if you do, I'll have to. Larissa let out a little giggle. You'll have to what? He's threatening to kill us, the injured guard muttered, still distrustful. Like the trained agent he is, surely he has no problem with. Ren remembered the moment he struck the guard and clapped a hand over his mouth, his face turning pale at imagining a more lethal scenario. Larissa laughed harder. I don't think Ren would do anything like that. In fact, I'm quite sure he's not even trained for it. It's true, Ren admitted, still looking a bit green. I'd probably throw up, but... He turned serious for a moment. But if I have to defend my friends? It won't be necessary, Larissa interrupted him, smiling. Right, girls? The guards looked sideways before reluctantly nodding, mumbling promises not to attack. Good, Ren turned to Taro. Then. Before he could finish, Larissa disappeared in a flash and reappeared free of the crystal. You already gave me permission, she smiled at Ren's surprised expression. And my circuits aren't blocked anymore. Ren scratched his head, confused. I accept the deal, Larissa continued. I won't say anything if you don't say anything. Although. She looked toward the entrance, it will be hard for this to go unnoticed when we leave. But at least I won't be the one to expose you. While Taro cautiously freed the guards, who maintained tense but non-hostile postures, Larissa turned to Ren with curiosity. But then tell me why you have two beasts. It's supposed to only be possible with the artifacts. It was my beast, Ren began to explain. How? Larissa asked, intrigued. I only know the mana potion method for. She stopped when Ren's mushroom suddenly manifested itself. Ren's light dimmed as the little one appeared like a light bulb with legs. The tiny creature, with its chubby baby face, looked toward the corridor that led deeper into the seed and, without warning, took off running in that direction. Everyone stared at the scene with dumbfounded expressions. Hey! Ren shouted, taking off after his rebellious beast. Come back here. Larissa burst into laughter before running after him. That's the cutest thing I've ever seen in my life. Min and Taro exchanged resigned looks before following them, the guards bringing up the rear with expressions mixing concern and curiosity. The metallic corridor they chased the little mushroom through gradually widened until the group emerged into a chamber that took their breath away. It was a perfect spherical room, the metal gleaming with a soft light that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. 11 pillars rose from the floor in a circular pattern, 10 surrounding a central one, each emanating a gentle pulse of energy. What is this place? Taro whispered, his voice echoing slightly in the chamber. Ren's mushroom ignored the 10 potions glowing on the outer pillars, each contained in a crystal vial that seemed to float above its pedestal. Instead, it ran directly to the central pillar, where a metallic ring floated in the air, slowly rotating. The tiny creature began jumping, its little arms extended trying to reach the ring, but its diminutive size made the task impossible. It's so tiny and adorable, Larissa commented, laughing softly at the mushroom's attempts. The mushroom stopped, its cheeks puffing up with indignation at being called tiny. With an audible humph, it disappeared back into Ren's body. Min and Taro approached the outer pillars, their eyes fixed on the glowing potions floating above them. Those are the transformation potions, Larissa explained. The ones that convert a normal tamer into a double tamer. Taro held his breath. Like the high-ranking nobles and the men of the royal family. Exactly, Larissa ran her fingers near the crystal of one of the potions, without touching it. They regenerate approximately every 33 years, though that number is only based on the time it took for them to reappear in the only other 2 seeds in our kingdom. There are only 3 seeds? Ren asked, turning his attention away from his mischievous mushroom. As far as we know, yes. Well, Yaino has another 3, just like us, Larissa explained, her expression growing more serious. In fact, we believe they altered some of their potions to create the abyssals. Min and Taro exchanged amazed looks. The possibility floated literally before them, the power to control a second beast. The ring. Larissa approached the central pedestal, her eyes gleaming with recognition. It's one of the 3 keys believed necessary to enter the kingdom's central ruins. My father has one, and the Star Weavers have another. The rings are keys? Ren asked, also approaching. They also give power to the bearer, Larissa explained. 100% increase in all statistics. She turned to Ren. As expedition leader, technically it would belong to you. My lady, one of the guards protested. You shouldn't reveal that information if he didn't even know about it. It's only fair, Larissa shrugged. Though obviously you won't be able to keep it, but I'll make sure you receive appropriate compensation. Ren was about to ask how much something like that could be worth when he felt a familiar movement in his head. The mushroom manifested again, appearing atop his hair. Before anyone could react, the tiny creature leaped toward the central pedestal. This time, instead of trying to reach the ring, it simply opened its tiny mouth, now way bigger than it seemed, and swallowed the ring in one bite. "No!" The collective scream resonated through the spherical chamber while the mushroom chewed contentedly. Ren clutched his head with both hands, the horror of what had happened hitting him. "No, no, no." "Larissa," he approached the princess, his voice trembling. "What are we going to do when they ask for the ring?" Larissa froze. Her eyes, fixed on the now empty pedestal, seemed to look beyond it, as if contemplating consequences the others couldn't yet imagine. Ren gripped her shoulders, desperation overcoming his usual caution. "Larissa," he shook her not so gently. "Say something." The guards tensed, their beasts partially manifesting, bristling at the physical contact with the princess. "Run!" Min and Taro shouted in unison, worried about their friend's reaction. They had. Larissa finally murmured, her voice barely audible. They had been preparing for years. The internal war that would be triggered by the fight for the 3 rings. She swallowed hard. The entire power balance depended on who would get them, and Ren felt cold sweat running down his back while the color drained from his face. A satisfied little voice interrupted from the pedestal. "That was delicious. The best meal I've had since waking up." The silence that followed was absolute. Everyone turned slowly toward the small mushroom wiping its mouth with an exaggeratedly satisfied gesture, Ren's group with expressions of contained fury, while Larissa and her guard seemed surprised to hear it speak for the first time. "Did it just," one of the guards began. "Talk?" the other completed, her eyes huge with surprise. "Beasts don't talk," Larissa whispered, worried but also fascinated. "It's impossible. They communicate mentally with their tamers, but articulated words, unless you." Ren pointed accusingly at his beast. "Why did you do that?" The mushroom blinked its large eyes, as if offended by the question. "I don't know," it shrugged with a carefree gesture. "Instinct called me." "Instinct?" Larissa repeated weakly. "Eating one of the kingdom's 3 most important artifacts because of instinct? Beasts shouldn't be able to talk, nor make independent decisions like this." The mushroom gave them a look that seemed to say, "Are you done?" before disappearing back into Ren's body. At that moment, thin glowing lines began spreading throughout Ren's body, as if someone had drawn an intricate network of light beneath his skin. The sensation was strange but not unpleasant, he could feel his power increasing significantly. His strength, already at 60% thanks to his beasts, now reached an astonishing 160%. And that wasn't all, numerous other improvements flowed through his system, each of his characteristics now had an extra 100%. Larissa observed the phenomenon intently, something like realization forming in her eyes. The guards, for their part, seemed divided between concern for the lost ring and fascination with this series of impossibilities unfolding before them. "A beast that talks," murmured one. "That eats ancestral artifacts," added the other. "And seems to process them for its tamer somehow," Larissa completed, studying the glowing lines. After a long moment, the princess sighed deeply. "I suppose there's nothing we can do for now. We should take the potions and leave. People outside must be worried." Ren nodded, thinking about the other 4 guards who had been about to enter earlier and that strange sensation he had felt on top. "You're right," he agreed, though he didn't seem very enthusiastic about the prospect of more confrontations like the one they just had. "Everyone take a potion for yourselves then," he suggested. Larissa thanked him with a bow. Since her group having attacked and lost the battle, it would be normal for them to get nothing, while Min and Taro practically bounced with excitement. Min and Taro approached the pedestals with a mixture of nervousness and excitement. They took their potions with trembling hands and, after exchanging glances, they drank their potions with exaggerated gestures, as if expecting to transform instantly into all-powerful beings. When nothing happened, their disappointed expressions made Larissa laugh. "It takes a while to take effect," she explained between giggles. "And it doesn't feel as dramatic as you expect from what I saw with my brothers. It just makes you shine a little." As if responding to her words, both glowed briefly. "Done," Larissa smiled. "Now you can choose a new egg to make your second contract." When Ren approached to take a potion, the glowing lines in his body instantly analyzed it. The information flowed into his mind. This version was useless for him, as he already possessed a more powerful variant of the medicine, so he decided to save the 5 remaining potions. "You're not taking one?" Ren asked, noticing that Larissa and her guards hadn't opened the potions. "Oh, no," she shook her head, but her gesture was somewhat sad. "I'm not a man. The potions are saved for the men of the royal family because they're stronger and more suited for war, so tradition." "That makes no sense," Ren frowned as he saw in the manner that she didn't believe what she was saying was all true or just. "You're here with the expedition, aren't you? The potion should be yours if you want it. Don't worry about those foolish traditions. Larissa seemed to consider his words for a moment, but began shaking her head. "It's not that simple. Protocol dictates that, also I'd get in trouble and—" Ren stepped closer, his expression turning serious. "Drink it. There are reasons why." Larissa looked away, searching for an excuse. In a quick movement that surprised everyone, Ren grabbed Larissa's potion, uncorked it, and before anyone could react, pressed it against the princess's lips. "My lady," the guards advanced alarmed, their beasts manifesting. "Don't interfere." Ren shouted, his voice firm, his expression showing discomfort at forcing the situation, but his eyes had a gleam of mad satisfaction. "Those traditions don't seem fair to me at all." Larissa had no choice but to drink. When she finished, she wiped her lips and looked at Ren with a mixture of indignation and curiosity. "Why did you do that?" "Because I wanted to help you stop lying to yourself and—" "Liar." Ren looked to the side, scratching his neck nervously. "Well, I'm in trouble because my mushroom ate something important, so now you can be in trouble with me and keep my secret." The guards exchanged a look before quickly passing their potions to Larissa. The headache persisted after Lu's sonic attack, but Harold ignored it through sheer willpower as his transformed body moved with supernatural speed. The metallic floor beneath his feet hummed with energy as he darted between his opponents. His 2 beasts gave him an overwhelming advantage against the lower-ranked guards, who were clearly trained for support roles rather than direct combat. Even against 5 opponents, the battle remained evenly matched, though only through his monstrous power. Luna's wolf and the giant goat charged in a coordinated pincer attack, their movements perfectly synchronized. Harold spun, his chitinous segments gleaming in the strange light while his antennae captured every movement. His transformed arm struck the wolf, sending it crashing against a wall while he dodged the goat's charge. The beasts rose more slowly than before, accumulated damage beginning to show in their labored movements and dulled reactions. "Containment," one of the guards shouted, her voice echoing off the curved crystal walls. The antenna Venus extended more of its roots, creating a network of vines attempting to limit Harold's movement space. Simultaneously, the bubble coral generated strategically positioned crystalline barriers, forming an improvised labyrinth. "They're trying to buy time," Harold analyzed while his antennae mapped each obstacle with inhuman precision. "But their vanguard is trapped in the ruins." The ambush firefly took advantage of the coral's reflective surfaces to multiply its light attacks. The rays bounced between barriers, creating a network of luminous energy that would have been lethal to a normal opponent, each beam ricocheting through the improvised arena. But Harold was far from normal. His chitinous armor, hardened by abyssal energy, barely showed surface marks where the rays impacted, the attacks dissipating harmlessly against his supernatural defense. The wolf attempted another attack, emerging from a shadow to bite his leg. Harold kicked it with brutal force, his antennae already detecting the goat trying to capitalize on the distraction. He spun using the momentum from striking the wolf and connected a punch to the transport beast's side. "We can't contain him," the coral guard shouted while creating more barriers, her voice tight with strain. The Venus's roots extended more aggressively, trying to create zones where Harold couldn't move freely. But his chitinous claws cut through the vegetation like paper, green fragments flying in the air around him. The firefly increased the intensity of its attacks, making the crystal barriers practically sing with bouncing energy. It was a beautiful and lethal spectacle, light fragmenting and multiplying through the crystalline maze, but still insufficient against Harold's supernatural defense. Luna directed her wolf trying to capitalize on every opening her guards created, but each successful attack barely scratched the surface of Harold's armor. And with each exchange, their beasts showed more signs of exhaustion, their movements becoming slower and less coordinated. If this were about escaping, the antenna Venus guard thought while Harold destroyed another barrier, we'd be far away by now. But she couldn't abandon her companions trapped in the seed nor her protection mission. While the guards couldn't defeat him, Harold also couldn't simply ignore them and continue his way. A moment of carelessness against 5 opponents, however individually weak, could be fatal. The wolf emerged from another shadow, this time targeting his neck. Harold caught it mid-air with one hand, but had to release his grip when the goat rammed his side. The Venus's roots took advantage to entangle his legs while the firefly concentrated its attacks on his eyes. Harold broke free with a burst of strength, but the pattern repeated itself. For every offensive movement he made, the guards responded with a combination of defensive tactics and opportunistic counterattacks. It was an exhausting stalemate, where the only real difference was that the guard's beasts gradually tired while he maintained his monstrous power practically intact. Luna watched as her wolf retreated from another failed exchange, its fangs having barely scratched Harold's carapace. It was frustrating, her bites were effective when they connected, but getting close enough was increasingly dangerous as damage accumulated in her wolf. "Your light attacks," she called to the firefly guard. "If they were more powerful." "I know," the guard responded while her bronze rank 1 beast continued firing rays that bounced uselessly off Harold's armor, sweat beading on her brow. "But his defense is too strong." Luna observed how the light rays reflected off the crystal barriers, and an idea began forming in her mind. "Let's use light and shadow synergy," she shouted while her wolf merged with darkness. "If we combine our energies." The guard caught the idea but seemed reluctant. "It's a difficult attack to set up, the preparation is slow and with that monster's speed." "Let's try it." Luna began extending shadows behind Harold, creating a zone of denser darkness. "If I can trap him, hit him with everything." Harold, however, had been sensing the mana. His antennae vibrated, capturing the increase in shadow energy behind him. When Luna tried to manipulate the darkness to trap him, he simply leaped forward, his chitinous claws destroying another crystal barrier. The impact sent crystalline fragments scattering across the metal floor. The firefly's concentrated ray passed harmlessly through the space where Harold should have been. "Damn it!" Luna gritted her teeth. "He's too fast." But the giant goat guard had been observing the exchange. Her eyes followed Harold's movements, calculating each dodge and counter. Again, she shouted while her beast positioned itself. But this time, she quickly shared her plan with Luna and the firefly guard, their eyes lighting with understanding. Luna began expanding the shadows again, this time creating multiple smaller dark zones. Harold responded as they expected, his antennae extended while analyzing each shadow area for the real trap. The firefly began charging its most powerful attack, luminous energy accumulating as it bounced between crystal barriers, amplifying with each reflection until the air itself seemed to hum with power. Harold saw the pattern coming and dodged, or so he thought. When Luna tried to trap him with the shadows, he jumped again. Directly toward the goat that had been silently moving into position. The impact was brutal. The goat connected with all its strength, driving Harold toward the densest shadow zone. For an instant, his perfect balance shattered. Now, Luna shouted while her wolf emerged from the shadows, its fangs finding purchase on Harold's leg, holding him in position for one crucial fraction of a second. The firefly's ray, charged to maximum power and amplified by dozens of reflections in the crystal barriers, struck Harold directly. The light energy blazed with extra blinding intensity as it impacted Harold's shadow-shrouded form, creating a reaction that not even his chitinous armor could fully resist. A crack echoed through the chamber as the carapace finally broke, revealing the vulnerable flesh beneath. Harold roared, the first sound of intense pain he hadn't been able to contain, the first he'd emitted since the battle began. The sound reverberated off the ancient walls, primal and filled with fury. "We did it," the Firefly guard exclaimed, though her beast panted from the effort of expelling such power. But Luna didn't celebrate. She knew a wounded enemy was even more dangerous. The broken carapace and pain unleashed something in Harold. Unbridled rage. His muscles expanded while forcing his transformation beyond safe limits, his form becoming even more monstrous. Flesh and chitin merged and twisted, creating an aberration that barely resembled anything natural. He launched himself at the giant goat with brutal speed. Luna's wolf, still biting the leg, emerged from the shadows as it was yanked by the massive increase in strength, its fangs sinking deeper from the effort, but Harold endured the pain through gritted teeth and raised his leg. With a savage strike, he sent the wolf flying against the crystal wall. A powerful leap made him break through a new crystal barrier and reach the goat. The goat tried to retreat, but it was too late. Harold's venomous jaws, a modification of his abyssal centipede, closed around the beast's neck. The abundant flow of venom coursed through its body and acted almost instantly. The giant goat vanished in an explosion of light, forced to return inside its tamer. "No!" Luna cried while her wolf rose unsteadily. Without the goat to maintain the power balance, the battle began tilting rapidly. The coral's barriers could no longer contain Harold's frenzied advance as he shattered crystal with blows empowered by his now excessive transformation's enormous body. The antenna Venus tried creating a root cage, but Harold burned them with acid secretion from his centipede. The Firefly fired rays continuously, seeking the damaged zone in his carapace, but without the previous surprise and synergy, it couldn't inflict enough damage. The wolf returned to the shadows to attempt a new attack, but Luna was hesitant as she knew one more hit would eliminate it. The coral guard retreated, trying to maintain distance while creating more barriers, but Harold simply charged through them. He reached in seconds and a single blow sent her flying and crashing against the crystal barrier. The two hits knocked her unconscious. The antenna Venus created one last desperate defense, forcing her skill to its maximum, her roots intertwining to trap Harold who was already upon them. For a moment it seemed to work, the vines wrapping around Harold, limiting his movements. 3 more seconds would be useful for the Firefly to charge a final attack aimed at the armor breach. But then he released a wave of acid again, melting the vegetation and reaching the guard behind. She screamed when the acid touched her skin, distracting her long enough for Harold to reach her and silence her with a precise blow that sent her flying too. The goat guard, though beastless, launched herself at Harold with a hidden dagger. It was brave but futile. Harold's armor broke the dagger effortlessly and slammed the girl against the ground with brutal force. The Firefly guard retreated, almost ready to launch another concentrated attack. Luna saw the danger. "Watch out," she shouted, her wolf launching from the shadows to intercept. But it was too late. Harold's mole attacked from behind the guard, its claws cutting deeply across her back. The scream of pain distracted Luna, who turned to look at the girl for one crucial second. Harold seized that moment of distraction. His claws found the wolf mid-jump, and with a brutal motion, slammed it into Luna. Both fell, the wolf vanishing from damage while Luna struggled to maintain consciousness and tried to rise. With one last tremendous effort and a scream, Luna stood and used her enhanced speed, forcing her injured wolf to manifest just its claws in her hand. A swift strike at the armor breach. That never landed. Harold caught Luna's wrist. "Game over, bitch," he said laughing, then pulled and knocked her out. Luna, the strongest first year, fell. He stood over two of the fallen guards, his body covered in wounds but his eyes blazing with murderous fury. He lifted them by the neck, ready to enjoy finishing them slowly. "Harold," a voice called from the side. The other spy emerged partially from his hiding place. "There's too much activity outside. We need to hurry." Harold's damaged antennae vibrated with effort. Despite the pain, he could sense the presences approaching the cracks. Indeed. He had to hurry to obtain the artifacts before they excavated the entire crystal surface of the seed and found the lower cracks through which he planned to escape. With a growl of frustration, he released the guards. Harold tried to retract his transformation, but something was wrong. An involuntary roar escaped his throat while his body began to contort. The modified beast resisted returning, as if the taste of battle had awakened something primitive and hungry. Harold, the other spy, watched with growing concern as his companion struggled against his own form. The chitinous segments twisted, antennae vibrating erratically. For several tense moments, it seemed Harold would lose control completely. But finally, with a supreme effort of will, he managed to dominate the beast. Almost. His face still showed marked chitinous patterns, like living scars that refused to disappear. His injured leg and other areas where he'd received damage remained partially transformed, flesh and carapace mixing grotesquely. But at least he had regained control. He grabbed Luna by the hair and began dragging her toward where they kept Leora wrapped. "There are many beasts in the school that can create coverings," the spy commented worriedly as Harold dragged the poor girl and caught his breath. "I can stay at the academy, keep my eyes open and continue reporting." Harold looked at him as if he'd lost his mind. "They'll interrogate you after this even if you pretend I kidnapped you." "I know, it's a big risk. That's why I need you to rough me up a bit," the spy smiled weakly, though his eyes betrayed his nervousness. "Make the situation more believable." "As you wish," Harold shrugged, but when he raised his fist, the patterns on his face intensified, darkening like spilled ink. The rage he had been containing bubbled back to the surface, a primal fury he couldn't fully suppress. The blow was brutal, too brutal. The spy collapsed, barely conscious, blood flowing from his shattered nose and split lip. His head bounced off the metal floor with a sickening thud. "Sorry," Harold muttered, his claws retracting slowly as worry at his own lack of control settled in. I overdid it." On the metal bridge where they kept the other hostages, Harold observed the unconscious bodies of Lou and Leora. His claws grew involuntarily at seeing Lou, the headache from the sonic attack still present and returning with a vengeance, demanding retribution. For a moment he considered finishing what he'd started, his transformed hand flexing with murderous intent, but his damaged antennae captured even more movement now both above and in the tunnel that Ren's group had created. There was no time for indulgences. "The emblem," he ordered his mole. The beast regurgitated a small crystal carved with the symbol of the Venmonts, one of Yino's most prominent houses. Harold took it carefully. It was more than a simple key, it was evidence of the trust his kingdom placed in him. When he placed the emblem on the ancient door, it reacted immediately. Mechanisms hidden for centuries came to life, responding to House Venmont's call. The ancient door opened with a metallic sound that echoed through the spherical structure. Harold took a step toward the tunnel but stopped when he heard a groan behind him. The other spy was staggering, the blow had done more damage than planned. Blood still flowed freely from his nose, and his eyes couldn't quite focus. "Stay," Harold ordered, his antennae vibrating while analyzing the path ahead. "There are only 6 students with normal beasts in there. My antennae are injured but I can sense that 2 of them lost their mana signature. But, how did they open? If they got in they could be." The spy leaned against the wall, still dizzy from the impact. "I don't know," Harold frowned, the chitinous patterns on his face undulating with his expression. "But I don't think they're from Yino, nor do I think they're strong from what I saw and felt when they were trying to escape those weak guards. Probably the 2 extinguished presences are 2 of those fools," the princess's guards probably already took care of them and left one alive for questioning. A cruel smile formed on his lips while dragging Luna closer. Just one princess left with 2 low-level guards and a hostage. If I let myself go a little more. He stopped, an idea forming in his mind distorted by the transformation. You don't need to follow me. They probably fought among themselves, wore out the guards and the princess. But if she uses the ring? His grip on Luna's hair tightened, causing the unconscious girl to moan softly. I'll use this bitch to make the princess lose focus, it'll surely be her with her iron rank beast who demands to carry the ring. Maybe she won't give me much trouble or be able to escape with her jumps if she's worried about her friend. The spy watched with growing concern as Harold's features became more bestial while imagining the scene, the transformation spreading further across his face. The face she'll make when she sees. Harold laughed, a sound that was more insect than human. The chitinous segments on his face expanded, his transformation advancing as he entered the tunnel. Are you sure that? The spy began trying to stand, but Harold was no longer listening. Too easy, he thought while advancing, dragging Luna. A frightened iron rank princess, 2 tired guards. His antennae vibrated with anticipation, ignoring the warning signals trying to pierce through his mind intoxicated by power. All he could think about was the reward he would receive for delivering not 1, not 2, but 3 prisoners of such value. The tunnel curved ahead, and Harold could sense presences. A predatory smile formed on his deformed face as he prepared for his triumphant entrance. Ren couldn't stop thinking about Larissa's words. Could he really kill someone? His hand trembled remembering the fury he had felt when the guard threatened Min, how for a moment he had been willing to. The memory of that rage frightened him almost as much as the situation itself. Larissa interrupted his thoughts with a whimper, holding the 2 potions her traitorous guards had given her. It's not fair. Why do I have to be the only one in trouble? She murmured sadly but with a small air of happiness. She looked at them with accusing eyes while they avoided her gaze. Min and Taro scratched their heads, pretending sudden interest in the metallic walls that surrounded them. The moment of levity shattered when they felt it, a wave of power emerging from outside the seed. A door had opened, but the mana emanating from one of the tunnels. Abyssal? Larissa whispered, her mineral fairy detecting the corruption in the energy, its wings trembling at the tainted power. Everyone tensed. The guards, despite their exhaustion, immediately positioned themselves in front of Larissa, their beasts barely beginning to regenerate. Don't be foolish. Larissa tried to push them aside. You barely have mana. Your beasts haven't even fully reformed. Our duty is to protect you, they responded firmly, though their stances betrayed their mana fatigue. Ren stepped forward, his Hydra armor manifesting in brilliant crystalline scales with glowing veins now even more imposing due to the ring's addition. Stay back. I'll handle this. But you. Larissa began, evident concern in her voice. Ren hesitated for a moment. Could he really kill someone even if they were an abyssal? The idea turned his stomach and sent chills down his spine, but, he clenched his teeth and fists. This wasn't the time for doubts. His carapace began to shine with increasing intensity, his mushroom's light veins feeding the Hydra's light power. The figure that emerged from the tunnel was monstrous, a hybrid of human and insect that dragged someone. Ren's eyes fixed on Luna, unconscious and bleeding, her hair being used cruelly as a leash by that abomination. Something changed inside him. Luna. Larissa's scream seemed distant as fury flooded through Ren. The internal light of his mushroom still traveling through his body in numerous small veins exploded, feeding a power he shouldn't be able to use yet. The consumed ring's enhancement resonated with his rage, amplifying the luminous energy to impossible levels. The Hydra's light beam manifested in all its destructive glory. Harold barely had time to register the strange situation as he was blinded by an intense radiance. His injured antennae caught the danger too late, he had been so sure of his victory that he hadn't noticed the sudden accumulation of power. Luna awakened at that moment feeling the intense light. With the last remnant of her mana, she created a shadow behind Harold and clutched his leg, anchoring him in place for another small instant. The beam pierced through Harold like a miniature sun, its purifying light tearing through the abyssal corruption like divine judgment made manifest. In his final moments, Harold saw his life flash before his eyes. The orphanage in Yino, cold and desolate, where shadows seemed longer and darkness deeper than anywhere else. The day the Venmonts adopted him, the first time he felt hope bloom in his chest like a fragile flower. Years of brutal training, painful modifications, all to please a father who never. The thought remained unfinished when the beam of light finished consuming his torso. What remained was barely recognizable as human, the lower half of a charred body, part monster, part man, smoking on the metallic floor. The acrid smell of a burned body filled the air. Luna. Larissa ran to her cousin, who lay there after anchoring Harold with her last shadow and physical effort. Her normally perfect composure shattered by genuine fear for her family. Min followed immediately, his snake manifesting to begin the healing process, its scales gleaming with restorative energy. Taro and the guards also approached, forming a protective circle around the girls, their bodies tense despite their exhaustion. But Ren collapsed to his knees, his eyes fixed on what remained of Harold. His hands trembled uncontrollably while the glowing lines across his body began to fade from the massive energy expenditure of his powerful attack. His voice was barely a whisper. The Hydra armor retracted and his mushrooms appeared in his hair, pulsing softly as if trying to console him but reflecting a dimmer, sadder light. Their usual cheerful glow muted by their tamer's emotional turmoil. She's alive, Min's voice cut through the fog in his mind. Luna will be fine. Larissa held Luna's hand while Min worked, but her eyes were fixed on Ren. She had heard about this before, her brother had told her that something could be seen in warriors' eyes and mana after their first real kill. There you could see someone's true yin or yang nature. When Min finished healing Luna, Larissa approached Ren. You saved her life, she said softly, her voice gentle with understanding. Maybe all of ours. Ren nodded mechanically, but his eyes remained on the charred remains. How old had the transformed Tamer been? Had he had a family like Ren's? Would his mother and father miss him? It was him or us, one of the guards added, her voice kinder than it had been before. The hostility from earlier completely gone, replaced by something like sympathy. You had no choice. You're right, there was no choice, Ren murmured, remembering how fury had consumed him upon seeing Luna injured. But had there really been no other option? Or had he simply let rage decide for him? Was he still able to become a good man, like his mother and father had asked him to be? Thank you, Larissa smiled weakly. For not hesitating. Ren felt tears beginning to form. He hadn't hesitated, no. And that was what frightened him the most. But Min called them, momentarily distracting Ren from his dark thoughts. Luna opened her eyes slowly, her vision focusing on the worried faces surrounding her. The other guards. She mumbled, trying to sit up. They're badly hurt. They need help, quickly. Larissa helped her up while Min considered the injured guards with concern. His snake had already expended much energy healing Luna, its scales dulled from the effort. I don't know if I have enough mana left, Min admitted, biting his lip. Ren, who had been staring into space, seemed to wake at this. His eyes lit up, here was something good he could do, something that might slightly reduce his guilt. Min, he quickly approached his friend. I can help. Yes, but my snake's mana is different from your beast's, and I know exactly how it works, Ren continued, his mushrooms pulsing as he concentrated. I know the pattern of each type of mana. I can transfer some of mine to you. Is that possible? Taro asked, momentarily forgetting the situation out of pure curiosity. It's very difficult, one of the guards commented. The mana of different beasts isn't usually compatible. But Ren knows the patterns, Min smiled, beginning to understand. Like when he helped us with our cultivation. Ren nodded, placing a hand on Min's shoulder. His glowing lines, relic of the consumed ring, began to pulse with a specific rhythm. It's like directing a river into a lake, he explained as his mana flowed into Min. Min's snake began to glow with renewed energy, its scales brightening with borrowed power. It's working. Min exclaimed excitedly. Larissa observed how Ren concentrated on the task, noting how his hands no longer trembled. The group advanced down the corridor Harold had used, their footsteps echoing on the ancient metal. When they reached the exit, they didn't have to search long before finding 3 bundles wrapped in some kind of organic material. When they opened one of the coverings, Leora. Larissa rushed forward upon recognizing her cousin's face. Luna also seemed surprised but pretended not to care too much when Larissa announced she was merely unconscious. They assumed all 3 were Harold's hostages, as like Luna, he surely intended to take Leora to Yino as well. Taro summoned his living tunnel, which carefully lifted the 3 unconscious but breathing hostages. I'll carry them, he offered. We need to find the guards quickly. Luna tried to move faster but stumbled. I'll heal them, I promise, Min decided, his snake still glowing with the energy Ren had transferred. They could be. No one completed the sentence. They couldn't sense the mana signatures since the guards were knocked out. They climbed toward the seed's upper section, supporting themselves on the metal bridges. The silence was oppressive as they searched. Here, one of Larissa's guards shouted. The first fallen guard lay near fragments of coral crystal, her breathing barely visible. Min knelt immediately, his snake beginning to work. Over there, Ren pointed, his mushrooms pulsing as they detected signs of life. There's another. They found the second guard surrounded by withered roots, her skin showing acid burns. Min's snake hissed with concern, the wounds were deep. Come on, Min murmured as he worked. Come on. Color slowly began returning to the guards' faces. Another. Luna pointed to a corner where the firefly guard lay motionless, a deep wound in her back. Min moved as quickly as he could, but his hands trembled from the effort. He had healed too many serious injuries today. But one was still missing. Larissa found the goat guard, her ears bleeding slightly. Min's remaining mana didn't seem sufficient, the light faded. The girl began to convulse. One more time, Ren put his hand on Min's shoulder, his last mana reserves flowing into the snake. Gradually, the girl began to calm. The glowing lines on Ren's body started flickering while more and more presences accumulated outside the cracks. He could sense dozens of perception beasts probing the area. There are many. He mumbled, his vision beginning to blur. He had spent too much mana, the light beam, repeatedly transferring energy to Min. Taro barely managed to catch him when his legs finally gave out. The mushrooms in his hair gave one last weak pulse before vanishing. Run. Min approached worriedly, but his snake was also exhausted after so many healings. Taro's living tunnel added Ren to its load of wrapped bundles. The guards began waking one by one, disoriented but alive. The last to open her eyes was the firefly guard. The princess, she whispered. Safe, Larissa knelt beside her to show she was all right. We're all safe. Should we dig another exit? Taro asked, looking nervously toward the cracks where they could sense the growing concentration of people outside. Maybe we could. Luna began, but stopped. No, it's useless. There's no point in hiding anymore, Larissa nodded. Everyone will know who was involved by now. The group headed toward the tunnel Ren and Taro had originally created. It was the widest path, and at this point, trying to sneak away would only make them appear more suspicious. When they approached the crack, however, they froze in their tracks. There, looking directly at them with an unreadable expression, was Julius's face. I believe, said the prince after a long moment, that you have much to explain. A little before the fight's resolution. Director Ignatius paced back and forth, worry growing with each passing minute. The girls still hadn't returned with news, and their presences continued to be detected far from the planned interception point. Why are they taking so long, he thought while his phoenix stirred beneath his skin, responding to his unease. The beast's agitation only heightened his own anxiety. That's when he felt it, a disturbance in the mana with the unmistakable mark of abyssal corruption. His muscles tensed instantly, but something was different this time. At least it's not as powerful as the last intruder, he muttered, remembering the gold rank agent's intrusion. Maybe I should go, if the rank is low the terrain maybe can't. His thoughts were interrupted when an auxiliary arrived running. Director, the man panted, clearly having sprinted with all his might. We found a tunnel in the iron rank students' food storage. Ignatius internally cursed himself for the poor surveillance at that point. The place had seemed so unimportant that. He shook his head, this was no time for self-recrimination. No time for regrets, he told himself. Did anyone follow the tunnel already? Yes, sir, the auxiliary nodded. But. As if responding to his words, another auxiliary appeared just after a little while, his face grim. The crack in the mana crystal wall at the tunnel's end is too small, he reported. We can't pass through. And. He hesitated a moment, Lady Luna entered before I could stop her. The director froze. The crystal structure they'd mentioned, it was the kingdom's last seed. Calculations based on the crystal's thickness and the pattern of the previous ones indicated it shouldn't open for at least 10 more years. Why now? He murmured. What changed? The auxiliaries exchanged worried looks while the director considered his options. The abyssal presence wasn't as strong as last time, but if they were trying to get the ring and the potions. I'm going down, he finally decided. Organize a massive excavation with all Earth element professors and auxiliaries. I want all entrances blocked. All of them, sir. There are more than. All of them, Ignatius began moving. If we can't enter through the crack, at least we won't let anyone escape. And if there are intruders in there. His eyes gleamed dangerously. They won't get out alive. The auxiliaries dispersed quickly, transmitting orders. Within minutes, the sound of digger beasts began resonating throughout the academy. Students were evacuated while Tamer specialized in earth and rock began their work. Luna is in there, thought the director. And the new students. Julius will kill me if anything happens to his. He could only hope that, whatever was happening inside the seed, the girls could handle it until reinforcements arrived. The director was organizing the excavation squad when another auxiliary came running. Director. We found another tunnel entrance that goes to the mana barrier. It's wider and, strange. Strange how, the director turned, his attention captured. It's a tunnel coated in living crystal, the auxiliary explained, gesturing animatedly. But it's far above the mana range where these beasts should appear. Wei, who had been beside the director, opened his eyes in surprise. The mushroom boy, he muttered, drawing everyone's attention. It has to be him. The student who won the bet against you, the director frowned. Yes, Wei clenched his fists. He's been acting suspicious from the start. Let me go down with you, director. The director considered the suggestion for a moment before reluctantly nodding. If the student was involved. A deafening screech interrupted his thoughts. It wasn't a common cry, the sound resonated with pure power, making every beast in the area shudder. The very air seemed to vibrate with its intensity. Looking up, they saw a massive figure descending upon them. A golden giant eagle, its plumage shining with the intensity of a gold rank 2 beast, approached with imposing majesty. Its wingspan cast shadows across the academy grounds. 3 figures jumped from its back before it touched earth. Zhao, Julius. The director recognized the professor and the prince. And Victor. Victor, one of Julius's older brothers and owner of the giant eagle, nodded gravely. His beast perched behind him, its golden eyes scanning the area with predatory intelligence. This time we'll join the hunt from the beginning, Julius declared, his voice leaving no room for arguments. No more waiting for slow reports. The director noticed the tension in his posture. Of course, his protégés were down there. They say the tunnel is this way, Wei pointed, eager to begin. Victor placed a hand on his brother's shoulder. We'll find them. The group headed toward the mines. This time, thought the director, they wouldn't let anyone escape. Larissa froze upon seeing Julius's face in the crack. Her mind, which moments ago had been planning how to explain the entire disaster, went completely blank. The situation worsened when a hand appeared and pushed Julius's head aside. Victor's face peered through the crack, his eyes widening in surprise at finding his little sister inside such important ruins. Larissa, Victor's voice sounded strangely calm, which only made her more nervous. Get out of there. Now. Larissa looked around, everyone who wasn't knocked out averted their gaze. Would she have to explain everything alone? Harold's partially destroyed body, the injured guards, unconscious Ren, the packages, carried by Taro's living tunnel and the artifacts that. Am I going to get scolded? She asked in a small voice, like when she was younger and got caught asking the kitchen maids for sweets. Julius appeared again in the crack, pushing Victor. No, we're not going to. Liar. Larissa interrupted, pointing at him accusingly. This time is different, Julius tried to sound convincing. We just want to. Mana doesn't lie. Larissa crossed her arms. Victor couldn't contain a chuckle, which earned him an elbow from Julius. Larissa, Julius tried again, his voice mixing authority and pleading. There was a Yino spy in there, right? I can't sense their presence anymore. Could you come out and explain everything that happened? Promise you won't punish me. Larissa pointed with a trembling finger. I can't promise anything without knowing what. You have to promise. Victor pushed Julius aside again. Listen, little demon, his tone was more amused than severe. If you come out now, I promise not to let Julius punish you too much. Too much. Larissa narrowed her eyes. Define too much. After Julius and Victor convinced Larissa and the other kids to come out, the academy guards acted swiftly. The children, both conscious and unconscious, were directly transported to a secure room in the academy's most protected area. The term secure was a polite euphemism for what it really was, an interrogation chamber adapted for minors, though decorated with soft furnishings and warm colors to mask its true purpose. Do we really need this many guards here? Julius observed the security deployment around the secure room with disgust. They're just children. Children who defeated a Yino-transformed spy. Victor leaned against the wall, his eyes fixed on the closed door. One with an abyssal beast. Defeated? Julius let out a dry laugh. Someone or something tore him apart. But he was only silver rank 1, this is excessive. The initial priority had been investigating the seed. With adults unable to enter through the cracks due to their size, they sent small beasts specialized in reconnaissance. The creatures worked efficiently, transmitting vital information back to their tamers. The director approached with a preliminary report. Sir, he addressed Victor, the reconnaissance beasts confirm Princess Larissa's story. The body, what remains of it, shows clear signs of abyssal corruption. The transformation fused with his flesh permanently. Like the last one, Julius murmured. No, the director shook his head. This one was different. Weaker, yes, but, the fusion was deeper. As if it had almost completely lost control. Victor straightened, suddenly more interested. As if the beast was transforming into the tamer. The silence that followed was heavy. Julius closed his eyes, his expression darkening. What they found confirmed Larissa's first rushed words. Harold's partially charred body lay where someone or something had defeated him, the remains of his abyssal transformation still visible in the carbonized flesh. The Goldcrest's traitors, Victor spat the name like poison. And Yino experimenting on children. Now we have proof, Julius smiled humorlessly. The body, the papers showing they forced a spy into the academy, Larissa's testimony. Larissa's preliminary testimony, though carefully edited to protect Ren, provided the necessary context. Harold had been a Yino agent, infiltrated into the academy thanks to the Goldcrests. The evidence was undeniable. For the first time in years, they had tangible proof against one of the kingdom's three most powerful families. Victor struck the wall with such force that the stone cracked. Enough, his voice was pure ice. This ends now. No, brother. You know that we need more than this, Julius tried to reason. The Goldcrests have too much influence and power. Besides, even with absolute proof. As long as father doesn't return, we fighting them alone would just end up creating the perfect situation for Yino's invasion. And too many questions remained unanswered. In the secure room, surrounded by guards with beasts specialized in perception, the children slept unaware of the chaos they had unleashed. The Mushroom Boy also slept deeply, not knowing that his actions to explore and save Luna had changed the kingdom's balance of power. Although the room seemed comfortable, with soft beds and pleasant decoration, the truth was evident in the guards' watchful eyes. No one would leave until every question was answered. The children had been separated into two rooms, one for the girls and another for the boys. In the girls' room. It's about time you tell us the truth, little demon. What happened to the ring? Julius kept his voice soft while observing Larissa. This was the most important situation of all and had priority, but they had searched their bodies and no one had it. The princess, seated with her cousins and guards in the elegantly decorated room, smiled with feigned innocence. It disappeared. Larissa. It's true, she protested. I literally saw it disappear. One moment it was there and the next. She made a vague gesture with her hands. Who defeated the spy? Victor tried another angle. An elemental light attack, Larissa responded without hesitation. The light beam pierced through him. And where did this powerful light come from? Only you or Lucy can use that element among those present and you're not at that level. The beam came from inside the seed, of course, Larissa blinked with a confused expression. Where else could it come from? Luna coughed to hide a smile. Her cousin was in her element, telling incomplete truths with the innocence of someone who never breaks a plate. Even Luna didn't know exactly where the attack had come from, she had only seen the flash and acted on instinct. Leora had been knocked out so also knew nothing. Julius and Victor exchanged frustrated looks. Each of Larissa's answers was technically true, but they felt she was still hiding something important. How many potions exactly remain? Julius tried to be specific. 7, Larissa responded cheerfully and without hesitation. Her mineral fairy glowed slightly, while her brothers detected that she wasn't lying. 2 belong to me by right and 5 are Ren's groups. Why does the boy have more? Can you explain the discovery situation? Victor arched an eyebrow. Of course. There were 2 groups who entered, mine and Ren's. Ren entered first so he had priority, but he gifted us 2, the potions, like any artifact, belong to the Yano citizen who finds them first. And the other 3? Julius leaned forward. Oh, Ren's group used them immediately, Larissa waved her hand dismissively. Well, 2 of them and Ren. Luna observed her cousin with interest. It wasn't exactly a lie, but... Did the Mushroom Boy not take one? Victor straightened, suddenly more attentive. Yes. He took it from the pedestal. Larissa nodded while playing with her dress. The potions belong to them, so they'll be made nobles and can use them as they want, right? But the 2 you have. Julius began. Are mine to distribute, Larissa interrupted firmly. 2 belong to me even if by tradition I'm not allowed to use them directly, but as the princess I am. I'll ensure they're used appropriately and justly, also the other 5 are Ren's groups. Appropriately and justly. Victor crossed his arms. They always are for the men of the royal family, of course, Larissa smiled innocently. It's tradition that whoever finds them distributes them to the men of the family, isn't it? Like the ones father keeps in the castle and hasn't distributed yet. Julius and Victor exchanged looks. It was a difficult argument to refute. Their little sister had masterfully turned their own family's rules against them. Even so, Victor tried another angle, his fingers drumming an agitated rhythm against his arm as he searched for leverage, considering the situation. "Oh, they'll be perfectly safe with me," Larissa interrupted, her voice carrying the perfect blend of childish enthusiasm and royal authority. She straightened in her chair, every inch the princess despite her youth. After all, who better to guard something so important than a princess? And when father returns and decides which brothers are worthy of the ones he had saved for so long. Fine, but the ring whereabouts are more important. Julius changed topics. The loss of such a powerful artifact couldn't be dismissed so easily. Where is it? As I said before, it disappeared. Larissa maintained her smile, though a mischievous glint sparkled in her eyes. Poof! Right in front of us. She wiggled her fingers in an exaggerated magical gesture. Larissa. It's the truth, she insisted, her mineral fairy glowing softly beneath her skin like validating her words. You can ask anyone who was there. One moment it was there and the next, poof. She made the gesture again, clearly enjoying their discomfort. Larissa, Victor's voice carried the weight of exasperation built up through years of dealing with his clever sister, this is serious. If a beast stored it inside someone's body, you need to tell us. I know, she nodded with exaggerated solemnity, though amusement danced in her eyes. That's why I'm being so precise with the details. No beast stored it, nobody hid it. Besides, your voice is rising, and you promised not to scold me if I only told the truth. Right on cue, tears began welling in her eyes, a performance worthy of the Royal Theatre. Victor looked away, caught between embarrassment at falling for her act and admiration for her skill. He began pacing the room, his boots clicking against the polished floor. The potions. He muttered, searching for any angle of attack. Fine, they're yours according to our king's rules, so you can keep them. But the ring no longer exists, Larissa shrugged with perfect nonchalance. So there's nothing to look for. She was telling the truth. Julius finally stood, recognizing defeat in this particular battle. The potions, he conceded, can stay with you as Victor said. But this conversation about the ring isn't over, and you haven't escaped punishment yet. In another room, far from the royal drama, the spy posing as a hostage answered similar questions with his own brand of careful truth-telling. The interrogation room masqueraded as a comfortable study, with plush chairs and warm lighting designed to put students at ease. But the spy noted every detail that betrayed its true purpose, the slight angle of the chair that gave the interrogator psychological advantage, the carefully positioned lights that would make facial tells more visible, the barely perceptible hum of detection beasts in the walls. Unlike the room where the princess held court with her family, this space carried no pretense of deference. The consequences here could be far more severe. As other students awakened, they were systematically separated and questioned. The spy knew this performance would determine not just survival, but the success of years of careful planning that had been made just so they could keep getting information as a normal student. Did you see who attacked you? Asked the guard, his tone carefully calibrated to convey sympathy. Yes, the spy touched his partially healed face, allowing genuine pain to color their expression. The bruises Harold had left were a gift, real injuries made deception so much easier. But everything happened so fast. Harold hit me when I tried to stop him. Stop him? Yes, I. He coughed, the wetness in the sound perfectly calculated. When I saw he had hostages, I prevented him from killing them. I tried. Another cough interrupted the words. I tried to do the right thing. The guard made a note in his book, the scratching of his pen unnaturally loud in the quiet room. And the ring? The potions? I don't know, the spy let vulnerability seep into the words, years of training making it easy to tremble at just the right moment. I was outside the ruins when everything happened. Every word was true, but danger still lurked. The school's thorough investigation had revealed hollows throughout the academy, hidden spaces concealed by various coverings. Grass and moss, minerals, spider webs, even beast shells. A network of hideaways that raised too many questions. The interrogator studied the student before him, trying to catch the smallest tell, the slightest hesitation. The covering in the tunnel, he began without preamble, placing several samples on the table between them, is similar to others we've found in the last few hours around the academy. The injured student nodded weakly, allowing genuine fatigue to show. Not surprising given how Harold made me cover him. Many students can make coverings. Each word was true, yet revealed nothing of importance. But yours is the one used this time. The interrogator's fingers traced the edge of one sample. Perfect for containing mana signatures. Or for protecting people. The student coughed again, the sound carrying just the right note of pain. Like I tried to do when I saw what Harold was planning. Many other covers can contain mana too. Why didn't you alert the guards? With what time? A pained smile crossed the bruised face, the expression carefully crafted to show both sincerity and trauma. Everything happened so fast. I saw Harold acting strange, followed him, and when I understood what was happening. Another perfectly timed cough. Well, you've seen how that ended. Why did he hit you? Because he wanted to, because he lost control. The student gestured at his bruises, using them as both shield and evidence. Isn't it obvious? Did you know Harold well? No, he was a classmate. Another careful truth, delivered with practiced casualness. The interrogator leaned forward. The coverings we found, some have been there for months. The academy is big, the student smiled weakly. And many of us can make coverings. Some use them to hide and sleep between classes. Like you. Sometimes, another truth. Darkness can be very comfortable with a good hammock in a hollow. Many of the coverings have this same base. The material is common. The student maintained his composure, letting exhaustion do the work of hiding any tension. My beast produces it, yes, but others have the same. Check the beast registry if you want. Oh, we did. The interrogator's smile carried a predatory edge. There are 33 students who can produce organic coverings similar to those found. See? Not so special. But only 11 can make them this resistant. Practice makes perfect. The student's weak smile never wavered. When you spend so much time practicing coverings, studying and resting, another truth that revealed nothing. The covering is just for comfort and avoiding punishment from the auxiliaries. Did you know Harold had an abyssal beast? A what? The student allowed genuine surprise to show. I just saw him transform into something horrible. I thought it was a failed cultivation or. And you still tried to stop him? I didn't think much, the student letting shame color the voice. I saw he had hostages and acted on instinct. It was stupid, I know. Very stupid, the interrogator nodded slowly. Or very brave. The question is, which was it? Considering how I ended up, the student gestured at the injuries, using them one final time as both shield and proof. I'm leaning toward stupid. Very well, the interrogator rose with deliberate slowness. Rest. We may have more questions later. I'll be here, the student indicated with resigned humor. Not like I can go anywhere else. As the interrogator left, he couldn't help but admire the student's performance. Every answer had been truth, every explanation logical and simple. The story was perfect, too perfect perhaps. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed weakly when he finally opened his eyes, their dim light barely illuminating his pale face. Where am I? He murmured while trying to focus his vision, the elegant room swimming before him like a dream. Run! Min jumped from his bed, relief breaking through his usual composure. Finally. Lower your voice. Taro glanced nervously toward the door where two guards maintained their silent vigil. They're observing us. Ren sat up slowly, taking in their surroundings. The room was beautiful, with rich furnishings and tasteful decoration. But the walls themselves seemed to hum with the energy of detection beasts, their presence a constant reminder that this comfortable prison was still very much a cage. To his surprise, the potions sat untouched beside his bed. They hadn't taken them away. His gaze drifted to the adjacent bed where a familiar figure lay. Ren noticed his roommate's dejected expression on the nearby bed. Are you alright? Define alright. Lu attempted a smile that came out more like a grimace, his usual cheerfulness nowhere to be found. Are you still hurt? Does anything pain you? Not really, maybe just my ego. Lu tried to smile again but only managed a twisted expression. His eyes fixed on the floor, unable to meet Ren's gaze. I tried to stop him, you know. When I saw he had a girl. You saved her, Min interjected softly, his voice gentle but firm. Lu shook his head, self-loathing evident in every movement. It wasn't enough. That attack you taught me, Ren. I think I executed it perfectly, concentrated the sonar just like you explained, but... His voice cracked slightly. I only managed to get myself knocked out. Couldn't even help her. You're wrong, Ren straightened, his voice carrying absolute conviction. Think about it. He must have been disoriented when he fought after your attack, his movements probably clumsier. You gave enough time to prevent worse outcomes, prevented deaths. We can't know for certain but I believe. But... No, listen, Ren pressed on, refusing to let his friend wallow in self-doubt. Luna and her guards probably only managed to resist because he wasn't at full capacity. Your attack weakened him, damaged his senses, affected his balance. We barely had time to find the guards, so surely, you gave them just enough time. Time Min needed to heal them, Taro added, backing up Ren's assessment. Lu lifted his gaze, a spark of hope breaking through his defeated expression. You really think I helped that much? I don't think, I know, Ren smiled warmly. In fact. He paused, weighing his next words carefully. I've been thinking about what to do with the remaining potions. Those 5 you have left. You're not selling them to kill Finch and Theodore with a heart attack? Min asked jokingly, though having received one himself, he suspected he knew the answer. No. 2 are for my parents, Ren began counting on his fingers. 1 definitely goes to Lin, she's more than earned it. But the other 2? Lu blinked in confusion, not daring to hope. Why are you telling me this? Because I think you've earned 1, Ren responded simply, though the weight of his words filled the room. What you did today. I don't think just anyone would do that. But I failed, Lu's gaze dropped again, shame evident in his posture. You didn't fail, you stubborn fool, Ren shook his head emphatically. You gave them a chance. Without your intervention, without the damage you caused him, the girls might have. But a potion to become a double tamer, it's too valuable. Those of us in the Grey Wing need to help each other, Ren shrugged, as if giving away a priceless artifact was the most natural thing in the world. What you did today proved you're someone valuable. Besides, he added with a theatrical gesture, what better use than giving it to a friend who's already proven he'll use his power to help others. Lu opened his mouth to protest but closed it again. His eyes moistened slightly with unshed tears. He began, his voice trembling with emotion. I don't know what to say. Say you'll accept it, Ren smiled warmly. And that next time you see someone in trouble, you'll have double the power so you can help better. Min and Taro observed the exchange in respectful silence, understanding the weight of the moment. This wasn't just a gift, it was recognition. Thank you, Lu finally managed, his voice firmer now. I promise I'll use it well and repay you many times over. I know, Ren nodded with absolute certainty. That's why I'm giving it to you. Although, Lu smiled weakly, some of his usual humor returning, I still think I should have practiced that attack more. Oh, trust me, Ren laughed, the sound lightening the mood, we'll have plenty of time to practice. After all, I'm going to need your help getting rich since I won't be selling any of the potions. Min and Taro exchanged meaningful looks before moving closer to Ren, their expressions turning serious. Listen, Min lowered his voice to barely above a whisper. There are some things you need to know before they come to interrogate you like they did us. Princess Larissa explained us about lie detection, Taro continued in the same hushed tone. About what to say and what not to. Oh yes. I know how it works. What did you tell them? They shared the official version they'd maintained, the 3 truths they needed to protect, the role each had played in the story they'd constructed. So, Ren repeated the information carefully, the light beam came from the center of the chamber. Exactly, Min nodded. And the ring simply disappeared. Nobody saw it after, Taro added. One moment it was there, the next it wasn't. And about Larissa's potion. Min murmured conspiratorially. Technically she wasn't the one who took it, Taro completed. Lu watched them curiously from his bed. What are you all whispering about? Just confirming what happened, Min straightened, returning to a normal volume. Don't worry about it, you don't know anything because you were knocked out, and that's better. Ah yes, Lu deflated slightly again. After that bastard hit me, everything went dark. By the way, can someone explain exactly what happened after I blacked out? As his friends began recounting the subsequent events, Ren noticed the guards outside and in the walls seemed particularly interested in their conversation. Perfect. Letting them hear this version of events would only strengthen their cover story. It was incredible, Min was saying with carefully measured enthusiasm. Suddenly there was this brilliant light from the center of the chamber and the bad guy just disintegrated, Taro completed, gesturing dramatically. Such a shame about the ring, Min sighed theatrically. It just disappeared. As if it had never existed, Taro nodded solemnly. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed softly as he listened to the story. His friends had become surprisingly good at lying with the truth. By the way, Lu coughed lightly. I heard them talking about making you nobles or something. Apparently it's the law, Taro shrugged with feigned nonchalance. Something about finding ancient artifacts. Though first we have to get through more interrogations, Min grimaced. It's not so bad, Lu tried to smile encouragingly. Just have to tell the truth. The guards at the door shifted, apparently satisfied with what they'd heard. The story remained consistent, the mysterious beam, the vanished ring, the 3 used potions. The other girls knew almost nothing of importance, Luna, Leora and the 4 guards had no trouble sharing everything. The only 2 guards who seemed to know something only repeated what Larissa had said. Finally, it was Ren's turn. The interrogation room was different from the elegant cell. Smaller, more intimate, with a round table that pretended to create a false sense of equality between its occupants. The lighting was again carefully arranged to reveal facial expressions while the walls hummed with detection beast's energy. Ren observed the 5 men seated before him. They'd given him the VIP treatment, with the highest number of important figures trying to extract information. Each of them carried themselves differently, authority wrapped around them like cloaks of varying weights. His mushrooms pulsed softly, capturing the nuances in their expressions, the subtle tells that betrayed their thoughts. Zhao was the first to speak, his voice warm as the last time they'd met. I'm glad to return and see you're well, Ren. You worried us when you wouldn't wake up. Genuine concern colored his words. Wei shifted uncomfortably in his seat as the one with the lower standing and rank. His eyes avoided looking directly at Ren, as if afraid of what he might discover. Let's start at the beginning, Director Ignatius leaned forward, his presence commanding attention. Why were you in the depths? Seeking wealth and secrets, as our king likes, right? Ren responded naturally, his tone carrying the perfect blend of innocence and truth. As always. As always? Victor arched an eyebrow, studying the child that everyone seemed to treat so differently. A first-year student with a spore frequents the depths. As always. Oh, yes, Zhao smiled, pride evident in his voice. Ren has a special talent for exploring, he's practically a genius. During our expedition. This isn't a social gathering, Zhao, Wei interrupted sharply. His hands trembled slightly, betraying his agitation. The boy was where he shouldn't have been so early in the morning. Was he? Julius intervened, his voice soft but firm. From what I hear, you weren't giving your class and. Technically they created a safe entrance from the permitted level. He didn't break any specific rules if he was above 200 meters with a bronze 1 student. Victor observed the exchange with growing interest. Why was his brother defending the child? The light, the director resumed the interrogation. Where did it come from? From the center of the chamber, Ren replied, his voice innocent. It was very bright and I know because I was right there. The silence that followed was dense. The 5 adults exchanged looks, knowing they had to ask the other questions if they wanted different information. Did you take one of the potions? The director finally asked. Oh, I took many for myself, not just one, Ren nodded while his mushrooms pulsed softly. Though we didn't use them all, but. I'm already a double tamer. Wei choked on his own saliva. Victor leaned forward, his interest sharpening. Prove it, Julius requested, his voice mixing curiosity and caution. Ren shrugged and manifested his hydra. The crystalline scales gleamed under the room's light while the adults observed with varying degrees of surprise. A hydra? Victor frowned. Of all possible beasts. It's a rare and respectable beast, the director commented, though his tone suggested certain disappointment. But the potential of a natural double tamer from Aryano. It's a shame, Victor sighed theatrically. If you had waited, the kingdom could have provided something more, suitable to your new potential. Ren stroked his hydra scales, seemingly oblivious to the adult's disappointment. I like it. It's strong from the start. I guess it's fine since you only had a spore anyway. But the hydra will only reach silver rank 1, Victor insisted. A double tamer should have aspired to more. By the way, Julius intervened. Did you get the hydra egg for that contract from the core you found that day in the depths with me? Yes, Ren smiled. Like the scorpion ones you asked for. I've already have several dozen, but they still need much more mana to finish the process. Julius slapped his forehead with his palm. Ren. I didn't need that many scorpions. I thought you would make more variety of monsters. The cores were from scorpions, Ren shrugged innocently. He didn't mention anything about the possibility of changing the core's nature. Not because Julius didn't have suspicions already, but it would have too many implications to hide in this room. You're talking about creating specific eggs from cores? The director asked incredulously. Zhao tried to hide a smile while Wei looked at the ceiling, as if seeking divine patience. About the remaining potions, Victor cleared his throat. The kingdom would be interested in purchasing them. Oh, they're not for sale, Ren shook his head. I'm going to use them all. Victor developed a tick in his eye. It's useless to use more than one potion. It's impossible to have more than 2 beasts by drinking more, it would be a waste. Wei developed an even worse tick. I know, Ren smiled. They're not for me. They're for people I know. He turned to Zhao. In fact, Professor, one is for you. The room fell silent again. Zhao blinked in surprise while the others processed the declaration. Ren, Victor massaged his temples. Those potions are invaluable. You can't simply. Why not? Ren tilted his head. Larissa told me they're mine, right? Professor Zhao has supported me. He's earned it. The boy has a point, Julius smiled slightly. Technically he can do whatever he wants with them. Victor looked about to suffer an aneurysm. Do you have any idea of the value of those potions? How much noble families would pay for them? No, Ren shaked his head. But I prefer to give them to people I care about. Zhao had to cough to hide his laughter at Victor's horrified expression. It's your right, Julius intervened before his brother could protest further. Wei buried his face in his hands, muttering something that sounded suspiciously like, "This illogical child is going to give me a heart attack." Fascinating, Victor reclined in his chair, his irritation transforming into interest. You just rejected a fortune in crystals, political power, and noble favors, to give the potions to your teachers and family. And a friend, Ren added casually. A friend? The director arched an eyebrow. Yes. Though that's not relevant to this interrogation, is it? Julius observed the child with renewed interest. Under that apparent simplicity and honesty. That's right, what's truly important is. Where is the ring? Victor leaned forward. It disappeared, Ren shrugged. Things don't simply disappear, Wei found his voice in a higher pitch than planned. Like impossible evolutions don't exist, Ren smiled innocently. Nor do bet payments disappear. Right, Professor? Wei snapped his mouth shut and sank into his chair, his face pale. Fascinating, Victor murmured, more to himself than the others. Each of you treats him differently. Zhao like a prodigy, Wei like a threat, Julius like. He paused, studying his brother. Like an equal. The boy is unusual, the director admitted. Unusual? Victor laughed. A first-year student enters an ancestral seed and everyone here seems to have a different opinion about him. He turned to Ren. Do you know what finding ancestral artifacts means? What? Ren asked innocently. It means the noble families are going to tear you apart, Victor smiled humorlessly, his eyes gleaming dangerously. They'll pressure you, manipulate you, offer you everything you can imagine until you yield. Victor, Julius warned, but his brother ignored him. Do you think this is a game? Victor stood, his gold rank 3 Qilin beginning to manifest. Golden scales appeared on his skin while an aura of power filled the room. Nobles have spent centuries perfecting the art of getting what they want. Don't you think you're exaggerating with that level of pressure mana here? Zhao tried to intervene. He's just a child that. A child? Victor laughed while advancing toward Ren. His beast's power grew, making the air itself seem denser. A child who somehow reached an ancestral seed. A child who has many double potions. A child who hides the most important ring relic of. He stopped abruptly. Something was resonating with his power. Ren had begun to glow, but it wasn't the normal glow of a tamer. The lines of light coursing through his body seemed to respond to the Qilin's pressure, as if something inside him recognized the power. And then it appeared. The tiny mushroom manifested atop Ren's head, its large eyes observing Victor with what seemed like hunger. The expression was so unexpected on its chubby, childlike face that for a moment no one quite knew how to react. The adults froze in place. The creature was absurd with its round cheeks and tiny arms, but there was something about it that didn't match any known beast. A quality that defied classification. The spore evolution they knew was different, much larger and thinner. This was something else entirely. But then something even stranger occurred. The energy flooding the room began to swirl, as if drawn to an invisible point. The lines of light in Ren's body pulsed with ancient power. The director and Julius also felt their beasts resonate involuntarily, the phoenix and the Qilin responding to the pressure of power far older than themselves. The tiny creature opened its chubby mouth and began to absorb. Victor's Qilin's power, instead of pressing outward, started flowing toward the mushroom like water into a drain. The intimidating energy transformed as it was consumed, becoming purer, closer to the Qilin's true nature, benevolence, wisdom, compassion. The director's phoenix resonated as well, its energy of regeneration and life being absorbed and purified until only its essence remained. For a brief instant, in Victor's eyes, the small mushroom seemed to grow, becoming majestic and enormous, like an existence that had witnessed the birth of the world itself. Ancient wisdom peered through those oversized eyes. The prince stepped back, his eyes widening in surprise when his beast reacted not with aggression but with reverence. The lines in Ren's body glowed more intensely as new energies flowed through his system. He could feel the changes, 10% more in fire control and regeneration, courtesy of the phoenix. Also 10% in earth control and vitality from the Qilin. 2 slight improvements and 2 that, curiously, he couldn't use, yet. The mushroom, satisfied with its feast of power, opened its mouth again, but Ren felt that now it was to speak. Ren, snapping out of his amazement, rushed to cover its mouth with his hand. MMPH, the creature protested, its cheeks puffing up adorably, as if it hadn't just defied every known law about beasts and mana control. The adults observed in silence, their minds struggling to process what they had just witnessed. Victor especially seemed to be fighting between indignation and a strange sensation of respect he couldn't explain. What just happened? Wei finally managed to ask. Victor took another step back. What in hell is that? Nothing, Ren responded quickly while wrestling with his mushroom. Just my spore. My first beast. Another new beast path. Wei muttered, his face pale. And I could swear it looked like it was going to speak. I must be delirious, yes, delirious. It wasn't going to speak, Ren lied blatantly while the mushroom continued struggling against his hand. Fortunately, everyone was so distracted by his beast that no one noticed the lie in his eyes. Ren smiled nervously while keeping his mushroom's mouth firmly closed. Julius leaned forward, fascinated. That's not a normal beast. Definitely not a spore anymore, Zhao added. It's just a new cultivation path for the mushroom, Ren insisted. A very normal and common mushroom that doesn't. The creature bit his hand in protest. Ow! Ren shook his injured hand while the mushroom opened its mouth again. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Ren took advantage to force his beast back into his body. The mushroom disappeared instantly, but left behind the strange regal atmosphere it had created. The lines in Ren's body faded, though he could feel the new power percentages settling into his system. The 5 adults stared at the empty space, each trying to rationalize what they had seen. Victor's Qilin stirred restlessly, as if remembering something important it couldn't express. Come in, the director managed to say, his voice betraying his bewilderment. Lin entered first, her crane manifesting and slightly enhancing her elegant posture. However, that elegance evaporated when she saw Ren. Ren, she launched herself at him, trapping him in a hug that squeezed all the air from his lungs. Hi, the high-pitched sound that escaped Ren made Victor arch an eyebrow. I brought reinforcements, Lin whispered in his ear, taking advantage of the noise while squeezing him, though her expression turned worried as she indicated someone else had come. But there was an unwanted visitor in her office. Behind her, Selphora Ashenway entered with the grace that only decades of power can bestow. Leora's grandmother, leader of one of the 3 main families, observed the scene with astute eyes. Well, she smiled while approaching. Why are so many important adults bothering a poor child? We're not bothering him, Zhao and Julius responded almost in unison. Wei sank deeper into his chair, as if wanting to disappear. The director straightened, adopting a formal posture. Lady Selphora, he greeted with a bow. We weren't expecting. Of course not, she interrupted him kindly. Behind her, another figure entered the room. Sirius Starweaver, Luna's father, remained near the door, his expression cold and distant. His eyes barely rested on Ren before returning to Selphora. This doesn't concern you, Victor complained. With all respect, persistent old counselor, this isn't your problem. We're just teaching the lucky boy that fortune isn't always something good. Luck? Sirius showed a flash of interest. What kind of luck? He'll be made noble, Julius responded, studying Luna's father's reaction. Is he already a gold student? Sirius asked, his tone suggesting the answer would determine if he was worth his time and interest. Not yet, Zhao and Julius responded simultaneously, exchanging an amused look at the coincidence. The interest in Sirius's eyes died as quickly as it had appeared. Selphra, we should continue our discussion. This is... One moment, Selphra raised a hand. Why don't you go see your daughter while I help my niece Lin resolve this situation? I'll catch up later to see my granddaughter Leora. The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. My daughter is being properly educated at the institution, I didn't come to distract her, Sirius responded with an icy voice. We have more important matters that. More important than your daughter, who was almost kidnapped. Selphra's smile didn't waver, but her eyes flashed dangerously. Luna is strong, Sirius responded dryly. She doesn't need coddling. Lin squeezed Ren tighter, as if wanting to protect him from the tense atmosphere that had formed. But quickly they felt their bodies relax. Breathing in the atmosphere that the mushroom had created. Fascinating, Selphra commented, feeling the atmosphere. Well, since you insist on staying then you can wait. She turned to Victor. What were you saying about teaching lessons to my future protégé? You're what? Victor blinked in surprise, his composure slipping for the first time. Oh, didn't you hear me? Selphra smiled sweetly, though steel lurked beneath her gentle tone. As leader of the Ashenways, I'm taking a personal interest in this future young noble's development. Wei groaned audibly, slumping further in his chair. Julius hid a smile while Zhao watched with evident amusement, clearly enjoying the show. You can't simply... Victor began, his authority crumbling before the elderly noble's presence. I can't. Selphra arched an eyebrow, her smile never wavering. How curious. I wasn't aware that a single prince, one whom I taught as a child, could dictate whom I may or may not protect. Victor choked on his own indignation while Lin finally released Ren, who took a dramatic gasp of air. Now, Selphra sat gracefully in a chair that no one had offered, commanding the room's attention with effortless authority. Why don't you tell me exactly what's happening here? After the director explained the situation, Sirius's face showed genuine interest for the first time. The ring has been released, his eyes fixed on Ren with predatory intensity. And these children know where it is? Apparently your daughter also participated in the incident, so you should ask her directly, Selphra commented casually, though her words carried a sharp rebuke. In fact, since I'm here, I should make use of my visit to see Leora. Perhaps she knows something more. Sirius frowned at the mention of Luna but didn't respond, his cold demeanor growing more rigid. Where is the ring? Victor pressed Ren again, but the truth remained unchanged. As I said before, it disappeared, Ren responded with the same tranquility. Poof. Maybe we should focus on his strange creature, Wei suggested nervously, fidgeting in his seat. Something tells me it must have something to do with all this. What we saw before. Ah, Selphra interrupted, exchanging a meaningful look with Lin. That would be in very poor taste. Poor taste. Victor arched an eyebrow, his voice dripping with skepticism. Of course, Selphra smiled kindly, though her eyes glinted with challenge. After all, how many here freely share their beast cultivation secrets? An uncomfortable silence fell over the room as her words hit home. The royal family's Qilin, she continued, can any student find information about its cultivation in the academy library? Julius and Victor exchanged looks, unable to counter her point. The high ranks of Wolverines either, the director's phoenix. Selphra continued listing, each example another nail in their argument's coffin. Are there any books about the final ranks of Victor's eagle? Or about Sirius's white celestial tiger? Sirius tensed visibly, his shoulders going rigid at the mention of his beast. Even I, Selphra smiled, would never share with you the secrets of my family about cultivation of my black turtle. That's different, Victor began, but Selphra raised a hand, silencing him effortlessly. Is it? Her smile turned sharp as a razor. Wei and Zhao are the only ones here whose beasts have publicly available cultivation information. And that's only because researchers were properly compensated for it. The situation requires. Victor tried to argue. What? Selphra interrupted softly, her gentle tone carrying more force than any shout. That a child reveal his cultivation secrets without compensation. Without even being properly asked permission. Lin, Zhao, the director and Julius nodded silently, acknowledging the truth in her words. If you're so interested, Selphra continued, her logic inexorable, you should make a proper offer. Negotiate appropriately. Not interrogate a child with threats to steal secrets that might as well be familial. Familial? Sirius snorted derisively. He's barely iron rank, he's far from even being the lowest noble rank And yet, Selphra smiled, triumph gleaming in her eyes, he already has secrets that all of you are desperate to know. Fascinating, don't you think? Lin, who had remained close to Ren throughout, hid a smile. But the ring is more important than any cultivation secret, Sirius tried to redirect the conversation. Ah, yes, Selphra nodded sagely. The ring that, according to all testimonies, simply disappeared. Shouldn't we stop bothering children to fix our problems and start looking for our lost things ourselves then? Like adults. This is ridiculous, Victor complained, though his authority continued to crumble. We can't simply. Can't what? Selphra interrupted again, her voice sharp. Respect the same principles we demand for ourselves. Or do rules of humanity only apply when they're convenient? Ren watched the exchange with fascination while his mushrooms pulsed softly. Cultivation secrets are one thing, Victor crossed his arms, trying to regain ground. But this is different. The boy is too suspicious. They found a Yino spy in the school, Sirius added. Victor is right, Selphra. We can't ignore the coincidences. Selphra exchanged a look with Lin, who nodded almost imperceptibly. The Ashenway leader sighed with resignation before turning to Ren. Very well, she smiled while leaning toward him. Let's make this simple. Just answer yes or no. Understood? Ren nodded. Were you born in Yino? No. Have you ever been to Yino? No. Do you work for someone from Yino? No. Do you have contact with people from Yino? No. Have you received training from Yino? No. Have you been offered anything from Yino? No. Is Yino your home? Yes. Have you considered living in Yino? No. She asked him dozens of questions. Each answer was clear and firm while the adults analyzed for lies. You know what? Selphra straightened, satisfaction evident in her bearing. I think we can conclude this interrogation. Just like that. Victor stepped forward, disbelief coloring his voice. Just like that, Selphra nodded with finality. You can maintain surveillance on the children without interfering with their academic life or basic privacy. But. Sirius began. But nothing, Selphra took Ren's arm gently. We're leaving. Victor advanced, his Qilin manifesting partially. You can't simply. Selphra stopped at the door and turned slowly. Her smile turned dangerous, decades of power radiating from her slight frame. Want to test that, Victor? Her voice softened to almost a whisper. Or would you prefer everyone to know about that little boy I so fondly called Little Bird? Victor visibly paled. Julius had to cough to hide a laugh while Wei looked between them with horrified fascination. That was decades ago, Victor protested, though he took a step back. And you think I've forgotten? Selphra arched an eyebrow. My memory works perfectly. Want to test it? That won't be necessary, Julius intervened, clearly enjoying the moment. I think we can all agree that respectful surveillance is sufficient. But the ring? Sirius insisted. Look for it if you want it, Selphra responded calmly. Or don't. Either way, torturing a child with interrogations won't make it magically materialize. We weren't torturing. Ignatius began. No. Selphora interrupted. 5 powerful adults intimidating a first-year student. What would you call it? The silence that followed was eloquent. That's what I thought, Selphora smiled. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm taking this young man with me. And Victor. Her smile widened. Remember that birds are adorable creatures and cheilants are so benevolent they avoid stepping on grass. As they left, Ren couldn't help but ask in a low voice, did you really call him little bird? Oh yes, Selphora laughed softly. It's his worst fear that others will learn why. Why? Because of ego, Selphora winked at him, but sometimes princes need to be reminded that power comes in many forms. It's not always the strongest or loudest who wins. Behind them, they could hear Victor muttering something about manipulative old witches, while Julius and Zhao laughed openly. Besides, back then, Selphora added as they walked away, he sang surprisingly well. Do you know what finding ancestral artifacts means? Selphora asked Ren, her eyes studying him with keen interest. That I'll become noble? Ren responded casually, as if discussing the weather. Not until you reach at least gold rank in school. But it's more than that, it makes you someone important. Someone who'll need to know how to play the game. I'm not interested in those games. Ren began. Oh, but you're already playing, and from what I saw, quite well, her smile widened, eyes twinkling with approval. Each person in that room saw you differently, and yet. She paused meaningfully, none could prove anything concrete about what happened. Lin watched her aunt with relative caution. She was a great ally, but her interest sometimes came at a steep price. For example, the cultivation of her beast would have. Nobility isn't just titles and land rights, Selphora continued, her voice carrying many years of accumulated wisdom. It's power. Influence. The ability to make others see you as you want them to see you. Like a normal student who just wants to earn many crystals for his poor family. Ren suggested innocently. See, Lin. This is exactly what I'm talking about. The boy already understands the game better than most adult nobles. Shortly after Selphora and Ren left the room, the remaining adults regained their composure, but Wei practically jumped from his seat, nearly tripping in his haste. I have to go, he muttered while backing toward the door. His eyes carefully avoided making contact with the powerful figures remaining in the room. So soon? Julius smiled, clearly enjoying his discomfort. Yes, I have to, by a rune, Wei swallowed hard while glancing sideways to where Lin had been. If she was a close niece to matriarch Selphora, perhaps he should make sure that rune was of especially good quality. Victor let out an amused snort while Wei practically fled from the room. I'm leaving too, Zhao stood with a smile that threatened to split his face in two. Why is the cold-blooded hunter of Yano so happy? Victor asked, though everyone knew the answer. Oh, nothing in particular, Zhao tried to maintain composure, but his eyes sparkled like a child in a candy store. Just, matters to attend to. Matters related to a certain potion? Julius teased. Zhao's smile widened even further, if that was possible. I don't know what you're talking about. Director Ignatius watched the professor practically float toward the exit, a stab of envy piercing him. Everyone present, except him, either was or would be a double Tamer. But as a respectable director, he maintained his neutral and elegant expression. You can take your time visiting your student relatives, he offered with all the dignity he could muster. As main benefactors of the academy, you have free access to the facilities. Though it will be a favor since visits aren't school's normal policy. Normal policy? Victor laughed. You mean you can't deny us entry even if you wanted to? Victor, Julius warned, though he was smiling at seeing Ignatius' elegance falter. Sirius, who had remained silent, headed toward the door with an annoyed expression. It was obvious that Selphra had escaped their previous discussion by coming here. Lord Starweaver, the director called. Don't you wish to see your daughter? It's not necessary, Sirius responded dryly without stopping. He reached the door and opened it, but stopped. His hand tensed on the handle as he seemed to fight an internal battle. After what seemed like an eternal moment, he released the door again and turned. Where? He coughed uncomfortably. Where are they keeping her? Julius and Victor exchanged a meaningful look while the director gave Sirius directions. They nodded before turning to the director. We'll go see Larissa too, Julius announced. Yes, Victor nodded. And director, don't forget what was agreed upon. Ignatius sighed. The 6 new operatives. Exactly, Victor smiled, but there was no warmth in his expression. The previous ones were insufficient. They're good elements, the director defended. So good they sided with the girls, Victor responded coldly. This time they'll be different, Julius intervened. More experienced and specialized in searching. And more lethal for the remaining spies, Victor added. Sirius, who had been listening to the exchange, frowned. More guards for the girls. To protect them and search for the ring, Julius explained. Luna must become strong, she doesn't need. Sirius began, but Victor interrupted him. No. Didn't you read the report? She needed help when that spy almost took her to Yino. The silence that followed was tense. Julius broke it. We'll pay all costs for these 8 years as agreed, don't worry. Even though they've been discovered, she'll be protected as best as possible. Sirius clenched his fists but didn't respond. The new operatives will arrive tonight, Victor continued, his tone brooking no argument. And this time, director, make sure they have free and constant access to protect them. Or next time, he smiled while his Chelan manifested a golden aura, we won't be so understanding about security failures in your academy. Julius sighed, he's just worried about Larissa, director, don't take it to heart. This time we need you to allow more freedom to the assets. The students will be frightened, the spies will be even more careful, Ignatius lightly protested. Good, Victor headed toward the door. Perhaps a little fear and stress will teach them to respect our kingdom. As the 3 last visitors left to see the girls, the director remained alone in his office, contemplating how to maintain the delicate balance between protection and learning freedom in his academy. He wondered if this time the cure wouldn't be worse than the disease. So, Selphra smiled as they walked, what do you plan to do with the potions you obtained? Give them away. One is for my teacher Lin, Ren responded immediately, causing his teacher to nearly stumble. For me? Lin blinked in surprise. Of course, teacher, Ren nodded while his mushrooms pulsed softly. You've earned it with all the support and training you've given me. Little one, Selphra stopped, studying him with curiosity. Do you have any idea how much one of those potions is worth? Not really, Ren shrugged. But it doesn't matter. The elderly woman laughed softly. With a single potion you could obtain enormous favors from noble families when you assume your position. I don't want to be noble, Ren protested. No. Selphra arched an eyebrow. You don't want anything. You have no ambition. You said something about getting crystals for your family, right? Ren paused a moment, considering. Well. I'd like to get a decent house for my parents. One that's not on the outskirts, that helps them feel successful and not have to walk with their heads down. A decent house for your parents? Selphra repeated. How good? Something in the city would be nice, Ren responded. It doesn't need to be anything special. Ah, Selphra smiled shrewdly. Do your parents deserve just something decent? Or do they deserve the best? Ren's mushrooms pulsed with greater intensity as he processed those words, their light reflecting his deepening thoughts. The best, he finally responded, conviction growing in his voice. They deserve the best. Then aim higher, Selphra nodded with approval. You know. You could get one of the best houses in the city. With the potion? Ren asked. No, Sulfura shook her head. Well, maybe with the potion or with enough money you could get a favor to obtain a large house near the center, but you'd still have to keep your head down with no status. Why? Because respect isn't bought so easily, Lin intervened softly, her voice carrying the weight of experience. No matter how much money you have, without position. Exactly, Sulfura nodded. If you want a truly grand house, one where your family can walk with their heads held high, you need to be at least noble. And for that, she continued as they resumed walking, you need to reach at least gold student rank. How long would that take? Ren asked, his curiosity piqued. You need to get perfect marks in all your units. First advance to Bronze 1 next semester, Bronze 2 the following one, Silver 1 and so on until reaching at least Gold 1, Lin explained, counting off the steps. Minimum 3 years, you could be there upon entering your 4th year if you're a perfect student, Sulfura responded. But it's not easy. Being realistic, most students never achieve it. Ren's mushrooms pulsed with determination. If my parents will get the respect they deserve, I'll do it. And you still insist on giving the potion to Lin? Of course, Ren smiled. If I'm going to be noble, I'll need strong and cool allies, won't I? Sulfura burst out laughing while Lin blushed slightly. Clever, the elderly woman nodded with approval. Although. She turned to Lin, her expression growing more serious. We'll have to be discreet about this. Lin seemed to shrink into herself. As long as he doesn't find out, Sulfura sighed, I won't have to punish you for this. Ren looked between them, confused. The succession happened years ago, Sulfura continued, ignoring Ren's question. It shouldn't be a major problem now. Succession? Ren insisted. Lin avoided his gaze while studying the ceiling with sudden interest. Some families, the elderly woman finally responded, have very specific rules about who can be their leader and who cannot. But you. It's complicated, Lin interrupted softly. And it's not important now. Her eyes pleaded with him to drop the subject, so Ren nodded, though curiosity still burned within him. What's important, Sulfura resumed her cheerful tone, is that you've started thinking bigger. That's good. A noble house, Ren murmured, imagining his parents walking proudly through the city. A huge house, Sulfura confirmed. And much more, if you play your cards right. My cards? Oh yes, the elderly woman smiled. You already have some very interesting ones, double tamers, a unique beast, the support of a certain princess. And a terrifying teacher, Ren added, looking at Lin. And a terrifying teacher, Sulfura laughed. Though, her eyes sparkled with amusement, if I were you, I'd be more afraid of the aunt than the niece. Lin coughed to hide a laugh as they approached the room where Ren's friends waited. After all, Sulfura added casually, not just anyone can turn princes into little birds. The door opened without prior announcement. Sirius Starweaver stood in the threshold, his imposing figure partially blocking the hallway light. The 9 girls in the room fell silent instantly. The guards exchanged uncomfortable looks while Luna, who had been conversing softly with her cousins, visibly tensed. Sirius said nothing. He simply made a gesture with his hand, summoning his daughter. Luna rose slowly, her usual elegance shadowed by an unnatural rigidity. She crossed the room under her companions' worried gazes and stepped into the hallway. The door closed behind her with a click that sounded too loud in the silence. The atmosphere in the room remained tense until new knocks on the door broke the moment. Julius and Victor entered, bringing with them a less oppressive though equally authoritative air. Larissa, Julius smiled at his sister. You're free to leave here now, but... Leora, Victor addressed their cousin. Your grandmother came to see you. If you want, you can go find her. Leora looked at Larissa, understanding the unspoken message. When her cousin nodded slightly, she stood and left the room. Well? Larissa looked at her brothers once the door closed again. What do you want? Your friend Ren spilled everything, Victor smiled maliciously. You're in trouble. Larissa burst into laughter that surprised the guards. Really? You still can't fool the mana detection, you know. Julius sighed. Alright, you caught us. You're free to go, but the Seekers will stay with you until the ring matter is resolved, Victor completed. Larissa sighed dramatically. Fine, she shrugged. Though I warn you they won't find anything. Don't be so sure, Julius smiled. In fact, I specifically asked one of them to watch over our friend Ren. Larissa's cheeks puffed up in an adorable pout that made some guards have to contain their smiles. Victor let out a laugh. What's wrong, little sister? Upset because we'll discover your tricks? No, Larissa crossed her arms. I'm upset because I had just gotten the chance to watch him and now you're taking that away. The brothers exchanged a meaningful look. Larissa, Victor knelt before her, his voice turning serious. You're too young for foolish ideas. What foolish ideas? She protested. You're a princess, Victor continued relentlessly. There's no place for common interests like those. Forget it. Common interests, one of the guards murmured, earning an elbow from her companion. He's just a commoner who got lucky, Victor insisted. Exactly, Larissa nodded. Don't you find that fascinating? What I find, Victor growled, is that you need to focus on things more appropriate for your position. Like learning to lie better, Larissa smiled innocently. Or is that not appropriate either? Julius had to cough to hide a laugh while Victor developed a tick in his eye. The Seekers stay, Victor declared firmly. And you'll keep away from that boy. Of course, dear brother, Larissa smiled sweetly. I'll stay as far away as you stayed from the castle maids. This time Julius couldn't contain his laughter. You were almost a baby then, Victor protested. How can you even? Leora's grandmother tells great stories, Larissa winked. Especially about a certain little bird prince. Victor turned toward the door, muttering something about gossipy old witches and princesses too clever for their own good. When Ren opened the room's door, the first thing he saw was Min standing on his hands, Taro flexing his arms in a strange pose, and Lu trying to imitate what appeared to be a battle stance, all shirtless. The three froze upon seeing Lin and Selphra. The collective scream resonated through the hallway. Ren closed the door immediately, his face a mask of perfect expressionlessness. His mushrooms, however, pulsed fast with what could only be second-hand embarrassment. Behind him, Selphra hid a smile behind her hand while Lin blinked in confusion. Should we? Lin began to ask. Let's give them a moment, Ren responded, his voice completely flat. From inside the room came sounds of frantic movement, several falls, and what suspiciously sounded like Min shouting, "My shirt! Where's my shirt?" After what felt like an eternity but was probably only 30 seconds, Ren opened the door again. The three boys were sitting on their beds, fully dressed and wearing expressions of absolute innocence, as if nothing had happened. Welcome, Taro smiled with such artificial calm it was painful to watch. What a beautiful day, isn't it? Lu added while smoothing down a shirt with clearly misaligned buttons. Min simply smiled, though his shirt was inside out. Ren observed his friends and sighed deeply. Did I really give transformation potions to these clowns? Selphra laughed openly while Lin tried to maintain a serious expression and failed miserably. Potions don't cure foolishness in men, Selphra commented cheerfully. In fact, some cases make me believe they double it. Ren approached the small table where the 4 remaining potions rested. Selphra's eyes opened slightly upon seeing them, a spark of recognition and something else crossing her gaze. Without ceremony, Ren took one and turned to Lin. Teacher, he said simply, extending the potion. Lin remained motionless for a moment, her eyes fixed on the glowing crystal. Ren, Her voice was barely a whisper. She couldn't finish the sentence. Instead, she caught Ren in a hug that made his mushrooms pulse with surprise. Small tears rolled down her cheeks while Ren held the potion against her chest. Selphira observed the scene with a small smile, something soft replacing the usual cunning in her eyes. She opened her mouth to say something, but at that moment someone knocked on the door. Ren's mushrooms pulsed with curiosity while Lin quickly dried her eyes. More visits so soon? Selphira murmured, her expression turning cautious. Come in, Ren responded to the knock. Wei poked his head in cautiously, as if fearing to find something dangerous inside. Upon seeing Selphira, he seemed to shrink even more, but forced himself to enter completely. He cleared his throat nervously while holding a rune that glowed with a whitish tone. I came to deliver this. Lin, still with moist eyes, shot him a look that could have frozen a volcano. Wei audibly swallowed. The bronze rank 2 light rune, he hurried to explain while advancing with rigid steps toward the nearest table. As agreed. He placed the rune with as much care as if it were a bomb about to explode, making sure Lin could clearly see he was fulfilling his part of the deal. The debt is settled and recorded for the month's report, he added quickly while backing toward the door. I'm leaving. I have to, there are things that... He didn't finish any of his sentences. He simply made an awkward bow and practically fled from the room. Selphira waited until Wei's hurried footsteps were lost in the hallway before letting out a giggle. Well, she smiled looking at Ren. It seems you have Wei completely dominated. Ren let out a nervous laugh. Not really, just defeated him in his own specialty, proved him wrong, and got one of the most expensive runes out of him. Min suggested with a smile. And he runs every time he sees you, Taro added. Like a fire mouse before a water cat, Lu completed. Shut up, Ren looked at them reproachfully, though his mushrooms pulsed with amusement. Lin resumed the hug, taking Ren by surprise. Thank you so much, Ren. It's only fair, Ren shrugged. After all, you. Another knock on the door interrupted his words. Has everyone decided to visit you today? Fame has its disadvantages, Selphira commented with an enigmatic smile while observing the door with renewed interest. Come in, Ren responded again. The door opened revealing Leora, who peeked in timidly. Excuse me, she smiled softly. A guard told me my grandmother was here. Ah, my little one. Selphira brightened upon seeing her. Just in time. I was thinking of going to find you. The elderly woman turned to Ren with a mischievous smile. I'll leave you with Lin to finish your loving embrace, those moments are important. The effect was immediate. The boy's cheeks blazed like embers, Ren looked like he wanted his mushrooms to absorb him and disappear. Min, Taro and Lu blushed by pure proximity to the situation, and Leora, who had no context of what had happened, reddened at the insinuation. Aunt, you're going to confuse the children. Lin protested weakly. Selphira laughed, clearly enjoying the chaos she had created. Oh, come on. I'm just pointing out the obvious. After all, not every day does a student give their teacher something so valuable. Ren's mushrooms pulsed with embarrassment while Lin seemed to debate between gratitude and mortification. By the way, Ren, Selphira continued while heading toward the door. I'll be watching your development. I'm very interested in seeing how someone with your peculiarities evolves. Her smile turned more calculating. And of course, you'll always be welcome in my faction once you achieve your noble appointment. Someone as interesting as you has potential. With a final laugh at everyone's flustered expressions, Selphira left to the hallway with Leora. Once outside, her expression turned more serious. Now, dear, she addressed her granddaughter as they walked. Tell me exactly what happened in that seed. I don't know much, Leora admitted. I was unconscious most of the time. But But Larissa told me some things. Leora lowered her voice. She said Ren was crucial. That he saved us. Oh. Selphora arched an eyebrow with interest. Did she mention how? Not exactly, Leora shook her head. But the way she said it. I've never seen Larissa so impressed by someone. Fascinating, Selphora murmured. You know. I think you should pay more attention to that boy. More attention? Yes, Selphora smiled. In fact, I'd like you to report directly to me about him from now on. Leora blinked in surprise. You too want me to watch him? Yes, Selphora nodded. But be subtle. We don't need others getting territorial, do we? Grandmother, Leora narrowed her eyes. What are you planning? Oh, nothing special, Selphora laughed softly. Just making sure I don't miss the show. You think he'll do important things? Dear, Selphora smiled, wisdom gleaming in her aged eyes. He already is. The question is, who will be better positioned to capture him when he rises? Now take me to the main door. As they walked down the hallway, Selphora added almost to herself, I didn't expect so much from this visit, and it will be fun imagining Sirius's face when he learns I used coming here as an excuse to escape his boring petitions. Grandmother. Leora sighed, though a small smile formed on her lips. What? An old woman needs her entertainment, Selphora laughed. And something tells me that boy is going to provide me with plenty. While walking away from Larissa's room, Julius observed his brother from the corner of his eye. You're not as unpleasant when giving orders anymore. You've changed, he commented casually. Victor snorted. You're the unpleasant one. I'm serious, Julius smiled. Before, you wouldn't have let Larissa get away with it. You would have tripled her surveillance just on principle. TCH, Victor looked away. It's not a bad idea for her to keep an eye on that strange boy anyway. There's something about him that doesn't quite add up to me. So you're not worried about her interest in him? I just hope Larissa matures and understands her role on her own, Victor evaded the question. She's a princess, she can't go around being fascinated by any commoner who shows unusual tricks. Julius laughed softly. You've matured. I don't know whether to take that as a compliment, Victor growled, but after a moment added in a lower voice, after going to look for father in that madhouse in the Platinum Ring, I realized some things. Oh. The world is too big to think you're strong, Victor shook his head. I was like a frog in a well, thinking the sky was only what I could see from below. Zhao said something similar when he returned from looking for you, Julius nodded. Though I suppose it was worse for him, and he didn't even have to enter the Platinum Ring. His beast is good at hiding, Victor acknowledged. But he probably saw enough from the shadows and at the edge of the Platinum One ring when he found me. They walked in silence for a moment before Victor spoke again. Speaking of Zhao, his expression turned thoughtful. Now that he'll be a double tamer, maybe we should find him a good complement for his beast. He's an excellent soldier. Thinking about the gold crests. With things as they are, Victor nodded gravely, we'll need all the support possible when the time comes to punish them. Do you think father will arrive in time? Father is still trying to understand that thing, Victor interrupted. As I told you when I arrived, I don't know when he'll return, but when he does, the evidence will be undeniable. The gold crests have crossed too many lines. Experimenting on children, Julius murmured. Helping abyssal spies enter here. Betraying the kingdom, Victor completed. The question is, how many more are involved? Do you already suspect someone specific? Just suspicions, Victor smiled humorlessly. Nothing concrete. But I trust my gut. It's what kept me alive in the Platinum Ring. Julius studied his brother with new appreciation. The old Victor would have declared open war on the Goldcrests at the first hint of betrayal. This more mature Victor was more dangerous to their enemies. You know. Julius smiled. I think I understand why you let Larissa keep her little spy game with the mushroom boy. Oh. It's better to have friendly eyes on him than make him more cautious, Julius winked. You've definitely matured. Shut up, Victor growled, but a small smile formed on his lips. I just hope Zhao knows how to choose his second beast well. It's not every day you get the chance to be a double tamer. With luck, Julius laughed, he'll choose better than a certain prince who ended up with an eagle when he could have had something with better synergy for the Qilin. My golden eagle is perfectly capable, Victor defended. Not everyone needs two boring earth beasts. Boring? My beasts have perfect synergy. Your beasts are pretentious, Victor corrected. Like their tamer. As the brothers continued their way between jokes and more serious plans, the echo of their voices was lost in the academy's hallways. The storm brewing with the Goldcrests was still on the horizon, but preparations had already begun. Larissa watched through the window, lost in her thoughts. Things hadn't gone as badly as she feared. Her brothers hadn't discovered her most important secret, that she was now a double tamer. A sigh escaped her lips as she thought about Leora's family. The Ashenways were different. Not only did they allow women to lead, but their own matriarch, Selphra, was a respected and feared double tamer. It must be nice, she thought while her mineral fairy glowed softly beneath her skin. Not having to hide your desire for power. Her thoughts drifted to Luna. Would her situation be similar? Were the Starweavers like the Dravenholms, bound to antiquated traditions? Or like the Ashenways, more progressive? But Luna never talked about her family. As if her thoughts had summoned her, Luna entered the room. Her head was down, her usual elegance tarnished by something that seemed to weigh on her shoulders. Luna? Larissa called softly. Are you all right? There was no response. Luna simply sat on her bed, her gaze fixed on the floor. Larissa approached, extending a hand to touch her cousin's shoulder. But before she could, something emerged from Luna's shadow. A black snake, its scaly skin gleaming with a dark luster, materialized holding an envelope in its fangs. Larissa recognized it instantly. It was the most common beast from the random black egg, the one everyone had expected Luna to get in the first place. Its abilities were similar to the Shadow Wolf's, though it lacked elemental control and its potential was limited to Silver Rank 3. It was a respectable beast, but not exceptional. Uncle Sirius's second beast, Larissa realized as the snake deposited the envelope in Luna's hands. The change was subtle but immediate. Luna's somber countenance seemed to lighten slightly while her fingers caressed the envelope. The snake slid back into the shadows, vanishing as if it had never been there. Luna carefully tucked the envelope into her clothes, her movements almost reverent. Is everything all right? Larissa asked softly. Luna's cheeks tinged pink. She avoided her cousin's gaze, her eyes fixed on a distant point. Yes, she finally responded, her voice barely a whisper. It was the smallest voice Larissa had ever heard from her cousin, so different from her usual confident and controlled tone. But there was something in it, a note of happiness. Larissa observed Luna for a moment more before returning to her own bed. She wouldn't press. If her cousin wanted to share the message's contents, she would in her own time. Meanwhile, she couldn't help but wonder what kind of message could cause such a change in Luna's always stoic countenance. What words could Uncle Sirius have written that could transform sadness into that soft blush? Perhaps, Larissa thought while her mineral fairy glowed with curiosity, other families' traditions weren't as simple as they appeared at first glance. I've been thinking, Lynn caressed the potion while speaking, about which beast to choose. Do you already have an idea? Ren asked while his mushrooms pulsed with interest. All my life I've practiced hand-to-hand combat, Lynn explained. I'd like to deepen that. I was considering beasts that increase speed or strength. She stood and began walking around the room, gesturing while explaining. The problem is that the main family doesn't know decent cultivation methods for direct combat beasts, except for the crane. And that worries you because... Ren encouraged her to continue. I'd need classic noble beasts if I want to reach gold, Lin sighed. In school, the beasts known to have a chance to reach gold 1 are basically 3, the cockatrice, the gargoyle, and the pegasus. They're not seen often. Min leaned forward, interested. No, they all have less than 1% probability in random eggs, Lin grimaced. And they're expensive eggs. Besides, none gives me exactly what I'm looking for. The Pegasus could be useful, she suggested while sitting again. Though it's not ideal. For what you're looking for, Ren intervened, a fire panther lizard would be excellent. It also has good synergy. Lin blinked in surprise. Well, yes. They have a 40% increase in speed and 40% in attack, but... She shook her head. They only reach bronze 1. Nobody chooses them if they can avoid it. No, Ren smiled while his mushrooms pulsed with more intensity. I know how to take them at least to gold 1, remember? Like all beasts. The silence that followed was deafening. Taro, Min, and Lu exchanged knowing looks, but Lin remained motionless, processing the words. It wasn't the first time they'd heard him say it. He'd mentioned it when he obtained his little mushroom, but now that they saw him ready to apply that knowledge again, the reality of what it meant hit harder. It's surreal, Lu murmured, breaking the silence. Lin straightened. Well, then I'll get an orange egg. They have a good probability of containing a panther lizard, and I have enough money saved. You don't need the egg, Ren interrupted. We just need a core from one, or failing to get that from another beast, though preferably of the same type to save the big tentacles. We'll also need several parts of the panther lizard. With that I can make the egg. Lin, who hadn't seen Ren process cores from scratch, looked at the other 3 boys, who nodded confirming what Ren was saying. Clearly, they had seen this process before. The core is extremely cheap, Taro rubbed his chin. And the parts are easy to buy. Ren can transform all that into a perfect egg, Min added proudly. We've seen him do it, Lu confirmed. Lin stood with determination and drank the potion in one gulp. Then it's time to visit the bank. Are you sure? Ren asked. Once you decide on the beast. Completely, Lin smiled. Besides, what kind of teacher would I be if I didn't trust my favorite student? Ren's mushrooms pulsed with what seemed like embarrassment while the other boys laughed. Though, Lin added with a mischievous smile, I still find it incredible that the same boy who can't dodge my basic strike knows how to take beasts to gold. Hey! Ren protested. Those strikes are impossible to dodge. They're not, Lin sang while heading to the door. You just need more practice. But when I have my panther lizard, they'll be even faster, so prepare to train harder. Ren visibly paled while his friends burst into laughter. You know. Min managed to say between laughs. Maybe you should have suggested a slower beast. It's too late for regrets, Lin smiled from the door. Come on, the bank awaits. As they followed Lin down the hallway, Ren couldn't help but wonder if he had just committed a tactical error by suggesting a beast that would increase his already terrifying teacher's speed. His mushrooms pulsed with resignation. At least, he thought, the training would serve to improve his reflexes. When they reached the shop, Ren stepped ahead of the group. Jesse, he called while his mushrooms pulsed softly. How much does it cost to safeguard 2 very valuable objects? The merchant looked up from her account book, arching an eyebrow. Ah, hello Ren. That's quite expensive. 10,000 crystals per month for each safeguarded object, I don't think it's worth it for those Hydra scales. 20,000 a month. Ren murmured, making mental calculations. Lin stepped forward. It's fine, I'll pay for it. It's not necessary, Ren shook his head. I just wanted to know the price. I have enough crystals. I insist, Lin frowned. It's the least I can do after. Really, don't worry, Ren interrupted her quickly, noticing Jesse's confused expression. He turned back to the merchant. More importantly now, what's the price for panther lizard parts? What rank? Jesse asked while pulling out a price list. Bronze and silver, Ren specified. All options. Let's see. Jesse consulted her register. Bronze 1 parts are 100 crystals each. Bronze 2 goes up to 1,000. Min whistled at the difference while Taro and Lu exchanged knowing looks. And silver? Lin asked, her interest evident. Silver 1 is 10,000 per piece, Jesse continued. Silver 2. 20,000. We'll need 5 parts, Ren explained, looking at Lin. And the higher the level of the pieces, the faster I can cultivate the egg. It'll depend on how urgently you want it. There's also the core, Lu reminded. Right, Ren nodded. We'll need 100,000 crystals to feed it properly. It's less than an orange egg cost, Taro commented. Though it's still expensive. Lin remained silent for a moment, clearly calculating options. The bronze 2 ones, she finally decided. How long would it take with those? About 20 days, Ren responded while his mushrooms pulsed with approval. It's a good balance between cost and time. Then it would be 5,000 for the parts, Lin calculated, plus 100,000 for the core. 105,000 total, Min completed. Though I don't know why you want a core, but those are 10 crystals, Jesse added casually, although I'm not sure if we still have complete bodies to get you one, they normally send them to the castle fast, it would also be hard to distinguish it among others in the piles. I'll cross my fingers and give you a tip if you find it, Lin added. Jesse smiled. I'll do my best to search for it in the refrigeration basement. If you can't find one, I can help you distinguish them. Do you have the 5 bronze 2 parts available? Ren asked. I can get them while I look for the core in about 30 minutes, Jesse responded. All right, Lin nodded. We'll return with the money then. As they headed toward the exit, Jesse called to Ren. Are you sure you want to safeguard objects? She asked curiously. Almost nobody does it because of the cost, but if you insist I'll bring the paperwork. Yes, thanks, Ren smiled, but I'll bring the money when we return. When they moved away from the counter, Lin insisted again. I really can pay for the safeguarding. It's only fair since you gave me a potion. Ren stopped, turning to her. The potion is a gift. I don't need anything in return. His mushrooms pulsed softly while he continued, besides, if you really want to do something, you could reduce training intensity a bit when you have your panther lizard and... Min, Taro, and Lu's laughter resonated through the hallway while Lin smiled maliciously. Oh, no, her smile turned predatory. You won't escape that easily. I'm going to pay for safeguarding and increase the intensity. After all, I'll need to practice with my new beast. Ren's mushrooms pulsed with what seemed to be resignation while the group headed to the bank. At least, he thought, he had 20 days before the real suffering began. You know. Min commented as they walked. I think Ren just committed the biggest tactical error of his life. Definitely, Taro nodded solemnly. Totally and completely, Lu confirmed. Lin just smiled, already planning new training routines in her mind. Theodore. Finch's shout resonated from the bank. It's a withdrawal of 1 million crystals. The group stopped just before entering. Through the door they could see Finch leaning over his counter, his eyes enormous behind his glasses while his mouse calculated frantically. What's happening? Lin asked, curious about the commotion. Finch is just dramatic like this, he likes to entertain others and... Ren explained to Lin. Oh no, Min interrupted and smiled maliciously. Looks like someone's being unfaithful to our mushroom magnate. New love. Ah. Taro peered through the door and then turned to Ren with a dramatic expression. Sorry friend, looks like they're cheating on you. Ren rolled his eyes while his mushrooms pulsed with amusement. Inside the bank, Finch continued his monologue. 1 million crystals, the banker adjusted his glasses while trying to maintain a professional tone. It's a considerable amount, you usually make smaller withdrawals, Professor Zhao. Today is a special day, Zhao responded with a patient smile. I see, Finch visibly struggled against his impulse to dramatize as he was before a respected professor. But still. Theodore, note the transaction in the special book. Your #1 fan seems to have found someone richer. Look at him contain himself, Lu whispered while joining the teasing. I can almost see how much it pains him not to do his complete show. A young but arrogant voice interrupted. I will deposit 200,000 crystals. Doesn't that deserve some recognition? At the counter, Leopold Montclair, the fifth-year prodigy, observed the transaction with evident disgust. Mr. Leopold. Finch's voice sounded exasperated. I already told you your numbers are very impressive for your age, however we are in the presence of a respected gentleman. But. The gold-rank prodigy looked at Finch expectantly. I'm a gold-rank student in my 5th year. Don't I deserve your exaggerated dance at least? Of course, Finch responded hastily. Theodore, note also the deposit of the young 5th-year prodigy. The group entered just in time to see the student in golden robe strutting in front of the counter. Behind him, Zhao waited with an increasingly impatient expression. Could we speed this up? The professor sighed. I just need to withdraw that 1,000,000 crystals from my account. A million, the student in golden robes interrupted. And you don't even give our professor the proper appreciation? Finch seemed to brighten at the opportunity. Finch, Zhao coughed softly. My withdrawal, please. Ah, yes, the banker adjusted his glasses. Excuse the delay. It's just that young Leopold insists on receiving the proper appreciation for his achievements. Leopold puffed up his chest and interrupted again. Though my situation is more impressive. I'm a gold-rank prodigy at 14. I'm going to deposit 200,000 crystals, don't you get it? Finch's eyebrows rose while his mouse looked up from his calculations. 200,000, the banker repeated, his voice barely containing his enthusiasm. Very impressive for someone so young. Theodore, doesn't it remind you of? The mouse nodded vigorously, his whiskers trembling with what seemed to be amusement. Right? Finch continued while processing Zhao's withdrawal. Though of course, some prefer gradual accumulation while others. His memories drifted toward Ren, surprise us with 310,000 in 1 month and in iron rank. Leopold choked on his own saliva. What? Oh, you didn't know. Finch smiled while his mouse prepared a new book. Some of our younger clients have rather interesting numbers. Impossible, Leopold spat the word. I'm a gold-rank prodigy and barely. Your withdrawal, Professor, Finch interrupted, handing the money to Zhao, who now watched the scene with amusement as he finally had his 10 silver glowing crystals. Thank you, the professor smiled. Leopold flushed red. I demand to see those records. Sorry, that depositor's name is private unless they request otherwise, Finch shrugged. Bank policy. But. Leopold frowned, clearly upset by the lack of impression his deposit was making. Don't compare yourself to other magnates, Mr. Leopold. You're also a winner who leaves Theodore and me drooling with envy, and quite an impressive one, Finch nodded politely. Theodore, in fact, thinks it's extraordinary to achieve so much at your age. The mouse looked up from his book and nodded vigorously. Then where's my funny dance? Leopold smiled smugly. If even your assistant recognizes my talent. The rich humiliating the poor, Finch sighed dramatically. Theodore and I are just obliged to observe and document. Although. His voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper, some are more considerate than others with our theatrical sensibilities. But it's fine, we'll do the dance just for you, young Leopold. Ren's group approached to see Finch practically dancing around Leopold while Theodore wrote frantically in his little notebook. This offends me, Min declared with false indignation. I thought those worship dances were exclusive to Ren. He seems to be doing them with even more enthusiasm today, Taro added, playing along. Say goodbye, Ren. It's not worth it. Oh no, Finch murmured upon seeing the new visitors. Theodore, prepare for more numbers. The mouse pulled out a new book, his whiskers trembling with anticipation. More numbers? Leopold asked, his curiosity momentarily overcoming his arrogance. The mushroom magnate visits us, Finch explained. Though I don't know if he'll be able to maintain his account when his friend reaches silver. Cultivation becomes so expensive. More of a magnate than me. Leopold studied Ren with disdain. This first-year child. Not yet, Finch sighed dramatically. But if he continues like this. The mouse nodded solemnly while turning the page. Impossible, Leopold spat the word. Sorry, Finch shrugged. It is what it is. Right, Theodore? The mouse nodded vigorously again. Though, Finch continued, if you're interested in his exact impressive numbers, you could ask him yourself. No. I don't want to hear more. Leopold turned dramatically and left the bank. Well, Finch sighed. It seems few appreciate good theater. Don't you think, Theodore? The mouse shook his head solemnly while turning the page. Did you see that? Min smiled. Totally unfaithful. Lin observed everything with a mixture of amusement and confusion. Is he always like this with you? Oh no, Taro responded. Usually it's worse. Just that some clients. He looked meaningfully toward Zhao and back to Lin, don't let his dramatic art emerge freely. Theodore. Finch suddenly exclaimed, though with less intensity than before. Do you have the special book ready? Our mushroom magnate honors us with his presence. There was nothing to worry about. See. Lu elbowed Ren. He's already coming back to you. True loves always return. Mushroom magnate. Zhao turned, revealing a smile. Is that your title now, Ren? Professor, Ren greeted, ignoring his friend's giggles. I'm glad to find you here. I wanted to give you your potion. Zhao stopped short, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Finch and Theodore exchanged curious looks. About that, Zhao offered the $1,000,000 he had just withdrawn. As I support my family, I can't give you more right now, but I'll keep paying the favor bit by bit and... No, Ren shook his head while his mushrooms pulsed softly. First use that money to cultivate your new beast. By the way, have you thought about which one you'll choose? Ren turned to Finch while Zhao scratched his chin. I need 20,000 crystals, please. Theodore. Finch straightened. The special withdrawals book. No, Lin put a hand on Ren's shoulder. I already told you I wouldn't let you pay for the safeguarding. They're for my parents, Ren explained. The 2 potions I'm going to store. So it's up to me to. I insist, Lin tightened her grip slightly. Lin will be a double tamer too? Zhao asked, observing the exchange with interest. When both nodded, a smile of understanding crossed the professor's face. Ah, Zhao put away the money, as if having made a decision. Then let her help, Ren. I myself feel a great debt to you that I'd like to reciprocate. At least allow her this much for now. Ren's mushrooms pulsed with what seemed like resignation while Lin smiled triumphantly. All right, he finally yielded. But then tell me, Professor, what kind of beast will your second one be? I want something that increases my stealth. Zhao leaned on the counter, ignoring how Finch and Theodore discreetly leaned in to listen better. Or that improves the speed and damage of my feather attacks. The school's gold beasts don't really serve you too well either then. Lin commented while asking a distracted Finch to withdraw 200,000 crystals from her account for the safeguarding and her new egg. That's the problem, Zhao sighed. None is really ideal for what I'm looking for. The cockatrice would add damage to my feathers but not speed to my shots or help my camouflage. The gargoyle is resistant but slow. And the Pegasus has great mobility but is redundant for you, Ren completed thoughtfully. Exactly, Zhao nodded. I need something more specific, but it doesn't exist. Not necessarily, Ren's mushrooms pulsed while he thought. There are some options. Theodore. Finch murmured. Prepare the special knowledge page. I still don't understand what they're talking about, but surely this is good research material. The mouse pulled out a new notebook, his ears trembling with anticipation. Do you have any suggestions? Zhao asked, ignoring how Finch practically vibrated with curiosity. Depends, Ren brought a hand to his chin. Do you want to prioritize stealth or damage? Ideally both, Zhao smiled. Though I know I'm asking too much. Theodore. Finch whispered dramatically. He's thinking. Prepare to write. Finch, Lin looked at him warningly while counting her crystals. You're whispering too loudly. Sorry, the banker adjusted his glasses. The excitement of the moment. As I was saying, Ren continued, there are beasts that could work. Zhao straightened, his interest completely captured. A camouflage raptor would be perfect, Ren suggested. Theodore. Finch couldn't contain himself. Write that down. Finch, two voices scolded him simultaneously. Sorry, the banker shrank in his seat. Camouflage raptor. Zhao considered the idea. It would undoubtedly help with silent flight dynamics, but... Finch accidentally dropped some papers near them, bending to pick them up with exaggerated slowness. But they're not easy to obtain, Zhao continued, ignoring how the banker now pretended to search for something under the counter to be closer. And they only reach silver 1 at most. Being a double tamer, my chance of reaching gold with the castle's help is quite good, and... Theodore wrote frantically while his tamer climbed the counter. In fact, Zhao added, I could ask Julius for a wolverine. Feathers with elemental damage of my choice would be useful, plus I could reach gold 1 that way, and... Reaching gold isn't a good reason to get the wolverine and discard your own style, Professor. If it's just about reaching gold Ren was about to explain how he could take the raptor to gold, but he noticed Finch practically hanging from the counter, his eyes enormous behind his glasses. Lu and Lin looked at him, shaking their heads. He's a gossip, Lu murmured. The biggest one, Lin nodded while collecting her 200,000 withdrawal. But you have to admit this is fascinating. The mouse nodded vigorously from behind his book. Professor, why don't we continue this conversation in Ren's room? Finch straightened instantly, abandoning all pretense of discretion. What? You're leaving already? But we were just getting to the interesting part. Theodore's shoulders dropped in disappointment, his whiskers drooping. Not even a hint. Finch complained while compulsively adjusting his glasses. Is this how you treat your humble financial servants? The custodians of your fortunes? Poor commoners like Theodore and me, he continued while his mouse nodded dramatically, can only dream of the magnate's secrets. Theodore, Finch turned to his assistant with a theatrically hurt expression, remember when we only had to count normal crystals? Before they came with their mysterious secrets and impossible deposits? The mouse nodded solemnly while wiping an imaginary tear. Life was simpler then, Finch sighed. Now we have to live with the torture of knowing there are more secrets. He looked accusingly at Ren, secrets that could revolutionize banking as we know it, and they won't even give us a hint. Dramatic as always, Lu laughed while they headed to the exit. It's not drama. Finch protested. It's professional indignation. Right, Theodore? The mouse raised a tiny fist in solidarity. See? Finch pointed to his assistant. Even Theodore is indignant. And he never gets indignant. See you, Finch, Ren smiled as they left. Someday. Finch called after them. Someday we'll discover your rich people's secrets. Theodore won't rest until then. The last thing they saw before the door closed was Theodore nodding with determination while pulling out a new notebook titled, Theories About the Mushroom Magnate, Volume 2. The camouflage raptor can reach gold if you follow my method, Ren explained in his room. And when it evolves, it's not just a beast that hides. What do you mean? Zhao asked with genuine interest. Its scales become extremely hard, Ren's mushrooms pulsed while he detailed. You could combine your feathers' dynamics with them, make them heavier and invisible. Plus, the beast's stalking attacks are incredibly fast. Zhao touched his chin, processing the information. You're sure you can take it to gold? Ren doesn't lie. If he says he'll take us to gold, he definitely can, Lin intervened. But for now, it's better to keep this between us. Zhao nodded slowly, understanding the implications. Since we all have potions, Min began while they waited for Zhao to finish accepting the incredible reality of what Ren was, we should decide what beasts we want. I want to try getting the mole I didn't get, Taro stepped forward. The brown egg didn't give me one the first time, but now that Ren can help us get almost anything. Actually, Ren interrupted, I already have a deep assassin egg prepared that would be great for you. A what? Taro frowned. I don't want that horrible bug, I want the mole. It's an impressive beast that can. The deep assassin has perfect synergy with your living tunnel, Ren explained. Your ability to manipulate minerals and your carapace would benefit all its future abilities and... But... Taro didn't seem convinced. The mole can dig faster and everyone would. The deep assassin can use your living crystal to amplify its attacks a lot, Ren continued. And again, I already have the egg ready. Taro crossed his arms. I don't know, the mole sounds cooler. And you, Lu? Min tried to change the subject seeing Taro wouldn't easily yield. Anything good works, Lu shrugged. It's not like I'm very attached to the useless bat that left me embarrassed. You should consider a banshee hyena, Ren suggested. A hyena? Lu made a face. Why would I want that when I could have something like a golden lion or... Because the banshee hyena would increase your sonic damage and improve your future skill set with your beast, Ren explained. The bat isn't bad, it's just a baby. Since you can't get rid of it, it would be better to use it well. But hyenas are... Lu searched for the words, inelegant. The banshee hyena would greatly increase your power with the insane volume of its shrieks and laughs since they can shred their opponent's nervous system with a single howl, Ren countered. Still. And me? Min interrupted. I was thinking about a phoenix that would heal me too. Something majestic that. Fire wouldn't combine well with your water snake. You need defense and stealth, Ren shook his head. As a healer, you must stay safe. An invisible amphibian would be perfect. An amphibian? Min looked horrified. You want my second beast to be a lame hiding frog? They aren't frogs. An amphibian that can become almost completely invisible, Ren corrected. It would increase your water magic, so you're healing too, and they're extremely resistant. But when people ask about my second beast... Min protested weakly. You'll be alive to answer them, Ren completed. How would you create the eggs for all these rare beasts? Zhao intervened, noticing the boy's unconvinced expressions. I need parts that won't rot from the monsters we'll use, Ren explained. Scales, bones, claws, hair, teeth from the beasts. The core must be kept surrounded by these materials and I'll draw specific complex runes with rune liquid. Complex runes? Lin leaned in with interest. Very complex, Ren nodded. Each beast requires a unique set of patterns. Besides the 100,000 mana to fill the core, I need to inject processed mana daily during the process as if cultivating. For how long? Zhao asked. Depends on the beast, for example. For Min's invisible amphibian, Ren looked meaningfully at his still reluctant friend, it would be about 2 weeks working on the egg if we use bronze 2 parts in the nest. 2 weeks. Min blinked in surprise. 6 days less than the panther lizard. You're lucky, right? Beasts have different incubation periods, Ren smiled. Wait, no. He's trying to convince me without me noticing, Min realized. An amphibian, it just doesn't sound very impressive, Lu completed. Like the hyena. You know what's not impressive? Ren looked at them seriously. Wasting potential because you chose the wrong cultivation path, right? The same goes for choosing a beast that looks cool instead of one that truly complements the abilities you already have. The three fell silent, considering his words. Besides, Ren continued, who says these beasts aren't cool? You don't even have an idea how they look at gold rank. What about the amphibian? Min asked, his curiosity overcoming his resistance. It will be a huge reptile at gold rank. It can greatly improve your water magic and will also give you vitality, Ren smiled. And that's just the beginning. The three friends exchanged looks. Their expressions still showed doubt, but there was a spark of interest in their eyes. The materials to create the eggs, especially the mana to fill them, isn't small, they're expensive, Ren added. And the process besides taking time is delicate, so I need to know what you want before starting. But are those really the best options? Lu asked. Ren's mushrooms pulsed with confidence. The best synergies. The question is, do you trust me? After thinking about it a bit, they all accepted Ren's suggestions. Zhao asked Ren to dictate all the materials to make a list. Well, Lin turned to Ren with a smile that made his mushrooms pulse nervously. Time for your exercises. But we have to buy and. Ren began to protest. Don't think you're going to escape your routine today. You can start while we take those 2 last potions to safekeeping and go get the cultivation things you named. We'll even bring yours and the boys. Right, Zhao? Zhao nodded. Ren dropped his shoulders dramatically, but Lin wasn't finished. Besides, her smile grew wider, from now on I'll train all 4 of you. For today you can even teach the basics to the other 3 yourself. Ren's mushrooms pulsed with new interest as he looked at his friends. Min, Taro, and Lu instinctively backed away when they saw how his expression changed. You know. Ren smiled, a flash of Lin's sadism reflecting in his eyes. Maybe it's not a bad idea to train my allies a bit. Oh no, Lu murmured. This is going to hurt tomorrow, Min added. A lot, Taro confirmed. When Lin and Zhao left heading for the exchange, leaving Ren instructing his friends on the correct basic posture, their cries of pain were already resonating through the hallway. He's a good boy, Zhao commented as they walked. With extraordinary potential. Lin stopped abruptly in the hallway and looked at him sideways. You're a government dog. It wasn't a question. I am, Zhao admitted without shame. But that doesn't change that I'm on his side and care about him. Ren isn't protected enough for everyone in the castle and high nobles to know his secrets, Lin warned, pointing at his neck up close. Not yet. Zhao smiled softly. Don't worry. I fight for our homeland precisely to keep our children safe. I wouldn't put Ren in danger. Lin relaxed a bit. Speaking of something more important, Zhao changed the subject. There's a way to pay him back for the potion that he won't be able to reject. Will you join me? What do you have in mind? Well, Zhao smiled mysteriously, he'll surely use the school's counter to get materials for some years, right? Lin's eyes opened with understanding. The credits. The same ones, Zhao nodded. And coincidentally, I have 1,000,000 crystals that we can defer over several months to not scare him. So he'll have to accept it, Lin nodded her head. I can leave him a part each month too without going bankrupt in one go. Good idea, you're clever. Thanks, Zhao began walking. Behind them, the boys' screams mixed with Ren's laughter. Back straight, they could hear him shout. Or we'll have to repeat the whole series. Definitely your student, Zhao laughed. For better or worse, Lin smiled as they walked away, leaving the boys to their fate for a while. Leora returned to Luna and Larissa after leaving her grandmother at the entrance. She found Larissa sitting comfortably, as if she had been waiting for her. "How did it go?" Larissa smiled. Neither responded immediately. Luna seemed lost in her thoughts, her fingers unconsciously brushing the envelope hidden in her clothes. Leora maintained her expression carefully neutral, though her eyes revealed certain unease. "It's okay," Larissa gestured for them to sit. "Take your time." "Maria." One of the guards approached. "Could you bring us that special drink I prepared?" Larissa asked sweetly. "The one I left on the corner table?" Maria nodded and returned moments later with 3 cups of an aromatic liquid. The girls sat around Larissa, each taking a cup. The aroma was sweet and comforting. "On my part," Larissa began while her cousins drank, "everything went quite well. They'll probably increase surveillance, but there's not too much to worry about." Luna and Leora nodded distractedly, the warmth of the drink helping to relax them. "There's just one thing." Larissa leaned forward, lowering her voice conspiratorially. Her cousins looked at her with curiosity, though they didn't quite understand her mysterious attitude. Still, they instinctively leaned in too. "You'll have to be very careful," Larissa whispered, "not to tell anyone that all 3 of us are double tamers now." Luna frowned. "What are you talking about?" "We're not." A faint glow suddenly enveloped the 2 girls, so brief it could have been mistaken for a flicker of the lamps. Larissa covered her mouth in feigned surprise while her cousins stared at her with enormous eyes, suddenly understanding. "Oh," Larissa smiled behind her hand. "It seems we're all the same." "You." Leora looked at her empty cup. "The drink. Did you just—" Luna seemed at a loss for words. "Give you potions?" Larissa completed cheerfully. "Of course. We're family after all." "But," Leora whispered, "my father wanted." "But your grandmother will surely be delighted," Larissa assured. "The Ashenways support female double tamers, right?" "You don't understand, my grandmother was." Luna wasn't faring better. "The few men left in the family." "My father is going to," Luna murmured. "They don't have to find out," Larissa winked. "Not until it's too late to do anything about it." The 2 girls fell silent processing what had just happened. Wasn't it too late already? Their beasts stirred within them. "Why?" Leora finally asked. "Because things have to change," Larissa responded, her expression becoming serious for the first time. "We can prove that we're valuable investments too." "Investments?" Luna looked at her curiously. "Oh yes," Larissa smiled mysteriously. "For the future, one that promises very interesting things. Especially now that a certain boy with glowing mushrooms is involved." "Larissa." Leora began, but her cousin interrupted her. Now, Larissa clasped her hands with enthusiasm. "What beasts would you like as second companions?" The 2 girls stared at her open-mouthed at her casual change of topic, but Larissa only smiled more broadly. "What?" she asked with feigned innocence. "Don't tell me you've never dreamed of having a second beast." "I have several ideas." Her mineral fairy glowed cheerfully while she began enumerating possibilities, leaving her cousins still trying to process how their life had just changed with a simple cup of tea. 50 more. Ren ordered, his mushrooms pulsing in red and yellow with what seemed like too much joy. "But we already did 100. Min complained, his arms trembling. "Oh." Ren smiled in a disturbingly similar way to Lin. "You want them to be 100 more then?" "No," 3 voices responded in unison. "Master Lin will be proud," Ren commented while watching his friend suffer. "You're learning the importance of not complaining." Taro tried to say something, but only managed an exhausted groan. Knocks on the door interrupted the torture session. Ren went to open it, finding Julius and Victor. I see you're busy, Julius smiled seeing the three boys practically melting on the floor. Just some basic training, Ren responded innocently. About the scorpion cores, Julius went straight to the point. Since you took the trouble to work on them, could I take them? We want to do some experiments. Experiments? We're trying to understand how Yino gets their abyssal beasts, Julius explained. Ren nodded. Of course. I can also give you the crystals from the leftover scales. Not necessary, Julius shook his head. In fact, you can keep 10 of the cores and the remaining crystals to do your own experiments. Thanks, Ren added, but they still need to be filled with 100,000 mana crystals each. Victor, who had been observing silently, stepped forward. Do you know how to make other types of eggs besides those scorpions? The three boys on the floor suddenly seemed to find new energy for their exercises, moving with suspicious intensity while looking away and sweating cold. Yes, Ren responded casually. The bug, too, not just the scorpion. His mushrooms pulsed softly while he avoided mentioning that he could create practically any species up to the gold ring one. Julius noticed how Ren's friends suddenly doubled their efforts in the exercises again, as if wanting to appear too busy to be interrogated. I see, Victor murmured, taking another step toward Ren. Julius stopped him with a hand on his shoulder, leaning to whisper in his ear, we shouldn't pressure him for now. Victor nodded reluctantly, though his eyes shone with barely contained curiosity. Well, Julius smiled, I'll bring you a gift for the information later. I expect great things from the future new noble who opened the last seed. He looked meaningfully at the three boys who were still exercising frantically. I think now you should return to your training. Oh, right, Ren turned to his friends with a smile that made them shudder. Where were we? Ah yes, 100 more repetitions. The groans of protest were music to his ears. As the princes withdrew, they could hear Ren counting cheerfully, 1. Harder. 2. I don't see you suffering enough. Definitely Lin's student, Julius laughed softly. Do you think he knows how to make more types of eggs? Victor asked as they walked away. Oh, I'm almost certain, Julius smiled. But for now, let's let him keep some secrets for the new team to discover. You can rest for a moment, Ren smiled while his mushrooms pulsed cheerfully. Min, Taro, and Lu collapsed instantly, their agitated breathing being the only sound in the room. You know. Ren sat near them, his tone surprisingly animated for someone who had just tortured his friends. Before coming here, I used to read the Wandering King's book. I always thought the magical medicines to become a double tamer would be in some far and mysterious place. And they ended up being almost in the heart of the city, Ren laughed softly. Right beneath our feet. What irony, Lu murmured from the floor. Knocks on the door interrupted the moment. Zhao and Lin entered, carrying several packages and materials. Did you break them already? Lin smiled seeing the three boys lying on the floor. Just some basic training, Ren responded, imitating her tone. That's my student, Lin nodded with approval. Ren approached to examine the materials while his friends tried to recover the ability to move. We got almost everything, Zhao explained. But we couldn't find the raptor core or Lu's hyena one. They didn't have complete specimens and had already sent the cores to the castle. We had to buy some silver rank parts too, Lin added. They only had high quality in stock, pieces that almost nobody buys. They cost us 100,000 total for the parts of those two rare beasts. No problem, Ren nodded while his mushrooms pulsed. I have some free cores now, I can make those too. Although. He grimaced, I'm running low on tentacles. About that, Zhao smiled, don't worry. The last excursion is near. The third collection of the semester, well, second in your case. My unit's final exam. Your territory again. Ren's mushrooms pulsed with more intensity. Exactly, Zhao nodded. And with everything you've shown, you'll surely pass with honors. Ren began organizing the materials while preparing the necessary runes. The final exams begin, he murmured while tracing the first pattern. Lin observed her student work, a proud smile on her face. On the floor, the three boys finally began to sit up, their muscles protesting from the effort. The sun was setting over the academy, its last rays illuminating the room through the window. Soon the trials would begin, but for now, in this moment, everything seemed to be in its place. Ren continued drawing runes, his mushrooms pulsing softly while he thought about everything that had happened since he arrived at the academy. The impossible evolutions, the transformation potions, the ancestral seed, and this was just the beginning. "Are you ready for your own exercise?" Lin asked. Ren looked at his friends, now double Tamers thanks to him. Looked at his teachers, who trusted in his knowledge despite his age. Looked at the runes he was tracing, runes that nobody else knows. His mushrooms pulsed one more time while he smiled. Always. The council chamber in Yino was a perfect reflection of its philosophy, dark, practical, and serious. The black stone walls absorbed the light from the purple crystals, creating shadows that seemed to move of their own volition. The darkness writhed and twisted at the edges of vision, as if alive. 6 figures sat around a circular table carved from black crystal, magical obsidian. The material had been specifically chosen for its ability to absorb and contain abyssal energy, making it nearly impossible for any beast to spy on the meetings. The king occupied the main seat, his face partially hidden by shadows while he studied the maps scattered across the table. His presence seemed to make the very air heavier, more oppressive. "Let me understand the situation," he rose slowly. The shadows seemed to stretch with him, as if they were an extension of his body. He began walking around the table, his steps resonating on the stone with deliberate weight. 2 weeks, the king of Yino observed the leader of the Venmont family. 2 weeks without a single report from this herald kid. "Can none of your plans work?" Lord Venmont maintained his firm posture despite the pressure. "My lord, the training we provided was the most rigorous possible. If he hasn't reported, it must be because he's following the maximum security protocol." Protocol, the crown prince, seated at the king's right, arched an eyebrow. "Or did you simply lose control of your agent?" A girl seated in the last chair leaned forward, as if wanting to better see Lord Venmont's reaction, but the king raised a hand. She immediately straightened, returning to her position as a silent observer. "Harold was personally modified by our family," Venmont continued. "His abyssal beast is perfectly studied by us and adapted to the mission. It's possible he's underground, transporting the key, unable to send messages without compromising his position." The king turned to Lord Bloodwin, ignoring Venmont's explanation. "What about your part?" "We've completed the study on the beast cultivation you requested," Bloodwin responded. The girl visibly straightened, her eyes gleaming with interest. "And you think with just that I'll forget your failure with the Shadow Stalkers?" the king interrupted. "The mana devourers that were supposed to help us accelerate the release of our last seed?" Bloodwin tensed. "My lord, the mercenaries never returned, they had a very good reputation but must have. I don't want to hear your excuses again. It's ridiculous that in trying to accelerate our seed we managed to accelerate Yano's seed instead," the king cut him off. "We extracted its mana from our control vein by taking so much for our abyssals, but from here we can't replicate the process with our own seed. The only plausible way was using a swarm of mana devourers. Right? The theory makes sense," Bloodwin tried to explain. "But without mana devourers in our territory to study. If we had been able to. You failed, that's all, both of you did. And instead of taking advantage of knowing about Yano's last seed's release before them, you only give us useless reports." "Excuses," the prince spat the word. The king finally turned to Lord Ravenspire. "And the scorpions I asked for?" The girl moved uncomfortably in her seat, as if wanting to say something, but again the king silenced her with a gesture. "Hagen managed to map much of the subsoil," Ravenspire responded carefully. "Although he didn't manage to obtain any cores, his contribution was." "These maps," the king laughed humorlessly signaling. "We have maps, but Yano now knows we can infiltrate from the depths and control the abyssals to a certain extent. All that important information they got thanks to your famous mercenary. Do you know how many years this sets back our plans? My lord, Ravenspire leaned forward, if you allow me to explain. Perhaps Hagen didn't carry out the operation in the best way, but he himself lent his body risking everything for the kingdom and his loyalty to you. He helped us discover something else. Something that could change everything. The king's interest visibly stirred. What? A safe way to obtain a third beast. The silence that followed was absolute. Even the abyssal crystals seemed to contain their crackling. Impossible, the prince broke the silence. So soon? Hagen confirmed it himself already, Ravenspire continued. There is a method. But it was only possible because he already has a gold-rank beast. Still, we can. And he wasn't consumed, there are no other side effects, the king interrupted. If what you say is true. There are no problems for the moment, Ravenspire assured. The process seems safe in powerful tamers like him. We just have to observe him a bit more and obtain the necessary knowledge too. The girl suddenly rose from her seat, her eyes shining intensely. The king looked at her for a moment before nodding. Is it true? Her childish voice contrasted strangely with the chamber's atmosphere. We can have 3 beasts already. Sit down, Celthea, the king ordered softly. The girl obeyed immediately, though her eyes still shone with contained excitement. Explain the new details, the king addressed Ravenspire. All of them. The king raised a hand once he had understood most of the explanation. Lastly. He turned to Venmont. Have the Goldcrests reported anything? Venmont visibly tensed. The situation with our allies has become complicated. Complicated? The prince leaned forward. Since Bloodwind's mercenaries failed in their attempt to kidnap the Klein boy, Venmont carefully chose his words, the Goldcrests have expressed their discontent with our methods. Discontent, the king repeated softly, though his tone contained a veiled threat. They complain about our lack of professionalism, Venmont continued. The plan was to use Klein's kidnapping as a negotiation chip in Yano, accelerate the open conflict between the cities. But the failure has only made Yano more cautious, the king completed. It was difficult enough convincing them to help with Harold's infiltration, Venmont added. And that only worked because Cashin himself took the job instead of his father. The young Goldcrest, the king murmured. Always more adventurous than the old one. Their communications have become more sporadic, which doesn't help with Harold's situation either, Venmont concluded. It seems they fear our unorthodox methods might expose them. The king remained silent for a moment. I will handle that, he finally declared. The Goldcrests need to understand they're already too involved to have doubts now. My lord, Venmont bowed respectfully. How do you plan to? They have a point about professionalism, the king interrupted again. Perhaps it's time to show them how Yano works when it decides to be truly professional. The smile that accompanied those words made even Celthea shrink slightly in her seat. Now, the king turned his attention to Ravenspire. Bring Hagen. I want to know exactly what he is now. The 3 lords rose and bowed before withdrawing, leaving the king with his son and the girl. Can I go see when they bring Hagen? Celthea asked immediately. No, the king responded. Ren traced the final runes on Zhao's camouflage raptor core while his other projects rested in different stages of development. Lin's panther lizard glowed with a reddish tone, Lu's banshee hyena emitted green pulses, and Min's invisible amphibian, well, it was already starting to occasionally disappear. Only one complete egg remained unclaimed. Come on, Ren looked at Taro, who was observing the egg of what would be a bronze-rank deep assassin as if it might bite him. It's not as bad as you think. Not bad. Min laughed. Wait until his mouth elongates like a giant straw. Assassins are known for their proboscises, Lu added with a mischievous smile. Imagine drinking tea like that. Lu made an exaggerated gesture, pretending to sip with an imaginarily long mouth, causing Min to burst into laughter. Don't listen to them, Ren sighed. The bug's qualities don't manifest that way at first. You won't even have the absorption ability yet, it's just iron rank and not a complete deep assassin. Taro kept looking at the egg with distrust. Are you sure? Completely, Ren nodded. For now you'll only have the claws and carapace. When you develop vitality absorption, you'll channel it through them. Your mouth won't turn into a proboscis unless you move to Yino. See? Min smiled. You just have to avoid moving to Yino and keep your beautiful smile. But seriously, Ren continued, ignoring the jokes. Think about the advantages. You'll be able to summon your living tunnel fully and still have a carapace. But won't it be weaker? Taro asked. A bit less resistant, Ren admitted, but the long claws ability and the new carapace directly benefit from living mineral. The bug line has a natural disposition for acquiring trophies, like some other insects. It can easily adhere materials to its carapace. Ren's mushrooms pulsed while he entered explanation mode. Besides, he continued, your tunnel's 60% defense will affect the bug's 30% defense. That gives you a total 90% defense over the two defensive layers. Taro began showing interest. And I'll just be a defender like always. The bug's attack is 40%, Ren smiled. Combined with the little your tunnel gives you, you'll finally have 60% instead of just 20%. You'll be a real threat when attacking. A threat with a straw, Lu murmured, earning an elbow from Min. So I won't have to absorb with my mouth? Taro asked one last time. Not while you're in Yano, Ren assured. The claws will be your main absorption method. The proboscis is a specific adaptation that involves more than just a long mouth. Taro looked at the egg for a long moment, clearly weighing the advantages against his aesthetic concern. 90% defense, he murmured. And 60% attack, Ren added. And 0% proboscis, Min laughed. For now, Lu added with a malicious smile. Taro finally extended his hand toward the egg, trying to ignore Lu. All right. But if I start developing any kind of strange appendage, we'll help you find very large hats to cover it, Min solemnly promised. Or decorative face masks, Lu suggested. Guys, Ren looked at them reproachfully, though his mushrooms pulsed with amusement. It's okay, Taro smiled while taking the egg. I guess the synergy plus 90% defense is worth the risk. The ritual began, making Taro and his egg glow while they connected. That's the spirit, Ren nodded. Besides, think how useful it'll be if you ever need to drink something from the bottom of a very tall glass. Ren. Taro protested while the others burst into laughter. Ren's mushrooms pulsed cheerfully while he returned to his work. For eggs, 5 new beasts, 5 new paths to explore. And only one potential straw problem in the future. Ren had taught everyone how to cultivate. Lu's crystals had to be processed in complete darkness. Darker. Lu complained while trying to process his crystals. You say it has to be total darkness, but your mushrooms keep glowing. Ren concentrated, trying to extinguish the soft pulse of light his mushrooms emitted, but every time he thought he'd succeeded, they would glow faintly again. Sorry, Ren apologized. I can't turn them off completely. After several failed attempts, Ren had to admit defeat. I think you'll have to do it yourself. He explained the process in detail. The crystals needed to bathe in shadow beast blood for at least an hour in complete darkness, then be sealed with pure crystals maintaining the same condition. Fortunately, Ren had blood and crystals from the shadow stalkers from the cave, a rare resource and more expensive at school where most crystals were earth-based due to underground mining. Lu's sonar proved perfect for the work. He could navigate in total darkness without problems, completing the process with a precision that Ren couldn't have achieved with his treacherously luminous mushrooms. Meanwhile, Taro had already begun absorbing his crystals to jump directly to Bronze 2. For Ren the investment was considerable, but thanks to Zhao and Lin having bought all the materials he needed, the complete 450,000 crystals, he could concentrate on his progression without financial worries. The magnate's fortune was safe for now. But Ren was only cultivating his mushroom for now, leaving his hydra on hold since he needed specific conditions to process the crystals. Min advanced steadily with his snake, and Lin had adopted the 1,000-day method that Ren had taught her. The 1,000-day method is expensive, Zhao had commented when Ren explained it to him. And he was right. Because unlike Lin, his beast was silver 3. The necessary silver 3 size crystals cost 300 points each, totaling 300,000. Materials of the same grade added another 300,000 per unit, and that unit only served to process 100 crystals. Sealing each batch of 100 required another 100,000 points. So, Zhao had calculated, I would need 3.3 million just for the base materials, plus 1 million for sealing the complete process. 4,300,000 total, Ren confirmed. Zhao had decided to wait and save more before embarking on such an expensive and prolonged method. For now, like Lin, Min, Lu, and Taro, he patiently awaited his eggs hatching. How much longer? Min asked while observing his amphibian egg, which occasionally became transparent. Each has its time, Ren responded while tracing runes on the hyena egg. Yours will be the first ready, then Zhao's raptor. And mine? Lu asked. The hyena needs more time, Ren explained. Master Lin will be third. While his friends discussed, Ren continued working on the eggs, his mushrooms pulsing softly. The process was delicate, requiring precision and patience, but seeing his friends anxiously awaiting their new beasts made all the effort worthwhile. The morning began as always, Lin dragging Ren to her early morning torture routine. Me too. Taro began to ask when Lin looked at him. And no. The attendance, he hurried to add. Wei still takes role and. Lin narrowed her eyes. Wei hasn't been giving good classes lately. But attendance. Taro insisted. It's important to maintain the record and my grade could. Lin sighed. Fine. But after the final exam, you'll come train too. Taro had never been so grateful for school bureaucracy. Min and Lu were naturally saved, having other teachers in the first hours. They wouldn't join the torture group until Yang's class. When Taro entered the classroom, Wei was already there, sitting at his desk with a lost look. The usual class murmur seemed more subdued, as if the professor's depressive atmosphere was contagious. Taro, a voice called from behind. It was Mira. Since he had leveled up, Taro had noticed a change in how his classmates treated him. Where before they barely noticed his existence, now there was always someone looking to talk to him, asking for advice, trying to become part of his circle. It was a strange sensation. Not necessarily unpleasant, but definitely strange. Have you seen any improvement in Wei? Mira whispered as Taro sat down. He seems worse than yesterday, after Roran corrected him in class. When he mentioned the canine creatures? Taro asked. Yes, Mira nodded. Wei just froze when Roran said, as Ren mentioned to me, iron-rank canine creatures generally. And simply stopped functioning. Taro made a face that clearly said, nothing to be done, but Mira wasn't finished. I'm worried about the final exam, she continued. If even the professors aren't sure what's correct. They're right, Han commented from a nearby seat. How are we supposed to learn if everything they've taught us could be wrong? Wei seemed to shrink in his seat although the comment had been barely a murmur. Ren should teach this class, Sora turned from the first row. Or at least grade the exam. The professor visibly writhed in his chair, as if each word was a needle. After all, Sora continued, apparently unaware of the effect her words were having, he seems to be the only one who really understands. I'll take roll, Wei interrupted with a hoarse voice, raising the attendance list like a shield. Klein, Aster. The students exchanged looks while responding to roll call. Wei seemed smaller than normal, his usual confidence completely evaporated. "Phone, Han." "Here," Han responded, then added in a low voice, "though I don't know if it matters being present when we're not learning anything." Wei trembled slightly. "Luna, Mira." "Present," Mira responded, her concern about the exam clearly visible on her face. "Larissa, Sora." "Here." Sora raised her hand. "Could we ask Ren if?" "Leora, Rosalind." Wei continued mechanically, as if he hadn't heard. Taro observed his professor, remembering how he used to strut around the classroom, sure of his knowledge, proud of his position. Now he seemed a shadow of himself, reduced to taking roll as if it was the only thing he could still do with certainty. "Hector, Taro." "Present," Taro responded, noticing how Wei avoided making eye contact. He was beginning to feel bad for Wei. But only a little. Wei finished taking roll and froze, as if he'd forgotten what came next. He sat heavily at his desk and grabbed his head with both hands. "Now what?" Mira complained, unconsciously rubbing the bandage on her nose. "The final exam is near and we can't even have a normal class. And on top of that those new adults who won't stop asking their boring questions since the incident. Are they still bothering you about the mana-blocking moss coverings of your giant rat?" Taro asked. "They won't stop," Mira grimaced in pain as she touched her nose. "It's unbearable. Still hasn't healed from your fall?" Han asked, emphasizing the last word with a tone that suggested he didn't quite believe her story. "I fell very hard," Mira responded dryly. "Such bad luck," Han smiled. "They interrogate me all day about my coverings too, but at least I haven't tripped into any doors." Mira stuck her tongue out in response. "Taro." Han abruptly changed the subject, wrapping an arm around his classmate's shoulders. "Did you get Ren to tell you anything about spiders?" Yes," Taro tried to wriggle out of the embrace. "But I don't remember well." "Better ask him yourself." A collective sigh ran through the group. "As if it were that easy," Mira protested. "When he's in Yang's class, Lin doesn't let anyone near him to distract him. And during breaks there's always like 20 people surrounding him," another student added. "He never manages to answer anything coherent." "You could." Taro smiled mischievously, "Follow us to the mines in the afternoon." "In separate groups, of course." "You'll keep going down to the mines?" an elegant voice interrupted. Larissa had peered from her seat, suddenly interested. Wei observed the whole scene, his face a mask of misery. Finally, he seemed to give up. "You can leave if you want," he mumbled. "Study on your own. Class is over." "About time," Jean rudely blurted while standing up and heading to the exit with his hands behind his head and elbows raised. "I don't even know why they take roll." Kai and Cass followed him to the door, but most of the class remained congregated around Taro. "So Ren really can take any beast to gold?" someone asked. "Is it true he made you and Min double summoners? How did he get a Hydra? Why does he know more than Wei?" Wei dropped his forehead against the desk with a dull thud that no one seemed to notice. "I also heard he has lots of crystals," a girl commented excitedly. "And that he knows how to cultivate faster than normal," another added. Mira and Han exchanged looks while Taro was bombarded with questions. "Is it true he can evolve beasts that have already matured like Master Lin's?" someone else asked. Wei banged his head against the desk again. "Guys," Taro tried to calm the group. "You really should ask him directly." "But we never can," several protested at once. "Maybe if you went to his room," Larissa suggested with a mischievous smile. "He won't like that." Taro looked at her alarmed. "You shouldn't." But it was too late. He could see the gears turning in his classmates' minds, planning secret expeditions to the know-it-all's office. Wei lifted his head only to let it fall once more against the wood. "At least being ignored is better," he muttered to himself, they're not making fun of me all day anymore. Nobody heard him. They were too busy interrogating Taro about the best times to accidentally run into Ren in his room or the mines. Do you notice it? Larissa asked while observing the group surrounding Taro. Luna rolled her eyes, pretending to be more interested in her notes than the conversation. Notice what? Larissa smiled and suddenly wrapped her cousin in a hug. Don't play disinterested, it's getting old. Larissa. Luna protested, her cheeks reddening while trying to break free. We're in class. Not anymore. And I won't let go until you admit you've noticed it, Larissa sang near her ear. Luna struggled a moment more before surrendering with a sigh. Fine, yes. I noticed it, she murmured, her voice barely audible. And? Larissa loosened her grip a bit but didn't release her completely. The two beasts inside Taro, Luna continued in a low voice, avoiding looking directly at her cousin. The patterns fluctuate very well between them. Even. She stopped, as if considering whether she should continue. Even what? Leora also leaned in to hear better. Even better than Julius's synergy, Luna completed quickly. His is simple because at least it's the same element, but this must be Ren's work, Leora suggested thoughtfully. If what little you told us about what happened in the seed is true. Speaking of Ren, Larissa interrupted and smiled while finally releasing Luna. What do you say we ask his advice about what second beast we should? Shoo. Luna and Leora interrupted simultaneously, frantically looking around. The mere mention of second beast had put them on high alert. Are you crazy? Luna hissed. You can't talk about that here. About what? Larissa smiled innocently. About how the three of us are. Leora covered her mouth with a hand while Luna looked about to faint. All right, Larissa laughed when Leora finally released her. But I'm going to ask him after class. You can come if you want. We can't just. Luna began. Why not? Larissa interrupted. Nobody will suspect if we just ask him theoretical questions. Everyone's obsessed with Ren lately anyway. It was true. Looking around the classroom, at least half the class was trying to get close to Taro just to obtain information about his luminous friend. Besides, Larissa added with a mischievous gleam in her eyes, don't you want to know what beasts could better complement your powerful first beasts? Luna and Leora exchanged looks. The temptation was evident on their faces. Just theoretical questions, Luna murmured, as if trying to convince herself. Purely academic, Leora nodded. Of course, Larissa smiled. Though. She added while watching Taro being bombarded with questions, maybe we should wait for the crowd to disperse a bit. We don't want anyone else hearing our academic theories. Her cousins nodded vigorously, though Larissa noticed how their eyes occasionally drifted toward the group around Taro, clearly anxious for answers. This will be fun, she thought while her mineral fairy pulsed softly. It's strange, Han commented as they walked toward Yang's class, I always thought the gray wing was for, well, you know. Losers. Taro completed with a smile, remembering his own initial prejudices. I didn't mean it like that. Han waved his hands, embarrassed. It's just that. It's okay, Taro laughed. I thought the same before getting there. Turns out the gray wing was the best thing that could have happened to me. The best? Mira approached, still touching her nose. Well, he certainly didn't lie about the different beast and faster cultivation, but maybe it's too soon to. Min, Taro looked at her worriedly, don't you want me to ask Min for help? His water snake has healing abilities and. The nurse said it would heal on its own, Mira interrupted quickly, though Taro noticed how she avoided eye contact. Doesn't it hurt? Han leaned in to examine Myra's nose, his eyes shining with genuine concern. Despite his serious expression, there was something adorably childlike in how he wrinkled his forehead. Just a little, Mira touched the bandage carefully, her small fingers tracing its edge. But, I want to hear more about the Grey Wing. What about you, Taro? Several more students approached, curious. Most had never thought much about the dormitory's other wings. My family has a restaurant in the Tarragon district, Taro explained. We're a minor branch of the family, but the business is doing well. Tarragon. Han whistled impressed. The family with the most Earth controllers. A very, very minor branch, Taro emphasized. So minor I only visited once a year. All I got from that was the brown egg. I thought I was doomed when they gave me the beetle. But you were wrong, Mira smiled. You were the first to evolve. Thanks to Ren, Taro added automatically. Besides, he's bronze now too, so. Ren doesn't count, someone commented from behind. Nobody has really seen his evolution. It's true, another voice added. We just know his mushrooms glow a bit more. Taro contained a smile, remembering the true form of Ren's mushroom. If they heard it they'd. The point is, he continued, that the Grey Wing doesn't determine your potential. Mira, I can't stop looking at your nose, I insist Min help you, if not now then in the room after class. Ren and Lu will be there. Mira tensed at hearing Lu's name. It's just. She began quietly, I don't want to cause trouble. With everything that's happening. Trouble? Taro arched an eyebrow. Min would be delighted to help. Really it's not. Larissa, who had been observing the interaction with Luna and Leora, approached casually. It's curious, she commented with feigned innocence, how some accidents happen right after certain, uncomfortable questions. Luna gave her a subtle elbow, but her eyes also showed concern. It's nothing, Mira insisted, though her voice trembled slightly. I just tripped and hit my nose. These hallways can be treacherous, Leora commented softly, her gaze meeting Myra's. Especially when certain adults are asking too many questions, Larissa added, her usual playful tone replaced by something more serious. Taro observed the two. Mira, with her bandaged nose, and Han. Both trying to appear strong while carrying an invisible weight. Mira and Han exchanged nervous glances as the girls' hints began to pile up. The tension was visible in their small shoulders. Han, Taro intervened, noticing their discomfort, what kind of questions have they been asking you? The adults seem very interested in you two lately. Han scratched his head, avoiding eye contact. His fingers trembled slightly as they ran through his messy hair. It's nothing important. I just told them I skipped some of Wei's classes. He shrugged, trying to appear casual. Sometimes I hide to sleep in different places because my roommates are too noisy at night. Han. Taro scolded, though concern tinged his voice. That's bad. What if Wei fails you? Myra's cheeks flushed crimson, her fingers fidgeting with the hem of her uniform. I've done it too sometimes, she admitted in a whisper that barely carried. The dormitory with Cass can be tense. You're lying, Luna stepped forward, her eyes gleaming with a mixture of irritation and worry. The Shadow Wolf's influence made her gaze particularly penetrating. I can sense some falsehood in your words. If you won't be honest, I might mention these half-truths to the adults who show such interest in you. Lie detection again. The effect was immediate. Han and Mira visibly stiffened under that scrutiny, having faced it too many times this week already. It's not just that, Han finally sighed, his shoulders slumping under an invisible weight. It's also my sister. Your sister. Larissa leaned in, genuine interest replacing her usual playful demeanor. She's very sick. Han's voice dropped to barely a whisper, as if the words themselves hurt to speak. I write to her almost every day, but... His eyes drifted to a distant point. My dormitory is the same as that idiot Jin's and his crony Kai. I didn't want them to mock my... Are you ashamed of writing to your sister? Leora asked softly, her gentle tone free of judgment. No. Han protested immediately, his voice cracking. It's just that, it's already hard enough to endure that room without them knowing. Jean has a way of making even the most important things sound stupid. Mira clenched her fists, gathering courage. I practice with my mana coverings, she blurted suddenly. And hiding. A lot. Why? Taro asked. Because. Mira swallowed hard, her throat working visibly. Because when I leave school, I'm going to run away from home. I won't let them force me to marry that fat, ugly noble I've never even met in person. Stunned silence fell over the group like a heavy blanket. You're going to break an arranged marriage? Luna whispered, her eyes widening in shock. My family says it's an honor, Mira continued, the words tumbling out like a broken dam. That I should be grateful someone of his position is interested in our family. But I. Her voice cracked, raw emotion bleeding through. I just want to be free. That's why you practice so much with the coverings, Leora murmured, understanding dawning in her eyes. And why you hide sometimes, Larissa added. You're preparing. Luna, Larissa, and Leora exchanged meaningful looks. Suddenly, the absences and strange behaviors took on new meaning. You know, Larissa began, a mischievous smile playing on her lips, I know some excellent hiding places. And I know quite a few stories from grandmother about breaking arranged marriages, Leora added, a spark of rebellion glinting in her eyes. Mira and Han exchanged glances. The tension in their shoulders began to ease, if only slightly. Besides, Larissa added gently, some of us understand what it's like to have to keep secrets. And how important it is to protect them, Luna completed, her hand unconsciously touching where she kept a certain letter. Mira looked at Taro, who nodded slightly. Maybe. She began, hope creeping into her voice, maybe we could talk after class. After we get some answers about certain synergy theories, Larissa added, earning another warning look from Luna. And after Min checks that nose, Taro insisted kindly. He won't mind. Mira asked hopefully. Not at all, Taro smiled. He always says he needs practice. Though with Lin as a teacher, I think he gets more than enough practice healing our muscles. The bell rang, interrupting the group's laughter. Speaking of Lin, Han sighed as they hurried along. Think she'll make us run while carrying weights again today? It's Lin, they all responded in unison. And do you think Yang will make us practice combat today? Han asked, his voice regaining some of its childlike innocence. I hope not, Mira made a comic grimace. My nose isn't ready for more adventures. The group's laughter echoed through the hallway, mixing with other students' conversations. For a moment, they were just children heading to class, sharing a moment of normalcy amid jokes and worries. Even if some of them had more secrets than others. You're 5 seconds late. Lin's voice resonated across the field. Speaking of trouble. Han muttered. 100 extra laps. Lin continued, though her smile suggested she was more amused than angry. You got me. Taro panted while keeping pace with Ren and Min during their laps around the field. I just have to heal Mira. Min adjusted his stride to maintain conversation. No problem. Thanks, Taro nodded. But there won't be time after class to help them with cultivation today, Ren added, his voice low but firm as he continued running. I need you to help me make another tunnel today. Another tunnel? Taro nearly stumbled. Today. But the others wanted. I don't want them following us down, Ren shook his head. It's risky enough with just us. Taro scratched his head as they completed another lap. About that. I think they're going to follow us anyway. You've seen how everyone's been lately, especially after I evolved. Ren sighed, his mushrooms pulsing with what seemed like resignation. I was afraid of that. We could divide them into groups, Min suggested. Take turns or something. Actually. Ren increased his pace, ensuring no one else could hear them. It's allowed to take a group of 6 down to 200 meters. 200. Min whistled low. That doesn't sound. Only if we have 2 bronze rank in the group, Ren specified. Though I want to go down to 300. I guess the last meters will have to wait until tomorrow. The last meters? Taro frowned. 300. Ren's mushrooms pulsed with a glow his friends had learned to recognize as contained excitement. Enough to reach where we need. And what exactly do we need? Min asked while trying to keep Ren's pace. A small vein, Ren responded simply. For cultivation. Taro and Min exchanged glances, their eyes meeting in a silent conversation born from months of friendship. What if we get caught? Min asked, though his tone held more excitement than concern. We won't, Ren smiled, his mushrooms pulsing with quiet confidence. Not if we close the tunnel properly. I'll explain everything after class, when we're all together. For now, let's focus on surviving Lin's training. As if summoned by the mere mention of her name, their teacher's voice thundered across the field, too much talking. 50 more laps. The 3 friends groaned in unison but kept running, their feet pounding against the packed earth in a steady rhythm. After completing all their exercises, muscles trembling from exertion. Attention! Yang's voice boomed across the training field, cutting through the scattered conversations like a blade. I have an important announcement. The students gathered, many still panting from their workout. Lin took her place beside Yang, her crane's feathers gleaming in the morning light. Final exams begin in 1 month, Yang continued, his stone behemoth manifesting subtly in his skin, creating rippling patterns like living granite. And this time will be different. A wave of anticipation swept through the group, raising the hairs on the back of their necks. This won't be just a friendly match between yourselves, Yang smiled, though gravity lurked in his eyes. You'll face a real bronze rank beast. The murmur transformed into exclamations of surprise and worry, voices rising in concern. A real bronze beast? Someone asked from the back, their voice cracking. I thought you were joking on the first day to scare us. We're iron students. That's why you'll be allowed weapons again and work in groups of 3, Lin cut through the rising panic, her voice sharp and precise. You have a month to prepare yourselves mentally. Learning to kill beasts is crucial for your future, Yang pressed on. What matters is your ability to face a real threat. The hordes don't discriminate, and in the outside world, monsters won't wait until you're ready. There will also be matches between you with no weapons again, Lin added. Both individual and in groups of 3. Other classes will join for these trials, and it won't be as friendly. Your exam results and rank are at stake this time. Students exchanged wary glances. The mention of other classes meant more competition, more chances to shine, or to fail spectacularly. Your performance in these exams, Yang emphasized each word, his stone patterns gleaming, will determine if you advance to Bronze 1 next semester. This isn't just a skill test, it's your chance to rise in rank. Groups must register this week, Lin continued, her eyes scanning the gathered students. Choose wisely. Skill balance will be crucial. What kind of bronze beast will it be? Jean asked, his tiger markings glowing with poorly concealed eagerness. You'll find out on exam day, Yang replied, his expression unreadable. Be prepared for anything. What if we fail? A trembling voice asked from the back of the crowd. Then you'll remain iron rank, Lin answered simply, her words falling like stones in still water. And watch your companions advance without you. The silence that followed was heavy enough to crush dreams. 1 month, Yang repeated, his voice resonating with finality. Use this time wisely. Study, train, prepare. Because when you face that bronze beast, there won't be second chances. And remember, Yang concluded, his grave voice echoing across the field, this is the first real trial you'll face as Tamers. What happens here will determine not just your rank, but your future at the academy. The students began to disperse, forming small clusters to discuss the news. The air hummed with a mixture of excitement and anxiety, like the calm before a storm. The month ahead promised to be intense. The final exams would be a trial by fire, a chance to rise, or to be left behind. Unacceptable. May slammed her hand against her desk, making several students jump in their seats. An entire class missed without explanation, and you waltz in as if nothing happened. Her gaze swept over the culprits, Ren, Taro, and Min, the two groups of noble cousins with their follower students, Maria, Mayo, and Matilda, and the 6 new girls. All tried to make themselves as small as possible under her withering stare. The new way might ignore your absences, she continued, her vine manifestation rippling across her skin with irritation. Professor May, Larissa stepped forward, wearing her most charming smile. Allow me to explain. Larissa outlined the situation broadly. Apparently, Lin had explained everything to Yang, but nobody had remembered to inform May. No, my dear, May cut her off. Not even an infiltrated child from Yino can justify this. It's not the student's responsibility to handle such matters. All that commotion, having to take students to shelter, and it just happens to involve precisely the students who missed my class. The new girls shifted uncomfortably. They were supposed to protect the girls, not cause academic problems. And you, Ren, May turned to him, her eyes narrowing. Your shenanigans are causing more and more problems. First the crazy theories, then the interruptions, and now unjustified absences. I'll have to deduct points for the first time over this. Ren's mushrooms pulsed rapidly as he considered his options. Professor, he began softly. May I make an observation? Don't try to change the subject. It's about your Megaphila vine, Ren continued, unfazed. Don't you find it curious that at Silver 1 it only grants 40% vitality? Compared to its 120% in wind control. May halted mid-scolding, her eyes widening slightly. That's normal for this type of beast, she responded, though doubt had crept into her voice. It's really a shame, Ren smiled gently. With the correct method, it could easily reach 80%. You'd look even younger. The last words caught May's attention completely. Her hand unconsciously rose to her face. Younger. Oh yes, Ren nodded, his mushrooms pulsing with apparent enthusiasm. It's just a matter of applying a new cultivation method that Professor Zhao and Master Lin are already practicing. Have you noticed how the leaves tend to lean north during certain nights? How do you know that? May asked, genuinely surprised. The patterns are quite clear, Ren explained. If you absorbed crystals processed during the correct lunar phases. Enough. May raised a hand, though her tone had lost all hostility. Perhaps, we could discuss this after class. Of course, Ren smiled innocently. Though about the points. The points, May coughed, composing herself. Well, considering the special circumstances and, given that you seem to have some interesting theories to discuss. Shall we start class? Larissa suggested sweetly. Yes, May nodded, shuffling her papers and attempting to regain her dignity. Everyone take your seats. And Ren. Yes, Professor. I'll see you after class, a small smile tugged at her lips. To discuss these theories of yours. As the student settled in, Min leaned toward Ren. You're terrible, he whispered. Do you really know how to improve her vitality? Ren's mushrooms pulsed with what was definitely amusement. Of course, he replied quietly. It'll take 1,000 days. But that'll give her something more interesting to think about than our absences. Taro, overhearing the conversation, could only shake his head with a smile. His friend was turning the art of distracting teachers with real knowledge into an exact science. After May's class and explaining some details about processing the first 100 crystals, and strategically skipping Song's optional class, Ren finally met with Taro and Min at the agreed spot. His mushrooms pulsed with resignation when he saw they weren't alone. Mira and Han stood nearby, surrounded by the 4 groups of noble girls. Far too many people for a discreet expedition. I managed to convince Mira and Han's 4 team members to wait. Taro scratched his head with an apologetic smile. And Hector's group understood it was better to try another day, but we're not missing this. Larissa stepped forward with a mischievous smile, her mineral fairy glowing faintly in her hair. Don't worry, we have our own bronze rank guides. She gestured to the students accompanying them. Ren sighed, his mushrooms pulsing with what could only be described as defeated acceptance. I suppose I don't have a choice. No, you don't, Luna confirmed, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. It'll be fun, Leora added softly, though her gentle tone did nothing to hide her excitement. Ren shouldered his pack and started walking toward the caves. The group followed, keeping their conversations to hushed whispers. At the entrance, the guard greeted them with a familiar smile. Lucky Shroom, he called cheerfully while pulling out the registry. Another productive expedition today. Ren nodded while filling out the form. The guard leaned casually over the paper, but his expression shifted dramatically as he read the details. 200 meters, his eyebrows shot up. And, you're registering as bronze? You and Taro? We've registered that way 2 days before too, Ren replied calmly. The guard frowned and began reviewing previous records. His eyes widened. It's true, he muttered. Sorry, you're so consistent every day I stopped checking and never really. He paused, pulling a special lens from his desk. He held it up before Ren and Taro, and his jaw nearly hit the floor. By the 12 moons, he exclaimed. Not only are you bronze, but this level of mana and, those are. He stopped, staring at Taro in amazement. 2 beast cores. Silence fell over the group like a heavy blanket. All eyes turned to Taro, who suddenly found his shoes absolutely fascinating. 2 beasts. Han was the first to recover his voice. Wasn't Ren the only one who got a new one? When did this happen? Mira asked, her eyes as wide as saucers. Why didn't you tell us? Several voices joined the interrogation. Min started laughing, leaning against the wall to keep himself upright. Sorry, he managed between fits of laughter. It's just, if you knew, his mouth. It's not a big deal, Taro tried to deflect attention, but the questions only intensified. What kind of beast is it? How did you get it? Can it make tunnels too? Enough, Ren intervened, his voice cutting through the chaos. We have work to do. Questions can wait. But Han began to protest. 200 meters, Ren reminded them. We need to move soon. The guard, recovering from his surprise, began stamping everyone's permits. Be careful, Lucky Shroom, he warned. At that depth, even bronze beasts need to watch out for common worms and, though rare, hunter bugs. Taro shifted uncomfortably with a forced smile. We know, Ren nodded while pocketing the papers. Everyone ready? The group nodded, though curious glances at Taro didn't diminish. Keep your secrets for now, Larissa smiled as she passed Taro. But eventually we'll want the full story. And it better be good, Luna added. Oh, it is, Min, who had finally controlled his laughter, grinned widely. Especially the part about his mouth becoming. Min. Taro cut him off, his face flushing crimson. Let's go, Ren started descending, his mushrooms illuminating the path. And remember, no separating from the group. As they ventured into the darkness, whispers and theories about Taro's second beast continued. Min occasionally let out a giggle, earning death glares from his friend. At least, Ren thought, this will keep them distracted from asking more uncomfortable questions about me. Your sacrifice will be honored, my warrior Taro. His mushrooms pulsed softly, as if in agreement. As they descended through the tunnels, Larissa stealthily approached Ren. Without warning, she leaned in and whispered directly in his ear. What would be a good synergy for my beast? Since you made me a double. Ren startled, blushing slightly at both the proximity and the tickle of her breath. But the Qilin is out, she continued before he could respond. I can't get one, so don't even suggest it. Ren's mushrooms pulsed as he entered analysis mode. Actually, he began, regaining his composure, the Qilin wouldn't be the best option, though you might assume so because of the earth element synergy. No. Larissa arched an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. A wind lynx would be far more effective, Ren explained, his mushrooms pulsing with enthusiasm. Its natural perception and speed would perfectly complement your jumps. Nobody could catch you from behind so easily again. Interesting, Larissa blushed remembering but moved even closer, completely ignoring the concept of personal space. But are those all the synergies? Other beasts have enhanced senses and speed too, even. The ice crystals that the lynx generates in its higher evolutions, Ren continued, trying to maintain focus despite her pressing proximity, have a natural affinity with your fairy's minerals. You could create more complex and resistant crystalline structures, even manipulate the environment to your advantage. Sounds promising, Larissa smiled. But I've only heard of lynx reaching bronze 2 at most. Would you help me find the technique to take it higher? Of course, Ren nodded. After this we can. Excellent. Larissa interrupted, and just when Ren thought she'd finally leave him in peace, she added, what about Luna and Leora? Ren sighed, but his mushrooms pulsed with what seemed like amused resignation. Luna has a situation similar to yours, he began. The white celestial tiger her father uses would be perfect. Being a light beast, it would create a perfect balance with her wolf's darkness. Like yin and yang? Larissa asked, fascinated. Exactly. Both beasts would also mutually amplify their general elemental control. The tiger's speed and perception would complement her jumps too, like your case. And Leora? A demonic bash, Ren answered without hesitation. Her will-o-wisp is already powerful, but with the bash spirit manipulation ability. Spirit manipulation. The bash can alter how energy flows through the body, Ren explained. Combined with the will-o-wisp, she could make parts of her body temporarily become black spirit fire and intangible. Intangible? Larissa's eyes sparkled with interest. Yes, plus trying to hit her would burn enemies. But this is all basic, Ren clarified. Without a specific strategy or combat style defined by you, I'm just suggesting the natural synergies I consider strongest. The true potential will depend on how you decide to use your combinations. Larissa fell silent for a moment, processing the information. You know, she finally said, a playful smile forming on her lips, you understand so much about evolution and synergy. Maybe I should. Before she could finish, Taro called from ahead. First checkpoint ahead, guards there. We'll continue this conversation later, Larissa winked before moving away to rejoin her cousins. Ren watched her go, his mushrooms pulsing softly. Everything okay? Min asked, noticing his thoughtful expression. Just thinking, Ren responded, about how interesting it'll be to see what they do with that information. Did you tell her something about their beasts? Just a little, Ren smiled. His mushrooms pulsed once more as they signed in with the guard and resumed their descent. After all, they'd still need more information. The real challenge for rich people perhaps wasn't obtaining a second beast, but cultivating it and learning to use it properly. After signing in, the group continued their descent into the depths. There are more students than usual, Min observed as they sidestepped another group climbing up laden with crystals. Picks clinked against the stone walls and earth beasts were the norm here, the sound of mining echoing through the tunnels. It's the semester's final stretch, one of the noble girls' student escorts explained. Many upperclassmen try to increase their productivity around this time to pass the gathering unit. As they crossed below 150 meters, the mana density began affecting the group. Beasts started manifesting in preparation for any lesser worms, Taro's living tunnel creating patterns across his skin and Luna's wolf projecting denser shadows that seemed to crawl along the walls were some examples. Only Leora and Larissa kept their beasts completely hidden, though the tension in their posture suggested they too felt the pressure of uncertainty. They could have entered through Ren's secret tunnel, Leora and the escorts already knew about it and had expanded it, but with adults still investigating the seed from outside, Ren had decided to write it off. Ren's mushrooms pulsed softly, detecting several lesser worms nearby. They weren't a real threat to the group, but their presence indicated they were entering more dangerous territory. Before they could cross to the next level, the sound of approaching voices and footsteps made them halt. A new group of 6 older students was climbing up. Ren immediately recognized one of them. They were 5th-year students, and among them was Leopold, the same one who had demanded special attention from Finch at the bank. Ren lowered his gaze, hoping to avoid any confrontation, but... Well, Leopold's voice shattered the silence between both groups. If it isn't the mushroom magnate. The group stopped. Leopold stepped forward, his golden robes gleaming even in the dim light. Don't think you'll surpass me just with luck, he continued, his tone dripping with disdain. Don't expect another miracle just because you wander around here. I've investigated everything about the Hydra and the gifts you received from the prince. But that's not enough to stand out. You need to shine in many areas, and with a miserable spore. One of his companions suddenly leaned in, whispering something in his ear. Leopold's expression shifted subtly. Noble candidates, he murmured, loud enough for everyone to hear. These first-year children. Leora and Larissa exchanged glances, their fingers touching their chins in identical gestures of contemplation. I wonder who leaked that information, Larissa mused internally. Grandmother might have spread it, she has a peculiar sense of humor, Leora pondered. Julius enjoys these political games, Larissa finally inferred. Even the director could be involved, Leora continued thinking. What better way to make the academy stand out among the other 2 schools than boasting about having such young double tamers? Ren's mushrooms pulsed with what seemed like resignation. The secret apparently wasn't so secret anymore. They're just iron students. Leopold spat, though his voice had lost some of its initial arrogance. If you could find a miracle, I'll find one too. I won't let some novices surpass me. No one's trying to surpass you, Ren finally spoke. We're just working on our own path. Your own path. Leopold laughed, but there was tension in his laughter. Don't you understand? If you aim upward, you aim at me. Leopold, one of his companions interrupted. We still have several things to process to get the crystals from. Fine, Leopold turned sharply. Let's go. But this isn't over, minor magnate. As the 5th-year group moved away, Mira approached Ren. Is he your friend? She asked quietly. It's rival pride, Han answered before Ren could. My sister says upper-year students hate when someone younger surpasses them. Especially if that someone has mushrooms instead of a proper beast, Min added with a smile. Well, Taro intervened, at least now we know why there's been so much interest in our group lately, seems like many already know. The annoying part of fame, Larissa sighed dramatically. That's what you get for finding something extraordinary. We should continue, Ren suggested, trying to evade the topic. I need to find a good spot before it gets late. The group resumed their descent, but now there was a new element in the air, the sensation that somehow, they were at the center of everything. You think it was your grandmother? Luna whispered to Leora as they walked. Maybe, or maybe Julius. Leora added with a small smile. Knowing both, Larissa joined the conversation. I have no idea who moved first. They love creating chaos. Their soft laughter mixed with the echo of their footsteps as they ventured deeper into the mines, leaving politics and rivalries behind, at least for the moment. Ren studied each intersection carefully, his mushrooms pulsing as he analyzed the veins and monster activity patterns. He was looking for something specific, an area that other students would naturally avoid. Watch out! Min warned of a lesser worm emerging from the ground. They're really annoying, Taro commented as his living tunnel detected and crushed another. Weak, but those bites are dangerous. Just keep moving, one of the noble's student escorts explained. And stay alert to ground vibrations. Luna observed Ren with growing irritation. Her eyes followed his every movement as he examined the walls, ignoring veins that any other student would have considered valuable. "What exactly are you looking for?" she finally asked, her tone mixing curiosity with annoyance. "The perfect entrance," Ren responded distractedly, his mushrooms pulsing faster as they neared their objective. Another worm emerged, but Luna's wolf dispatched it with a casual swipe of its shadowy claws. "Entrance to what?" Larissa joined the interrogation, her interest clearly piqued. Ren stopped abruptly, his mushrooms illuminating a crack in the wall. It was small, almost invisible if you didn't know what to look for, and completely devoid of crystals around its edges. "To my new secret route, to this," he pointed at the opening. "Nobody would come here, there are no visible crystals and the space is too narrow to be comfortable. And that makes it perfect because..." Mira let the question hang. "Because nobody will follow us," Ren smiled, his mushrooms pulsing with what seemed like anticipation. Without further explanation, he began squeezing through the crack. His thin body barely fit through the opening. "Are you sure about this?" Han asked, looking at the narrow space with apprehension. "Absolutely," Ren's voice came from inside. "It's time to head for the real objective." Min and Taro exchanged knowing looks before following him into the darkness. Larissa smiled at her cousins, her eyes gleaming with barely contained curiosity. One by one, they slipped through the crack. The students took strategic positions to keep watch while the group entered. Luna was the last to pass through. Before entering, her eyes swept the area one final time. There was something about the way Ren had been searching, something in the precision of his movements. "You weren't lost at all, were you?" she murmured as she slid through the opening. "You knew exactly what you were looking for from the beginning." Ren's mushrooms pulsed softly in the darkness, but he offered no response. "This way," he directed his hydra. "I need a tunnel descending at a 45-degree angle in that direction. Taro," he turned to his friend, "could you start lining it with living minerals? And..." He looked at the girl with the Earth Wolverine, "Your help would be useful at the front with my hydra." The girl frowned. "I'm not your excavation tool." "Shizu," Larissa intervened with a smile that brooked no argument. "Please help Ren make the tunnel." The girl sighed but nodded, her manifested Wolverine joining the digging efforts. While they began working, Han and Mira approached Ren timidly. Han started, "About our beasts. Could you tell us if we're doing anything wrong?" Mira completed the question. "We'll pay whatever you want when we can, or you can ask us for favors." Han added. Ren turned to Larissa with narrowed eyes, a clear reproach for not having offered anything in exchange for the information he'd given her earlier. The princess simply smiled, completely immune to his accusing gaze. "Don't worry about that," Ren sighed. "Just, remember that I helped you if I ever need your support." "Just that." Kira, the girl with the giant goat, arched an eyebrow. "You're not very greedy for an outskirts boy." Ren's mushrooms pulsed as he responded, "My parents have lived a long life, and they always taught me that the most important things are the connections you make with people around you, not what you can get from them." "Why?" Matilda asked. "Because we all might end up needing help in life," Ren explained, his mushrooms emitting a gentle glow. "Even the richest, or so my father said. And I believe him." He turned to Mira, "Your cultivation is going well, but you need to change when you expose your crystals to seal the process. Use the midday sun for 20 minutes instead of morning light." "Why?" Mira asked, genuinely curious. "Solar energy is more intense and pure at that point," Ren explained. "Your giant rat needs that specific density to properly develop its plants." Then he addressed Han, "Your spider is also on the right track, but you need to change the web you're using. Common weaver web isn't optimal. You need greater weaver spider web from your own species." "But that's harder to get," Han protested. And more expensive for being bronze rank, Ren added. But a higher rank web is what weavers consume when they hatch from the cocoon left by a higher rank one to cover the cores they collect and turn into eggs. Also, Ren searched his knowledge. What rune did they suggest? Han scratched his head. They recommended using an attack rune for sealing. Use an agility one, Ren interrupted. I know the hunter spider that would be the evolution from the method you're following seems to have more potential because records say it reaches silver 3 while the weaver only reaches silver 1, but that's a mistake. Han's eyes widened in surprise. A mistake? Unlike the hunter, the weaver can surpass silver rank, Ren nodded, his mushrooms pulsing with certainty. It just needs the correct cultivation method. Han and Mira stood contemplating, seemingly trying to burn the information into their minds. Larissa appeared at Ren's side, practically hanging off his arm. Since you gave me that reproachful look, let's make something clear, she smiled mischievously while whispering in his ear, you forced me to be a double tamer, so you'll have to take responsibility. Wasn't that what you really wanted? Mana doesn't lie. Ren blinked in confusion. Of course, Larissa nodded with feigned seriousness. But you gave me that potion without warning and without my consent. Now you'll have to help me with the whole process to redeem your misdeeds. Well yes, thinking about it that way you're right that it was wrong but... Ren began to protest. No buts, Larissa smiled. You're already stuck with me in this. As the group continued advancing, Han and Mira exchanged glances. There was something comforting about how Ren shared his knowledge so freely, asking only friendship in return. You know, Han murmured to Mira, I think we can really trust him. Mira nodded, watching how Ren's mushrooms illuminated the path ahead. For the first time since arriving at the academy, she felt they had found true allies. Ren resigned himself. All right, I would have helped you with the information without asking for anything anyway. It was just that Mira and Han looked better than you. I was joking, I'll support you without doubt when you need it in return. Larissa smiled and stuck closer to Ren, amused by his reactions. Luna observed the interaction from the side, her eyes narrowing at her cousin's boldness in invading personal space. She would never do something like that with. Her cheeks colored slightly at the thought and she quickly looked away. Oh. Larissa, who had noticed her cousin's blush and reaction, smiled mischievously and moved close to her. What do we have here? I smell jealousy in the air. She whispered in Luna's ear. I don't know what you're talking about, Luna responded with dignity, though her cheeks burned brighter. Really? Larissa practically hung off Ren's arm again. Doesn't he have a nice face when he's explaining things? Larissa. Luna protested, her wolf ears and tail manifesting and bristling in reflection of her embarrassment. Why you shouldn't do that, Ren tried to free himself from Larissa's grip, his mushrooms pulsing erratically. We're in a dangerous place and... Larissa laughed. Isn't Luna adorable? Ren was about to respond and Luna about to shout when the ground began to tremble. That's not a lesser worm, Taro warned, his living tunnel approaching the invaders' exit point. The vibration intensified and suddenly the ground exploded before them. A worm much larger than the previous ones emerged, its 4-meter-long body betraying its rank. A greater worm. Min exclaimed, his snake adopting a combat stance. We're at 250 meters, Ren analyzed quickly. This is today's digging limit for us. The greater worm rose menacingly. The worms have a different ranking structure than all normal beasts and though not yet a true bronze rank deep worm, its size made it nearly as strong as Taro's living tunnel. All together. Ren ordered. Send in your beasts. The worm attacked. Taro used his living tunnel to create a barrier while Maria's wolverine struck from the side. Min's snake launched a pressurized water stream, but it barely seemed to affect the creature. Its rings are too hard. Mira observed, her giant rat creating coverings to help Taro's beetle better hold the opponent as she couldn't damage it. Luna. Ren called. Target the joints between the ring plates. Luna nodded, her blush completely forgotten as her wolf merged with the shadows to attack. Ren's hydra used its light claws on the joints affected by the shadow attacks, the synergy further weakening the plates. Now, Taro! Ren shouted. Crush it against the wall. The living tunnel charged, pushing the worm sideways for the final blow. After a crunch, the worm collapsed, finally defeated. That was. Han panted, intense. It was impressive how you knew exactly what to do. Just basic observation, Ren responded modestly, though his mushrooms pulsed with what might have been pride. And very professional, Larissa added with a wink, making both Ren and Luna blush again. This is as far as we'll go today. We can create a larger chamber and collect the deep earth and crystals that were left buried in the rock remains along the tunnel path. Ren hurried to say, turning to hide his face. The greater worm had been a clear signal they were near truly dangerous territory. Please finish covering the tunnel walls first, Ren asked Taro. Why don't we continue? Mira asked, clearly disappointed. First because the mana must already be affecting some of you, and second because the next things we'll find are deep assassins, Ren explained. A greater worm is as you saw easy to beat with this group, but those beasts. He shook his head. The noise and vibrations we make would inevitably attract them, and although we would win, they're dangerous. We also won't be able to dig the tunnel so easily there since the living tunnels of that depth create their own ones. When Taro's enormous beetle finished covering the tunnel, the group began to disperse to collect, each choosing a different area of the safe tunnel. While everyone was distracted, Leora stealthily approached Ren. The day the Hydra appeared down here, she whispered, her eyes gleaming with intelligence, I reached a similar depth and direction to where we seem to be heading. Did you make it to the end of this route somehow that day? Ren's mushrooms pulsed while he considered his response. There was no point in lying here, after all, he had reached there with Julius. Yes, he admitted quietly. In fact, I want to reach the same deposit from that day. Why? Leora asked, her curiosity evidently piqued. Ren pulled a plate from his backpack, the material glowing faintly. It's from that Hydra, he explained. I need to process some crystals with pure mana for my Hydra's cultivation. I can use this plate to reflect the light from the deposit's crystals and fill iron-sized crystals with that pure mana. But, can't you take us if we learn the method you used that day? Although I could explain. If there are too many of us, it'll be impossible to hide the distortion in the depth's natural vibrations, it would be too dangerous to attract much attention, Ren shook his head. After 280 meters the tunnel become much more complex. It's not just Earth anymore, there are other living tunnels, plus assassins and deep worms. It's better to go alone. Take me with you, Leora suddenly suggested. What? Ren blinked in surprise. I can jump and avoid the monsters, she explained, a small smile forming on her lips. You must know that already. Ren's mushrooms pulsed while he analyzed the proposal. It was true, he knew Leora's capabilities. Her escape ability was impressive, but it's very dangerous, he tried to argue, but he could see the curiosity and determination in her eyes. She was just like him. If there's just a few of us it should be possible, right? Leora countered. I just want to learn your stealth technique for having reached there with just an iron rank spore. Ren sighed, his mushrooms pulsing with resignation. It's not so much about stealth as you think, but if you promise to follow my instructions about how to avoid attracting monsters exactly. I promise, Leora responded immediately, her smile widening. And no unnecessary jumps, he added. Only the necessary ones, she agreed. And if I say we retreat? We'll do it without argument, she completed. Ren's mushrooms pulsed once more before he finally nodded. All right. But we'll have to be very careful about how we plan this. When do I follow? Leora asked, her voice barely a whisper. When they're done with the crystals here and move away, Ren responded in the same tone. While the others explore this section, we. Look what I found. Min's voice interrupted their conversation. This must have been a complete vein of bronze-sized crystals, there are even some silver-sized ones. Leora casually moved away from Ren, as if they had never been conspiring. Ren's mushrooms pulsed with approval at her discretion. Ren. Larissa called from another point. Is this type of deep earth better quality? Coming, Ren responded, but before moving away, he looked at Leora one last time. Leora nodded imperceptibly while joining Luna in gathering. While helping the others identify valuable materials, Ren couldn't help thinking that teaching Leora about the technique for walking with the tunnel's rhythm could be fun. Now he just had to make sure no one else discovered their plans. Especially a certain princess who seemed to have a special talent for uncovering secrets. It has to be now, Ren whispered to Taro while the others were distracted gathering. Every day I spend without cultivating the Hydra is a day lost. Now. Taro nearly shouted, but Ren quickly covered his mouth. Keep your voice down, Ren hissed, his mushrooms pulsing with urgency. The excursion with Zhao is in 3 days and I need to start the Hydra's cultivation or I'll go crazy with the feeling of stagnation during the gathering trip. But going deeper alone. Taro tried to protest against Ren's hand over his mouth once more, but it was too strong. Listen, Ren released him but kept his voice low. I've already started cultivating the fungus to get rank bronze 2 in 100 days, that was just a matter of money. But the Hydra. His mushrooms pulsed intensely, needs this specific location to start. No amount of crystals can replicate the small vein that's further ahead. It's too dangerous to be alone in the bronze beast zone, Taro murmured, glancing nervously in the direction where their tunnel had stopped. I'm the one helping you reach bronze 2 and will continue until at least gold 1, Ren reminded his friend. Couldn't you show a little solidarity for my Hydra's cultivation to bronze 1? Ren's mushrooms pulsed as he continued, I just need you to open a small exit space in the mineral with your living tunnel when most of them move away to gather. Something discreet, quick. Taro looked around nervously. Most of the group was focused on a particularly rich vein Min had found. But the monsters. He began to protest. We already have the whole tunnel covered, Ren interrupted. I just need to get out quickly, and you can close it immediately after. Monsters won't enter and the girls won't even notice we're gone. We. Taro frowned. Before Ren could respond, he noticed Leora watching them from a distance. Their eyes met briefly, and she nodded almost imperceptibly. Not you, it's. Just trust me, Ren turned his attention back to Taro. Will you do it? Taro sighed deeply, his living tunnel manifesting in his arm to control the mineral. If something goes wrong. Nothing will go wrong, Ren assured. I already got there twice, we'll only need half an hour, maximum. While the group continued gathering, Taro began working discreetly on a small crack in the wall. His movements were so subtle they looked like he was simply examining the rock. Look at this, more silver-sized crystals. Mira suddenly exclaimed from the other end of the tunnel, drawing everyone's attention. Taking advantage of the distraction, Taro finished the crack. It was barely visible, but enough for someone thin to slip through. Now, Ren whispered, moving toward the opening. Be careful, Taro murmured as his friend began sliding through the space. At the exact moment Ren disappeared through the crack, Leora, who had gradually fallen behind the group, vanished. Her movement was so fluid, so natural, that no one immediately noticed her absence. 30 minutes. Taro whispered toward the crack. 30 minutes, Ren's voice confirmed from the other side. Taro kept his living tunnel partially manifested, ready to close the crack at the first sign of danger. While watching the rest of the group continue gathering, he couldn't help wondering if he'd done the right thing. You better know what you're doing, Ren, he thought while joining the others, trying to act normal. On the other side of the wall, Ren urged the Hydra to advance quickly to reach an open space, of which there were many just over 20 meters further. 30 minutes to teach Leora to walk, reach the vein, process the crystals, and return. It would be tight, but it had to work. It's time for the Hydra to get the right materials to evolve. Wait, Ren whispered, stopping Leora and the Hydra with a gesture. Before we continue, you need to learn something crucial. What is it? Leora asked softly, aware of the need for silence. Come closer slowly, Ren pointed to the tunnel wall. Put your ear against the rock and listen carefully. Leora looked at him curiously but obeyed as agreed, approaching the wall and pressing her ear against the cold surface. At first you'll only hear silence because we're still somewhat high, Ren explained, his mushrooms pulsing to the rhythm he wanted her to detect. But there's a pattern underneath. A constant rhythm. Leora closed her eyes, concentrating. Slowly, she began to distinguish what Ren mentioned, a series of soft taps with 3 alternating rhythms, like a distant but regular heartbeat. Their communications between species, Ren continued, his voice barely a whisper. Each type of monster transmits waves to communicate with their own kind. But there's a specific rhythm they all share. I hear it, Leora murmured, fascinated. It's like underground music. Exactly, Ren's mushrooms pulsed with approval. If you walk following that shared rhythm, your vibrations will blend with the natural ones. The assassins and worms won't be able to distinguish you from the background noise as long as you don't step too hard. Leora pulled away from the wall, processing the information. Is this how you move around here without being detected? It's one of the secrets, Ren nodded. Living tunnels are actually gentle giants, not very dangerous, but the other beasts, though aggressive, have their own patterns, their own rules. You just have to learn them. We have to finish the tunnel to at least 275 meters to find open chambers, Ren warned as they approached their objective. When we do, we'll inevitably make noise. If there's any monster nearby, it might attack. Leora nodded, tensing slightly. If you get scared, Ren continued, his mushrooms pulsing with seriousness, stay completely still. I'll handle it. Your other option is to move to the rhythm you just learned, but only if you're sure you can maintain it under pressure. I understand, Leora responded, determination clear in her voice. Ren hurried the Hydra, which began working on the new opening, its movements as precise as possible to minimize noise. The ground gradually yielded, creating a narrow but passable passage. Just as they finished emerging on the other side, Ren's mushrooms pulsed with alarm. His eyes widened and he raised a hand, stopping Leora dead in her tracks. No explanation was needed, the ground beneath their feet vibrated subtly, revealing the nearby presence of something enormous. A deep worm, it had to be 8 meters long, moving in their vicinity. Ren made a silent signal to Leora, don't move. They remained completely still, barely breathing. Ren's mushrooms pulsed once, very softly, synchronizing with the tunnel's natural rhythm. Staying calm was crucial now, the deep worm might be bronze rank and in its element, but as long as it didn't detect them, they wouldn't have to face it. Leora maintained her position, her control perfectly held. There was no fear in her posture, only absolute concentration. The worm drew closer. They could feel its massive presence moving the earth around them as if it were water. Ren began to move, his steps perfectly synchronized with the tunnel's rhythm. It was an almost hypnotic movement, so fluid and light that it seemed a natural part of the environment. But Leora, despite her determination, didn't feel so confident. The deep worm was right below them, its presence a constant threat. Remembering Ren's instructions, she opted to remain completely still. Ren stopped when he noticed she wasn't following. His mushrooms pulsed softly as he signaled for her to wait. With deliberately slow movements, he continued moving away until reaching a nearby wall. A smile formed on his lips while Leora watched with evident confusion. Now I have enough distance in case this fails, he thought while preparing himself. He pressed his hands against the wall, spreading all his fingers so the tips touched the rock. With precise movements, he gradually changed position until using his fingernails. Suddenly, his fingers began moving in a complex and delicate pattern. It was a downward movement, but so intricate it seemed impossible to replicate by chance. He was perfectly mimicking the vibration of a deep assassin walking, light, quick, deadly. The effect was immediate. The worm, sensing what it believed was a natural predator, began retreating deeper into the rocks. No worm at this depth, regardless of size, would risk facing a deep assassin. Ren straightened, relaxing his muscles while his mushrooms pulsed with satisfaction. He waited a moment to ensure the worm had truly moved away before signaling to Leora. Now, he whispered, try approaching using the imperceptible step. Leora nodded, her expression determined. She began to move, trying to imitate the movements she'd seen before. The result was, less than graceful. Deeply concentrated, her feet moved at different times, occasionally colliding with each other. She tried to maintain the rhythm but ended up looking more like an unpracticed dance than a stealthy movement. Ren had to bite his lip to avoid laughing while his mushrooms pulsed with barely contained amusement. Relax, he suggested when he managed to control his smile. Don't think too much. Feel the rhythm. Leora furrowed her brow in concentration and tried again, this time more slowly. No, relax your face and let yourself flow, Ren instructed gently. Feel the rhythm before taking the next step. It was fascinating to watch her progress. Each attempt was slightly better than the last, though occasionally she still lost the rhythm by thinking too much and tripped over her own feet. Wait! Ren suddenly whispered, his mushrooms pulsing in warning. A worm was moving nearby, attracted by the failures. Leora froze mid-stride, precariously balanced on one foot. Ren had to contain another laugh at the image. After scaring away the worm, they continued practicing. Ren was a patient instructor despite their limited time, gently correcting each mistake and stopping Leora whenever he detected a nearby threat. We won't always be lucky, an assassin might come. Think of it as a casual dance, not a traditional one, he suggested while watching her try again. The rhythm is already there so you don't need to mark it, you just need to follow it. A casual dance where tripping means being eaten, Leora murmured, though there was humor in her voice. Exactly, Ren smiled. Though perhaps your mind would prefer to avoid that part. Gradually, Leora began to improve. Her movements became more fluid, more natural. She wasn't just mimicking the rhythm in Ren's advance anymore, she was beginning to feel it. Much better, Ren approved when she finally managed to approach without breaking the pattern. Though your intense concentration expression could use some work. What's wrong with my expression? Leora asked, relaxing her furrowed brow. You look like you're trying to solve a particularly difficult math problem, Ren laughed softly. It's supposed to feel natural. Easy for you to say, Leora responded, though a small smile formed on her lips. You've been doing this for, how long exactly? Ren avoided answering directly. You're doing quite well for your first time. They continued advancing, now alternating between practice and real movement. Each time Ren detected any danger, they stopped so Leora could observe how the rhythm changed or what signals to look for. She was very serious, but Ren could see that Leora was a natural learner. Her ability to adapt and improve in a short period was impressive. Soon you won't need me to stop you, he commented while scaring away another worm. You're starting to feel the vibrations yourself. Leora's eyes brightened at the compliment, though she maintained her concentration on keeping the correct rhythm. Finally, they reached the small deposit. Ren examined it. This time there are no monsters, he murmured. No eggs, no cores, nothing. Is that strange? Leora asked, observing the natural bowl formed in the rock. I think so, Ren responded while pulling the crystals he prepared from his backpack. Though perhaps the other times were the strange ones. Ren began examining the bowl's walls, his mushrooms pulsing while analyzing the light and mana patterns. He was looking for specific points where crystal reflections against the mana environment were particularly intense. We can move normally here, he explained while working. The crystal plate on the ground is too hard, no creature at this depth can break through it. He carefully placed the iron and bronze rank crystals he'd brought, aligning them to make the process easier. Then he took out the Hydra plate. "I need you to stay at the edge," he instructed Leora while taking out one of the medicines Julius had given him. "The mana saturation here can be intense." "Is that why the medicine?" Leora observed the small flask with curiosity. "Precaution," Ren nodded. "The Hydra needs pure mana for cultivation, but processing it here isn't exactly comfortable." After identifying the ideal point, Ren carefully slid toward the center of the bowl. His movements were precise, calculated, every second counted now. With efficiency, he began arranging the crystals in formation. The Hydra plate was placed at a specific angle, positioned to concentrate the reflections directly onto the crystals. The effect was immediate. The crystals began to glow with an almost blinding intensity, absorbing the pure mana from the environment. Before they could grow or stick to the bowl's crystal, he stored them one by one in Shadow Stalker skin, while maintaining the plate's projection with his other hand. After a few minutes, Ren took the first potion. Sweat ran down his forehead, even with his new level, being a double Tamer and the medicine. The mana saturation here was still difficult to handle for too long. "Are you alright?" Leora called from the edge, noticing his tension. "Yes," Ren responded while adjusting a crystal's position. "I just need to finish the process, we'll leave soon." His mushrooms pulsed faster now, working to help him process the excess mana. It was a delicate balance, he needed to keep the crystals exposed long enough to absorb the correct amount, but not so long they became oversaturated. Finally, after what felt like an eternity but was only minutes, all the crystals reached the perfect point. "The half hour's almost up," Leora warned, looking toward the tunnel they'd come through. "I know," Ren stored the last crystals in his specially lined backpack. "Taro must be worried." He took a moment to ensure everything was properly packed. These crystals were crucial for the two next ranks of his Hydra's evolution, he couldn't afford any mistakes in handling them. "Was it worth it?" Leora asked as Ren joined her at the edge. Ren smiled with satisfaction while touching his backpack. "Definitely. These crystals have exactly the pure mana I need for my cultivation." Leora observed Ren with growing curiosity. There was something in his way of moving, in how he seemed to read the tunnels as if they were an open book. In the certainty with which he acted. "You know," Leora whispered, keeping her voice barely audible, "I hadn't realized everything you could do without even using your beast despite spying on you constantly. Technically I was using it. Also I too hadn't realized it was you, I thought it was Luna who was spying on me until Larissa told me it was you," Ren admitted quietly, scratching the back of his neck. Something changed in Leora's expression, a shadow of disappointment crossing her face before she could hide it. "Why did you think it was her?" she asked, trying to maintain a casual tone. "I guess the blue hair and that your mana marks are kinda similar," Ren shrugged. "Plus Luna. She always seems to be watching me in class so." "I don't blame her, you really are interesting," Leora thought. "The way you understand all this, your way of acting is different. The other boys our age seem so immature." "We better hurry," Leora forced a smile. "We don't want Taro having a nervous breakdown." Ren nodded, though he paused a moment to look at the deposit one last time. It was an extraordinary place. "Ready for the return trip?" Leora asked, already adopting the stance for the silent step she'd learned. "Ready," Ren confirmed. "But I'm not the one you should worry about, try not to trip over your own feet." Leora gave him a push as they began moving. Ren laughed. "Sorry, the guys have gotten me into bad habits." "I'll let you off this time," Leora nodded. "But you should know that girls aren't rude to each other when interacting. He's a boy like all the others after all. But he apologizes and accepts his mistakes so easily. How can he be so honest yet so mysterious at the same time? The mana always shines white when you speak, as if you really enjoy expressing yourself truthfully, but still. You're different, you know." Ren's mushrooms pulsed softly while considering her words. "I can see mana too and You're also sincere and different, I like that, he pointed out. Leora blushed slightly and, distracted by the conversation, momentarily lost the rhythm. Ren also didn't notice and continued. You learned very quickly and I like that you're curious like. A nearby and familiar sound interrupted his words. The same one Ren had faked several times. The sound resonated through the tunnels and Ren's mushrooms pulsed with alarm. Don't move, he whispered urgently to stop Leora dead in her tracks. But it was too late. A deep assassin emerged from the shadows, its proboscis gleaming threateningly. Leora had stopped poorly positioned, off balance. Ren had some contingency options. He reached for one of the large rocks in his pocket, planning to throw it as a distraction, but Leora involuntarily took another step as she failed to regain her balance. The assassin lunged toward her. Jump behind me! Ren shouted, throwing the rock simultaneously. The assassin was surprised to find nothing where Leora had been and received the rock's impact. The projectile hit with unexpected force, creating a small crack in its carapace. My strength! Ren realized while his mushrooms pulsed intensely. Of course, 160% extra and now that I'm a double. A bronze beast isn't so far from my reach, especially one that sacrifices some defense for speed and attack. Leora manifested her will-o-wisp and her body set aflame, bathing the tunnel in blue light. But Ren stopped her. Don't move. He ordered while manifesting his hydra in his body. The claws grew, amplified by the new light veins and the girl fire's light, his armor gleaming with the same blue tone as Leora's fire. Close your eyes. Ren shouted upon seeing the assassin's proboscis raised in front, preparing to attack. Leora reluctantly obeyed, part of her wanting to continue observing the beautiful light display of Ren's armor. The assassin launched itself toward where Leora had landed a few meters behind Ren, its proboscis extended like a deadly lance. But Ren, still interposed between them, created a blinding flash and with his now even more enhanced claws. The movement was fluid, the result of countless hours of training with Lin. The long claws deflected the proboscis toward the adjacent rock, where it buried deeply. Without losing an instant, Ren took advantage of the beast being trapped and chained several precise cuts to the monster's head. The claws, empowered by the double light resonance, cut through the assassin's defense despite the rank difference. Ren maintained the assault, his movements precise and lethal, until finally the monster's head separated cleanly from its body. Silence returned to the tunnel as the assassin's body collapsed. Ren's mushrooms pulsed softly while his armor disappeared and he caught his breath. That was. Leora opened her eyes, looking at the scene in amazement. Incredible. Your fire helped with the light synergy. It's not just that, Leora shook her head. The way you moved, how you knew exactly what to do. Where did you really learn all this? Master Lin's training mostly, Ren explained modestly, though his mushrooms pulsed with something like pride. And that day in the seed eye. Leora's eyes brightened with interest, but before he could continue, Ren's mushrooms pulsed in warning. It'll have to wait, he said. We're almost at the time I promised Taro, and more beasts are coming attracted by the battle noise. Also. Ren whispered while approaching the assassin's body. With a precise movement, he grabbed the monster's head and freed it from where it had become embedded in the rock. It was heavy, and the proboscis extended like a spear. His eyes settled on the assassin's body. Ren wanted the core inside. And there were other useful parts too, the leg tips, the sensory organs. But the mushrooms pulsed in warning. He could feel more beasts approaching, drawn by the noise and smell of battle. Aren't we going back? Do you want to take more? Leora asked quietly, noticing his indecision. Ren shook his head. The body will serve better as bait, he responded while adjusting the long proboscis with the head over his shoulder. Clever, Leora smiled, though there was a question in her eyes. Why take the head? Ren's mushrooms pulsed with what might have been amusement. Because I want to make a weapon. With that? Leora arched an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced. Those rot and dry out in 2 days. Several have tried using them and assassin proboscises are very resistant if you preserve them properly, Ren interrupted while beginning to move. But I suppose it is difficult to prevent the acid from ruining them. They started moving away, maintaining the rhythm they had practiced. The proboscis swayed gently with each of Ren's steps, like a macabre victory staff. You know, Leora whispered as they advanced, I think I'm going to steal Larissa's place as your spy again. Stop spying on me, it's not. Ren's mushrooms pulsed with amusement, but before he could continue, a distant noise reminded them they weren't out of danger yet. It was time to hurry. Taro was waiting, and he had a trophy to show off. Taro sat in front of the crack he had reopened minutes ago, cold sweat sliding down his forehead as he tried to appear casual. But his living tunnel pulsed nervously under his skin, reflecting his anxiety. Behind him, he could feel the penetrating stares of several noble girls. Especially Larissa's, whose smile didn't reach her eyes as she watched him. So, Taro, Larissa approached with deliberately slow steps, how much longer are you going to pretend that wall is the most interesting thing you've ever seen? Taro kept his eyes fixed on the crack. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just, studying my mineral formations. You don't know what I'm talking about. Larissa leaned until her face was level with his. You don't know what that hole you've been watching like a hawk means. It's, a very promising cave. Taro tried to sound convincing. Oh, really? Mako, one of the guards, crossed her arms. And I suppose Lady Leora and the Mushroom Boy are also studying that cave. Leora? Taro tried his best surprised face. Isn't she over there gathering with? He turned his head and stopped at seeing the girl's unimpressed expressions. Oh. Indeed, Matilda narrowed her eyes. Lady Leora disappeared incuriously at the same time as your mushroom friend. The reckless mushroom boy, Maria murmured, her tone making Taro shrink. How could you let Lady Leora follow him? She could have followed him on her own. Min. Taro called desperately. Help me here. Oh. Larissa smiled wider. So you admit they went together? I didn't say that. Technically Ren could have brainwashed her like us, Min commented jokingly from where he was gathering crystals, clearly enjoying the show. I don't even know how I ended up doing so much exercise with him. Ren is more sadistic than he seems, so it's not wrong to worry because maybe. This isn't the time for jokes, Min. Taro looked betrayed. Sorry, but you got yourself into this by opening the crack, Min responded cheerfully while filling another bag with crystals. You know what's interesting? Larissa continued, ignoring the exchange. How your promising cave coincides exactly with a crack the perfect size for someone like Ren to slip through. Life's coincidences, Taro laughed nervously. Nature makes fascinating things, doesn't it? Almost as fascinating as your ability to lie, Luna commented dryly. Han, observing from a safe distance, sighed while watching his companion sink deeper into his own verbal grave. Poor thing, he murmured. He doesn't know how to lie. It's part of his charm, without a clear alibi he doesn't know what to say. It was a miracle he followed Larissa's story well the other day, Min laughed. Though he should learn to improvise, considering Ren's secrets. The girls had joined the interrogation, forming a semicircle around the increasingly nervous Taro. The longest half hour of my life, Taro murmured to himself, though not quietly enough. Aha! Larissa exclaimed triumphantly. So they did tell you something? No. I mean. I just. A sound from the crack saved him from having to invent another unconvincing excuse. Everyone tensed, preparing for whatever might emerge. Taro could only pray it was Ren and Leora at last. Preferably before the nobles decided he had been complicit in some kind of kidnapping. Does it sound like a worm? Sounds more like someone trying to move silently through the narrow tunnel and failing miserably. As if confirming their words, a muffled whisper was heard from the crack. Ouch! Be careful. It's not my fault. You're the one who insisted on bringing that thing. Shoo. We're supposed to be stealthy. Taro buried his face in his hands as Ren and Leora's voices became increasingly clear. Leora is going to hear it from me, Larissa smiled maliciously. But what thing do you think they're bringing? As if answering her prediction, a long proboscis with a metallic gleam emerged first through the crack, followed by the head of a deep assassin. Everyone began to take defensive positions. The silence that followed was absolute. Suddenly, a flash of blue light appeared beside Taro, and Leora materialized as if she had been there all along. Her clothes were covered in dust and there were dark stains on her sleeves, but she maintained her composure with a noble's dignity. Lady Leora! The guards exclaimed in unison. Hello, she greeted casually, as if appearing out of nowhere was perfectly normal. She looked toward the crack and then at the girls surrounding Taro, shrugging in a gesture that clearly said, oh well. Ren emerged with difficulty, and it wasn't until he was out that everyone could see it was just a deep assassin's head, without the body. Ren, still clutching his macabre trophy, looked around and finally registered the scene, Taro trapped in the middle of a group of girls with expressions ranging from disbelief to fury, Leora standing casually to one side as if nothing had happened, and Min, the only one who seemed to be genuinely enjoying the moment. Ah, Ren swallowed, his mushrooms pulsing nervously. Hello. Hello. Maria was the first to recover her voice. Is that all you have to say? Hello. Surprise? Ren tried, slightly raising the assassin's head as if it were a gift. Is that? Mira paled upon recognizing the creature. It's a deep assassin. Those things are bronze rank. A deep assassin, the guards exclaimed in unison. You were facing bronze monsters. Larissa stepped forward, her smile too sweet to be reassuring. Lady Leora. Maria seemed about to faint. You faced a deep assassin. Technically, Leora clarified, Ren faced the assassin. I just provided the lighting. That doesn't make it better. Maria waved her arms. Look, Ren tried to appease the mood, carefully placing the assassin's head on the ground, we weren't planning to encounter any beasts. I just needed to go to a specific place to process some crystals for my Hydra and you decided to take Lady Leora with you without telling us? Maria interrupted. Do you know how dangerous that was? I wanted to go, Leora clarified. And it was fascinating. That's not the point, Mako added. We're supposed to protect you. How can we do that if you disappear without warning? And you, Larissa addressed Ren directly, her smile never faltering though her eyes gleamed dangerously, didn't think I might also be interested in this little adventure. Everyone turned to look at Larissa incredulously. Ren looked desperately at Taro for help, but his friend just shook his head, clearly communicating, you're on your own with this one. Min gave Taro a thumbs up while Han turned away, finding one of Taro's walls extremely fascinating. It wasn't personal, Ren finally responded. I didn't want to bring anyone but Leora had already noticed what I was planning to do. Oh, so it wasn't personal, Larissa crossed her arms. But you still could bring her. Wouldn't it have been fair to ask everyone if we were interested in the adventure? Luna, who had remained silent as always, finally spoke. It's not like others would have wanted to go, she said, avoiding looking directly at Ren. You shouldn't generalize, Larissa. It's not like I was especially interested in knowing what they were doing. Of course not, Larissa smiled, looking meaningfully at her cousin, whose cheeks had turned slightly pink. But you didn't miss much, it was a short trip and the battle was quick too, Ren pointed to the assassin's head. Actually I thought bringing someone would be difficult but I'd say it went pretty well. Pretty well? Maria seemed about to have an aneurysm. Facing a bronze-rank monster as Iron students isn't pretty well. It's a miracle you're alive. Well, technically I am bronze, Ren murmured. What did you say? Larissa leaned toward him. Nothing, nothing, Ren stepped back. Min, who had finally approached to join the spectacle, examined the assassin's head with genuine interest. I have to admit, he commented, it's quite impressive. How did you defeat it? That's not important right now, Maria interrupted. What matters is that they took an unnecessary risk and... Actually, I'm quite interested in knowing how they defeated it, Larissa smiled. How did they defeat it? Maria asked, her attitude doing a complete 180 at her lady's interests. Larissa rolled her eyes and continued. After all, if we're going to organize future expeditions, we need to know how capable our guides are. Future expeditions. Maria and Mako exclaimed in horror. Of course, Larissa nodded with feigned innocence. After all, it's evident there's much to learn in the depths. And since Ren and Leora have proven to be competent, it would be a shame not to take advantage of their experience. Ren's expression fluctuated between horror and resignation as he understood the implications. There was no escape, somehow, he had gone from being in trouble to becoming the master guide for more expeditions with the noble girls. I could make an exception and accompany you if you wish, Luna added. Ren began, desperately searching for a way out. I think it's an excellent idea, Leora interrupted, a small smile forming on her lips. I'm sure there's much more Ren can teach us down there. So he taught you things, Larissa smiled. The girls began to close the circle around Ren and Leora, their expressions promising a thorough interrogation. Any last wishes? Taro whispered to his friend. Yes, Ren responded as the nobles approached. Next time, bring Min as lookout. At least he knows how to keep something secret. Hey! Taro protested. It's not my fault girls are so intimidating. It's strange, Klein murmured while reviewing the papers on his desk, the afternoon light casting long shadows across the room. I think it's been a few days. Aster Blackwood looked up from the advanced evolution book he was studying, his eyes sharpening with interest. What is? Harold, Klein responded, frowning as he shuffled through his notes. He's disappeared. I haven't seen him in classes, he doesn't come to the dormitory, and I have no idea where he is. Feng Zhao, who was practicing partial manifestations of his serpent by the window, shrugged with evident disinterest. So what? The guy was always creepy. Honestly, it's a relief not having him following us everywhere. You don't understand, Klein placed a hand on his chin, his lion briefly manifesting under his skin in response to his anxiety, golden fur rippling across his forearms. Cashin specifically ordered me to look after him, help him adapt. Your brother and his projects, Aster closed his book with a sigh, the leather binding making a satisfying thump. Always complicating everything. Harold never wanted to adapt, Feng added, the scales on his arms gleaming under the setting sun. He just asked questions. About the academy, the professors, the mines. It was obvious he was gathering information for your brother. I know, Klein stood to pace around the room, his expensive boots making soft sounds against the polished floor. And that never bothered me. I knew he was Cashin's lackey and would report everything we did. It was expected. But now that he's disappeared. Now you're in trouble, Aster completed, always direct, his serious expression unchanging. Exactly, Klein collapsed onto his bed, the silky sheets rustling beneath him. If something happened to Harold, Cashin will blame me. Just what I need right now, with final exams approaching and after that disaster in the tournament. The three friends had grown up together in Yano's aristocratic circles. Aster, from the ancient Blackwood house, and Feng, heir to the Zhaos, had been Klein's inseparable companions for as long as they could remember. They had attended the same tutoring sessions, learned to invoke together, and now shared the weight of enormous family expectations at the academy. Their houses weren't as grand as Klein's. But neither envied the additional pressure that came with being a Goldcrest, especially with a brother like Cashin. Maybe you should report it to the administration, suggested Aster, always the most sensible of the three. And admit I lost someone under my responsibility? Klein shook his head, his golden hair catching the light. Cashin would kill me. So what's your plan then? Asked Fong, dissipating the scales from his arms with a subtle shimmer. Wait for him to magically appear. Klein heard someone knocking at his door. Didn't I say not to disturb me? He growled from his bed, his fangs partially manifesting in response to his irritation, sharp points slowly pressing against his lower lip. Lord Klein, I'm very sorry, but... The servant's voice sounded unusually nervous. A strangely familiar situation. Klein thought. The door opened before the servant could finish his apology. Cashin, his older brother's name escaped as a surprised whisper. Speak of the abyss, devil, Aster murmured, straightening instinctively. I see you're still iron rank. Time is running out, little brother. Cashin Goldcrest, at 22, emanated an authority that made even some professors carefully choose their words in his presence. His immaculate appearance, from his perfectly tailored uniform to his precisely styled hair, spoke of a person who accepted nothing less than perfection. Without waiting for an invitation, Cashin entered the room, nodding briefly toward the other two. Aster, Fong. As inseparable as ever, I see. Cashin, both responded almost in unison, with the formal respect demanded in the presence of the Goldcrest second heir. To what do I owe the honor? Klein tried to maintain a light tone, but the tension in his voice was evident. Harold, Cashin went straight to the point, as always. He hasn't reported in days, considerably outside his usual schedule. Klein exchanged a quick glance with his friends before responding. Ah, yes. We were just talking about that. He seems to have disappeared. Cashin's smile didn't reach his eyes, creating an unsettling contrast. Disappeared? How nice. The person I specifically asked you to watch over simply vanished. It's not like I lost him intentionally, Klein defended himself, his lion partially manifesting in response to stress. He was here, then he stopped showing up. I thought perhaps. You thought? Cashin arched an eyebrow, his voice dripping with sarcasm. That would be novel, Klein. No, you didn't think. As usual. From across the room, Feng Zhao and Aster Blackwood observed the exchange in silence. Both knew better than to intervene when one Goldcrest brother confronted another. I thought he was reporting directly to you about my affairs as always, Klein defended again. He was your, whatever he was. Your spy, I suppose. He wasn't a spy, Cashin responded too quickly, his composed demeanor briefly slipping. He was a family guest who needed guidance. Fong and Aster exchanged discreet glances. Both had noticed how strange Harold was from the beginning, with that military rigidity and his way of observing everything as if cataloging information. There had always been something off about him, something that didn't quite fit. He was in all your classes, Cashin continued, each word laden with reproach. He was supposed to be your responsibility. I've been busy, Klein protested, though he knew it sounded weak even to his own ears. The tournament, the final challenges, exam preparation. Busy? Cashin stepped closer, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper that sent a chill through the room. So busy that you didn't notice someone under your care disappeared for days. Klein involuntarily shrank back. His older brother had always had that effect on him, the ability to make him feel small with just a few words. Perhaps he's sick, suggested Aster, risking speaking up. Or maybe he was assigned to another dormitory. Things have been hectic lately. The look Cashin directed at him was glacial. Such friendship, Cashin commented. And will these bootlickers manage to defeat Luna in the finals this time? Klein blushed intensely, the memory of his defeat still stinging. They are loyal and talented. Both will reach bronze rank soon. I'm sure they will, Cashin responded with barely disguised disdain. Then, returning to the topic that truly mattered to him, I still don't understand how you could lose Harold. I didn't lose him, Klein protested. I just don't know where he is. That is literally the definition of losing something, Cashin sighed with exasperation, pinching the bridge of his nose. When was the last time you saw him? Did you talk about anything important? Klein tried to remember. Harold had been a constant but discreet presence, always asking questions about the academy, its professors, the mines beneath the building. Nothing too suspicious considering he was new. He left me training and went away the day of the false alarm, he finally recalled. We were told there was an abyssal attack from the mines again, but in the end it was a false alarm. Something changed in Cashin's expression, a flash of genuine concern quickly masked. The mines? When was that exactly? I haven't really kept track of days lately, Klein struggled to remember and turned to look at phone. 2 days ago. But, why did you leave him in my charge? I don't understand what that guy has to do with our family or with me. It has everything to do with your inability to handle responsibilities, Cashin snapped. First you lose shamefully in front of the entire academy, then this. Klein visibly shrank back, his shoulders hunching as if to shield himself from the verbal assault. Perhaps, Fong intervened, defying the common sense that told him to remain silent, we should officially report his disappearance. The look Cashin directed at him would have frozen a lake in summer. Are you suggesting we make this situation public? That we admit a guest under the Goldcrest protection has disappeared without a trace? If he's in danger. Astor began. This is a family matter, Cashin interrupted, his tone brooking no further argument. And it will be handled as such. He turned to Klein, who seemed to want to melt into the floor. This is a disaster you created, little brother. And now I'll have to clean it up. Why is he so important? Klein dared to ask, looking up through his golden bangs. He was just a transfer student, wasn't he? There are things you don't need to know, little brother, Cashin responded, his voice turning colder. Things that, frankly, you wouldn't understand. It's better this way, now if you'll excuse me. I'm sorry, Klein murmured, his usual arrogance completely dissipated. Cashin headed toward the door, but stopped before exiting. I'm going to see the director. I'll convince the administration to allow 2 of our men in to search discreetly. Meanwhile, you and your friends, the word sounded like an insult, dripping with disdain, will keep your eyes open. If you hear or see anything about Harold, you will inform me immediately. Understood? Yes, brother, Klein responded automatically, like a trained pet. Cashin studied the 3 boys for a moment longer, his expression inscrutable. And Klein, remember what's at stake with the final exams. A Goldcrest can never afford 3 consecutive failures at the same task. With that warning, Cashin left, firmly closing the door behind him. The silence he left was oppressive, heavy with the weight of unfulfilled expectations and implicit threats. Well, Fong murmured, seems like you just got 2 new shadows, Klein. And something tells me they're not just here to look for Harold, added Astor, his voice barely above a whisper. Klein collapsed onto his bed, suddenly exhausted, the weight of his family name crushing down on him like a physical burden. Do you think Harold is in trouble? Astor asked. I don't know, Klein admitted. But Cashin wouldn't worry so much unless Harold was really important so. What Klein couldn't know, what he couldn't even imagine, was exactly why Harold was so important to his brother. He didn't know the boy was a Yino spy, sent to gather information about the seed beneath the academy. He didn't know his brother was involved in a betrayal that could destroy their family if the king returned soon. And he certainly didn't know that Harold had already met his end, struck down by a powerful beam of light in the depths of the tunnels. All he knew was that, somehow, he had disappointed his family again. And the consequences, as always, would be mockery and reproaches accompanied by other sad pains. He had to at least win first place this semester. Whatever it took. We should head back, Ren announced after the group finished admiring the assassin's head. It's getting late and the guards will start asking questions if we don't return soon. I suppose everyone agrees on the story of how we all killed the creature displaced from its bronze rank environment. Larissa commented with a smile. "I prefer to avoid them finding out I went down to an unauthorized depth, so I'd appreciate it if everyone remembers the story well," Ren added, picking up his macabre trophy. They advanced up the inclined slope of Taro's tunnel until they reached the 200-meter mark, where the air felt noticeably lighter, less saturated with mana. Taro approached the original crack. "Should I seal it completely?" "Do it," Ren nodded. "We don't want unexpected visitors invading or going down there." Taro, under Ren's direction, began to concentrate. "Now, collapse this specific point." The veins in Taro's arms glowed with a pulse as he executed the maneuver, the mineral wall flowing like liquid before solidifying again. "Having living walls at your disposal is super useful," Mira observed, watching with fascination. "I'm just realizing that today myself. The other day we didn't take as much advantage of it," Taro admitted, opening his eyes with a new appreciation of his abilities. "Now, let's build the passage up to 160 meters, Ren continued. "There are fewer worms at that depth, and we can create an alternate entrance away from the guards." Under Ren's coordination, the group worked to configure the tunnel. Taro directed the formation of the walls, while Ren and the Earth Wolverine girl led the front of the tunnel and provided guidance on the structure. The group killed some more worms along the way. "We need to cover the entrance with something that won't attract attention," Ren reflected when they reached 160 meters, examining the tunnel's closed mouth with critical eyes. "I can help with that," Mira stepped forward, her giant rat manifesting. "My coverings can hide the mana signature. And we could add a layer of common earth on top," Han suggested. "So even if someone examines the area, they'll only see an uninteresting wall without crystal veins." Ren nodded, his mushrooms pulsing with approval. "Perfect. This will be our safe access to the depths in the future." They worked methodically, each contributing their unique abilities. Mira applied her mana coverings, creating a barrier that concealed the tunnel's energy signature. Han and others helped cover the entrance with common minerals and earth, perfectly camouflaging it with the surroundings. "Nobody will suspect there's a passage here," Min commented, admiring the finished work. "It's practically invisible even knowing where to look." "That's the point," Ren smiled with approval. "Safe access means we can gather more valuable materials with less risk." Han approached Ren, an expression of sincere gratitude on his face. "Thanks for all the help and information today," he said. "And for letting us gather these crystals. I had no idea we'd find so many in one day." Seeing this, Mira also approached. "Thank you. It was much more interesting than I expected," she admitted. "I learned things they hadn't taught us in class." "It's nothing," Ren responded modestly. "You can come to gather occasionally if you take turns with the others. We don't have enough bronze ranks to bring everyone with the guard's permission, so. Does that mean I can come every day too?" Larissa instantly appeared next to Ren, startling him with her sudden proximity. "And me," Luna added, though she tried to appear less interested than she actually was. Her shadow wolf was shifting restlessly in her shadow. "I think it's already clear that I'll be coming as well," Leora smiled slightly. Ren looked at the three cousins, resigned to his fate. "I suppose I don't have a choice, do I?" "None whatsoever," Larissa confirmed cheerfully. The group began their final ascent, passing through the guard checkpoints at the 150 and 100-meter levels. At each post, the guards observed with amazement the quantities of crystals they carried and the severed assassin's head. "All this from just one trip?" asked one of the guards, examining the overflowing bags with widening eyes. "Taro's living tunnel gives us a huge advantage," Min explained proudly. "It can block the worms and we can just gather without fear." Taro blushed at the attention, unaccustomed to having his beast viewed as something extraordinary. Upon finally reaching the surface, the entrance guard reviewed their forms with increasingly larger eyes. "It's very rare for assassins to come up to 200 meters. And these numbers can't be correct," he muttered while verifying the declared quantities. "Every crystal has been correctly counted by the previous guards," Ren assured, placing his own bag on the counter. The guard proceeded to verify, becoming even more surprised when confirming that the quantities were exact. Lucky Shroom, he shook his head with an incredulous smile, you always find a way to exceed expectations. As they left the caves, the group began to disperse to head to their respective dormitories. The shared experience had strengthened the bond between them. Well, it's been an interesting day, Ren yawned, stretching his arms above his head. I think I'll go finish processing these crystals. I'll follow, Taro nodded, clearly anxious to escape before more complications arose. We are leaving too, Larissa announced, though her tone suggested she wasn't finished with Ren. But I want to insist that we'll continue accompanying you to the tunnels from now on. Purely for safety reasons, Luna quickly added, avoiding looking directly at Ren as a faint blush crept across her cheeks. I am interested in other reasons, Leora admitted straightforwardly. Especially in that technique you used to drive away the deep worm. Ren sighed with resignation and amusement. See you tomorrow then. As the cousins walked away with their guards, Ren remained contemplating the assassin's head he still carried. When they opened their room door, Lu dropped the book he was reading. His eyes widened at the sight of the deep assassin's head that Ren held as if it were any ordinary and perfectly normal stick. What the hell is that? He exclaimed, his bat ears manifesting by reflex, twitching nervously at the edges. A deep assassin head, Ren responded casually while placing the head on the table, as if bringing monster parts to their dormitory was the most natural thing in the world. I can see that, Lu approached cautiously, studying the proboscis that still gleamed threateningly. The question is why you brought it here, those things only last 2 days and are worthless. Rare uses for materials, Taro explained, collapsing onto his bed with a tired groan. You know Ren by now. Please tell me you're not planning to sleep with that thing in the room, Lu grimaced in disgust. The smell will start seeping through. Min, who had been organizing his newly collected crystals, laughed softly, remembering something from their shared experiences. Actually, Ren pointed toward the proboscis, his mushrooms pulsing softly, the membrane will last 2 days. The internal structure contains several reservoirs of concentrated acid that I'll need to neutralize tomorrow. Lu shook his head. Those things are useless. The Academy stopped accepting them as study material years ago. The acid is in many porous parts of the exoskeleton, and as soon as you break the membrane, the monster's weapon is ruined. Right? The acid weakens the structure, Ren corrected him with what appeared to be amusement. The important thing is to inject the right material to process the acid without breaking the sacs from the base. And I suppose you know what that material is? Lu asked, though his tone made it evident he already knew the answer. Of course, Ren smiled. Though I'll buy the materials and do it tomorrow. Tonight I have another more urgent project. He headed toward a corner of the room where he had prepared a special space. From his backpack, he removed the hydra plates he had collected during his adventure with the prince, along with the specially processed crystals from the deposit. Can the hydra be cultivated already? Min asked, approaching with interest. It's time to start its cultivation, yes, Ren confirmed while methodically beginning to organize the plates. Lu observed with growing curiosity. Despite his initial apparent concern, scientific fascination was winning. Are you going to create a cultivation environment there? In the plates? How? It's not as complicated as it seems, Ren responded while carefully forming a cube with the hydra plates, securing them at the corners with the special fabric he had made from the shadow stalkers. The important thing is maintaining the correct conditions. Taro, recovering from his exhaustion, approached to observe. The hydra is a light element, right? Shouldn't it be in a bright environment? That's a perception error I suppose most people make, Ren explained, his mushrooms pulsing with educational enthusiasm. The hydra is quite an illogical creature in that aspect to them. It's a light element, but it needs darkness to evolve correctly. That doesn't make sense, Lu frowned, adjusting his position to get a better view. Actually, it makes perfect sense if you understand its natural ecology, Ren continued while carefully sealing the cube's joints. Young hydras live in underground tunnels, protected by adult hydras. The glows they receive in their early life come from pure mana reflected in the accompanying hydra, which is usually a higher-level hydra. And you plan to emulate that with? Min asked, genuinely interested, leaning in closer. Ren smiled, his mushrooms pulsing with a soft glow. With these gold-level hydra plates. The other three boys exchanged understanding looks. Ren continued working. The cube was almost complete now, the plates subtly shining in the dormitory's dim light. The trick, he explained while carefully placing the processed crystals inside, is to simulate the natural evolution environment. The tunnel darkness, but with pure mana reflecting light on what would be the accompanying hydra plates. Done, Ren declared with satisfaction, stepping back to admire his handiwork. Now I just need to cultivate with the correctly processed crystals. Without wasting a moment, Ren took one of the special crystals he had prepared. Unlike normal crystals, these had a distinctive internal glow, as if they contained liquid light. Are you going to absorb it now? Taro asked with surprise. Shouldn't you rest first? You already took that large crystal for your mushroom this morning, and we spent a good while at considerable depth. I don't want to lose time, Ren responded, his fingers caressing the crystal's surface. Every day that passes without advancing the cultivation is a day wasted. Without further preamble, he began the absorption process, closing his eyes while the crystal gradually dissolved and was absorbed into his body. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed with renewed intensity, and for a moment, they all could see lines of light forming under his skin, following a specific rhythmic pattern for the hydra. When the crystal completely disappeared, Ren opened his eyes. For an instant, it seemed a flash of light gleamed in them before fading away, leaving behind a momentary afterimage. How do you feel? Taro asked, leaning forward with concern. Good, Ren responded with a small smile. The crystal is small for what I'm used to and had exactly the type of energy I needed. The hydra is responding positively. How long will you need to maintain this one? Lu asked. 100 days as always, Ren responded without hesitation. With the proper crystals and maintaining the correct pattern, any beast bronze 2 or lower should evolve completely by then. Lu shook his head with both disbelief and admiration while looking at his eccentric roommate. I never thought I'd say this, he murmured, but I'm genuinely curious to see what you'll do with that head tomorrow. Ren simply smiled. The next morning. Skip the exercises. Again. Lin arched an eyebrow, her arms crossed as she observed Ren with a skeptical expression. Just today, Ren explained, his mushrooms pulsing with what he hoped was a calm and persuasive rhythm. I need time to prepare the cultivation materials for Taro and get some weapons for our outing with Zhao. Weapons? Lin studied him for a moment. Finally, to Ren's surprise, she nodded. Fine, I want to see what kind of weapons you'll prepare. But this afternoon you'll do double exercise. As she walked away, Ren couldn't help wondering if Lin was softening since he gave her the potion. For an instant, he imagined a smiling and understanding Lin, forgiving mistakes in postures and reducing the intensity of training sessions. He violently shook his head to dispel that absurd image. No, Lin surely hadn't become softer. She was probably just accumulating reasons to torture him even more later. Getting his hopes up would be a mistake. With the first hour free, Ren headed first to the exchange storehouse. Jessie was organizing some bottles when she saw him enter. Ren, she smiled, accidentally knocking over a small flask that she caught at the last second, her cat-like reflexes betraying her nervous energy. What can I do for you today? I need cleansing liquid, the foamy nymph blood one, Ren responded, his mushrooms pulsing softly. Undiluted. Jessie's eyes widened with surprise. The pure extract? That's unusual. It's quite dangerous undiluted, it can dissolve skin with simple contact, you know. I know, Ren nodded. That's why I'll also need the special container. Okay, but I'll have to register this, Jessie murmured while searching the back shelves. Not many students request such reactive substances. While Jessie prepared the order, Ren added other materials to his list, several meters of resistant thread, basic iron rank beast feathers, and perfectly straight and resistant sticks produced by wood beasts. Nothing particularly expensive or flashy, but exactly what he needed. Here you go. Jesse placed a specially sealed container on the counter. Through the reinforced crystal, Ren could see the bubbling liquid with iridescent hues shifting like oil on water. Be very careful with this, okay? And, She hesitated a moment. May I ask what you need it for? Material processing, Ren responded vaguely, paying the corresponding crystals, which weren't even half of what he obtained yesterday. Thanks, Jesse. With his purchases secure in his specially compartmentalized backpack, Ren headed to Isaac's workshop on the 3rd floor. The craftsman was polishing his tool when Ren entered, the rhythmic scraping sound filling the otherwise quiet space. Well, Isaac smiled beneath his thick beard. If it isn't the mushroom boy. More hides to process. Something different today. Ren placed his materials on the workbench, adding a bag full of worm teeth that clinked together with a sound like tiny chimes. I want to learn how to make arrows and a spear. Isaac examined the materials with a critical eye, lifting one of the worm teeth to study it in the light, turning it over between his calloused fingers. Arrows with worm teeth, he frowned. It's feasible, but uncommon. Most shooters prefer to use feathers, spines, or scales from their own beasts. Better cadence, more precision, less uncomfortable, lower monetary and energy cost. I know, Ren nodded, his mushrooms pulsing while he explained. But for now I need something with range, and I don't have any of those options. My beast doesn't offer good options for distance attacks yet either, and throwing rocks is not that effective. You'll have to make a bow too, Isaac pointed out. And aiming isn't as easy as it seems, especially in combat. I'll learn, and I was hoping you could suggest the best material for the bow. Ren smiled slightly. Isaac scratched his beard, thoughtful. For someone of your build, I'd use cartilaginous bone from a marine beast. And for the string, nothing in bronze rank beats the black fiber from marine Sarracenia. An aquatic carnivorous plant for an aquatic bone, Ren understood. Its fiber will naturally adhere to the bone. I suppose it would be resistant and relatively easy to work with. Isaac nodded. Not cheap, but not exorbitant either. It'll be hard for it to break. Ren pulled out the deep assassin's proboscis that he had brought with him, its gleaming surface catching the workshop's lights. I also wanted to ask you about this. Isaac's eyes opened with surprise and professional respect. You killed a deep assassin. Impressive for your age. But if you're thinking of making a spear with this, it won't work. They rot quickly once separated from the beast. It won't get damaged, Ren clarified. But I need a way to inject this into its acid sac. Isaac studied the proboscis and the nymph liquid with new appreciation. Would this neutralize the internal acid? Interesting approach. We could create an injection mechanism with the container. But, I still think it won't work. Why do you say that? Ren asked, his mushrooms pulsing with curiosity. Someone from the Craftsman's Guild managed to extract the acid once, but the monster's mouth was still barely resistant, just a bit less than a common sword, and the method is expensive, Isaac explained, running a calloused finger along the proboscis's edge. Ren smiled, his eyes lighting up. It's not just about extracting it, it's about transforming it. The hollow, porous structure isn't very resistant on its own. The deep assassin uses the liquid as support and microvibrations, fast and small movements to bury its proboscis into rock and through the chitinous armors of its prey. I understand, seems like you know what you're doing. But I don't think you can make it vibrate like that then. Isaac stroked his beard. No, but the result of neutralizing the acid will turn what will be the tip of my spear into a harder, more elastic structure. Plus, small hard crystals will emerge on the surface, facilitating cutting and increasing damage. Interesting theory. I'm beginning to eagerly await the result. Isaac's eyes sparkled with professional curiosity. One more thing, Ren added. I also need a good dagger for dismantling beasts up to bronze 2. Can you recommend one or make it for me before the 15th? Isaac smiled, clearly intrigued by the challenge, his entire demeanor shifting from skepticism to engagement. I can do both. For the injection mechanism, we just need to reinforce the interior with chromatic stone lurker minerals. Exactly, Ren confirmed, his mushrooms pulsing with approval. The extract doesn't react with that material and maintains its corrosive properties. You know more about this than I expected, Isaac commented, studying Ren with renewed curiosity, leaning back against his workbench. Most students don't even know that the cleaner contains nymph extract. Let's just say I have many books in my head, Ren responded with a small smile, tapping his temple lightly. I see, Isaac nodded, though his expression suggested he wasn't completely convinced. As for the dagger, for bronze 2 beasts you'll need something special. I have an iron alloy with silver glow mineral that would be perfect. Not cheap, 150,000, but it'll last years if you take good care of it. How much for everything? Ren asked, mentally preparing himself for the impact on his savings. Isaac calculated quickly, his fingers twitching as if counting invisible crystals. For the bow with Sarracenia string 10,000, the 100 arrows with worm tooth tips 500 since you brought the materials, the injection mechanism 4,000, incorporating the proboscis into a basic spear 500, and with the dismantling dagger. 165,000 crystals, including labor. Ren whistled softly. It was a considerable sum, but necessary for his plans. How long would it take? Since you want it for Zhao's excursion, I can finish it in the 2 remaining days, Isaac responded, already mentally organizing his workflow. I could rush some things so you could test it before going, but I wouldn't recommend it. Especially with the bow, we need precision. That's fine, use all the remaining time then, Ren nodded. Can I help with any part of the process? I'm interested in learning. Isaac's eyes brightened with genuine interest. It wasn't common for students here to want to learn the craft, most just demanded their items as quickly as possible and left after hearing an acceptable date. Ren was different and a breath of fresh air for him. Actually, he smiled, revealing slightly crooked teeth stained from years of metalwork, we could start right now with the arrows. It's an easy process that just requires some precision. Ren smiled, his mushrooms pulsing with anticipation. Perfect. While Isaac prepared the work area, Ren reflected on his decision to invest in conventional weapons. Most students here focused exclusively on developing their beast's abilities, considering traditional weapons inefficient or even a sign of weakness. Why depend on external tools when you could cultivate power within yourself? But Ren considered versatility as important as pure power and more important than the pride of the rich and noble. A powerful beast might be magnificent in certain situations, but useless in others. Well-chosen weapons could compensate for specific weaknesses, offer tactical options, and in Ren's case, provide time while his beasts continued evolving. Besides, there was something elegant about a well-designed tool. Something that perfectly complemented the meticulous and analytical approach Ren applied to his cultivation. All right, Isaac interrupted his thoughts, placing precision tools on the table with a metallic clink. Let's begin. Ren nodded, focusing on the task at hand. After spending time helping Isaac with arrow crafting, Ren decided it was time to resolve the financial aspect of his project. His mushrooms pulsed softly as he walked toward the academy bank, mentally calculating how much he would need to withdraw. The bank was relatively empty at that hour, so Finch spotted him immediately, his expression lighting up as if he'd just received a gift, practically bouncing in his seat. "Look who honors us with his presence," he exclaimed dramatically, causing Theodore to look up from his ledgers. The mushroom magnate in person. "Good morning, Finch," Ren greeted as he approached the counter, the familiar scent of ink and paper filling his nostrils. "I need to make a withdrawal." "Theodore." Finch turned to his assistant with exaggerated enthusiasm. "Prepare the special book. Our favorite client is going to make some moves." The mouse quickly pulled out a specially marked book, his whiskers trembling with anticipation. How much will it be this time? Finch asked, leaning over the counter conspiratorially. 10,000 to fill your room with sweets. I want 170,000 crystals, Wren responded calmly. Finch blinked, his smile faltering slightly. 170,000. So much, but, that will reduce your balance to less than 400,000. He pronounced the figure as if it represented a personal calamity. Theodore even let out a small squeak of dismay, his tiny paws clutching the ledger. It's for an important project, Wren explained. But. Finch compulsively adjusted his glasses, the lenses catching the light. This is the first time your account has decreased so much since you started your deposits. The first setback in the saga of the mushroom magnate. Don't worry, Wren smiled slightly. I have plans for this month. I'll recover that and much more. Finch's eyes widened behind his glasses, practically bulging with excitement. Theodore! Finch exclaimed, startling the poor mouse who nearly jumped out of his fur. Write that down. He who doesn't risk, doesn't win. The mouse wrote frantically, his tiny paws barely keeping pace with his tamer's enthusiasm. Could you give me a hint? Finch leaned even further, lowering his voice to a whisper. Is it a new business? A secret investment? Perhaps an alliance with one of those noble families I've heard have been following you lately? Just the crystals, please, Finch, Wren responded kindly but firmly. Always so mysterious, Finch sighed dramatically while beginning to count, his nimble fingers flicking through stacks of currency with practiced ease. Someday, Theodore and I will discover all your financial secrets. That's a promise. While Finch finished counting and Wren carefully stored the crystals in his compartmentalized pack, he didn't notice the figure observing him from across the bank. Leopold Montclair, the fifth-year prodigy, studied every movement with calculating eyes. His next stop was again the exchange storehouse, where Jessie greeted him with her usual nervous enthusiasm. Run! You're back so soon, she exclaimed, nearly knocking over a jar. Did you forget something? No, I'm here for more materials, Wren handed her the list, the paper slightly warm from being in his pocket. Jessie reviewed it, her eyes widening gradually. This is, quite specialized. Cartilaginous marine beast bone. Black Sarracenia fiber. Is that a problem? Wren asked. No, Jessie waved her hands frantically. Just unusual for a first-year student. While Jessie gathered the materials, darting between shelves with surprising agility, Wren noticed several older students observing him with growing curiosity. His reputation was expanding faster than he would have preferred, their whispers creating a soft backdrop of sound. Here you go, Jessie finally placed all the materials on the counter, arranging them with meticulous care. Wren paid without comment, packing each material carefully in his compartmentalized backpack. Thanks, Jessie, he bid farewell. Come back soon, she responded cheerfully, her cat ears twitching. And be careful with that nymph extract. With all necessary materials secured, Wren returned to Isaac's workshop. The artisan was finishing polishing a blade when he saw him enter, the metallic scent of freshly worked steel hanging in the air. Ah, you're back, he smiled. Did you get everything? Everything, Wren confirmed, placing the materials on the workbench. Is the dagger ready? Isaac nodded, extracting a leather sheath from a drawer under his table. One of my finest pieces, if I may say so myself. He unsheathed the dagger for Wren's examination. The blade had a silvery gleam with blue veins that seemed to move beneath the light, flowing like water trapped in metal. The handle, perfectly balanced, was wrapped in leather treated with hardening resin that felt warm to the touch. It's perfect, Wren observed, taking it and testing its weight, feeling how it nestled into his palm as if custom-made. Shall we test how well it works? Without waiting for a response, he placed the deep assassin's head on the table and, with a precise movement, cleanly cut around the base of the proboscis. The dagger's metal penetrated the hard carapace with surprising ease, parting it like butter. Careful with the acid SA. Impressive, Isaac murmured, observing how Ren carefully separated the long proboscis with the acid sac intact. It's superb. Well, this is all we'll need for the spear tip. Ren placed the proboscis on the table. I'll take the rest with me for another project. What will you do with the head? Isaac asked with professional curiosity. Cultivation materials, Ren responded simply. Nothing goes to waste. Ren returned to his room with the assassin's head and his new dagger. He needed to hurry before Yang's class hour arrived. Placing the head on a treated hide, he began working methodically. The dagger slid through the different tissues with surgical precision, separating exactly the parts he needed for Taro's cultivation. The sensory glands, capable of detecting movement through solid rock. And, most valuable, the central processing organ, a structure that amplified nerve signals. When he finished, he had separated and preserved several distinct components, each carefully stored. Sealing Taro's crystals with deep earth and the hemolymph solution was straightforward, the components bonding together with a soft hiss. He thoroughly cleaned the dagger before storing it, admiring its quality once more. Isaac truly knew his craft, the blade showing no signs of wear despite cutting through the beast's tough exoskeleton. He had barely finished cleaning when he heard the door open. Taro entered, his expression changing from mental exhaustion due to so many questions about Ren from his classmates, to surprise at seeing the carefully aligned containers. "What's all this?" he asked, approaching for a better look. "Your first cultivation crystal for the second beast," Ren responded, handing him a crystal that emitted a faint bluish glow, its surface warm and slightly pulsating. Taro took the crystal with reverence, his fingers trembling slightly. "Is it from the assassin?" "Yes," Ren nodded. "I don't know how to thank you," Taro murmured, genuinely moved. "Just use it well," Ren smiled, his mushrooms pulsing softly. "And perhaps help me clean up this mess before Yang's class. If we leave everything like this until Min returns in the afternoon, he'll start complaining about the smell." The next day, Ren returned to Isaac's workshop at first light, again taking advantage of the surprising flexibility Lin had granted him with morning training sessions lately. "We're ready to work with the acid," Isaac announced when Ren entered, the workshop already prepared with protective equipment and containment vessels. "I've prepared everything according to your specifications." The process was delicate and potentially dangerous. The assassin's acid had unique properties, extremely corrosive to organic materials, but also capable of catalyzing certain crystalline reactions if handled correctly. Ren worked with absolute concentration, carefully injecting the foamy nymph extract into the sacs at the base. The reaction was immediate, the liquid bubbled vigorously before stabilizing into a dark amber gelatinous substance. "Now comes the critical part," murmured Ren as he injected mana, his fingertips glowing with a soft blue light. Isaac watched with professional fascination as Ren manipulated the mana with a precision few students possessed, directing it in intricate patterns that seemed to solidify the material from within. "Extraordinary," he murmured, studying the result. It was hard yet surprisingly elastic, with a surface that reflected light like polished obsidian. "I've never seen anything like this." To test its hardness, Isaac tried to make a small scratch with a common tool. To his surprise, it was the tool that ended up damaged, its edge dulled instantly. "Careful," Ren warned when Isaac touched the edge directly to feel the texture. "Its crystals are sharper than they look." Too late. Isaac quickly withdrew his finger, where a fine line of blood began to form. "Incredible," he murmured, more impressed than annoyed. "It cut as if my skin were butter." "It's perfect for the spear tip," Ren nodded, satisfied with the result. "It will penetrate bronze 1 carapaces without issue." Isaac wrapped his finger while contemplating the material, his eyes gleaming with professional excitement. "With this, I could create a truly exceptional weapon. Beyond what I would normally offer a student." "That's exactly what I wanted," Ren smiled, his mushrooms pulsing with anticipation. "Something exceptional for tomorrow's outing." "Leave it in my hands," Isaac nodded with professional determination. "You'll have your weapons ready before dawn." "My craftsman's word." As Ren said goodbye, leaving Isaac with the materials to complete the work, he couldn't help but feel growing expectation. The outing with Zhao would be interesting as he would now be better prepared. And in the world of Tamers, preparation often made all the difference. While Ren happily busied himself with preparations, a much tenser conversation was unfolding elsewhere in the academy. 2 days earlier. Director Ignatius's office had always been an imposing space, with its shelves filled with ancient tomes and expensive pieces from bygone eras. The director's phoenix, partially manifested in the golden veins running across his skin, added an air of authority to the already intimidating office. Facing him, Cassian Goldcrest maintained perfect posture, his expression carefully controlled despite the fury boiling beneath the surface. "It's unacceptable," he declared in a cold voice. "A student missing for days, and nobody considered it necessary to inform me." Director Ignatius reclined in his chair, studying the young Goldcrest with a penetrating gaze. There was something disturbingly calculating in how his eyes traversed Cassian's face, as if peeling away layers to see what lay beneath. "The administration handles many matters, young Goldcrest," he finally responded, his fingers steepled before him. "Temporary student disappearances are more common than you might think. Especially when said students seem to have varied interests." Cassian narrowed his eyes. Did this old fox know something and was threatening him? Or was he simply establishing his position? "Harold was under my tutelage," Cassian specified, keeping his voice firm. "I deserve to be immediately informed of any matter related to him." "Your concern is touching," the director smiled slightly, the expression never reaching his eyes. "Especially for a student who had barely been under your wing and at the academy for just a few days." There was something in that smile, in the slightly insinuating tone, that sent alarm signals through Cassian's mind. This wasn't a simple bureaucratic exchange, it was a chess match. "I demand that they find him," Cassian went straight to the point, abandoning any pretense of cordiality. "And I want a complete explanation about why I wasn't notified of his disappearance." Director Ignatius maintained silence for seconds that seemed to stretch eternally. His phoenix manifested a bit more, golden feathers gleaming between the spaces of his clothing. "It's regrettable," he finally said, each word measured with precision. "But I must inform you that we have already found Harold." The tension in Cassian's shoulders loosened slightly. "Where is he?" "His remains were recovered from the lower mines recently." The impact of the words hit Cassian like a physical shock. His lion partially manifested by reflex, bright markings briefly appearing in his hair like a golden crown. "Remains," he repeated, struggling to maintain his composure, a muscle twitching in his jaw. "There was an attack," the director continued, his eyes never leaving Cassian's face. "A regrettable incident perpetrated by one or several Yino infiltrators. Unfortunately, Harold died during the altercation." Cassian knew the truth perfectly well. Harold was a Yino spy, sent to gather information about the seed beneath the academy. He himself had facilitated his entry, providing falsified documents and cover as a transfer student. But Cassian couldn't know that the director's presentation of the facts was peculiar. He didn't directly imply that Harold was the spy, only that he had died during a Yino attack. Technically true, but deliberately ambiguous. "When did this happen?" Cassian asked, buying time while analyzing the implications, his mind racing behind his carefully composed expression. "During an incident with our ancestral seed," the director responded, leaning forward slightly. "It seems he was in the depths when the attack occurred. Quite unfortunate that he happened to be precisely in that area, don't you think?" The question hung in the air, laden with insinuations. The director knew. Somehow, he knew that Harold hadn't been there by chance. "Very unfortunate," Cassian responded carefully, each word chosen with deliberation. "May I ask why I wasn't informed immediately after the discovery?" Identification took time due to how little was left of him, the director explained, though his tone suggested it was merely a convenient excuse. "And without meaning to offend, frankly, we didn't expect you to have such a personal interest in the matter. After all, Harold was just one of many students under your extensive tutoring program. Another insinuation. Cashin's tutoring program was a well-known facade for recruiting talented youth to the Goldcrest house. As a family representative, I have responsibilities toward all those students, Cashin responded, maintaining the double-meaning game. May I see the body? I'm afraid that won't be possible, the director joined his hands over his desk. The remains were in precarious condition. And they have already been processed according to the kingdom's standard protocols. Without notifying his family or tutors. Cashin couldn't prevent a tone of disbelief from filtering into his voice. In exceptional circumstances, the castle has authority to proceed without prior notification, the director responded smoothly. Especially when positive identification is complicated and the remains represent potential evidence of what happened in the enemy invasion. I'm so sorry. The implications were clear, they wouldn't let him examine the situation of the death, he couldn't do anything to know whether they were aware of Harold's true nature or not. I understand, Cashin responded, though he was clearly unsatisfied. And the responsible parties? The matter is still being investigated with the utmost diligence, the director assured him. We have zero tolerance for external infiltrations. Again, the carefully chosen language. I trust that any relevant discovery will be communicated to the appropriate authorities before it becomes too large a problem for you, Cashin observed, establishing his own veiled threat. Of course, the director slightly inclined his head. Transparency is fundamental in matters of national security. Silence fell between them, dense with unexpressed meanings and unformulated accusations. The clock on the wall ticked loudly, marking the seconds. I must add, the director finally broke the silence, that the academy offers compensation for student losses in those circumstances. As his registered tutor, you are eligible to receive insurance benefits, so don't worry. Indignation burned in Cashin's chest. Was this old fox offering him money? Compensation for a dead spy? The insinuation was as insulting as it was dangerous. That won't be necessary, he responded with an icy voice, rising from his seat. Harold was not a resource to be monetized. As you wish, the director inclined his head again. My condolences for your loss. The academy deeply regrets not having been able to protect all its students during the incident. Then, under such circumstances, I will leave 2 operatives to protect my brother and the other students under our tutelage. I hope you understand. You know we cannot deny you such requests, you may add them. We never know when another attack might occur, correct? Cashin didn't stay to hear more. With a brief courteous nod that hid his inner fury, he headed for the door, his footsteps echoing in the suddenly quiet room. Young Goldcrest, the director's voice stopped him for a moment. In these uncertain times, we must all be careful with the company we keep. Divided loyalties often have unpredictable consequences. Without deigning to respond, Cashin left the office, closing the door with controlled force behind him. As he walked through the academy's corridors, doubt corroded his mind. Had they discovered him? Or were they simply fishing, throwing insinuations to see if he would bite the bait? And more importantly, what were they willing to do if they had that knowledge? The Goldcrest still maintained enough power in Yano to be above accusations without substantial proof. The director couldn't act openly against them, it would just hasten Yano's invasion and unleash a conflict for which Yano wasn't prepared. The city's best hope remained waiting for the king's return, while noble families continued their secret conversations, seeking a solution that wouldn't trigger open warfare. But from Cashin's doubts, Yano would also think they weren't prepared. Yano's Dark Council had always been a place where shadows seemed to have a life of their own. The purplish light from abyssal crystals barely illuminated the faces of those present, creating an unsettling chiaroscuro effect that blurred expressions and concealed reactions. The king occupied the central seat, his eyes reflecting the violet glow as he reread the encrypted message for the 3rd time. His fingers traced the symbols with deliberate slowness, as if trying to extract meaning beyond the words themselves. Read it again, he ordered, his voice resonating in the black obsidian chamber like distant thunder. Lord Ravenspire cleared his throat and translated the code, his voice measured and precise. "Urgent message from our ally in Yano," he began. "Request for confirmation on Operative Herald status. He hasn't reported according to established protocols. Suspect's fatal compromise during release incident. Preliminary information suggests ancestral seed opening and agent's death. Third ring possibly in Yano's hands. Increased surveillance prevented quick and detailed communication. Requests instructions." The silence that followed was dense, charged with implications no one dared to express openly. The council members exchanged glances, each gauging the other's reactions without betraying their own thoughts. "So Harold has failed," the king finally broke the silence. "Just when we were so close." "We can't be certain," Lord Venmont cautiously intervened, shifting in his seat. "He could still be hiding, seeking a safe route for the ring to. If he had the ring, he would have found a way to notify us. Harold was trained to prioritize the mission over his own safety." Such prolonged silence can only mean one thing. The king raised a hand, stopping the debate. "If the ring is in Yano's hands, we must reconsider our strategy." He rose and began circling the table, the shadows at his feet seeming to follow his movements like extensions of his will. "The irony," he commented bitterly, "just when we thought the triples would leave us prepared for open conflict, this happens." "But Yano remains vulnerable," Lord Bloodwind pointed out. "Without their king, their army lacks unified direction. The noble families are divided. With the Goldcrests on our side, we would have a significant advantage." "Yes," the king interrupted. "But not decisively enough. The Goldcrests would betray us." Young Celthea, seated silently until that moment, leaned forward, her pale face eager in the dim light. "Aren't the triples enough even then?" she asked, her childlike voice contrasting with the gravity of the topic. The king returned to his seat, interlacing his fingers while considering the options, the gemstone in his ring catching and fracturing the purple light. "The problem is that the Goldcrest situation would be precarious," he observed. "If they openly declare in our favor before we attack first, they'll be almost completely eliminated. It would be very useful to us, but they'll never accept that. They'll only summon the courage when we attack Yano," Lord Ravenspire added. "As opportunistic traitors, not as declared allies." "That's right," the king nodded. "The ideal battle for them is one that allows the Goldcrests to attack from behind when we're winning from the front." A messenger entered silently, delivering a new sealed scroll to Lord Ravenspire. The noble read it quickly, his expression subtly changing, the muscles around his eyes tightening. "More information from Cashin," he announced. "He has investigated with his infiltrators at the academy. Apparently, the ancestral seed was indeed opened a little ahead of time. There are rumors about the artifact being lost, though details are confusing. Surveillance has intensified significantly, making communication with his informants difficult." "So the ring is lost?" the king asked directly, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. "There's no confirmation about its location," Lord Ravenspire responded. "But Cashin suspects it's a trap and it's really in the hands of Yano's authorities already. However, at least Yano's king hasn't yet returned with the last ring," Ravenspire continued. "They won't be able to open the main artery without all three of them." The king remained silent for a long moment, his mind calculating scenarios and possibilities. "Our plans must adapt," he finally declared. "If we've lost the opportunity to take the ring from them, we must compensate for that loss with other advantages." "Will we finally use the triples?" Celthea asked again, her voice barely containing her excitement, her small hands clenching in anticipation. "And more," the king nodded. "Lord Bloodwind, intensify attempts to acquire ground element abyssal beasts. Lord Venmont, prepare our defenses for a possible counterattack. If Yano has all three rings and opens its artery, they'll eventually try to use whatever they have found." He turned to Lord Ravenspire. "Respond to Cashin. Tell him I understand the situation and that he'll receive help soon. A new advantage that will help him discover what really happened. What kind of advantage, my lord? Lord Ravenspire asked, his quill poised over fresh parchment. The king smiled, a gesture rarely seen on his severe face, transforming it into something even more unsettling. Something our enemies cannot anticipate. Something that will change the rules of the game before the king returns to play. He looked toward Celthea, who straightened with sudden understanding, her eyes widening. A triple Tamer, she murmured, her eyes gleaming with anticipation, a flush of excitement coloring her pale cheeks. Not one, the king responded, his voice dropping to a near whisper that somehow filled the entire chamber. He turned to Lord Bloodwyn. Is the special project ready? The third subject has completed integration, Bloodwyn confirmed. Tests show exceptional results. Then prepare the remaining 2 for deployment, the king ordered. The king rose, concluding the meeting. As the lords withdrew, he stopped Lord Ravenspire with a gesture. In your message to Cashin, he added in a low voice, remind him that tolerance for failure is limited. He has lost Harold, he cannot afford to lose these new resources. It will be communicated clearly, my lord, Lord Ravenspire nodded gravely. When the chamber was empty except for the king and his children, the crown prince allowed himself to express his concern. Are you sure about sending the special project so soon? It hasn't been fully tested in all conditions. Necessity dictates our actions now, the king responded, the shadows around him deepening. Harold was valuable, but replaceable. The ring is not. And if it's already too late, the prince asked. If Yano has already opened the white chamber with the rings. Then, the king smiled again, and this time the gesture was charged with cold determination, we will have to tear that knowledge from them before they manage to understand it. The shadows in the chamber seemed to pulse in response, as if even the darkness of Yano shared its ruler's resolution. The day had finally arrived. Ren rose before dawn, his mushrooms pulsing with anticipation while he packed the last supplies in his specially compartmentalized bag. The morning air was crisp, carrying the earthy scent of dew-dampened soil through the open window. The final gathering exam with Zhao wasn't just an academic test for him, it represented a unique opportunity to obtain more materials for his projects. With luck, this time he could acquire many more tentacles. Isaac had kept his word. The weapons were ready on time, each piece crafted with a precision that exceeded even Ren's expectations. The spear was a masterpiece of artisanal engineering. Its tip, formed from the treated material, gleamed with a tone between amber and steel. The white bow, crafted from cartilaginous marine beast bone, tensed perfectly with the black Sarracenia string, the entire weapon balanced and responsive in his hands. When he said goodbye to Isaac after collecting them, the few students who crossed his path looked at him with expressions ranging from mockery to a kind of condescending understanding. Look at the mushroom boy, he heard one mutter. Needs traditional weapons to compensate. I've heard rumors he became a double Tamer, commented another, his voice laden with skepticism. But if that were true, why would he still have those mushrooms on his head and carry primitive weapons? Ren simply continued on his way, ignoring the comments. Unlike many of the rich or noble students at this school, he didn't measure his worth by others' opinions. Each decision, each action, had a specific purpose in his plans. Upon reaching the meeting point where the caravan waited, Ren found Min and Taro already prepared, their bags packed and their expressions mixing excitement with nervousness. Ren, Min called to him, pointing toward a group of adults. Lin is coming with us this time, we are so done. Not just her, Taro added in a low voice. Wei, Yang, and several more professors. There's even new people who seem to work for the castle. Ren studied the scene. Indeed, the group's composition was radically different from the previous expedition. The presence of so many instructors and guards suggested an unusual level of caution. I guess it's normal, he commented, adjusting his weapons. There was an attack last time. They're probably taking additional measures to protect the princess. They're not just looking after me, Larissa's voice sounded right behind him. Ren turned to find not only Larissa, but the entire group of noble cousins with their companions. The 12 girls, now much more openly united than before, formed a semicircle around him. Interesting choice of equipment, Luna commented, gesturing toward the spear and bow. Not what I would expect from someone with your knowledge. I think the perception of weapons is mistaken, they're tools and each one has its purpose, Ren responded simply. We're eager to accompany you in the gathering, Leora added with a small smile. We want to know how it will be different from when we're in the depths. Ren nodded, observing how the rest of the students organized themselves into groups. Unlike the last expedition, the atmosphere was completely different. Klein and Jean remained apart with their group reduced from 15 to only 9 people, now avoiding any direct confrontation with Ren. It was surprising how the dynamics had changed. The usual taunts, the provocations to gain popularity at his expense, all that had disappeared. Not even with Ren carrying weapons, they didn't dare to openly bother someone who had the support of more than half the class, over 20 people, including the noble cousins. He also noticed he was no longer perceived as the inconvenience who had reduced a 3-day trip to just 2. Now he was someone everyone wanted to approach for advice. It was refreshing. Not having to constantly defend himself. Being able to simply exist and share knowledge without fear of reprisal. Attention everyone. Zhao's voice resonated above the conversations. Gather for instructions. The students congregated around the professor, who had climbed onto one of the carriages to be more visible, his beast partially manifested, creating the impression of keen eyes that missed nothing. The final gathering exam has simple rules, Zhao began, his authoritative voice gaining everyone's immediate attention. To pass, each student must individually collect values equivalent to 10,000 crystals. A murmur ran through the group. It was a considerable amount, especially for first-year students with little experience. The professors will evaluate both the quantity and quality of the materials, Zhao continued. It's not just about accumulating common materials, but demonstrating discernment in selecting valuable resources. His eyes scanned the group, briefly stopping on Ren before continuing. This year, due to exceptional circumstances, we will have additional security. Don't be alarmed by the presence of so many adults, they're here to ensure the experience is safe and productive. Zhao made a significant pause. Also, he added, I want to clarify that division of the main group will not be permitted. You may work in small teams within the designated territory which will be larger this time, but no one should move beyond the established perimeter. This is for everyone's safety. Ren exchanged glances with Min and Taro. Last time, he had strayed considerably from the group. This time, with so much surveillance, it would be more complicated to explore freely. Finally, Zhao concluded, remember that although this is an exam, it's also an opportunity to learn. Observe, experiment, and above all, stay alert. The gathering territory, as you realized on the first trip, can be as generous as it is dangerous. With those words, Zhao gave the signal to board the caravan. The students began climbing into the vehicles, organizing themselves according to the professor's instructions. While waiting for their turn, Lin approached Ren's group. This time I won't miss the action, she commented, studying the weapons Ren carried. Interesting choice by the way. They're just complementary tools, Ren explained, his fingers tracing the smooth contours of the bow. Lin nodded, a small smile forming on her lips. I'm intrigued to see how you'll use them. And also how you'll handle your new popularity. She discreetly pointed toward where a group of students observed Ren with evident curiosity, their whispers barely audible over the general commotion. I'm not seeking popularity, Ren responded sincerely. Just doing my thing. I know, Lin placed a hand on his shoulder for a brief moment. Those things you carry will help reduce that popularity. But I think those things are part of what makes you interesting. With those words, she headed toward the main caravan, where Yang and Wei were already organizing the students. As the caravan began to move, marking the official start of the journey, Ren couldn't help but reflect on how things had changed in such a short time. From being an outcast with an apparently weak beast, to becoming someone whose opinion was valued and sought after. The caravan advanced at a steady pace, raising clouds of dust that shimmered golden under the mid-morning sun. The wheels creaked rhythmically against the packed earth, providing a constant backdrop to the conversations within. Students had naturally distributed themselves among the different vehicles, grouping according to affinities and alliances. In one of the carriages, Klein Goldcrest observed with a somber expression. The landscape passed before his eyes without him really seeing it, his mind trapped in a cycle of frustration and resentment that tightened his jaw and furrowed his brow. "Still thinking about your brother?" Astor asked in a low voice, seated across from him. Klein barely deigned to respond with a grunt. His lion briefly manifested in his hair and mouth, reflecting his internal agitation. "You shouldn't worry so much," Fong intervened, adjusting his posture on the uncomfortable seat. "I'm sure that Harold will eventually turn up." "It's not just that," Klein finally spoke, his voice tense. "It's everything." His gaze instinctively turned toward one of the forward carriages, where laughter and animated conversations could be heard even at a distance, the sound carried on the breeze like a taunt. "The fungus kid?" Astor correctly guessed, following Klein's gaze. "Did you see what he was carrying?" Klein spat with disdain. "Weapons. Like any peasant. In a prestigious school where we're supposed to cultivate powerful beasts, and he shows up with a bow and spear as if we were in some poor plebeian school." Jean, seated nearby with Cass and Kai, nodded vehemently. "It's ridiculous. And everyone acts like he's some kind of genius. Though I suppose it's logical he needs those things with such a miserable beast." "Well," Astor commented cautiously, "his methods may be unconventional, but his results are undeniable." The look Klein shot him could have melted metal. "Now you too." "I'm just pointing out facts," Astor defended himself, raising his hand slightly. "I didn't say I liked him." "The problem isn't him," Fong intervened. "The problem is that we aren't progressing as quickly as we should." Klein couldn't deny it, though it pained him to admit it. He was close to reaching bronze rank, yes, but the pace was too slow for Goldcrest standards. Especially with Cashin breathing down his neck, waiting for any mistake to remind him of his inadequacy. "At least Astor has already evolved. That's something." Jean, Kai, and Cass exchanged uncomfortable glances. None of the three had advanced significantly in their cultivation in the last few days. "Not since." "I still think we should try it," Cass murmured, her fingers nervously braiding a loose thread from her sleeve. "Try what?" Jean asked, though by Kai's expression, he already suspected the answer. "Move up to bronze," Cass responded, confirming his suspicions. "Even though the fungus said we were cultivating wrong, are we going to listen to him?" "No, he's definitely just jealous of our beasts." Jean snapped, though his tone betrayed his insecurity. "He's just trying to confuse us. If you're not going to listen to him, then explain why you've paused your tiger's cultivation for days," Fong challenged. "You're suffering here because of a commoner's words. Meanwhile, look at them." They all looked toward the forward carriage, where a new wave of laughter resonated. It was as if they were on a completely different journey. "And then my father said it was the first time he'd seen anyone use a turtle shell as an improvised dress." Min concluded his story, prompting another round of laughter that echoed against the carriage walls. "That can't be true," Mira exclaimed between laughs, her eyes shining with contained tears. "I swear on my snake," Min solemnly raised his hand, his water serpent lowering its head in sadness as its tamer used it as collateral. "Ask Ren, he knows how to distinguish the truth." All eyes turned to Ren, who was calmly carving a small piece of chitinous skeleton with his new dagger, the fine shavings collecting in a neat pile at his feet. "It's true," he confirmed, his mushrooms pulsing with amusement. Though the turtle probably wasn't very happy. Another wave of laughter shook the carriage, making it seem to vibrate with their mirth. "What are you making?" Han asked, observing Ren's meticulous work, leaning in for a better view. A copy of Zhao's feathers, Ren responded. To have options in case I don't learn to use my arrows in time. Always working, Larissa commented with a playful smile. Aren't you going to enjoy the journey? This is enjoyable too, Ren responded simply, his mushrooms pulsing peacefully. I've already lived my whole life with a direct view of the outskirts, plus. I like creating useful things. Speaking of useful things, Taro intervened. Did anyone else notice how quiet Klein's group is today? Hard not to notice, Luna commented, trying to appear cool although her smile betrayed her childish joy. Usually Jean doesn't miss an opportunity to mock someone. They have more important things to worry about, Leora observed softly. I heard from the director that Cashin has been applying a lot of pressure lately. Cashin? Min asked, tilting his head in curiosity. Klein's older brother. A real charmer, Larissa responded with evident sarcasm. Imagine Klein, but with twice the size, arrogance, and no sense of humor. Sounds terrible, Han grimaced, his shoulders tensing at the mere description. He is, Larissa confirmed. Plus, Klein has to gather enough materials to uphold his family's reputation. The Goldcrests don't accept mediocrity. No noble family does, Leora murmured, almost to herself, her fingers tracing an invisible pattern on her knee. There was a moment of silence as everyone processed the comment, the weight of unspoken expectations hanging in the air. Well, Taro finally intervened, at least we have the gathering expert. He pointed toward Ren with a smile. Right, Ren? I'm not an expert, Ren modestly denied. I'm just, observant. Observant? Min burst out laughing. Last time you identified more veins in an hour than the rest of us did all day. Very observant. Look, Lin intervened from her seat at the front. We're almost there. The carriage began to slow down as they approached a small rest station, the wooden structure appearing on the horizon. Remember, Lin added with an enigmatic smile, pay attention to everything Ren shows you. You might learn something valuable. Even you admit to learning from him? Larissa asked with feigned surprise, her eyebrows arching dramatically. A good teacher knows when to become a student, Lin responded simply, though her eyes shone with something akin to pride as she looked at Ren. This year, the gathering territory also encompasses some shadow stalker caves in the peripheral zones, Zhao explained while the students gathered in a clearing, preparing to begin collection. However, I must emphasize that nobody should approach or enter these caves without a teacher's company. They are significantly more dangerous than the exterior areas due to the sentinels. While Zhao continued with the general instructions, Ren studied the map they had been provided as he calculated distances and analyzed the marked geological formations to find the quickest route densest with resources. It was no longer just him, Taro and Min, but a complete entourage that included Larissa, Luna and Leora, accompanied by their maids Maria, Mayo and Matilda, plus the 6 guards. Han and his group had also joined them, as well as Myra's. Min leaned toward him, noticing his evident interest. You're planning to enter one of those caves, aren't you? Ren nodded without lifting his gaze from the map. It's easier to get good materials there. I need to restock parts for my upcoming projects. Taro, who had been listening, sighed in resignation. I suppose this means you'll drag us into another dangerous adventure. Nobody's forcing you to come, Ren responded, though a small smile formed on his lips. As if we had a choice, Min laughed softly. The last time we left you alone, you came back with a hydra. A few meters away, Lin observed the conversation with a mixture of amusement and concern. Subtly, she approached Zhao while the students began to disperse. He's going to enter one of the caves, she commented without preamble. Zhao followed her gaze to where Ren and his friends continued studying the map. I know. I expected it, in fact. He did the same thing the first time. Shouldn't I stop him? Stop him? Zhao looked at her with an arched eyebrow. You should follow him to better understand his ability first. Besides, you'll be there to save them if necessary. We're here primarily to evaluate their gathering capacity. If he could handle the challenge before, he surely can do it now. The Lin I know isn't a worrywart mother. Lin nodded, understanding the reasoning and ignoring the last part. I'll go with them. I'd join, but... Zhao gestured toward the other students who were already beginning to explore the area. You have to supervise everyone, Lin completed his thought. I understand. I'll make sure they don't get into too much trouble. Zhao studied her for a moment. Based on his first visit to this place, I think he's going to change your opinion of him even more. My opinion is already very high, Lin responded diplomatically, though she couldn't prevent a small smile. Let's see if he can really be more interesting. Are you sure it's a good idea to head toward the cave so soon? Mira asked as they advanced, pushing aside brambles that caught at their clothing. There are many materials we could gather first. Daytime is limited, we'll just collect some thread along the way, Ren responded. But the most valuable materials are primarily in that direction. Lin caught up with them when they had already moved considerably away from the main group. If you go to the cave, you'll find a sentinel, she commented casually, you should know that I'll only observe. Asking me for help will cost you points on the exam. Ren stopped, turning to look at her. We don't need help, Master. Aren't you overestimating your group of bronzes and irons against those dangerous beasts? Lin crossed her arms, waiting for an explanation. I don't intend to use the group's power. I'm going to do something I couldn't last time, Ren responded, his mushrooms pulsing with determination. Take down a male shadow stalker by myself. Taro almost choked on his own saliva. You what? They're much more dangerous than common bronze beasts, Min explained, his voice trembling slightly. And significantly more aggressive. They also have a very annoying ability, they're a bit more resistant, plus. Ren added. They're mortally dangerous just by approaching them, Lin completed, studying Ren with renewed interest. How do you plan to face one? In response, Ren simply patted his spear and the bow carefully secured to his back. I have some ideas. Some ideas, one of the guards repeated with evident concern. Those creatures are dangerous, especially for first-year students. They're dangerous even for other bronze-rank creatures, another guard added. Lady Larissa, perhaps we should consider targets more appropriate for your level. Larissa smiled with that mischievous expression everyone had learned to recognize as a signal for trouble. Oh, but we have our beast expert here. Right, Ren? All eyes fell on Ren, who continued advancing with determination, the dried leaves crunching softly beneath his boots. I'm not an expert, he responded automatically. I just understand them. And your plan is? Luna asked. Kill it from a distance, Ren explained. The sentinels are a considerable danger in close combat, but they're vulnerable to ranged attacks. Most bronze beasts lack those means, especially in nearby areas, and that's why they can't beat them, but it's just a bad matchup. They're not actually that strong. Lin observed the exchange carefully, noting how Ren appeared completely confident as always. With that? Min pointed to the bow Ren carried. I've never seen you shoot an arrow before. There's a first time for everything, Ren responded, though his tone suggested he was more confident than he had a right to be. They continued their way, now moving with greater stealth as they approached the edge of the designated territory. The forest grew denser here, shadows deeper, the air carrying a faint metallic scent that hinted at the proximity of the caves. After almost half an hour of walking, the group reached the limit of the designated gathering area. Ren indicated they should stop to collect weaver threads from a large nearby tree while he went ahead to survey the terrain. Several dozen meters away, the entrance to a cave opened on the side of a rocky hill. There, Ren pointed discreetly toward the cave entrance, where the male shadow stalker stood guard. An imposing creature mounted guard. Its whitish, semi-translucent body combined features of jellyfish and bat. Luminescent tentacles hung from its base, while enormous membranous wings pulsed rhythmically to keep it suspended. The group observed from a distance, camouflaged with moss and bark coverings provided by Zhao, making them appear like simple bark stalkers at rest, a strategy that was almost unnecessary considering that several members of the group were already bronze rank, but Maria insisted on being cautious. "It's bigger than I expected," whispered Taro, adjusting his camouflage from behind a tree. "The males always are," Ren responded while preparing his bow. "And much more dangerous than the females. Their ability to absorb vitality and mana works at a greater distance." "But it's not alone," Leora added in a low voice, pointing toward the cave entrance. "There's an entire colony of those same females in there." Ren nodded while preparing his bow, carefully selecting an arrow from his quiver. "But we're outside their sensory range. Are you sure you can hit it?" Han asked, studying the distance with a critical eye. "It's a complicated shot." Ren hesitated a moment before admitting, "I don't know, I've never tried it before." Min, Roran, June, Trent, and Taro clamped their hands over their mouths to stifle laughter that might attract the sentinel. Their shoulders shook with suppressed mirth, eyes watering with the effort of containing their amusement. Above, in the branches of nearby trees, several white weavers observed with feline curiosity, their moth wings folded while their bright eyes followed every movement of the group. Their antennae twitched occasionally, sensing the subtle changes in the air. "Why don't we just attack all together?" asked Leora, clearly anxious for some action. "We're more than enough to defeat it." "Because I want to see if I can do it alone and because it's not just the male," explained Ren without shifting his gaze from the target. "In the cave there are hundreds of females that would respond to his call. If we attack with too many people and it perceives a threat, they'll all come to its aid. That's why the arrows are to lure it and draw it away from the entrance. If I can attract it to the forest edge, even better. I'll have a more certain shot." Ren drew the bow, the string taut against his fingers. Han observed Ren's posture and shook his head. "You won't hit like that. Do you have a better suggestion?" Ren asked, without a trace of defensiveness in his voice. "Actually, yes." Han approached and adjusted the position of Ren's arms. "Raise your elbow, like this. And when you breathe, do it deeply. Release on the exhale, not the inhale. And remember to compensate for distance and wind by aiming higher." Ren nodded, focusing intensely as he aimed. With a fluid movement, he released the arrow. The projectile crossed the air, tracing an elegant arc. That ended almost 5 meters to the left of the target. The jellyfish bat didn't even seem to notice it. "Not bad at all for a first attempt," Han commented diplomatically. "It was terrible," Mayo murmured, earning an elbow from Luna. "Try again," Han encouraged. "This time, aim a bit higher and to the right to compensate." Ren prepared another arrow, incorporating the suggested corrections. He inhaled deeply, his mushrooms pulsing with intensity. For a moment, it seemed everything around him vanished, leaving only him, the bow, and the target. With a new understanding of his weapon, he released the arrow. The second arrow embedded itself in one of the monster's tentacles, provoking a furious hiss but dealing no significant damage. The entire appendage contracted like a spring before slowly unfurling again. "Good shot," Luna acknowledged, her tone revealing genuine admiration despite herself. "It's detecting something," Lin warned, her posture tensing as she prepared to intervene if necessary. The creature emitted a sharp screech, its tentacles thrashing violently as it turned in the direction from which the attack came. The air seemed to ripple around it as its sensory organs expanded to their full capacity. "It saw us," Taro warned when the creature began advancing toward them. "Not yet, it's searching for the culprit with its sensors, but we're still far from them," Ren announced calmly, setting down the bow and taking his spear. Luckily that screech of pain wasn't a call for the females. "And it won't be able to distinguish us among the trees and bushes from there. Now comes the dangerous part." "More dangerous than attracting that thing?" Min asked incredulously. The shadow stalker began cautiously advancing toward them, its sensors methodically scanning the area, sending out barely visible pulses of energy that disturbed the air. "Now or never," Ren positioned himself ready to go, mentally measuring the maximum distance he could maintain from the monster without sacrificing precision in his throw. The Shadow Stalker advanced ever closer, and everyone could feel the mana pressure diminishing in the environment as the creature voraciously absorbed it, creating a subtle mana vacuum. Before anyone could stop him, Ren emerged from his hiding place, advancing in a zigzagging pattern that seemed specifically calculated to confuse the creature. The jellyfish bat understood the movement a second later, its tentacles extended as it descended to intercept him. "It's too fast," exclaimed one of the maids, watching in horror as the distance between Ren and the creature rapidly decreased. But everyone underestimated what Ren was now capable of. With his strength increased by 160%, his movements were faster and more precise than anyone would expect. His feet barely seemed to touch the ground as he darted between patches of cover. Ren stopped abruptly, his mushrooms pulsing intensely as he calculated angles and trajectories. With a fluid movement that seemed almost rehearsed, he threw the spear with all his strength. The weapon cut through the air like lightning, its tip briefly gleaming before penetrating the center of the jellyfish bat. There was a moment of absolute silence as the creature remained motionless, suspended in the air as if time had stopped. Then, the jellyfish bat fell to the ground with a dull thud and began to convulse. Its tentacles twisted erratically before falling inert, and its slightly luminescent body gradually began to fade, the light dimming like a dying star. The silence that followed was broken by Larissa, who began to applaud enthusiastically. "That was incredible." "It wasn't a big deal," Ren responded modestly while approaching the fallen creature to recover his spear. "Their movement patterns are predictable since they always launch straight to absorb their prey's mana. They have no predators." Lin observed the scene with both amazement and concern. The force with which Ren had thrown the spear was much greater than should be possible for someone with a 60% increase, even with her training. Her thoughts were interrupted by Taro and Min, who ran toward Ren to examine the creature up close. "How did you know it would work on the first hit?" Taro asked, observing how Ren methodically began examining the jellyfish bat, identifying the parts he needed. "Throwing with my hands feels easier to me," Ren commented as he carefully began extracting the translucent wing membranes with his dagger. "Based on its anatomy, I only needed to hit a vital organ, and aiming for the largest one had the highest probability of success." The others approached gradually, curiosity overcoming their initial caution. "Careful with the tentacles," Ren warned. "They're quite dangerous even after death." "Hearing that from you is even creepier," murmured Han, instinctively stepping back. "Those materials," Leora approached to observe the membranes and tentacles Ren was extracting, "what exactly are they for?" "Among other things," Ren responded, focused on his task, "they're excellent for absorbing mana if you block the vitality absorption. Though I'll need a large bark stalker again." Ren extracted the tentacles with meticulous precision, using cheap gloves to avoid direct contact. One by one, he deposited them in skin bags he had brought specifically for this purpose, each sealed with a careful knot. "But if there are potions to control your mana saturation, why do you want those?" asked Luna, observing the care with which Ren sealed each bag. "They're different, plus I ran out of the ones I had," he responded simply. "They're invaluable for certain cultivation techniques." "How much is all that worth?" Roran asked, watching the parts that Ren was meticulously separating. "The wing membranes, about 1,000 crystals each," Ren calculated. "The central core almost nothing, the tentacle filaments, and other parts could be used as bronze beast discards for 100 crystals, but probably nobody would want them because they're dangerous to handle." He smiled slightly while extracting a crystalline structure from the center of the creature. "Only 2,000 in total," Mira calculated quickly. "A bronze creature and it's worth so little." "Don't worry," Ren responded while carefully finishing packing his trophies. "This was just the beginning. The real gathering starts now that we have access to the cave." Min looked at him with disbelief, his eyes widening. "Wait a minute. This whole time you've been telling us how dangerous it would be to alert the females because they're too many and deadly in groups. And now you want us to go directly into their nest?" The point was to prevent the male from alerting them, explained Ren while checking his tools. If we keep noise to a minimum and don't wake them, we won't die. We won't die, repeated Min, great. Very reassuring. Despite their doubts, nobody seriously protested when Ren began advancing toward the entrance first. Everyone knew that, despite his strange methods, Ren had proven during their visits to the depths that he wouldn't put them in danger unless he was certain he could protect them in the worst case. The cave descended at a soft gradual angle, with walls that glowed faintly thanks to pure mana crystals embedded in the rock. The light they emitted was sufficient to navigate without torches, which was convenient considering the need for stealth. Not that they needed them with Ren's mushrooms at the front though. The air grew cooler as they descended, carrying a faint metallic scent that tingled in their nostrils. These crystals, Ren indicated in a murmur as they advanced, collect all you can. It's difficult to obtain pure crystals of this size without access to a vein. The pure ones the kingdom distributes are always in large denominations, so it's convenient to be able to easily take them here instead of wasting time at the vein again. The sentinel won't need them anymore. The group began carefully extracting the most accessible crystals, the soft scraping against the stone barely audible in the hushed silence. They're worth double the normal ones, commented Ren while storing several. But they're difficult to obtain and their true value lies in their applications for initial cultivation. After collecting all the easy crystals, they continued their descent. The tunnel gradually widened until it opened into a large chamber where dozens, no, hundreds of female shadow stalkers slept in groups, adhered to the walls and ceiling like enormous bats. Their translucent bodies pulsed with light bioluminescence, casting eerie, shifting shadows across the cavern floor. Everyone instinctively stopped, holding their breath at the sight. The creatures, smaller than the male but equally lethal, pulsed softly with a rhythm that suggested deep sleep. Occasional soft chirps and whistles escaped them, creating an unsettling symphony. "Don't make much noise," whispered Ren, so low he was barely audible. "And don't wake any of them. We're not going to kill any yet." "Yet?" Taro silently articulated, shooting him a worried look. Ren simply gestured for them to follow and began advancing along the edge of the chamber, keeping as far as possible from the walls where the creatures rested. The group followed in single file, each step calculated to minimize sound, even their breath controlled. At a particularly tense moment, one of the shadow stalkers moved in its sleep, partially extending its tentacles before returning to its position. The entire group froze, nobody daring to even breathe until the creature settled again. Larissa's hand found Luna's in the darkness, squeezing tightly. After what seemed like an eternity, they reached another tunnel that descended even deeper into the cave. They continued advancing for several minutes in silence, until the tunnel finally opened into a new chamber, larger but with a clearly different purpose than sleeping. "The molting chamber," announced Ren, his voice returning to a more normal volume though still controlled. "What we were looking for." The chamber was filled with discarded skins, all nearly complete, piled in mounds that reached almost to the low ceiling in some areas. "They're beautiful without any scratches," murmured Leora, approaching to examine one of the upper skins, which appeared to be in better condition than those below. The membrane felt cool and slightly slick beneath her fingers. "And quite valuable," added Ren. "The ones on top are the most recent, therefore the best preserved. Even some slightly older ones from the pile can serve, at least for the exam's purpose." "How much is each worth?" asked Han, already mentally calculating, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Depending on the condition," Ren responded while examining a particularly well-preserved skin, holding it up to catch the faint light, between 300 and 250 crystals. The old or damaged ones, perhaps between 50 and 100. With just 33 or 34 of the good ones, any of us could meet the exam requirement, calculated Larissa, clearly impressed. "Exactly," Ren nodded. "Last time I couldn't carry too many because of the weight and space, but there should be about 30 for each of us here. Collect all those in acceptable condition. We'll look for more chambers like this during the rest of the day." "There are more?" asked Han, surprised. "At least 3 more, if my calculations are correct based on this colony's size, confirmed Ren. Shadow stalker colonies always make multiple molting chambers. It takes little time for them to degrade, but with just one chamber for this big a colony, it would fill faster than they disintegrate. The group began to work, selecting and packing the best preserved skins. Each had to be handled carefully to avoid additional damage, and properly packed to maintain its integrity during transport. The soft rustling of membranes and whispered instructions created a strange harmony in the dimly lit chamber. As the skins accumulated and backpacks began to fill, the atmosphere among the group became more relaxed. The expedition's success was practically assured now, even if they found nothing else. "This is just the beginning," commented Ren while packing the last usable skin in his backpack. "The other chambers may contain even more, especially if we continue descending." Further down, Taro couldn't help but ask with certain apprehension. "Where there are more sleeping shadow stalkers, I assume?" "Yes," Ren confirmed naturally, as if discussing the weather. "Of course," sighed Min, "because we can never simply settle for what's safe and easy." Ren smiled slightly, his mushrooms pulsing with what seemed like amusement. "That's the easy part. The hard part comes when you help me get some small tentacles." The silence that followed was immediate and absolute. Taro almost dropped the skin he was examining, his face draining of color. "Tentacles?" Mira finally asked, her voice a worried whisper. "From the live females?" "Of course," Ren nodded as if discussing something as simple as picking flowers. "The sentinels are for one thing, but the females have different uses. Equally valuable to me. And you need our help." Han left the question hanging in the air. "You'll give me your help as thanks, won't you?" Ren responded simply. "For bringing you here and showing you these chambers. It's a fair exchange." Everyone audibly swallowed, exchanging looks of resignation mixed with nervousness. Finally, they nodded one by one, their faces a mixture of dread and determination. "I suppose it's the least we can do," admitted Mira. "Considering that with what we've collected, the exam is basically passed." "Exactly," Ren smiled, his mushrooms pulsing with approval. "And don't worry, I have a method that minimizes the risk." 2 molting chambers later, their backpacks were completely full, and some had even had to improvise additional bags with cloth they carried for emergencies. The weight made the shoulders of some ache, but the promise of success outweighed the discomfort. "We can't carry any more," announced Taro, adjusting his already overflowing load. "It's time to return." "First," Ren intervened, pulling the weaver thread from his pack, "we have one last pending matter." The group visibly tensed, shoulders rising and jaws tightening, but nobody protested when Ren began explaining the process. "This weaver thread you collected," he instructed while demonstrating how to manipulate it, his fingers working with hypnotic precision. "It's extremely good for dealing with shadow stalkers. The key is approaching close enough to loop it around the neck, but not so close as to enter their passive absorption range." "And if it wakes up?" asked Han, studying the thread with skepticism, rolling it between his fingers. "Then you back away and run to alert me," Ren responded pragmatically. "I'll use the male's core to give us time to escape. But if you do it correctly, the other females will never know we were here." They cautiously returned to the main chamber, where hundreds of female shadow stalkers continued sleeping peacefully, oblivious to the intruder's presence or the looting of their molting chambers. Though they wouldn't care. One's trash could be another's treasure. Ren approached the edge of the wall where one of the females hung. With fluid and precise movements, he extended the thread and looped it around its neck. A clean pull, and it stopped breathing. The creature twitched slightly, but didn't wake in time before oxygen ceased flowing to her brain. Her tentacles went limp, the bioluminescence fading like a dying light. "That's simple," he whispered, carefully storing the specimen and covering the tentacles with one of the molt skins. "Now you." With evident nervousness, the group dispersed throughout the chamber, each selecting a target and preparing for the procedure. Their hands trembled slightly as they stretched their threads, the silence broken only by the soft, collective sound of controlled breathing. Almost everyone had succeeded their first one, though Ren had to help, nervous fingers Taro, as Min whispered teasingly. Min approached a female slowly, still chuckling under his breath, the thread secured between his fingers. But when he was about to loop it, his right foot slipped slightly on a small slope. Min managed to regain his balance, his arms windmilling almost comically. But the sound was enough to make the shadow stalker stir. Its tentacles began moving erratically, and Min froze in place, panic evident on his face, the blood draining visibly. Ren gave him a light tap on the head and quickly silenced the female just before she could wake the others. He had been close as a precaution, knowing Min was distracted teasing Taro. From the other side of the wall, Mayo rolled her eyes and mockingly gestured at Min's failure, as if saying, seriously. Her exaggerated expression of disbelief was comical. But the distraction of her own mockery almost resulted in an equally serious disaster. While gesturing with her arms mimicking Min, her thread tickled another sleeping female. This time, the creature emitted a low hiss that made the entire group hold their breath. For a few eternal seconds, no one moved, no one breathed. Finally, the shadow stalker returned to its resting state, and the tension in the chamber dissipated slightly, replaced by collective relief. Larissa and Luna each presented one of their elbows to Mayo's ribs, the synchronized jabs making her wince silently. Min and Mayo exchanged embarrassed looks, before returning to their tasks with renewed concentration. Their earlier smugness completely evaporated. After several minutes of meticulous work, each group member had captured 2 females without waking the others. The bundles of inert creatures were carefully wrapped and stowed, tentacles safely contained. That's enough, Ren finally announced, observing the contributions everyone carried. Now we can leave. Exiting the cave proved considerably less tense than entering. With their objectives fulfilled and their backpacks bursting at the seams, the group advanced with renewed confidence through the tunnels. The weight of their bounty, though physically burdensome, seemed to lighten their steps. Upon emerging into the afternoon light, Lin congratulated them with something resembling pride on her face. The expedition was successful, she commented, her crane manifesting briefly in approval. More than successful, responded Larissa, unable to contain her enthusiasm. We have enough to pass the exam 3 times over. 100 skins each, approximately, calculated Leora with precision. Between 25 and 35,000 crystals in value, depending on the final quality. Mira still couldn't believe it, genuinely impressed at accomplishing it so easily thanks to Ren. Who would have thought we'd get all that on the first day? Very impressive, acknowledged Han, studying Ren with renewed interest. The group returned to the main camp, where Zhao and the other professors supervised the rest of the students. Even from a distance, they could see the expressions of astonishment on the faces of those who noticed their bulging loads, jaws dropping as they approached. As they neared the camp, Ren noticed Jean and his group watching them with disbelief and barely disguised resentment, their eyes narrowing as they took in the obviously successful expedition. Seems we have admirers, murmured Luna, following Ren's gaze. Not for long, he responded, his mushrooms pulsing softly. Let's leave everything with the teachers who keep count and return. Return? Min groaned dramatically. Can't we just relax and enjoy our success for the next half of the day? We could, Ren smiled enigmatically. But then we'd miss out on an extra 30,000 crystals for today that can be 50,000 after processing. Min sighed with melodramatic resignation. I suppose rest will have to wait. There's always time to rest when you're dead, commented Mayo cheerfully. Then I'd prefer never to rest, replied Min with a mock scowl. Perfect, work then, responded Mayo, flicking his arm playfully. As the group finally reached the camp, ready to register their impressive haul, Ren couldn't help but feel a quiet satisfaction. Not just for the valuable materials they had obtained, but for how decently the group had functioned. At least to help him carry more than 40 females. And to make his adventure more enjoyable. The tentacles he would accumulate were valuable for his cultivation, without doubt, but the bond forged during this expedition might prove even more valuable than he had expected. The first day of gathering culminated in a procession that resembled more a victory parade than the return of simple students. Ren's group, loaded to impossible limits with perfectly preserved shadow stalker skins, emerged from the wooded area as the sun began to set. The golden light caught on their burdens, casting elongated shadows across the ground and making their silhouette seem almost heroic against the darkening sky. This second time they had organized the transport better. Unfortunately, Shizu's Wolverine hadn't yet reached silver rank, so she couldn't use the space within it to store even more skins. But Matilda's turtle had created several wooden rods they used to build a platform that transported the additional piles of skins that wouldn't fit in their backpacks. The contraption swayed gently as they walked, the weight distributed among several bearers. The image was as absurd as it was impressive, first-year students returning with enough loot to embarrass experienced gatherers. Their faces, though tired, beamed with unmistakable pride. "How many do you think there are in total?" asked Han while adjusting the heavy load they all supported from various sides. "We've completely emptied 3 molting chambers and almost half the 4th today," responded Ren, who was the only one breathing calmly as if he weren't carrying several extra kilos. "Approximately 250 skins per person. Considering that we're 21. More than 5,000 skins," calculated Leora. "Each of us with an approximate value greater than 70,000 crystals." In the main camp, activity gradually stopped as students noticed the group's arrival. Expressions ranged from disbelief to open envy. The afternoon's chatter faded into stunned silence as they approached. A student from another group dropped the small sack of herbs and thread he had spent all day gathering. Compared to what Ren's group brought, his loot seemed like the leftovers from a banquet. "It's impossible," murmured an assistant loudly enough to be heard. "Not even 5th-year students get this much in the full 3 days." Even Zhao, who supervised the registration station, couldn't prevent his eyes from widening upon seeing the quantities they began to declare. The normally composed professor blinked rapidly, as if not trusting what his eyes were showing him. He knew Ren was special, but this. His professional expression briefly faltered, revealing the passionate explorer hiding beneath the instructor facade. 1.5 million crystals in value. He murmured while reviewing the records. "In 1 day. The cave was especially well stocked," commented Ren casually while completing his form. "They had their molting cycle recently, luckily." "Especially well stocked," repeated Zhao, a resigned smile forming on his lips. "I suppose that's one way to describe it." A few meters away, Klein's group observed the scene with somber expressions. Despite having taken down several bark stalkers with their group of 9 and the help of Aster's bronze-rank beast, they had barely managed to obtain materials worth more than 5,000 crystals each. "It doesn't make sense," muttered Klein, his lion manifesting due to frustration, golden patterns rippling across his skin. "We have noble, powerful, and expensive beasts. We should be getting more than a group of mediocre students." "Your beast is indeed the strongest if we don't take into account Luna's cheating strategies, leader." "But I think the fungus kid is cheating, someone must be telling him where things are for sure," responded Hector, his hands nervously twisting his clothes. "It could be Lin or Zhao helping him out of pity, and despite us having the best beasts." "Strong beasts aren't much use if you don't know where to look for the materials," added Aster. "Sounds possible. How would he know about rare evolutions or obtain so many points in the exam otherwise? And it seems the fungus kid always knows exactly where the valuable stuff is," concluded Fong. "Maybe it's just insane luck," insisted Jean from where he sat, grumpily rolling up a long line of thread. "There's no way those professors would give someone with no future so much just out of pity." Cass let out a dry laugh. "All that he's obtained. Nobody has that much luck. I'd be more inclined to believe he really knows everything like he hinted on the first day of school. Nobody can be born knowing everything. So they're hiding something from us," concluded Klein, his eyes fixed on Ren as he methodically organized his loot. "Who is that damn fungus kid really? Meanwhile, Mira and her group couldn't contain their enthusiasm while sharing the amazing details of their expedition with other students who had approached, drawn by the impressive quantity of materials. They gestured animatedly, recreating scenes from their adventure. "Are you telling me the Mushroom Boy eliminated the Sentinel with that strange spear and you didn't wake any females inside the cave while you took all those skins?" asked a student from another group, clearly skeptical. "We almost woke them," Han smiled, exchanging a knowing look with Min and Mayo. There were some tense moments. "Ren knew exactly which routes to take in that labyrinth of caves," added Leora. It was as if he had a map in his head. Gradually, the story of their expedition spread throughout the camp, growing and becoming embellished with each retelling. By the time they finished registering all the materials, the feat had become almost legendary among the more than 50 first-year students. Most impressive, however, was that in the end, no one questioned the reality of the facts. They didn't need to. The facts spoke for themselves, and the mountain of valuable materials was silent but eloquent testimony to their success. The tent, considerably larger and more robust than in previous expeditions, served as an operations center for the instructors and general dormitory. When they finally retreated to the enormous tent for dinner, gazes followed them, some of admiration, others of envy, but in all had grown an undeniable respect for the Mushroom Boy. The atmosphere inside was a bit awkward for the group with the whispers and sidelong glances. "It's almost uncomfortable," commented Taro while being served a generous portion of stew, the rich aroma rising in steamy tendrils. "The way everyone looks at us." "You'll get used to it," responded Larissa cheerfully. "It comes with the territory when you do something noteworthy." "It's going to get worse then," intervened Ren. "Tomorrow I want to eliminate some large bark stalkers and then we can focus on the last cave." "Aren't we going to finish looting the first cave?" asked Leora, delicately wiping her mouth with a napkin. Ren shook his head, his mushrooms pulsing softly. "We're going to leave the last chamber for the other students if they can find it. It's already half empty anyway. There's a whole complete cave waiting on the other side, and I think the Sentinel will be of higher quality." The group continued discussing plans for the following day, oblivious to how their success had subtly changed the dynamics of the entire camp. They were no longer simple first-year students, they had become a phenomenon that would be recounted for posterity in the expeditions of future generations. The professors gathered in the command tent. In the small section of the tent designated as an office, Zhao collapsed heavily into a chair, the wooden frame creaking under his weight. 70,000 crystals, he repeated for the umpteenth time, shaking his head. 70,000 in one day. When I was their age, it took me an entire semester to gather 50,000. Lin, seated across from him with a steaming cup of tea, smiled slightly. It was impressive. The way he eliminated the Sentinel, watching him locate the molting chambers as if strolling through his home without a second's doubt that he was on the right path, how they extracted several specimens without waking the other females. "And I missed it all," lamented Zhao, the explorer in him momentarily overcoming the disciplined professor and soldier. "While you enjoyed a fun and interesting expedition, I was stuck supervising everyone from above. You think you've had bad luck with work assignments since that kid arrived, yet I don't even know if what I do is still work," commented Wei from where he was reviewing notes for the upcoming theoretical exam. His voice sounded distant, clearly more concerned with his own problems, his fingers nervously tapping against the paper. "It's not about good or bad luck. Though luck is what Lin had," responded Zhao, shooting her an accusatory look without real malice. 3 molting chambers. It must have been like finding 3 treasure chests on the same day. 4, actually, Lin corrected. But they left the 4th already half-looted, probably going straight to the next cave from how insistent I saw Ren being, making them carry more on the last trip. "Interesting," a voice intervened from the farthest corner of the tent, where a tall figure remained partially in the shadows. "And you say Ren located them all without any prior map?" Julius, who had remained hidden underground even from the students, advanced slightly. His presence on the expedition was a well-guarded secret from potential spies, part of the exaggerated security measures implemented after recent incidents. As if he had visited them before, confirmed Lin. Which should be impossible, but... With that boy, the word impossible seems to lose meaning, Zhao completed, leaning back in his chair. Wei looked up from his notes, his expression worried and perhaps the gleam of madness in his eyes betrayed his scattered mind thanks to his desperation. I wonder if it would be impossible to have him review the theoretical exam. Although with the little time left, I don't think I could explain the fundamental principles of universal cultivation to them even if I were given a book that truly explained it. The comment revealed the true source of his anxiety. It wasn't the exam he would supervise in just under a month. Rather, it was the possibility that he had been teaching incorrect things all along. Zhao noticed immediately. Have you been able to teach any classes after what Lin told me happened? I thought you had decided to give the usual exam for now. I've thought about it, admitted Wei with evident frustration. But every time I read the questions, I find myself questioning if my outdated ideas are correct. It's as if my entire reality is being questioned by a 10-year-old. A 10-year-old genius, Julius corrected distractedly. And he's not the first prodigy to challenge established knowledge. History is different, Wei shook his head, running a hand through his disheveled hair. Knowledge changes gradually. But he seems to have a complete system, possibly coherent for all beasts and, possibly correct. The silence that followed was heavy, laden with implications that none could fully understand yet. Then why don't you dedicate yourself to verifying if all the information he claims is wrong is actually so and that the new species discovered hasn't just been a fluke? It would be a better use of your time than worrying and not being productive. I'm going to fire you if you don't work, you know. But I'm even willing to subsidize all efforts you make with the boy to correct our kingdom's information that's wrong. Julius concluded. Wei looked up, finding a small hope. Zhao nodded, also in agreement with the prince. Lin, on the other hand, looked away, snorted and grimaced, crossing her arms. Julius realized she didn't get along well with Wei, but by not saying anything, she seemed to be reluctantly accepting the idea too. The three men discussed some plans about how they could incentivize Ren to help Wei for a while, their voices rising and falling in the lamplit tent. Finally, Zhao changed the subject. Anyway, tomorrow I'll observe closely. I don't intend to miss another historic expedition. If they decide to do another one, commented Lin. They've already obtained 7 times the requirement. Ren might decide he can skip his exercises today and sleep in at the last minute. They could simply rest for the remainder of the expedition. Rest? Zhao let out a laugh. Ren. The boy who escaped to explore beyond the limit in the first expedition without a decent beast. I don't think so, first. Suddenly, a subtle but unmistakable tremor shook the ground beneath them. So slight it might have gone unnoticed if not for the sudden silence that fell over the conversation. The 4 exchanged looks, all previous discussion instantly forgotten. The air in the tent seemed to grow thicker, charged with tension. Was that? Wei began, his voice trailing off. Julius was already standing, his expression transformed from interested to alert. Yes, he confirmed simply. And it shouldn't have happened here. Something was moving beneath them, something that shouldn't be there. Moments ago. The huge black structure that protected them at night was lightly illuminated by lots of cheap mana crystals, their light casting dancing shadows on the boys' obtained skins, which rested carefully arranged on the ground. The extra flickering light from nearby fire pits created an ever-shifting pattern across their makeshift beds. The camp had a fairly predictable night routine, first basic survival lessons, how to light fires without igneous beasts, practically applying May's theoretical classes, identify edible plants and beasts, recognize attack patterns of some nocturnal creatures, then the community dinner, and finally rest in simple but clearly delineated areas. Boys on one side, girls on the other. None of the academy's usual comforts were present. There were no soft beds or the possibility of a relaxing bath after an exhausting day. It was part of the training, Zhao had explained, learning to survive with the minimum, learning to adapt. Of course, Ren's group had elevated their own comfort level. Adapting better. The Shadow Stalker skins, normally used exclusively for sale or cultivation, had proven to be excellent insulators. The worst quality ones, those older, with small tears or stains that significantly reduced their value, now covered the floor of their section, creating a surprisingly comfortable surface. "We should market this when we get back," suggested Min while settling on the skins. Premium Shadow Stalker beds, the ultimate luxury for the discerning tamer. "They'd be too expensive," responded Taro, who was meticulously organizing his day's collection. "Nobody would pay what they're really worth just for a bed." "Speak for yourself," Han yawned, stretching like a satisfied cat. "After sleeping like this out here, I'll never be able to sleep on the ground again." Ren listened to the conversation with divided attention, his mushrooms pulsing softly while he adjusted his own area. Unlike the others, he had placed his skins in a specific pattern, seemingly random but actually following a configuration that minimized contact with the ground. "Why have you arranged them like that?" asked June, noticing the peculiar arrangement. "It looks like you're creating some kind of ritual circle." "Better distribution of the upper tips," Ren responded automatically, though his true purpose was more complex. The skins, placed that way, allowed him to better feel the ground's vibrations, as sensing what was beneath him had become a habit after so much subterranean exploration. Though there shouldn't be anything beneath them in this area. The conversation drifted toward plans for the following day. The boys' voices gradually lowered as fatigue from the day's exertions settled in their bodies. Gradually, the conversation died down, replaced by deep breathing and occasional snores. The night silence was only interrupted by the distant sounds of local fauna and the crackling of the central fire that remained lit all night. Ren was about to fall asleep but still awake, his mushrooms pulsing softly in a slow and constant rhythm. It was then that he felt it. A subtle vibration, almost imperceptible, transmitted through the skins. So slight that anyone else would have confused it with their own breathing, or perhaps with the movement of a nearby companion. But Ren managed to distinguish it. This vibration was different, deep, rhythmic, and above all, impossible. His mushrooms pulsed with greater intensity while he processed what he was feeling. It was a lesser worm. It was undoubtedly the characteristic movement of a lesser worm, but there was something fundamentally wrong with it. Worms shouldn't be able to come so close to the surface, not in this area. Ren mentally reviewed the subterranean geography he knew from the information that had never failed him. Mana in the subsoil was and wasn't distributed uniformly at the same time. It wasn't a simple sphere of mana that behaved the same throughout the world. It was more like an icosahedron from which one of the points originated in the city's castle, with distribution lines that followed specific geometric patterns. The main mana arteries, those major veins that transported energy from the depths, followed predictable trajectories based on the points of this geometric figure. Between these arteries, the figure's lines connected in a straight and direct manner, but because the Earth is a sphere, the subsoil's mana was distributed in a gentle but constant slope as it moved away from the points. Surface mana, on the other hand, radiated from the light abyss crack and acted as a force field, like an atmosphere that lost its strength as it moved away from that crack. Like a belt for the planet. An incomplete shield. At the current depth Ren could perceive it, so close to the surface of the iron ring, there shouldn't be enough mana to sustain a worm for long, not even a lesser one. The closest point with the appropriate concentration would be about 200 meters underground, a considerable distance for a displaced worm. Even if it was being pursued, it wouldn't have gone that far. Or at least not a big chance to be escaping perfectly vertically for more than 50 meters. Those 200 meters should also always be free of mana, without exception. Environmental mana neither rises nor falls, doesn't invade spaces. When in the environment, it behaves like radiation, and only at certain concentrations and pressure does it become a resistant crystal. The Shadow Stalker caves, while deep by human standards and able to descend between 20 and 30 meters, barely scratched the surface in geological terms. They didn't remotely reach the natural territory of worms. The two species simply didn't overlap in their habitual distribution. Unless... Ren sat up slowly. What if the mana distribution is changing? The idea was disturbing. The structure of subterranean mana had remained constant for millennia according to what his knowledge whispered. The recent opening of the seed certainly qualified as a slightly disruptive event, but its effects should have been localized, concentrated primarily in the immediate area 300 meters below the academy. This gathering site was too far from that to be affected. Ren placed his hand directly on the ground, eliminating even the layer of skins to obtain a clearer sensation. The vibration continued. He hadn't imagined anything. The cool earth beneath his palms seemed to tremble with a rhythm. He considered waking the others, but what exactly would he tell them? That he had felt a vibration suggesting the impossible presence of a worm near the surface? That he suspected the fundamental structure of mana might be altering? I need more information before causing an uproar. It's not trying to reach the surface anyway, he decided, remaining alert and focused on the movement. His mind began analyzing other possibilities. Perhaps it wasn't a natural worm. It could be the vibrations of a tamer simulating a lesser worm with great precision, though that would raise the question of who and why someone would be digging so close to the camp. There was also the possibility that it was a natural phenomenon unrelated to worms, but extremely coincidentally similar to worm movement. But none of these explanations made much sense. The patterns were too perfect, too organic to be mechanical, and too deep for someone trying to spy or seeking to invade. Finally, he decided that, without more information, it was best to alert Zhao. If something really was altering the subterranean mana distribution, it wasn't a matter to be taken lightly. Carefully, so as not to wake his companions, Ren silently rose. Min mumbled something in his sleep and turned over, but didn't wake. The others continued sleeping peacefully, oblivious to the anomaly Ren had detected. As he headed toward the professor's section, Ren kept his steps light and calculated, avoiding any sudden movements that might alert the subterranean creature. His mushrooms barely pulsed, reducing their glow to a minimum to avoid drawing attention in the camp's dim light. The teacher's tent was guarded by 2 assistants who watched the small fabric entrance. Before Ren could explain the situation, the door opened from within and Zhao emerged, his tense expression revealing that something had already alerted him. "Professor," whispered Ren, approaching cautiously. "There's something moving under the camp. A vibration pattern similar to a worm's, but impossibly close to the surface." Zhao studied Ren for a moment upon finding him awake, surprise briefly flickering across his features. "We felt it too," he confirmed in a low voice, guiding Ren a few steps away from the guards. "But we've already sent someone with Earth specialty to investigate. It shouldn't represent an immediate danger." Instead of feeling relieved, Ren frowned. Something in the explanation didn't match the vibrations he had felt. If they had already sent someone, he should have detected a second presence, not just the worm's movement. So surely that someone had just set out. Following his impulse, Ren knelt and placed both hands directly on the ground, closing his eyes to focus completely on the sensations transmitted through the earth. Now he could clearly distinguish 2 entities, one with the unmistakable pattern of a lesser worm, moving erratically as if fleeing, and another significantly larger and faster that pursued it with relentless elemental earth control. Finally, the larger entity reached the worm. There was only a moment of struggle before everything became strangely still. Ren slowly opened his eyes, finding Zhao and watching him intently. "Is it Julius?" asked Ren directly, his voice barely audible. The surprise that crossed Zhao's face was revealing. His eyes widened momentarily before he could control his expression. He quickly looked around, ensuring no one else had heard. "Yes," he finally confirmed, placing a finger over his lips in a clear gesture for silence. "But you shouldn't know that, and we definitely shouldn't be discussing this here." Without further explanation, Zhao took Ren lightly by the shoulder and guided him toward the professor's tent. The guards appeared surprised but didn't question the professor as both entered, the heavy canvas flap falling shut behind them. The tent's interior wasn't new to Ren. Detailed maps covered a central table, illuminated by soft light crystals that cast a warm glow over the gathered faces. Lin and Wei were discussing in hushed tones when Zhao and Ren entered, their conversation halting abruptly. He felt the vibrations, Zhao explained without preamble. And he's already learned that Julius is here. Lin didn't seem particularly surprised. Of course he felt them, she commented, studying Ren with an evaluative gaze. The question is whether he has any idea what might be happening. I'm not sure, Ren responded, his eyes traveling over the map spread across the table. But I've seen strange behaviors from creatures at school. Especially near the seed. The three professors exchanged significant looks. Sit, Lin indicated, pointing to a chair near the table. We need to talk about what you just witnessed. Ren obeyed, his mushrooms pulsing softly while evaluating the situation. He hadn't expected his simple decision to warn about an anomalous worm would lead to this impromptu meeting with the professors. Julius is here along with many more auxiliaries and guards as an additional security measure because of what happened on the first trip, explained Zhao, keeping his voice low despite being inside the tent. His presence isn't known to the students, and we prefer to keep it that way. We must be prepared, added Lin, leaning forward slightly. We can't afford another similar incident, especially with so many important students in the first year. The worm, Wei returned to the topic, his fingers tapping nervously against the table's edge. I don't think it's natural. At least, it shouldn't be so close to the surface due to the mana distribution and... I know, Ren interrupted. What do you think it means, then? The three professors fell silent for a moment, apparently weighing how much they could share with a student, even one as exceptional as Ren. What we're going to tell you must remain between us, Zhao finally said. Understood? Ren nodded, his mushrooms pulsing with what seemed to be anticipation, their glow intensifying slightly. We suspect there are explorers. Lin chose the word carefully, her expression guarded. Yeah, I know. Ren asked immediately, cutting to the heart of the matter. Again, the professors exchanged glances, but this time it was Wei who responded. Possibly, he conceded. Although we don't have concrete evidence yet. But Ren shook his head. I think that's very unlikely. It seems to me that the subterranean mana structure has been gradually altered even before the seed's opening. The slightly strange behaviors near the seed make more sense then. Which would explain why a worm might venture so close to the surface, Zhao completed, his brow furrowing in thought. Exactly, Ren nodded. Julius should return soon to give us information about what he found underground. But he's also looking for signs of external intervention, added Lin. Any evidence that someone might be trying to exploit these worm tunnels. Ren remained silent for a moment, processing all this information. The implications stretched far beyond a single misplaced worm. What do you want me to do? He finally asked. The question seemed to take the professors by surprise. They clearly hadn't expected Ren to offer help so directly. For now, nothing specific, Zhao responded after a moment. But if you feel other similar anomalies, inform us immediately. And of course. Keep the secret, Ren completed. Not just about Julius, Lin clarified. But also about the changes in subterranean mana. The last thing we need is for students to panic or, worse yet, for some to decide to explore on their own. Ren nodded, perfectly understanding the implications. Knowledge, as always, came with responsibility. Before Ren could respond, a faint but distinctive sound came from the tent floor, a subtle vibration different from the worm's movement. It's him, Zhao murmured, straightening in anticipation. Mere seconds later, the earth opened and Julius emerged, his imposing figure somewhat made awkward by the fluid way he moved upwards. Still, not a speck of dirt clung to his immaculate clothing despite having traveled through the ground. A hole beside him grew larger, but the earth barely trembled despite its great size, earth elemental control at its finest. His earth wolverine finally emerged, holding a worm in its mouth. The creature couldn't move, trapped in a compressed earth cage that seemed to emerge from the ground itself. Julius's earth manipulation was so powerful in comparison that the worm could barely move its central segments to breathe, while its head and tail remained completely immobile. Julius paused momentarily upon seeing Ren, an expression of mild surprise crossing his face before being replaced by his usual composure. "I see we have company," he commented, his voice controlled but friendly as he fully entered the tent. "Good evening, Ren." "Your Highness," Ren slightly inclined his head, maintaining a respectful distance. Young Ren felt the vibrations, Zhao quickly explained. "And somehow deduced it was you who was pursuing the worm, so there was no point in hiding it from him anymore." "Impressive," Julius acknowledged. "May I ask how you reached that conclusion?" "By the size and level of Earth control," Ren responded, his mushrooms pulsing softly. "Since the day your Wolverine transported me out of the school cave, I memorized that sensation. It's quite distinctive." Julius exchanged a look with Zhao and Lin. "And apparently quite recognizable," he added with a slight smile, a hint of genuine respect in his eyes. Wei, who had remained relatively silent, approached the captive worm. "Did you find anything unusual?" he asked, pretending to be uninterested in Ren's surprising perceptive abilities. "Nothing concerning," Julius responded, allowing the conversation to change. "I found the small tunnel that Yino's spies had used during the previous incident. It was almost completely collapsed, but I still sealed it entirely." "Signs of recent activity?" asked Lin, also approaching to examine the worm. "None," Julius shook his head. There were no traces of human presence, no unnatural alterations. "And what about our friend here?" Zhao pointed to the worm, which continued weakly writhing in its earth prison. "A completely ordinary worm," Julius responded. "Its behavior was absolutely normal when I found it. It showed no signs of external manipulation." "I agree as well," added Wei. Ren had slowly approached the worm, his mushrooms pulsing intensely while studying the creature. His eyes methodically traced each anatomical detail, as if reading information invisible to others. "May I examine it more closely?" he asked, looking at Julius. The prince nodded, though with certain caution. "Go ahead. The containment is secure, but keep your distance from its mouth." Ren knelt beside the worm, his mushrooms pulsing in a pattern that seemed to momentarily synchronize with the creature's weak movements. With precise but respectful movements, he studied the segmented rings, the subtle color variations in its skin, and especially the small lateral glands that rearranged the absorbed and processed earth. "It's completely normal," he finally confirmed, standing up. "A common lesser worm, near the first fusion cycle." "That confirms my observations," Julius nodded. "The question is, how did it get so close to the surface?" "Or rather," added Zhao, "why?" Ren remained silent for a moment, his mushrooms pulsing slowly while organizing his thoughts, their glow fluctuating slightly with each pulse. "If there are no signs of external manipulation or abnormal behavior," he began cautiously, "and if the spy's tunnel is collapsed, then it got there by its own means," Lin completed, her brow furrowing. "Which suggests it was expelled from its territory," Ren continued, "but that would have pushed it a maximum of between 50 and 100 meters up before going down, so it's almost certain that subsoil mana is changing its distribution." "Mana is rising." The four adults exchanged significant looks, a silent communication passing between them. "Precisely what we feared," Wei murmured, running a hand over his face. "The worst option. If this worm rose so high, it's because there's enough mana to sustain it at a nearby depth. Which shouldn't be possible, not in this area," added Zhao, his voice tight with concern. "The seed's opening might have had broader effects than we calculated," Julius reflected, his expression becoming more serious. "The main arteries could be redistributing the flow." "What implications would that have?" asked Wei, clearly worried about the consequences, his fingers drumming nervously against his thigh. "Short-term, ecological imbalances," Julius responded. "Depth creatures appearing in surface areas, alterations in migratory patterns." "Long-term," added Ren, his mushrooms pulsing intensely, "it could mean a complete restructuring of the depth hierarchy and perhaps even that of the rings. If mana continues ascending, zones that are currently iron rank could eventually harbor bronze rank creatures, or even silver rank if the mana rises too much. The city might not be safe. The silence that followed was heavy, laden with implications that none dared fully express. The soft hissing of the oil lamps seemed suddenly loud in the quiet tent. "We need more data," Julius finally concluded. "Systematic observations, concentration measurements at different depths." "Impossible to obtain all that during a gathering expedition," Wei pointed out. "We'd need specialized equipment, time, resources." "For now," Zhao intervened, "we must focus on immediate safety. If more worms are approaching the surface, they could pose a danger to the students." "I'll return to the depths to start measuring," Julius assured. "You can be certain no worm will cross while I'm patrolling. And I'll seal any tunnel I find too close to the camp." His gaze briefly rested on Ren. "And it seems we have an unexpected additional sensor." Ren's mushrooms pulsed once, as if responding to the recognition, brightening momentarily. "What will we do with it?" Lin pointed to the captive worm. "I'll release it far from camp," Julius responded. "Preferably in an area with enough mana so it doesn't feel the need to approach the surface again." "We should mark it somehow," suggested Ren. "To identify it if it reappears." Julius considered the suggestion for a moment. "A good idea. Any specific recommendation?" "The dorsal scales of the third segment," Ren pointed out. "They're the least sensitive and most durable. Even if it fuses, the mark will remain for at least a year." With a fluid movement, Julius extracted a golden dissection dagger and, following Ren's indications, made a distinctive mark on the indicated scales. The worm barely reacted, as if the area was indeed less sensitive, just as Ren had suggested. "Good," Julius sheathed his dagger again. "I'll take care of our marked friend and continue surveillance. I suggest everyone try to rest a bit before dawn." His gaze fell on Ren again. "And I appreciate your discretion in this matter. The fewer students who know of these anomalies, the better." Ren nodded, understanding the responsibility he now shared. Knowledge always came with a price, and in this case, the price was secrecy again. As he prepared to return to his rest area, Ren couldn't help but wonder what other surprises these changes in subterranean mana would bring. Ren stealthily returned to his rest area, his mushrooms barely pulsing to avoid illuminating his path back. As he settled again among the skins, he left one hand with his fingertips on the ground and kept part of his consciousness alert to any abnormal vibration. For almost an hour he remained like this, listening attentively to the depths. Occasionally he perceived distant movements, but nothing close to the surface. Julius must have been patrolling deeper areas, beyond the reach of his perception. Finally, fatigue overcame him and he slipped into a deeper sleep than he had planned, his body surrendering to exhaustion despite his determination to stay alert. Morning arrived with Taro's voice shaking him from his sleep. "Still alive?" his friend joked, giving him another push. "Come on, you never sleep this late." Ren opened his eyes, surprised that dawn had broken without him noticing. He felt unusually drowsy, his mind still heavy from the previous night, like a fog that refused to dissipate. "What time is it?" he asked, sitting up quickly. "Almost everyone's already had breakfast," Min responded, who was finishing organizing his equipment for the day. "Luna asked about you," she tried not to seem concerned though. "Or so Larissa said." Memories of the night's conversation returned vividly. Had something else happened while he slept? By instinct, Ren lay down again and placed his hand on the ground, concentrating briefly. Nothing. The vibrations had returned to their normal pattern, with no signs of unusual activity. "Too comfortable in the skins?" Taro asked with a smile. "What's the plan for today?" "We were waiting for you to wake up and tell us," added Han, who had approached with a small food package for Ren. "But after eating we got tired of waiting and decided to wake you up." Ren accepted the food with a gesture of thanks while considering the options. They could simply finish collecting the skins, but he feared Klein's team could find the best bark stalker specimens if they were left searching for too long. "Bark stalkers," he finally announced. The largest ones. The large ones? Min arched an eyebrow. They're notoriously difficult to find. Not for nothing they've grown so big, you know. I know, Ren nodded, his mushrooms pulsing while he quickly chewed his breakfast. But being so large also means they're close to evolving, so they must be closer to the boundary with the bronze ring. I'll use their recent feeding activity to find them quickly and still leave us time for the Shadow Stalker cave. How can you know that? Asked Mira, who had joined the group along with the noble cousins. The tracks, explained Ren. Large bark stalkers move very slowly, but their passage leaves distinctive marks due to their enormous carapace. The largest must feed more, so they must have been feeding at least a week ago. It hasn't rained, so the tracks should still be intact. The group began preparing while Ren finished his breakfast and quickly organized his equipment. In less than half an hour, they were already heading toward the northern zone. Unlike the previous day, today's expedition had a more relaxed air. Having vastly exceeded the exam requirements, they felt no pressure to rush. Why specifically large bark stalkers? Asked Leora as they advanced along a wooded path guided by Ren. Their bodies contain abundant vitality, Ren responded. I need their blood and flesh to process the tentacles you helped me obtain. And those processed tentacles serve for? Larissa left the question hanging, curiosity evident in her voice. For insane advanced cultivation techniques, Taro completed before Ren could respond. From what I've seen Ren do. It's super dangerous and I wouldn't recommend you ever try it. Ren shot him a look of appreciation for having paid attention. Exactly. But he's exaggerating about the danger. The others looked at Taro and Min, who were shaking their heads intensely. Clearly it wasn't something to try lightly, their expressions conveying more warnings than words ever could. As they approached the bronze ring's boundary, the mana concentration in the environment subtly increased, creating the characteristic pressure sensation students had learned to recognize as a warning thanks to their incursions in the mines. But it was a more gradual difference and much gentler, rather than the abrupt change they experienced underground. This is where the exam zone limit ends, and this is as far as iron students would normally go, commented Lin, pointing to a natural rock formation that served as a visual boundary about 2 kilometers away, its jagged silhouette stark against the clear sky. Ren guided them along the exam terrain's boundary, his eyes attentive to signs that would go unnoticed by others, scraped bark on certain trees, specific patterns of flattened vegetation, small accumulations of processed organic residue. Finally, after about 20 minutes of meticulous tracking, Ren signaled them to stop, his hand raised in a gesture that had become familiar to the group. There, he whispered, pointing toward what appeared to be simply an earthy mound among the forest debris. The rest of the group narrowed their eyes, trying to distinguish what Ren saw. I only see earth and rocks, Taro admitted after a moment, squinting in confusion. Exactly, Ren smiled. That's what it wants you to see. And how will we eliminate them? Asked one of the guards. The bronze-ranked beasts will have to handle it, Ren responded, looking toward the guards and the students accompanying the nobles. They're very close to bronze and are creatures with high defense, so iron attacks will do very little to them. Those who can use mana vision can already distinguish them. Ren looked at the cousins who were now channeling mana to their eyes. The large bark stalker's silhouette revealed itself to their gazes, a massive creature, the size of a small shed, perfectly camouflaged under layers of vegetation, stones, and earth accumulated on its carapace. Its outline pulsed faintly with the mana it had absorbed from the surrounding area. Impressive, murmured Leora. How did you know it would be here? Did you use mana vision all the way? No, can't keep it on that long. It was the feeding marks around it, explained Ren, pointing to some clues around the mound, torn foliage, unusual scratches in the soil, trails of dried sap on nearby trees. They move very little, but leave traces when they leap to attack. What's the plan to take it down? Asked Min. That thing is enormous. Since we don't need to capture it alive, Ren clarified, we can kill it and dismantle it right here. Should I send my beetle to hit it? Taro was ready to act, his beast partially manifesting. Ren studied the group, quickly evaluating their capabilities. Shizu, Taro, he pointed to both, you can flip it over with Earth Elemental control. Their carapaces are too hard for Iron rank beasts, but not for Bronze ones so. Shizu, one of the guards with Earth control, nodded understanding the plan. Once flipped, Ren continued, Mako's Night Ambusher and Kira's Giant Goat can attack the belly from the rear, away from the pincers. It will have no way to counterattack until it turns over and uses its legs, which will take time due to its weight. Taro and Shizu can keep it trapped and prevent it from flipping while the two beasts strike it. Even if Iron rank, Trent's Fire Ant has an elemental advantage, wouldn't it be fine to just burn it, observed Mira. True, Ren nodded, but it would damage the materials with excessive heat. I prefer the carapace herbs and certain internal organs to remain intact. Ren didn't mention that Leora's will-o-wisp would also be effective in this case, keeping her still secret beast for some secret. Nor did he suggest using Luna's wolf, despite the fact that theoretically it could infiltrate through the soft parts, the damage would be low and there was no point taking the risk when the already mentioned 4 bronze beasts could achieve it without problems. Everyone ready? He asked, receiving confirmatory nods. The group positioned themselves strategically around the bark stalker. Taro and Shizu placed themselves on opposite sides, preparing to coordinate their earth control. At Ren's signal, both activated their beasts simultaneously. Taro's living tunnel manifested completely, creating a deep wedge under one side of the monster, while Shizu's earth wolverine generated a mound that pushed from the other end. The effect was immediate. With a cracking sound, the enormous bark stalker began to tilt, its balance compromised by the sudden alteration of the terrain beneath it. Clumps of dirt and vegetation fell from its carapace as it struggled to maintain its position. Now, shouted Ren. Taro and Shizu made their beasts intensify their efforts, their beasts working at their limits to overcome the monster's enormous mass. Finally, with a thud that shook the ground, the bark stalker flipped completely over, its legs thrashing helplessly in the air like an overturned beetle. Without losing a second, Kira and Mako launched their attack. Mako's Night Ambusher slid under the carapace and began tearing at the monster's exposed belly. Kira's Giant Goat charged, generating a loud crack, its horns penetrating the weak points Ren had indicated. The bark stalker emitted a deep screech, its front pincers waving uselessly, trying to reach attackers who were out of its range. Its powerful legs tried to push against the ground to flip itself over, but the damage to its belly was already too extensive. That's enough, Ren indicated when he saw the creature stop resisting. We don't want to damage the organs any further. The group backed away, observing how the huge monster finally became motionless after a few small involuntary tremors. The strategy had worked perfectly, and in less than a minute of battle they had defeated a creature that would normally represent a significant challenge for teams their age. Now comes the important part. Ren approached the body, extracting his new dagger. I need to dismantle certain parts with precision. With methodical movements, Ren began working on the bark stalker. His approach was surgical, carefully separating the multi-layered carapace while discarding the parts he didn't need. The others helped arrange things on the wooden platform again, organizing the harvest according to Ren's instructions. Why does it seem like you know exactly where to cut? Asked Han, watching with fascination. I know the anatomy, Ren responded without stopping, his hands moving with practiced efficiency. The systems always maintain certain proportions, regardless of the specimen's size. In less than 20 minutes, Ren had extracted all the valuable components. After checking the ground for strange vibrations and feeling none, he addressed everyone. I need 2 more like this one, he announced while closing his backpack, its contents now significantly heavier but also more valuable. The group continued the search, following the same pattern of meticulous tracking that Ren had demonstrated. Under his guidance, they found and defeated 2 more bark stalkers during the next 2 hours, each in a different location but always following the same pattern of camouflage and behavior. By the time they finished processing the 3rd bark stalker, almost 3 hours had passed since they began the hunt. The sun was high in the sky, indicating that a good part of the day still lay ahead, golden light filtering through the canopy above. Enough materials? Asked Taro while helping Ren organize the last components. Enough, confirmed Ren with satisfaction, his mushrooms pulsing with quiet contentment. Now we can head to the cave. Are we doing the entire Shadow Stalker cave today? Min groaned theatrically, though everyone knew he would follow Ren without hesitation. Without a doubt, Ren smiled, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Fine, fine, but let me go and urinate before we continue plundering this poor forest with your predatory gaze, Han commented, earning laughs from the boys and varied opinions from the girls. When he returned, Min and Mayo teased him for a while, as his bladder tended to constantly trouble him during excursions. With the guards' beasts serving as improvised transport, they secured the valuable parts of the 3 bark stalkers to take back to camp. The enormous carapaces and specialized organs would fetch a handsome price, far exceeding what most students could hope to obtain in their entire stay at the academy. The other students were surprised again by the procession, this time even earlier in the day, their faces betraying a mixture of awe and envy as they watched Ren's group return with their bounty. When they reached the cave entrance, they found another male shadow stalker mounting guard. Unlike the previous day, today Ren seemed much more confident with his bow, his stance relaxed yet focused. "Let me help you today to ensure the first shot," said Han, offering to shoot to also redeem himself after the teasing. "It won't be necessary," responded Ren with quiet confidence. He drew the bow, breathed deeply as Han had taught him, and released the arrow. The projectile flew with deadly precision, embedding itself directly in the point between the Shadow Stalker's sensors. The creature staggered, clearly wounded but not defeated, its wings beating erratically as it struggled to maintain its position. As Ren stepped forward, one of the guards made a fluid movement with her hand. Her coral beast partially manifested, creating a brilliant barrier of crystalline mirrors that surrounded Ren, their surfaces catching and refracting the afternoon light. "In case you miss," explained the guard, her eyes never leaving the wounded creature. Ren nodded in thanks, though his expression suggested he considered the precaution unnecessary. With calculated movements, he prepared his spear, measured the distance, and threw it with precise force. The spear cut through the air, impacting directly in the center of the creature. The male shadow stalker collapsed instantly, without even time to emit an alert call. "Impressive improvement in bow use in just one day," commented Leora, genuinely admiring his progress. "I had a good teacher," Ren responded, looking at Han. Han, on the other hand, shook his head intensely. He hadn't taught him so well as to warrant such instant improvement. Ren was a learning monster, absorbing skills at a rate that defied explanation. With the Guardian eliminated, the group entered the cave again, this time with greater confidence and efficiency. They knew the protocol, understood the dangers, and moved as a well-coordinated unit, their steps almost silent on the cave floor. Soon they found new molting chambers guided by Ren, as full as the previous ones, and began the collection process. But Ren seemed slightly distracted, his mushrooms pulsing in irregular patterns while he occasionally stopped to touch the cave walls, as if listening to something only he could perceive. "Is something wrong?" asked Luna during a pause, her eyes searching his face. "No," Ren responded, turning his attention back to the task. "Just verifying something." But the way his mushrooms continued pulsing in unusual patterns suggested to Lin that, even amid another successful gathering expedition, part of his mind was still analyzing the anomalies of the previous night. For the second time in the day, the group ventured deeper into the cave. It was already familiar to them, and the sleeping females that once inspired an almost paralyzing fear were now simply another obstacle to navigate carefully, their translucent bodies pulsing softly in the dim light. As they advanced toward the deeper areas of the cave, Lin noticed that Ren still stopped to touch the walls, his fingers splayed against the cool stone. "Did you feel something again?" she finally asked, approaching him during one of these pauses. Ren remained silent for a moment, his mushrooms pulsing while he seemed to listen to something the others couldn't perceive, his brow furrowed in concentration. "Yes and no," he finally responded. "There's a strange sensation, but I can't precisely identify it." "Any worms? Perhaps another beast from the depths?" Lin studied his expression carefully. No, Ren shook his head. From everything I know. It's not a beast. It's just, a feeling. Lin observed him a moment more before nodding. Let me know if you feel something concrete. But don't worry too much, it could simply be a residual effect of the changes we discussed last night. Ren nodded, but the slight wrinkle between his eyebrows suggested he wasn't completely convinced. We should finish soon, he decided, resuming the advance. Before night falls and the females wake. The group increased their pace, moving more quickly through the tunnels. This time they delved deeper, discovering 2 additional molting chambers, their walls lined with the silvery discarded skins. While collecting the skins, Han approached Ren, who was meticulously examining a particularly well-preserved specimen. I wanted to thank you again, Han said quietly. For the cultivation advice and for the help with the exam. Not just for me, but for everyone. You would have done the same, Ren continued with his task, though his mushrooms pulsed softly. If I had all that knowledge, Han continued, I'd probably be too greedy to share it. I think your head is worth a fortune. I don't think you would be, Ren finally responded, storing the skin. You shared the bow technique without hesitation. Han chuckled. That's not worth much. Anyone can learn to shoot a weak bow with practice. What you have. He gestured encompassing the chambers, the skins, all the materials they had collected, that's worth too much. Ren looked at him directly, his mushrooms pulsing with a soft but intense rhythm. You shouldn't think that way about what you taught me with the bow. Sometimes, the things people believe are worthless are the most valuable. Han seemed to reflect on this as they continued advancing, his expression thoughtful. Upon finishing emptying the chamber, the group began their journey to what would be the day's 4th and final chamber. Ren led the way through the intricate tunnels, occasionally taking alternative routes that he seemed to know by instinct. At a fork, he turned left without hesitation, followed closely by Han, the others trailing a few paces behind. Suddenly, his mushrooms pulsed with alarming intensity, brightening the narrow passage. A strange sensation, like an invisible pressure wave, traveled through the tunnel. Ren looked up and barely had time to register a disturbing sight, several shadow stalker carcasses scattered further ahead in the tunnel. But he had no time to process what he was seeing. In the next step, the ground simply disappeared beneath their feet. There was no warning, no prior cracking or change in texture. One moment they were walking on solid ground, and the next, both Ren and Han were falling into an unexpected void, swallowing them in an instant. Taro and Shizu, just a few meters behind, had no time to react. Not even Lin, with her trained reflexes, could anticipate what happened. There was not even a hole. The fall was so sudden, so impossible, that no one was prepared, especially because it was Ren, the one who always knew exactly where to step, the one who never made mistakes in exploration. Darkness enveloped them completely as they fell. For a moment, everything was a chaos of sensations, stomachs contracting from the free fall, air whistling in their ears, the absolute disorientation of not knowing what was up or down. The sudden weightlessness made their bodies feel simultaneously heavy and light. Ren reacted instinctively. His mushrooms pulsed with increasing intensity, brightening until they illuminated the tunnel through which they were falling. The walls passed rapidly, an oddly smooth surface that seemed almost polished, reflecting the glow of his mushrooms. Hold on, he shouted to Han, who was falling beside him, the other boys face a mask of shock and terror. When they had fallen barely 5 meters deep, Ren managed to get rid of his backpack, extract his dagger and, with a precise movement, attempted to drive it into the tunnel wall. The blade penetrated the surface, creating a metallic screech as it momentarily reduced his falling speed. With his free hand, Ren managed to grab Han's arm, his fingers digging into the fabric of his sleeve. But their combined weight exerted extra pressure on his grip. The dagger, though crafted from exceptional materials, didn't have enough grip area to withstand such tension. The wall emitted an alarming crack as it began to break. It won't hold, Ren warned, feeling the dagger beginning to loosen. Your spider. Use your web and drop the bag. Han, who had been momentarily paralyzed by the suddenness of the fall, finally reacted. His weaver spider partially manifested, silvery strands appearing at his fingertips as it launched a silk thread toward the opposite wall. At that precise moment, the dagger gave way completely. Gravity reclaimed their bodies, dragging them deeper into the darkness, the momentary respite gone in an instant. Han's spider's thread hit the wall, but instead of adhering firmly as it should have, it seemed to slide. The silk, normally capable of supporting the weight of both boys, barely managed to slow their fall before detaching. The walls! Han shouted, desperately launching another thread. They're treated with something. Ren noticed it too. The surface appeared to have been deliberately polished and treated with some substance that prevented adhesion. He got rid of Han's backpack too by cutting the straps. But it was still not enough. Han continued launching threads in all directions, each one momentarily slowing their fall before detaching. It was a battle against gravity they were gradually losing, but each deceleration meant less force in the eventual impact. Meter after meter, they continued descending in the darkness barely illuminated by Ren's mushrooms. 30 meters, 50, 100. The depth became alarming, taking them much deeper than expected. Keep launching threads. Ren instructed while trying to position himself below Han, calculating angles and trajectories even as they plummeted. 200 meters, 250. Their falling speed had decreased considerably thanks to Han's persistent efforts, but it remained dangerous, still fast enough to break bones or worse. The Hydra partially manifested. Not in its complete form but as a protective armor, scales overlapping across Ren's body. The 140% increase in his defense would be crucial for what he planned. At approximately 300 meters deep, Ren perceived a change in the tunnel's acoustics. The space was widening, indicating they were approaching some kind of chamber. Prepare for impact, he warned Han. Han launched so many desperate threads that he managed to reduce their speed even further before they finally landed from the vertical tunnel into a wider chamber. The impact came with a dull thud that resonated in the darkness. Ren received the worst of it, his body serving as a cushion for Han. The Hydra armor absorbed much of the force, distributing it through its reinforced structures. Still, the pain was immediate and intense, wrenching an involuntary groan from him, the breath knocked from his lungs. Han rolled to the side immediately, conscious of Ren's sacrifice. Some small rocks and what appeared to be crystals fell from above, perhaps due to the dagger Ren had embedded. Fortunately, they didn't hit Han's head, clattering harmlessly beside them. Are you okay? Han asked with a tense voice, his own breathing choppy from pain and adrenaline. Ren slowly got up, assessing the damage. Nothing seemed broken beyond small cuts and bruises that he felt were superficial. Without the Hydra's armor, the result would have been much worse. I'll survive, he responded, his mushrooms now pulsing with reduced intensity. You. I think I hurt my left shoulder, Han grimaced while trying to stand. But nothing serious thanks to you. Ren looked up. The tunnel through which they had fallen was barely visible as a tiny circle of deeper darkness against the chamber's ceiling. The distance was overwhelming, there was no way for them to return that way. His mushrooms slightly increased their brightness, partially revealing the space in which they found themselves. It wasn't a natural cavern made by any of the beasts in this area. The walls showed unmistakable signs of having been intentionally carved, their surfaces too regular, too deliberate. Where are we? Han whispered, his voice tight with apprehension. I don't know, Ren admitted, his mushrooms pulsing with what could be interpreted as unease. But I'm sure of one thing, whatever made this shouldn't be here in the first place. Moments before. Run! Taro and Min's desperate shout echoed through the tunnel as they watched their friend disappear into darkness. Han! Sora exclaimed almost simultaneously, lunging forward, her hand outstretched as if she could somehow pull him back. Everything happened with dizzying speed. One moment Ren and Han were there, guiding the group through the tunnel, and the next they simply vanished, as if the ground had devoured them in less than a second. Lin reacted with the quickness of a combat veteran, throwing herself toward the point where the boys had been standing, her arm extended trying to reach them. To her surprise, her hand went through what appeared to be solid earth, as if it were made of mist. "It's an illusion," she shouted, as her arms sank up to the shoulder in what should have been firm ground. She wasted no time. Her arm partially transformed, Crane's skin erupting to cover her own. With a precise movement, she struck what seemed to be the corner of something hard and crystalline. A satisfying crack indicated she had hit her mark. The crystal fractured and, for a brief moment, the illusion fluctuated, revealing a dark, deep hole where before there had seemed to be solid ground. The noble cousins reacted instinctively. Larissa, Luna, and Leora simultaneously attempted to activate their transportation abilities, disappearing in flashes of light and shadows with the intention of appearing further down the tunnel, following Ren and Han. "No!" shouted one of the guards, her antenna Venus instantly manifesting, tendrils of green energy erupting from her skin. A pale green field briefly pulsed, and the three cousins reappeared confusedly next to the guard, not in the depths as they had attempted. "What are you doing?" Larissa began, clearly frustrated, her hands clenched into fists. "I cancelled your jumps," the guard explained in an authoritative tone. "None of you is capable of transporting another person with your ability, nor can you exceed the falling speed. You would have ended up falling for no reason." Mira and Sora observed the scene with enormous eyes, their surprise at the revelation that the cousins could teleport momentarily eclipsing even the current crisis. "Can they make jumps?" Mira murmured, but no one paid attention to her. "We have to go down after them," insisted Taro, his living tunnel fully manifesting, ready to create a passage, Earth already beginning to shift at his feet. "Not so fast," another guard raised a hand. "That fall could be hundreds of meters. The best option is to find Zhao so he can fly them out, or create a rope with Matilda's turtle's wood and the resistant mosses from Myra's rat." "Silence!" Min suddenly shouted, his hand raised as he listened carefully. "What's that sound?" A low but growing hiss filled the tunnel. Min visibly paled. "The females," he pointed toward the entrance of the tunnel, where dozens of shadow stalkers were beginning to stir. "We've woken them up." The effect was instantaneous. The first of the females launched herself toward them, tentacles extended and pulsing with absorption hunger, the air around them seeming to distort with her approach. Lin reacted without hesitation. With a fluid movement, she leaped over the creature, spinning in the air to deliver a brutal kick to the center of its mass, carefully avoiding any contact with the tentacles. "Shizu! Taro!" she shouted as she landed. "We need a wall. Now!" Shizu stamped her foot against the ground, her Earth Wolverine manifesting. The tunnel began to change as enormous stone blocks emerged from its walls and floor, the sound of grinding stone filling the air. Taro joined his efforts, his living tunnel working to solidify and structure the emerging barrier. The wall began to take shape, but too slowly, more shadow stalkers were approaching, their tentacles reaching hungrily toward the group. "We're going to need help," Taro shouted, sweat beading on his forehead. Larissa stepped forward without hesitation. Her mineral crystals shone intensely as they joined the structure, reinforcing the weak points and accelerating the construction process. "It's not enough," Lin warned, eliminating another shadow stalker with a kick, her foot striking with precise force. "Keep them back while the wall completes." Trent stepped forward, his fire ant manifesting, heat radiating from his skin in visible waves. "Back," he warned before a fireball erupted from his hands, illuminating the entire tunnel with an orange glow that cast bizarre, dancing shadows on the walls. The heat explosion and small oxygen pressure change pushed the shadow stalkers several meters back, buying precious time for the wall's construction. The air shimmered from the thermal disturbance, making the approaching creatures appear to waver like mirages. One guard's firefly and another guard's coral joined the effort as more and more blocks were added to the barrier, their energy signatures adding strength to the growing wall. The wall finally closed, sealing the tunnel with a definitive sound just as the large wave of shadow stalkers was about to reach them. The final stone slid into place with a heavy, resonant thud that seemed to echo with finality. For a few seconds, no one spoke. The only sound was that of heavy breathing and the occasional muffled impact from the other side of the wall, where the enraged shadow stalkers tried to penetrate the barrier, their attacks creating tiny vibrations that ran through the stone. "It will hold for a while thanks to Taro's living tunnel," Shizu finally stated, leaning against the wall to catch her breath, her palms flat against the cool surface. "Good," Lin nodded, her expression grave. "Because now we have two problems. 2 students are trapped somewhere far below us, and with this tunnel blocked, we'll have to find another exit to reach Xiao. And night will fall soon," added one of the guards, glancing toward the tunnel's entrance. "The shadow stalkers won't stop after dark." The group exchanged somber looks, the reality of their situation settling heavily. With darkness approaching, perhaps they wouldn't be able to rescue their companions lost in the depths anytime soon. "What do we do now?" asked Leora, her voice small in the silence that had fallen over them. Lin looked toward the wall they had built, then toward the opposite direction of the tunnel where more sound started to come closer, her mind rapidly calculating their options. "First, we need to close that side too. Second, we make a group to reach Xiao," she responded. "Third, another group to find our lost ones." Ren increased his mushroom's brightness, illuminating the chamber into which they had fallen more broadly. The room was approximately circular, with 4 tunnels extending in different directions like fingers of a monstrous hand. But what immediately caught his attention wasn't the structure, but its contents. Corpses. Dozens of them, in various states of decomposition. Some appeared relatively fresh, while others were reduced to little more than bones and carapace fragments. All showed signs of having been partially devoured, limbs torn away and torsos hollowed out. What is this place?" Han whispered, his spider partially manifesting as an instinctive response to the perceived danger, silvery threads appearing between his fingers. "A storeroom," Ren responded, his mind working at full speed while analyzing the remains. "Something is using this chamber to store food." There were numerous half-eaten female shadow stalker bodies, but he cautiously approached one of the more complete cadavers. It was a medium-sized worm, its segmented body now flaccid and partially emptied. Next to it lay the remains of what appeared to be a stone lurker, its once hard rocky skin shattered. "This doesn't make sense," Ren murmured, systematically observing the other bodies. "At this depth we should mainly find worms, stone lurkers, giant moles, and small mimic insects. Nothing capable of creating tunnels this size." His eyes stopped on a particularly large cadaver. Despite being partially consumed, it was unmistakable. A male shadow stalker, he identified, his voice barely audible. Worried, Ren crouched to feel the ground for vibrations, but the layer covering the tunnel seemed to cancel any external sensation. They were isolated in the chamber, cut off from the world. Han had approached to examine the chamber walls as well. "These crystals," he began, running his fingers over the surface. "They're not natural formations." Ren moved closer to the wall to examine it more carefully. The surface was covered by a layer of translucent crystals that reflected his mushroom's light, creating an eerie, shifting pattern as he moved. "It's some type of coating," he explained while studying the structure. "Similar to what living tunnels or giant scavenger wasp larvae produce. But none of those creatures belong to this area. The trap we fell through isn't from any of those." Han left the question hanging, his voice tight with apprehension. "Mimic insects are known for their illusions," Ren explained, "but they use them to hide, not to set traps, and their effects aren't permanent nor can they be reflected in crystals like the ones we saw above. This is something else." His gaze methodically moved around the chamber, studying each detail with scientific attention, his mushrooms pulsing in complex patterns, as if performing invisible calculations. "Whatever created this place," he finally concluded, "is collecting creatures from different depths for some weird reason other than feeding, or going up would make no sense." Ren looked at the fallen backpacks, filled with valuable skins they had collected during their last incursion. In any other circumstance, abandoning them would have been unthinkable. But now, we can't take them, he decided, pointing to the backpacks. They're too heavy and would slow us down. Slow us down for what? We won't wait to be rescued. Han asked, though his expression already anticipated the answer. To escape, Ren headed toward one of the walls, examining it carefully. This chamber is something's pantry, Han. And whatever stores food here will eventually return. Couldn't we hide in one of these tunnels? Han pointed to the 4 exits extending from the chamber, each mouth a dark promise of unknown dangers. We don't know where they lead, Ren shook his head. And given the creatures that have ended up here, they likely lead to more traps like the one that caught us. His hand stopped at a specific point on the wall, where the crystals seemed slightly thinner. We need to create our own path, he declared. Break through this wall and dig upward as quickly as possible. Dig? Han looked skeptical. We're like 300 meters deep. Other creatures will also feel the vibrations and even that thing may follow our tunnel. We don't need to reach the surface from here, Ren explained, beginning to systematically strike the point he had identified with a diamond-covered fist. We just need to get out of this specific area and find some natural tunnel before the owner of this collection returns. The students rested while Shizu, Larissa, Umi, the guard with the coral, and Taro finished raising a second wall. Lin observed the situation with the cold calculation of a combat veteran. 2 walls of furious shadow stalkers, 2 companions lost in the depths, and night approaching. The decisions they made in the next few minutes would determine who survived. We need to decide on teams quickly, she announced with a firm voice, immediately capturing everyone's attention. One group must return to camp to alert Zhao, while another remains here to attempt rescuing Ren and Han. I'm staying, Taro declared instantly. Me too, added Larissa. Lin nodded, but raised a hand to stop the chorus of volunteers that would follow. I need the rescue team staying with me to be small and specific. Larissa, Taro, Umi, Matilda, Min, and Mira will stay with me. We'll work on creating a rope long enough to lower down the hole while keeping the walls strong. Several voices began to protest, but Lin silenced them with a look. The rest, she continued, I need you to form a team to reach Zhao as quickly as possible. And that means tunneling beneath the colony. A tense silence followed these words. Creating tunnels in this area was a desperate tactic, something all gatherers avoided for good reason. But the tunnel could lead us directly to a larger shadow stalker hive, objected Hikari, her firefly trembling nervously on her shoulder, its light flickering with her anxiety. It's a risk we'll have to take, Lin responded, her tone making it clear there was no alternative. Shizu with her Wolverine will lead the tunnel team. Mako with the night ambusher, Hikari with the firefly, and Luna at the front. You need beasts with offensive capability to give Shizu time to quickly seal any breach into the main hive if you find one. Luna stepped forward, her shadow wolf manifesting in a dark aura around her. I prefer to stay and support you here. There are enough people to find Zhao. We won't all fit at the tunnel front. Leora and Luna exchanged glances. I want to stay too, argued Leora, her voice usually serene now laden with tension. My fire could be useful in keeping shadow stalkers at bay if a wall here fails. Lin observed them for a moment, her expression softening briefly before returning to her usual determination. I understand how you feel, but reaching Zhao and bringing him quickly is the best way to help. Your abilities are particularly good because they don't take up much space and can make the tunnel front effort safer. Larissa took her cousin's hands. Go, she said with unusual firmness. Bring Zhao as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, we'll keep the wall strong and prepare everything for the rescue. After a moment of hesitation, Luna and Leora nodded, reluctantly joining the tunnel group, their shoulders tense with unspoken concern. Good, Lin turned to Shizu. Start the tunnel about 20 meters down from here, where the softer ground begins. Maintain that medium depth, neither too shallow nor too deep. And if you reach another Shadow Stalker tunnel, seal it immediately and change course. Shizu nodded, her Wolverine fully manifesting as she prepared for the task, earth already shifting beneath her feet. The rest, Lin turned to the rescue team, will begin preparing the rope. Matilda, we'll need your turtle to produce flexible, resistant wood. Mira, reinforce the line with your moss and give it better grip. As the tunnel group quickly departed under Shizu's leadership, those remaining with Lin immediately began rescue preparations, their movements purposeful despite the mounting tension. Taro, Larissa, and Omi reinforced both walls, adding additional layers to contain the increasingly agitated Shadow Stalkers. The impacts from the other side intensified, indicating the creatures were coordinating their efforts to bring down the barriers, each thud reverberating through the stone. They won't hold forever, Taro murmured, beads of sweat sliding down his forehead from the continuous effort. They don't need to hold forever, Lin responded while helping Matilda generate the first section of the improvised rope. Just long enough. Min, working nimbly to help intertwine the wooden filaments, looked down toward the dark hole where his friends had disappeared. Do you think they're okay? He asked, his voice betraying a concern he would normally keep hidden beneath laughter and jokes. It's Ren, Larissa responded with confidence she didn't entirely feel. He'll take care of Han. He's probably already looking for a way up while meticulously classifying every rock he finds by its usefulness in cultivation. You'll be there to heal them when we find them. We don't need to reach the surface from here, Ren explained, beginning to systematically strike the identified point with a diamond-covered fist. We just need to get out of this specific area and find some natural tunnel before the owner of this collection returns. With each blow, small crystal fragments fell to the floor, glittering in the light of his mushrooms. The wall was surprisingly resistant, but gradually began to yield under his relentless assault. Do you have any idea what creature could have made this? Asked Han while joining Ren's efforts but finding his strength insufficient to damage the covering. Ren paused briefly, his mushrooms pulsing in a pattern that Han had learned to recognize as concern, the light dimming and brightening in rapid succession. No, he finally responded. But most likely, that means something. He stopped when a crackling began to spread from the point they were attacking. Small fissures branched across the wall like webs of light, reflecting the glow of his mushrooms in fractured patterns. It's giving way, Han observed with renewed enthusiasm. With one final powerful blow, the wall finally yielded. The crystal broke with a sound similar to ice cracking, revealing compact but natural earth behind. Ren immediately pressed his hands against the earth, his mushrooms pulsing intensely as he felt the vibrations transmitted through the ground. Can you sense anything? Han whispered, watching with fascination as Ren's mushrooms changed their pulse pattern. Movement, Ren responded quietly. Several creatures, but distant. Nothing immediate. With a quick glance toward the chamber to ensure they were still alone, he closed his eyes briefly, concentrated, and his Hydra fully manifested. The Hydra glowed with a faint but unmistakable light. It didn't yet have multiple heads and only measured about 4 feet tall, but it did have a more complete armor than what manifested over Ren's body. Its scales shifted with iridescent patterns as it moved, small crystalline structures embedded within them. She can help us dig faster this way, Ren explained simply. Without wasting time, he directed the Hydra toward the earthen wall. The diamond claws began to work with surprising efficiency, tearing away large chunks of earth and quickly creating an ascending tunnel. As it worked, Han alternately observed the tunnel's progress and the chamber entrances, tense for any sign of danger. The silence between them extended for several minutes, broken only by the sound of earth being removed and the occasional brief instruction from Ren. Thank you, Han finally said, his voice low but clear in the confined space. For not letting me fall. Ren paused briefly in his work to feel for vibrations while listening, his palm pressed flat against the tunnel wall. With the dagger, Han continued, his eyes fixed on the glowing Hydra as it worked, you could have held on alone. Since you probably would have stayed up close to the surface. Matilda or Mira could have thrown something down for you to climb up. Ren resumed excavation, but responded without turning around, his focus unwavering. If I had done that, you might not have survived. And I wouldn't be able to sleep thinking I could have saved you. Not everyone would make that choice, Han insisted, a note of wonder in his voice. I'm not sure I would have made it. I probably would have been too cowardly. This time Ren stopped completely, turning to look at Han directly. In the fluctuating light of his mushrooms and the subtle glow reflected by the Hydra, his expression was serene but intense, his eyes holding Han's gaze steadily. It's not about cowardice or bravery, he said with a simplicity that carried the weight of his old father's deep conviction. It's about doing what's right in the moment it's needed. Nobody really knows how they'll react until that moment comes, but you would certainly save your sister, right? Han thought for a moment before closing his eyes and nodding. I think it's very likely. I would do anything for her despite the fear. Then I think you can overcome cowardice. Ren smiled and continued sensing vibrations in the confined tunnel while speaking, the Hydra's claws working tirelessly, leaving gouges in the compacted earth. Besides, don't worry about those things now. The most important thing is that we're alive and we're going to get out of here. Han nodded, though Ren couldn't see him, and set about helping as best he could, using his spider to cover the tunnel entrance with fine silk threads. They had advanced perhaps 10 meters when Ren stopped abruptly. His entire body tensed, like an animal sensing imminent danger, every muscle going rigid. What's happening? Han whispered, immediately on alert. Ren raised a hand, indicating absolute silence. His mushrooms now pulsed with an irregular, almost erratic rhythm, the light fluctuating unpredictably. Han held his breath, straining to hear what had alarmed his companion. And then he noticed it, or rather, noticed the absence. Not a single sound or vibration. The subtle background sounds that had been present for Ren, slight creaks, distant movements, the almost imperceptible echo of life, had completely ceased. The creatures were silent. An unnatural silence, as if everything in the depths held its breath, waiting. Ren's eyes widened and he began to turn toward the entrance of their improvised tunnel. Han followed his gaze and felt his blood freeze. A glow, an intense pulsating purple radiance, began to filter from the direction of the chamber they had just abandoned. The light intensified by moments, projecting strangely elongated and distorted shadows on the tunnel walls, making ordinary shapes seem monstrous and alien. It wasn't the natural glow of any creature Ren knew. But he knew what it was. An abyssal. With extremely cautious movements, Ren repositioned his body and absorbed his Hydra, the creature seeming to melt back into his skin in a shimmer of light. Han tried to control his breathing, which had become rapid and shallow. His spider had retracted almost completely, as if even she could feel it was better to remain hidden, pulling back beneath his skin like a frightened child. The purple glow intensified further, illuminating the beginning of their tunnel with an unnatural light that seemed to pulsate like a diseased heart. And with the light came a sound, a low hum, almost subliminal, that Han felt more than heard, a vibration that seemed to resonate directly in his bones and teeth. Ren, he whispered, unable to contain the tremor in his voice. I know, Ren responded, his own voice perfectly controlled though his mushrooms had begun to pulse again, this time in a pattern Han had never seen before, rapid, almost frantic, but strangely reassuring, like a silent promise that they would survive this. Until Han felt it in the threads. Something was entering the tunnel. The tunnel advanced with surprising speed under Shizu's expert earth control. Her earth wolverine fully manifested, its claws displacing volumes of soil that would normally require hours of work in mere seconds, the earth parting before her as if eager to make way. Keep the pace, she instructed while working, sweat beading on her forehead despite the cool underground air. We need to reach camp as soon as possible. The rest of the team had organized into an efficient system. Mako with her night ambusher took over when Shizu needed a rest, while Luna's wolf, Trent's ant, Roran's dog, and Maria's armadillo took turns helping clear loose earth, their coordinated efforts creating a steady rhythm. Hikari and Leora provided constant illumination, Hikari's firefly emitting a soft but wide glow that illuminated the entire space, complemented by Leora's will-o-wisp that provided more intense, directed light toward the front. How much further do you think? Luna asked Shizu, who paused briefly to evaluate their position. Hard to know exactly, she responded, her fingers pressed against the tunnel wall as if reading some invisible map, her eyes closed in concentration. But we're advancing in the right direction. If we maintain this pace, maybe another hour. The group continued advancing, fatigue beginning to show on their faces. Concern for Ren and Han, along with the constant tension of digging in potentially dangerous territory, made each minute feel like an eternity. Something's not right, Shizu suddenly murmured. I feel big changes in the Earth's resistance. Her beast stopped as she pressed her hands against the front wall. Her eyes widened slightly. There's a space ahead. Large. A natural cavern perhaps? Mako asked, hope briefly flickering across her features. No, Shizu slowly shook her head. Too regular. Too constructed. A tense silence fell over the group as they considered the implications. Regular tunnels at this depth could only mean one thing. Shadow Stalker Hive, Trent whispered. Do we retreat? Asked Hikari, her light instinctively dimming, shrinking back as if sharing her apprehension. Luna shook her head. We can't waste time. We need to reach Zhao as soon as possible. Then we dig about 5 meters deeper, Shizu decided. At the first sign of danger, I'll close the tunnel and we'll change direction. With renewed caution, Shizu continued excavating, now in much slower movements due to the hardness of the deeper earth, each chunk requiring more effort to dislodge. Unfortunately, a small opening formed on top of them, barely the size of a fist. Hikari directed her firefly toward the hole, allowing its light to filter through to reveal what lay beyond. The glow illuminated a scene that made everyone hold their breath. A huge chamber extended before them and moving throughout the chamber, dozens, no, hundreds of shadow stalkers awakened by the vibrations of the excavation. Shit, Roran whispered, his dog fully manifested beside him with the fur along its spine bristling. It's the main hive of the area. Pull back, Shizu ordered Hikari, her voice low but urgent. I'll seal this right now and we'll change direction. She couldn't finish her sentence. One of the shadow stalkers, apparently drawn by the firefly's light, had approached to investigate. Its sensory appendages stretched directly toward the small opening like probing fingers of mist. Before anyone could react, it began widening the hole, tearing at the edges. Look out! Luna shouted. Chaos erupted instantly. More shadow stalkers quickly joined the excavation efforts and began converging on the opening. Shizu tried desperately to close the hole, her hands splayed against the earth, channeling her power, but it was already too late. Tons of tentacles scraped at the entrance with their tiny claws at the tips, widening the aperture with each passing second. The sound of scraping filled the tunnel, a nightmarish scratching that sent chills down everyone's spines. I can't push them back. Shizu let them know, her wolverine struggling to contain the invasion. Prepare to fight. The first shadow stalker forced its way into the tunnel, its tentacles thrashing violently as it searched for prey. Mako and her night ambusher were the first to attack. The beast's razor-sharp claws sliced cleanly through the shadow stalker, separating its upper mass from its tentacles in one fluid motion. Pale blue fluid splattered across the tunnel walls, glowing faintly in the dim light. Roran's dog launched itself at another creature with valiant ferocity, its fangs sinking deep into the shadow stalker's upper mass. The creature emitted a high-pitched shriek that echoed through the tunnel as it twisted, desperately trying to reach its attacker with its remaining tentacles. The dog growled through its mouthful of writhing flesh, refusing to release its grip even as the shadow stalker's body convulsed beneath it. Trent, now! Luna shouted while her wolf dispatched a third shadow stalker attempting to enter. Trent didn't need to be told twice. His fire ant unleashed a concentrated burst of flames at the gap, effectively incinerating another creature and forcing those behind to temporarily retreat. But their victory was short-lived. More shadow stalkers began crowding the entrance, drawn by the battle sounds and the death of their brethren. We can't hold them all back. Maria exclaimed, her armadillo creating an improvised barricade. Maria's armadillo was finally pushed back and chaos erupted. But in the midst of the chaos, Roran's dog suddenly lunged into the hole, pushing the shadow stalkers and disappearing into the swarm. "Close it now!" Roran shouted. His connection to his beast allowed him to understand how miserable it was fighting in that mass of predators. Inside the chamber, the shadow stalkers swarmed around the dog. The brave beast fought ferociously, tearing through tentacles and ripping apart translucent bodies, but there were simply too many. More tentacles wrapped around its limbs, its torso, its neck, dragging it inexorably deeper into the hive. With one last heart-wrenching howl, it vanished among the mass of shadow stalkers. Roran staggered back, losing his beast temporarily made mana management way harder. With a roar of effort, Shizu channeled all her Wolverine's energy. The earth around them began to tremble violently as enormous blocks of stone and mineral emerged from the walls, converging to seal the opening. Her face contorted with strain, veins standing out on her forehead as she forced the earth to obey her will. The resulting wall was impressive, at least 3 meters thick, but even through it, they could feel the furious impacts of shadow stalkers trying to break through. "It won't hold forever," Shizu warned, sweat dripping from her brow and breath coming in ragged gasps. "We need to move. Now." The group retreated in somber silence. The temporary loss of Roran's dog weighed heavily on them all, a stark reminder of the danger they faced. "We'll change direction," Shizu decided after a moment, wiping her brow with the back of her hand. "East instead of north. It'll take longer, but we'll avoid this hive." "More time means Han and Ren will be in danger longer," Leora protested. "We can't help them if we're dead," Maria replied firmly, placing a steadying hand on Leora's shoulder. The shadows were growing longer outside as Zhao stood at the edge of the gathering encampment, his brow furrowed in concentration. His owl manifested, the markings along his eyes glowing with subtle intensity as he extended his senses outward, scanning the terrain before him. Ren's group should have returned by now. It wasn't just that they were late. The boy's thoroughness and attention to detail made quick expeditions almost impossible. What concerned him was the pattern of returning. Every other time had followed a similar timeline. This deviation spelled trouble. "Professor," one of the assistants approached, sensing his tension. "Pattender's group?" Zhao nodded, his decision already made. "Maintain the perimeter. No students leave camp until I return. And prepare the emergency protocols, just in case." The assistant shifted nervously, glancing at the darkening sky. "Sir, night's approaching. The shadow stalkers will." "I'm well aware," Zhao cut her off, his voice revealing no uncertainty. "That's precisely why I'm going now." He signaled to his most trusted auxiliary, a stern-faced man whose hawk beast had given him wings and good eyes too. "Kenji, you're in charge until I return." Without waiting for a response, Zhao set out toward the shadow stalker cave where Ren's group had headed earlier that day. His owl fully manifested, its ghostly form spreading wings that merged with his arms, enhancing his vision and allowing him to cover ground with unnatural speed. The cave entrance loomed before him within minutes, a dark mouth in the hillside that seemed to exhale cool air against his skin. The sentinel was missing, the male shadow stalker that had guarded this entrance was nowhere to be seen, which meant someone had eliminated it. Ren, most likely, just as he had done with the first one. They should still be in there, then, he thought, cautiously entering the cave. The interior was surprisingly quiet. Too quiet. Shadow stalker colonies, especially as darkness approached, should be buzzing with energy as females prepared to wake for their nightly hunting. Instead, the tunnel stretched before him in eerie silence, the mana crystals embedded in the walls providing just enough illumination to navigate by. His owl's enhanced vision penetrated the gloom, revealing details that would remain hidden to normal sight. Scuff marks on the floor indicated recent footprints, and the subtle patterns of disturbed dust spoke of organized movement. Ren's group had indeed passed this way. As Zhao advanced deeper, the silence gradually gave way to distant sounds, faint hisses and chittering that raised the hairs on the back of his neck. They had disturbed the colony. A movement caught his attention, a female shadow stalker gliding past a side tunnel, completely ignoring his presence. Another followed, then another. All heading deeper into the cave system, moving with purpose rather than the random patterns of normal hunting behavior. "They're being called," Zhao murmured to himself. Shadow stalkers only exhibited this behavior in two situations, when defending against a large-scale threat or when responding to the discovery of significant prey. Neither option boded well for Ren's group. Zhao followed the creatures through the labyrinth, maintaining a careful distance. His owl allowed him to move like a phantom through the tunnels, his footsteps barely disturbing the air. The females continued their purposeful journey downward, their numbers increasing with each joining tunnel until dozens flowed through the passageways like a macabre river of translucent flesh and writhing tentacles. The main problem came into view, and Zhao paused at its periphery, assessing the situation. Hundreds of shadow stalkers swarmed across the cavern floor and walls. But what drew his attention was the stone, mineral, and crystal barriers positioned at opposite ends of the chamber. So they had sealed the exits and were trapped. About 200 meters underground, Julius advanced with the fluid certainty of someone who commands the elements surrounding him. His Earth Wolverine maintained a constant flow of perception through the ground, allowing him to detect movements and vibrations across a considerable radius. Something didn't add up, though. Since beginning his patrol after the worm incident, he had noticed strange patterns in the behavior of subterranean creatures. At times, they seemed to become agitated as if responding to an invisible threat, moving in waves of panic that spread across different levels. But when he arrived at the location, inexplicably, everything calmed again. "It's as if something is frightening them," he murmured to himself, his Wolverine's essence merged with his skin in subtle ripples, enhancing his connection to the earth around him. But when I approached to investigate, nothing. That was the most disconcerting part. Each time he tracked these disturbances to their apparent origin, he found only silence and emptiness, as if the source of agitation had vanished moments before his arrival. What he had detected, however, were weak but unmistakable traces of abyssal energy. Small pockets of that characteristic purple radiation, concentrated in cracks and recesses where it normally shouldn't exist. His first instinct was to associate it with remnants of the Yino incursion 4 months ago, when enemy agents had attempted to infiltrate this Yino territory. Residue, he theorized while examining one of these concentrations. Julius continued his methodical inspection, his Wolverine's senses stretched to their limits as he moved through the earth. It was then that he felt it. A vibration more intense than any before. His Wolverine roared mentally, all its perceptions directing toward the origin of that disturbance. For the first time since beginning his patrol, Julius had a clear direction, an undeniable signal. "This isn't normal," he concluded, his voice hardening while he began moving at great speed through the earth. His body seemed to melt into the element, moving as if it were part of the ground itself. Han's breathing accelerated while his fingers felt something through the threads. Something was entering the tunnel, something large and heavy that broke his fine but tough webs as if they didn't exist. The purple glow intensified, painting the walls of the narrow tunnel with distorted shadows. The predator approached, and the light emanating from it transformed their improvised refuge into a death trap. A viscous, glowing tentacle appeared at the entrance, moving with unnatural precision as it explored the space. It slithered forward, testing the air, sensing their presence. "No time to dig further," Ren whispered, his light claws manifesting as he prepared for combat. "No." Han grabbed his arm with desperation, his fingers digging into Ren's flesh. "Don't fight, dig. I can feel it through the threads, it's too big, too strong." Han's spider fully manifested, not as the shy presence it usually was, but as a desperate creature fighting for survival. From it began flowing an impressive amount of silk, much more than Ren had ever seen Han produce before. "Hurry!" Han insisted while his spider created layer after layer of resistant material, sealing the tunnel with a plug that grew thicker by the second. "Keep digging." Ren hesitated for an instant, torn between his instinct to fight and Han's desperate plea. The certainty in Han's eyes convinced him. With a grunt of effort, he buried his diamond claws into the earth, tearing through the ground with renewed force. Discretion no longer mattered. The vibrations that might attract other beasts no longer mattered. Even the comfortable size of the tunnel didn't matter, a small hole to crawl through would have to be enough. All that mattered was speed. Ren's claws ripped away large chunks of earth and rock quickly, his muscles burning from the superhuman effort. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed with frantic intensity, illuminating his work with erratic flashes. Faster! Han gasped, his body trembling from the effort of maintaining silk production. It's coming! Behind them, the creature was testing the resistance of the silk as if it were a game, poking and prodding with casual malice. Ren felt something through the earth, an irregularity in the density that could mean. "There's a tunnel nearby," he exclaimed, redoubling his efforts. His claws moved in a blur, earth flying behind him in dark sprays. "I can feel it." Han, following and still working to reinforce the barrier, suddenly shouted. "Quick! It seems." It stopped. His eyes widened, hope illuminating his face for a fleeting moment. Maybe it got stuck in the thick layers. Or lost interest. The silence that followed was deceptively calm, broken only by their ragged breathing and the sound of earth yielding to Ren's claws. For 1 second, it seemed they might escape. Then, horror. Like lances of purple light, several tentacles pierced through the silk barrier as if it were wet paper. They moved with lethal precision, wrapping around Han before he could react, securing his arms, legs, and torso in their slimy grip. "Run!" Han's heart-rending scream resonated as he was dragged toward the chamber, wrapped in his own perforated barrier, his body contorting in a desperate attempt to break free. Ren didn't hesitate. He propelled himself backward, rolled, and leaped again. In an instant, he was beside Han, one hand gripping his friend. With the other hand, Ren unsheathed his dagger and began cutting the tentacles that coiled around Han. The blade sliced with precision, but for every tentacle severed, 2 more seemed to replace it. Worse still, where Han's skin had made contact with the appendages, pale, sunken marks appeared, as if his vitality and mana were being drained. His friend's face grew ashen, eyes dulling as the creature siphoned his life force. "They're like the shadow stalkers." Ren recognized the effect while continuing to cut frantically. They absorb vitality and mana. The pulling force suddenly increased, as if the creature had lost patience with their tactics. With a devastating jerk, the tentacles dragged both boys through the destroyed silk barrier, pulling them into the main chamber. Ren continued cutting even as they were dragged, his dagger moving with the precision born of desperation. The last tentacle holding Han gave way just as they emerged into the larger chamber from which they had tried to escape, both falling several meters before landing painfully on a floor covered with residue and bones. The fall left Ren momentarily on his back against the ground, the impact stealing his breath. Beside him, Han lay motionless, eyes wide open, his skin pale where the tentacles had touched him, but still breathing. The purple glow that Ren had seen from the tunnel now bathed them completely, allowing them to see for the first time the creature that had captured them. What rose before them defied natural comprehension. A colossal worm more than 20 meters long writhed in the center of the chamber, its segmented body pulsing with abyssal light that emanated from within. But what horrified Ren wasn't its size, but its impossible anatomy. Dozens of long, thin legs, similar to those of a mimic insect, extended from its flanks, moving with an unnatural grace that barely disturbed the air around them and barely touched the ground, explaining the absence of vibrations that had confused Ren. They twitched and flexed independently, giving the impression of countless separate creatures working in horrific unison. Its body was covered by overlapping plates reminiscent of a living tunnel, interspersed with rocky protrusions typical of stone lurkers. Each segment seemed to have been designed by a madman, fusing characteristics of different creatures into an abomination that shouldn't exist. In the final section of its tail, an enormous luminescent ball pulsed with purple energy, similar to that of a shadow stalker queen, but grotesquely distorted. The orb throbbed with a sickening rhythm, like a diseased heart pumping corrupt blood. But it was the head that provoked true horror. A nightmarish fusion of bat, insect, and worm, with multiple compound eyes that glowed with malevolent intelligence. Its mouth opened in several directions, revealing rows of triangular teeth arranged in concentric circles that rotated independently. The strange creature writhed with evident rage, the tentacles severed by Ren's dagger regenerating slowly as they undulated like serpents in the purple light. Ren tried to activate his knowledge, searching for information about the creature, but his ability seemed to fail. The information arrived fragmented, inconsistent, as if the beast were too anomalous to be understood through his usual parameters. It was then that Ren noticed something on one of the worm's final segments, a distinctive mark, artificial, that stood out against the natural plates. He recognized it immediately. It was the mark that Julius had made on the lesser worm they had found the previous night. The precise pattern of cuts was unmistakable, even amid the creature's grotesque anatomy. Understanding hit him like a physical blow. It's assimilating the beasts in the area," Ren murmured, his voice barely audible as the creature slowly approached. "Shadow stalkers, living tunnels, stone lurkers, mimics. How is this possible? The residual abyssal energy? That hasn't generated anything like this beneath the school, and it's stronger there." His mind raced through possibilities. Ren observed the purple glow emanating from each segment until he distinguished one with an incrustation and a more intense brightness. Inside, a sphere very similar to the core of a corrupted male shadow stalker he had, pulsated with energy. The orb throbbed with sickening rhythm, veins of darkness spreading outward from its center like a parasitic network. That must be what allows it to fuse such disparate characteristics. Ren recalled the agent who had merged with the monster that day beneath the academy, but was instantly pulled from his reminiscence. The creature emitted a sound that reverberated painfully in his ears, a discordant symphony of screeches and rumbles that seemed to vibrate the very air in the chamber. Its tentacles extended again, this time moving more slowly, with predatory curiosity. Ren evaluated his options, none promising. They were trapped in the monster's main chamber, weakened, and facing a creature whose capabilities he couldn't even fully comprehend. The thin tunnel he'd begun digging was too far, and even if they reached it, the creature would simply follow. Ren knew that even with his enhancements and his beast's abilities, the odds were completely against him. The creature possessed the strength of multiple beasts combined, its regenerative capabilities were extraordinary, and its absorption powers were already draining the chamber's ambient mana. The abyssal beast moved with terrifying speed. While Ren was evaluating his options, the creature had already made a decision. Its tentacles didn't target him, but instead shot toward Han, who lay unconscious and vulnerable on the chamber floor. There was no time to think. Ren's body reacted on instinct. No. The veins of light pulsed with great intensity, flooding the chamber with a radiance that battled against the abomination's purple glow. The Hydra responded to his desperation, manifesting not just as partial armor, but as the most complete fusion possible for a Yano Tamer. Scales covered around 30% of his body, the Hydra's muscles merging with his own, reinforcing every fiber, every tendon. The claws weren't typical tactical extensions, but blades of condensed light, fueled by the energy his mushrooms emitted in frantic pulses from within his body. With all his attributes enhanced by 120% thanks to the ring and Hydra, plus additional improvements to defense at 140% and strength up to 160%, Ren became a living projectile. The months of training with Lin had transformed his body into a more efficient machine, and now that efficiency multiplied exponentially. He launched himself toward the monster's head in a perfect straight line, intercepting it before it could touch Han. His light claws cut through the air with a whistle, impacting against the central mass. The chamber air crackled with displaced energy as he moved, leaving a brief afterimage of light in his wake. Yet, the resistance was greater than expected. Instead of cleanly separating, the monster's plates barely suffered a superficial cut, but the impact force was enough to divert it from its course. The blow reverberated through Ren's arms, nearly dislocating his shoulders despite his reinforced structure. "Too hard," he grunted, regaining his balance in mid-air to land on his feet. Its resistance is at least silver rank. The abyssal worm emitted a shriek that seemed to tear the air itself. More tentacles emerged, this time all oriented toward Ren. He at least had achieved what he wanted, drawing its attention. Ren dodged the first onslaught with a lateral spin, his movements fluid as water thanks to more than double his normal speed. His mind worked at full capacity, analyzing attack patterns, calculating trajectories, identifying the milliseconds between strikes where vulnerability existed. For main tentacles, he muttered to himself while evading another blow that impacted the ground, creating a crater where he had been a second before. They emerge in sequence, with a 0.3-second delay between each. A tentacle managed to graze his leg in the next attack. The effect was instantaneous, an unnatural cold that penetrated even through his scales. Fortunately, Ren's internal light quickly reduced the effect, pushing back against the siphoning energy with a bright pulse. But the pain cost him an instant of doubt. The monster launched forward with its tentacles leading. Ren rolled to avoid a complete grab, his claws cutting the nearest appendage before it could coil around his ankle. The absorption reduced his energy, the light recovering from the damage but losing some intensity. But Ren had a plan. Each movement took him farther from Han, but also closer to the backpacks they had abandoned when they fell. The creature arched its segmented body, preparing for a faster and more direct attack. Its multiple insect legs tore through the air, generating a disturbing rhythmic clicking that reverberated throughout the chamber. Ren seized that moment to launch into a direct run toward the backpacks. The creature pounced and the tentacles at its front pursued him, serpentining across the floor like rivers of purple death. As he passed the abandoned backpacks, his hand extended with precision. His fingers closed around the spear he had used against the male shadow stalker. The weapon, perfectly balanced thanks to Isaac's work, felt like a natural extension of his arm. Its weight felt reassuring, solid, a connection to the world above. But the beast would give him no time to celebrate. A mass of tentacles converged on him from multiple angles, closing any escape route with nightmarish coordination. With an acrobatic leap that would have made Lin proud, Ren jumped over the first tentacle, rolled under the second, and executed a mid-air spin with the spear and claws to cut the third and fourth. The Hydra and Ring increased his agility to superhuman levels, allowing him to perform maneuvers that seemed to defy normal physics. Time itself seemed to slow as his enhanced perception processed each movement, each threat, each opportunity at more than double their real speed. Before falling, Ren drove the spear into the ground and used the momentum to catapult himself upward, just as the beast's head collided with the spot where he had been. The movement carried him to land on one of the creature's upper segments. The sensation was repulsive. Beneath his feet, abyssal energy emanated directly against his scales, slowly trying to corrode his protection and his light. The worm twisted violently, trying to dislodge the intruder from its back. Ren drove the spear in as an anchor to maintain balance. The beast roared, a sound that seemed to combine the agonized screams of all its prey. The walls themselves vibrated with the force of its cry, small stones and dust raining from the ceiling. From his new elevated position, Ren could clearly see the creature's corrupted core, a pulsating mass of purple energy located just beneath the plates of the central segment. "There it is," he whispered, his eyes fixing on the target. Sweat stung his eyes, but he dared not blink. The creature seemed to sense his intention. It coiled protectively, partially hiding its core while more tentacles emerged from its posterior end. They whipped through the air with greater ferocity, their movements less controlled but more dangerous in their wild unpredictability. Ren breathed deeply, centering his mind as Lin had taught him. The light seemed to respond to his concentration, directing more energy to his arms. Ren jumped toward the backpacks full of skins again to land on something soft, avoiding the bite and tentacles that lashed the air behind him. With a movement that combined strength, precision, and all his desperation, Ren launched the spear directly toward the corrupted core during his mid-jump. The spear cut through the air like lightning, its trajectory aimed at the abomination's only vital point. Time seemed to slow as the weapon flew, the chamber silent save for the whistling sound of its passage through the air. Meanwhile, Leora and Luna's group. The impacts against the containment wall intensified by the moment. Shizu stopped, leaning against the wall of the tunnel she had been excavating for the past few minutes. Her breathing was labored, each inhalation a visible effort that made her shoulders heave. The Earth Wolverine she had fully manifested was beginning to show signs of exhaustion, its earthy form crumbling slightly at the edges as her control wavered. "Need to, keep going," she gasped, sliding down until she was on one knee. Her face was drawn with fatigue, skin ashen beneath the dirt that smeared her features. "We can't stop," Mako looked at her with concern but also urgency. "Those shadow stalkers will break through the wall soon. I felt them through the ground." Hikari illuminated Shizu's face with her firefly, the light revealing the worrying pallor beneath the layer of dirt. "She's at her limit," she diagnosed, her voice soft but clinical. "Pushing her further could cause a mana collapse." The guards exchanged meaningful glances. Maria was the first to speak, her voice firm despite the tension that tightened her jaw. "The priority is clear," she declared. "We must protect Ladies Luna and Leora at all costs. If Shizu cannot continue the planned route, we will stay to contain the beasts while you seek another path." The other guards nodded silently, their beasts partially manifesting in preparation for what might be their final stand. Their faces betrayed no fear, only grim determination born from years of training. "We won't abandon anyone," Luna protested, her shadow wolf briefly flaring around her silhouette. "There must be another solution." A tense silence fell over the group as they evaluated their options, interrupted only by another distant impact against the containment wall. Up, Leora suddenly pointed toward the tunnel ceiling, her will-o-wisp brightening with her excitement. "We could dig directly toward the surface. It's a much faster path than continuing to tunnel all the way to the camp. And it would allow us to find Zhao more quickly," Luna added, immediately grasping the idea. Mako shook her head, her expression somber. "Too risky. Night is very close. Besides, there's an 80% probability of intersecting another shadow stalker tunnel between 30 and 5 meters of depth. That depth is completely infested." "Then what do you suggest?" Luna asked, frustration filtering into her normally controlled tone. "The area under the camp is the only safe island," Mako explained. As Song had explained before Zhao repeated it to them, the ground there had a higher concentration of calcium and was drier due to the old efforts of auxiliaries and earth element masters, which naturally repelled shadow stalkers. "Remember why they forbid us from digging deep to set traps during gathering." Her night ambusher rippled along her skin as she spoke. "Reaching the island and emerging from beneath the tent is our only safe path." A new impact sent vibrations through the tunnel, stronger than before. Small stones dislodged from the ceiling, pattering around them like ominous rain. "We don't have time for debates," Maria declared. "The wall won't hold much longer." Luna knelt beside Shizu, studying her exhausted face. She gently brushed a strand of dirt-caked hair from the girl's forehead. "Can you make it to the camp?" she asked directly, her voice gentle but firm. Shizu tried to stand, only to stagger. Her wolverine flickered, almost dematerializing for a moment before stabilizing again. "No. I don't think I can, my lady." The admission seemed to pain her more than her physical exhaustion. "Then it's decided," Luna rose, her decision made. "We'll dig upward. It's our best option now. If we encounter a shadow stalker tunnel..." Mako began to protest. "Then we'll have to deal with it," Leora completed, her will-o-wisp manifesting to illuminate the space with renewed intensity. The ethereal flames cast dancing shadows across their determined faces. The guards exchanged another look before Maria nodded with resignation. "If you're going to do it, then we'll establish conditions," she declared with authority. "If you find a populated tunnel, don't fight. Run back immediately to where Lin is. We'll stay here to ensure you have an escape route." "You can't stay," Leora protested, her normally quiet voice rising. "You're coming with us." "Our mission is to protect you," responded one of the guards, her tone leaving no room for discussion. That means securing your escape, even at our own cost if necessary. Hikari intensified her firefly's light, illuminating the tunnel ceiling. Let's begin then. An angle of about 45 degrees should take us to the surface quickly without compromising accessibility and mobility too much. With Shizu too exhausted to contribute significantly, the others combined their efforts. Mako used her night ambusher to displace Earth, while Luna and the others applied their own beasts in creative ways to facilitate excavation. The new tunnel began to take shape, ascending at a pronounced angle toward what they hoped would be safety. The earth yielded grudgingly to their efforts, each handful of soil and stone representing another step closer to the surface. 25 meters, 20 meters, 15 meters. Sweat soaked their clothes, but the sensation of approaching the surface kept their spirits up. Perhaps, against all odds, they had found a direct path to salvation. It was then that Trent, who had slightly advanced ahead with his fire ant, stopped abruptly. His body went rigid, one hand raised in warning. "Wait," he whispered, his body tensing. "I feel something," vibration in the wall. Everyone froze, sharpening their senses. A barely perceptible sound filtered through the earth, the soft dragging of bodies, the brushing of tentacles against stone. "Shadow stalkers have sensed the vibration of our advance," Mako confirmed in a tense whisper. "On the other side of this wall." As if responding to their name, the earth began to give way at several points, small holes appearing as the creatures on the other side perceived the disturbance and began to investigate. Tiny streams of dirt trickled down as the first probing tentacles searched for weaknesses in the barrier. "Fall back," Maria ordered, her armadillo beast fully manifesting, plates of protective armor spreading across her skin. "Now." Luna looked toward the guards, desperation flickering in her eyes. "Come with us. We can." She didn't have time to finish. A tentacle emerged through one of the holes, serpentining in the air as if seeking prey. Another followed, and then another. "Return to Lin," shouted one of the guards, her beast launching itself against the first shadow stalker that had managed to create an opening large enough to pass through. "We'll hold them back. We won't leave you." Leora protested, her will-o-wisp intensifying as she prepared to fight. The flames flared with her emotion, bathing the tunnel in ghostly blue light. "Our mission is your safety," Mayo insisted, her beast already engaging another shadow stalker that was forcing its way through. "Do your part and return to Lin." Luna hesitated only a moment more before making a decision. They wouldn't leave without them. Zhao observed the situation with a grave expression, his mind evaluating possibilities while shadow stalkers continued flowing through the tunnels like rivers of nightmare. "Something's wrong," he murmured to himself, his owl partially manifested as he sharpened his vision to penetrate the deepest shadows of the cavern. Ren should have been able to control this situation. Knowing the boy as he now did, it seemed strange that he hadn't employed some ingenious strategy to evade the shadow stalkers. After all, Ren had demonstrated surprising knowledge about these creatures' weaknesses. With the cores of the males they had eliminated to enter, plus all the resources they had collected, they should have had sufficient tools to create illusions or vibrations like the previous time and lead everyone in an orderly retreat. Unless they can't use them, Zhao concluded, concern accentuating on his face. Unless they're separated, or something worse. Night was approaching rapidly. Soon the entire surface would be infested with fully awakened shadow stalkers. Zhao weighed his options, aware that each passing moment narrowed his choices. "I'll have to intervene directly," he decided, the responsibility weighing on his shoulders. Part of him regretted that this would mean reducing the group's grade. They had collected an impressive amount of materials, possibly the largest ever recorded by first-year students. But the protocols were clear. Any direct teaching intervention to rescue students from the site beasts implied a significant penalty in the final evaluation. Safety first, he reminded himself as his owl fully manifested, extending almost spectral wings that merged with his arms. Grades can wait. With a fluid movement, Zhao extracted several feathers from his wings. Aiming with millimetric precision, he launched the first feather. It cut through the air like a bolt of silver light, penetrating 3 aligned shadow stalkers before embedding itself in the cavern wall. Without pause, Zhao continued his assault. Each feather found multiple targets, eliminating shadow stalkers with an efficiency that spoke of decades of combat experience. His movements were fluid and economical, wasting no energy as he positioned himself for optimal firing angles. His owl eyes enhanced his precision to superhuman levels, allowing him to calculate trajectories that seemed almost impossible. Time itself appeared to slow as he tracked the movement of each creature, predicting exactly where they would be when his projectiles arrived. "Too easy," Zhao murmured, his eyes scanning the battlefield. He advanced deeper into the cavern, eliminating shadow stalkers almost distractedly while his mind continued working on the mystery. His feathers returned to him after each kill, eliminating even more creatures on their way back while he positioned himself at different angles. Each feather that returned merged seamlessly with his owl manifestation, ready to be used again. Soon after, dozens of beasts lay dead in the tunnel, and only the wall, product of the combined efforts of Taro, Shizu, Umi, and Larissa, remained standing. The battle against the shadow stalkers underground continued. One after another, the students' beasts began to disappear. June's monkey was the first. It had been keeping 3 shadow stalkers at bay simultaneously, its agile movements a blur of fur and claws. But when a 4th wrapped around its leg, the creature emitted an agonizing shriek. "No!" June cried out as he felt the bond break, falling to his knees while the pain of forced cancellation and the difficulty of controlling unbound mana coursed through him. Sora's deer resisted for barely a few seconds more. Its antlers had impaled multiple shadow stalkers, the elegant beast charging and pivoting with surprising grace in the confined space. But the continuous absorption of vitality finally depleted its reserves. With a final flash, the majestic creature vanished, leaving Sora gasping and pale, her hands clutching the tunnel wall to keep from collapsing. "Fall back," Maria ordered, her armadillo serving as another defensive barrier, its plates expanding to shield as many students as possible. "Conserve your beast's energy." But it was already too late for many. Trent's fire ant consumed itself in flames, unable to maintain its material form. The small beast flared brilliantly one last time, incinerating 2 shadow stalkers in its final act before winking out of existence. Mayo's cloud bird dissipated like mist under the midday sun. Mako, who had been fighting on the front line from the beginning, finally reached her limit. Her night ambusher's claws slashed one last time before dissolving, and she collapsed unconscious, saved from the tentacles only by Kira's goat's quick intervention. The horned beast charged the creatures, knocking them back with powerful impacts before it too began to fade. Hannah's Venus extended its roots, creating a defensive network around the unconscious Mako. The plant's tendrils wove together in a protective lattice, temporarily keeping the shadow stalkers at bay. It worked for a brief moment, until the shadow stalkers, learning quickly, began attacking the roots instead of the adjacent earth. The plant shuddered and began to visibly wither. "Hikari, Leora. I need light." Luna shouted, her shadow wolf struggling to maintain its form while repelling the creatures. Both responded instantly. Hikari's firefly emitted a blinding flash that momentarily disoriented the shadow stalkers, while Leora's will-o-wisp created a barrier of blue flames that kept the closest ones at bay. But it was evident in their contracted faces and in the trembling of their hands that they were operating at the limit of their capabilities. "We can't maintain this much longer," Hikari murmured. Her firefly's light pulsed erratically, growing dimmer with each flash. "Something's wrong," Maria observed between gasps. "They're absorbing too quickly, as if they were hungry for something specific." Her armadillo's plates had begun to crack in places, small fissures appearing where the shadow stalker's touch had drawn out too much vitality. A different vibration then traveled through the tunnel. It wasn't the familiar soft scraping of female shadow stalkers, but something more intense, more powerful. Leora visibly paled. "It's the nuptial flight," she whispered in horror. "We must be near the dispersal season." Nuptial flight. Hikari turned to her, confusion momentarily overriding her fear. Ren told me in the tunnels that the males of this species aren't males like those of ours. They're not what they seem, Leora explained. Shadow Stalker queens create sentinel males, not for reproduction, but as carriers and protectors. The males transport young queens to new areas to establish colonies, along with some workers to start the process. So in this colony they're creating more males now? Hikari asked, her light dangerously flickering as her energy decreased. It seems that. She didn't need to finish the sentence. A guttural sound, completely different from the hisses of female shadow stalkers, resonated through the tunnel. The creatures that had been attacking them momentarily stopped, as if listening to silent orders. They're coming, Luna confirmed in the darkness what everyone feared. The males. Her wolf, now reduced to little more than a shadow outline, growled weakly. Hannah's Venus had collapsed almost completely, its roots now simple dry greenish threads. Matilda's armadillo maintained its position, but its shell was looking brittle and worn. The wall at the end of the tunnel gave way, and a creature emerged that made normal shadow stalkers seem harmless by comparison. The male shadow stalker entered the tunnel. Its tentacles were thicker, more numerous, and extended farther than those of its smaller counterparts. Behind it, a second male began to emerge like a nightmare taking physical form. We're finished. You must run, my ladies, Hikari murmured, her firefly now barely a trembling point of light. The first male extended its tentacles, the energy pulsation in them so intense that the air itself seemed to distort around them. The few remaining beasts positioned themselves in defensive formation, but it was an almost symbolic gesture against such power. The male attacked. In the same instant, the ground beneath the shadow stalker exploded upward like a geyser of earth and stone. The creature was thrown backward, its tentacles flailing in momentary confusion as it was launched into the air. A figure emerged from the ground with the fluidity of one who dominates the earth element as an extension of their own being. Julius stood up between the students and the shadow stalkers, his Wolverine fully manifested, transforming his arms into colossal claws of crystallized rock. Take cover, he ordered, his voice resonating with natural authority as the earth around him began to move as if it had a life of its own. The ground trembled beneath their feet, responding to his will like an eager servant. Without waiting for a response, Julius struck the ground with both fists. The earth responded to his command, undulating like a wave that rose to form a protective wall in front of the students. The barrier emerged with startling speed. The second male had finished emerging, and now both converged on Julius, their tentacles extending like deadly whips, hungry for the powerful mana signature they detected. But Julius was in his element, literally. With impossibly precise movements, he created stalagmites that eliminated each of the creatures in sight while simultaneously sealing the tunnel with all the adjacent earth. Tons of weight that had cost Shizu so much effort to move were now like extensions of his own hands, responding to his will with perfect obedience. In moments, what had been a desperate battle became a one-sided demonstration of mastery over the earth element. Back with Ren. The spear cut through the air like a silver lightning bolt, its trajectory perfect. The weapon impacted exactly where Ren had aimed, cleanly piercing the pulsating core of the abomination. The tip sank deep into the glowing mass with barely any resistance. An ear-splitting shriek reverberated throughout the chamber, so high-pitched that Ren felt as if his head might explode. The creature writhed violently while the spear remained firmly embedded in its center. Ren landed in the abandoned backpacks. Without losing a second, his hands found the bow and quiver of arrows he had left behind. His fingers closed around the weapon while he was already knocking an arrow in case a follow-up shot was needed. But it was merely an excessive precaution. Should be enough, he murmured, his mushrooms pulsing as he assessed the damage caused. The spear went directly through the core. Any moment now it should. He stopped abruptly, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. Something wasn't right. The creature continued writhing, yes, but its agony seemed contained. It wasn't the reaction of a being whose vital core had been destroyed. There was no catastrophic energy release, no cascading failure of its systems. The abomination shook again, and the spear fell to the ground with an almost metallic clang, its bright tip stained with a purple fluid. But where the destroyed core should have been, where there should have been catastrophic damage, there was nothing. "That can't be," Ren whispered, understanding hitting him like a sledgehammer. "The core." His eyes frantically scanned the creature's segmented body, and then he saw it. Or rather, he saw them. Energy pulsations now appeared at multiple points on its body, small cores glowing beneath its plates, strategically distributed along its segments. Each one pulsed with the same sickly purple light, creating a hypnotic rhythm of illumination across the monster's form. It was an illusion, Ren realized, a drop of cold sweat running down his temple as he tensed an arrow in his bow. The core was a fake. The beast seemed to react to his discovery. The multiple cores pulsed, changing position with greater speed, as if mocking him. The purple light they emitted intensified in brightness, projecting distorted shadows on the chamber walls that seemed to dance with malevolent purpose. "It has advanced mimetic capabilities," Ren quickly analyzed while backing away, keeping the arrow drawn. "It doesn't just absorb physical characteristics from its prey, but also their abilities. The illusion of the hole we fell through." His mind worked at full speed. What beast in the area could generate such convincing illusions? None of the bronze-rank creatures it had absorbed possessed that capability at such a level of complexity. Unless the illusion of a mimic insect projected onto a living mineral, he murmured. So, something like a living illusion? The abyssal beast, as if having understood that its trick had been discovered, emitted a metallic screech that seemed to tear the air itself. Its segments began to contract and expand in a hypnotic rhythm, and before Ren's eyes, the creature began to change. The transformation was both fascinating and horrifying, like watching a nightmare reshape itself into something worse. The tentacles extended again, now moving with more erratic and unpredictable patterns. Some merged together to form thicker appendages while others split into finer, whip-like structures that cracked the air with each movement. The plates covering its body reorganized, some fusing while others divided. The tentacles transformed into more solid structures, resembling barbed harpoons more than the absorptive appendages they had been moments before. The head, that nightmare of combined features, contracted upon itself before expanding into a new configuration even more terrifying. "It's adapting," Ren realized with horror. "It's evolving in response to the encounter." The multiple cores were now visible to the naked eye, pulsing beneath transparent plates that had previously been opaque. They shifted position constantly, never remaining in the same place for more than a second, making targeting any single one nearly impossible. Ren released an arrow tipped with a greater worm's tooth, not a lesser worm's tooth like his first planned arrows. The teeth of the greater worm were capable of penetrating one rank higher, in this case silver. The projectile whistled through the air and embedded directly into one of the visible cores, but not very deep. The creature shuddered, the arrow fell away, and the wound began to close almost immediately, purple light knitting the damaged tissue together. Accelerated regeneration, Ren prepared another arrow, his mind desperately evaluating strategies. "I need to attack all the possible cores, I have no way to damage it quickly enough to prevent regeneration." The Hydra roared within him, eager to face this abomination with Ren at full strength. But Ren knew that, even with his beast enhanced by the mushroom's light and the ring, the power difference was too great. A direct confrontation would be suicide. The abomination seemed to perceive his dilemma. The segments of its body finished compacting, conferring greater power to its movements. The creature launched forward with terrifying speed, its head converted into a lethal projectile. Ren barely had time to throw himself to the side, avoiding direct impact by millimeters. The floor where he had been standing shattered, fragments of corrupted living mineral and earth flying in all directions. "Too close," he gasped, rolling to stand again, his muscles protesting the sudden movement. The beast gave him no time to recover. With a fluid movement, it retracted its spearhead and charged again. This time, Ren jumped to the other side, feeling the displacement of air brush his face as the head passed beside him. The impact against the chamber wall was devastating. The rock cracked, fragments of stone and crystal falling like rain onto the floor. Ren dodged 2 more attacks, each more precise than the last. The creature was learning, calculating his movements, gradually reducing his maneuvering space. With each charge, more sections of the chamber were destroyed. Jumping to avoid a new attack, Ren noticed something strange. When crystal fragments fell from the walls and ceiling, some of the multiple cores he had seen seemed to flicker, as if their image suffered interference. The crystals, he murmured to himself, an idea forming in his mind while dodging another devastating charge. His eyes darted around the chamber, noting how the light played across the crystalline surfaces embedded in the walls. As he landed after the jump, one of the creature's tentacles reached him, grazing his leg. The effect was immediate and painful, an unnatural cold that penetrated to the bone, draining his vital energy. Ren cut the tentacle with his claws, but the damage was done. His leg felt numb, more light energy reconfiguring to heal it, diverting precious resources from his combat capabilities. However, the observation had been worth the price. Each time a crystal fragment fell from the chamber structure, the illusions flickered momentarily, revealing inconsistencies in what should have been solid form. The crystals are amplifying and reflecting the illusory capability, Ren understood while evading another attack by centimeters. They're part of the system. If he could break the illusion, perhaps he could find the true core. The beast seemed to sense the shift in his mood from the discovery. With a roar that combined the agonized screams of dozens of different creatures, it intensified its attacks. The spearhead moved so fast it was barely a blur in the hot, stale air of the chamber. One of the attacks connected partially, sending Ren crashing against the wall. The impact knocked the breath from his lungs, black spots dancing in his vision as he fought to maintain consciousness. Beside him, a large crystal fragment detached from the wall, the jarring impact having loosened it from its setting. And in that instant, he saw it. When the crystal hit the ground and shattered, one of the cores, the one pulsating in the enormous Shadow Stalker Queen segment of the tail, didn't flicker like the others. It remained constant, its purple light unwavering amidst the chaos of failing illusions. Ren needed confirmation. With his enhanced strength, he grabbed one of the large crystal fragments from the floor and hurled it against an intact section of the chamber. The impact caused more crystals to break free from the walls, cascading down in a glittering rain of sharp fragments. Again, while the illusions flickered, the core in the third segment remained constant, its purple glow undisturbed by the disturbance in the crystal network. There it is, Ren pulled himself up with renewed determination, ignoring the pain radiating from his battered body. The true core. The creature seemed to sense that its secret had been discovered. Showing its intelligence, it made its light dimmer so Ren would not see its tail. Its movements became more calculated, more defensive. It positioned its segments differently, shifting to better protect the area Ren now watched so intently. I need to reach the spear and then attack the real core. But the creature wouldn't give him that opportunity so easily. As if it had read his thoughts, it intensified its attacks against Ren, pushing him away from the weapon, limiting his ability to maneuver. Fine, Ren murmured, gathering his strength. One last effort. His eyes fixed on the fallen weapon several meters away, its edge still gleaming with the beast's purple fluid. The spear lay tantalizingly out of reach, its crystalline tip catching what little light existed in the chamber. The light from the mushrooms and the ring was gradually diminishing too. The energy they provided, so vital for maintaining his enhanced capabilities, was reaching its limit. Soon he wouldn't have enough power to face the creature or even to dodge its relentless attacks. It's now or never, he told himself, feeling how exhaustion began to infiltrate his trained muscles. The creature was intelligent, so Ren would have to be even smarter than it. Most creatures inhabiting these depths had adapted without relying on sight, depending primarily on detecting vibrations and other specialized senses. But this abomination, having absorbed characteristics from multiple species, was different. It possessed various types of eyes but not all were optimized for total darkness. Not all were blind to light. A dangerous but potentially effective idea began to form in his mind. It's almost impossible to turn off my lights with my mushroom in my body, he murmured to himself. With a concentration that defied his exhaustion, Ren dodged the next attack and immediately expelled his beasts from his body. He did something he had never done before, invoking his beasts separately while remaining alone. The Hydra emerged beside him as it assessed the situation, its scaled body reflecting dim light as it tensed for action. The small mushroom from his head appeared in his hand, the creature forming an independent body the size of a fist, its luminescent filaments pulsing as it looked at Ren with curiosity. "I'm sorry, little friend," Ren whispered, squeezing the mushroom. "But I need you to do me a favor." The little mushroom emitted a pulse of light that seemed to convey confusion as it was compressed. Without giving time for further doubts, Ren threw it with all his strength toward the opposite end of the chamber. The mushroom traced an arc of light through the darkness, emitting a faint pulse of indignation that only Ren could interpret as it soared through the air. "I'm not a stone, this is not an appropriate use for a companion," it protested as it flew through the air, its luminescence creating an ephemeral trail behind it like a miniature comet. The abyssal beast, detecting the movement and light, partially turned its attention toward the strange event. Its multiple senses attempted to process the separation of energies that until now had remained united. The creature's head swiveled toward the light source, tentacles extending reflexively toward the new stimulus. With the mushroom away from his body, darkness enveloped Ren almost completely. Without the constant luminescence of the mushrooms in his hair, his presence became much more difficult to detect. Only the faint energy signature of the Hydra remained, but that too was part of the plan. "Go," he ordered in a whisper to the Hydra. "Distract it." The creature, understanding perfectly, began moving in the opposite direction from the mushroom, its feet deliberately generating what little vibrations it could against the floor. The abyssal beast immediately detected this new movement, its senses divided between the two contradictory signals. Its head swiveled back and forth, unable to focus on a single target. Motionless against the crystalline wall, Ren held even his breath. Without movement, without light, without any vibration, he had become a blind spot for the abomination's senses. He blended with the chamber wall, his survival now depending on absolute stillness. The beast emitted a shriek of confusion. Its senses, though powerful, were overloaded by contradictory signals. The mushroom emitted light but few vibrations. The Hydra generated strong vibrations but no light. And the human? Where was the human? The creature's head rotated between the 2 points of interest, unable to decide which represented the true threat. Finally, after several moments of indecision, its enormous eyes began to dilate, absorbing every available photon to try to visualize what its other senses couldn't detect. The beast slowly approached where Ren remained motionless, its head oscillating gently as its eyes strained to distinguish shapes in the almost complete darkness. The tentacles extended, brushing the air mere centimeters from where Ren held his breath. It was time. With a thought as swift as it was decisive, Ren simultaneously reabsorbed both the Hydra and the mushroom. The beasts returned to him in a beam of light, reintegrating into his body in an instant. The energy surged through him like a lightning strike, filling every cell with renewed power. The mushrooms emerged again in his hair, but this time Ren channeled all available energy toward them. Concentrating every particle, he forced the mushrooms to release a pulse of light so intense that it seemed to transform the subterranean chamber into broad daylight. The flash was blinding, instantaneous, and devastating for the beast whose eyes had dilated to their maximum to search for him in the darkness. The abomination emitted a shriek of pure pain, its multiple eyes violently contracting, unable to process the sudden luminous assault. The creature recoiled, tentacles flailing wildly as it tried to shield its sensitive visual organs from the searing light. It was precisely this instant that Ren had been waiting for. With the Hydra fully manifested and integrated into his body, his muscles powered to their maximum by the fusion, Ren launched himself forward in a movement so explosive that his feet left cracks in the crystalline covering. Time seemed to slow down as he flew through the air, each second fragmented into microseconds of perfect clarity. His vision narrowed to a single point, the true core, now exposed as the creature writhed in blindness and pain.